High in the snowy mountains, howling winds carried falling snow, chilling the air to a biting frost. A man's voice echoed from a small cave. Fool, think you can escape this trap? Where's the artifact? A disheveled, panting man groaned in pain. Raising defiant eyes, he sneered. Idiot, would you confess if you were me? Despite heavy injuries, he refused to yield. His left arm, severed in two, dangled. Facing his arrogance, the hooded leader gnashed his teeth. Tisich, tough guy, huh? Arrogant bastard. A subordinate intervened. Enough. Contact the main team first. He pulled out a communication spirit stone. We've captured the Northern Phantom. Please confirm our coordinates. The other end replied. Coordinates locked. We're coming. After reporting, he turned to the Northern Phantom. Not bad. Holding out with a severed arm? But why do both you and the Emperor target the same artifact? Another chimed. Why else? To mess with us. We've been restless chasing him. Before the main team arrives, let's make him feel our pain. Eh? The Northern Phantom's eyes sharpened, as if plotting. The captors grinned. Get ready, Phantom. We won't stop until you beg for death. Who goes first? We're short on time. They decided with a coin toss. The hooded leader smirked. Heads, I start. But they never imagined that, as they focused on the coin, the Phantom gritted his teeth, biting his severed hand and reattaching it to his stump. He thought, no way I'll lie down and die. The first failed awakener of the Draker family, Tarek Draker, born to a great dragon-slaying clan, couldn't use aura. Unable to awaken, I lost my chance to be a knight. Treated like trash, I was exiled. So, I did everything to grow stronger and survive. Someone said obsessing over strength leads nowhere, but that damn philosophy. The coin landed. The hooded leader shouted, Sweet heads. But before he could celebrate, his head flew. Death came swiftly. Only the strong have a voice. The Northern Phantom struck, beheading one with a chilling gaze. The weak are crushed by the strong, stripped of everything. That's this world's truth. Panting, blood oozing from his arm, he stood, danger still lurking. After dispatching the two lackeys, their reinforcements arrived. A crowd faced the Northern Phantom. Escape seemed impossible. Murmurs arose. He reattached his severed arm? Freak. Gross. Just chop his head, he'll die. Unfazed, he glared, sneering. Let's see who dies. The mob attacked relentlessly, cornering the wounded Phantom. Time blurred as he felled countless foes. Exhausted and gravely injured, swords pierced his back, the air thick with blood stench. He cursed weakly. Damn it. Last stand, and I'm spitting blood. Looking at his bloodied hand, he mused. Guess I'm done. No revenge, but I stole the artifact the Emperor wanted. That's something. He pulled out a glowing statue. Sorry, Alicia. By chance, his desperate blood awakened the artifact, its light intensifying. A system voice rang. Your fierce will has awakened an ancient power. The ancient dragon's soul will bind to the resolute. Emergency protocol activated, Zeke Draker. Do you accept? Stunned, he thought. Hearing nonsense before I die, the voice persisted. Do you accept? Order received. Consent confirmed. An irreversible, promising power is activating. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He awoke in a familiar place, in a small body, bewildered. If given a second chance, I'd never let this tragedy happen. This is Zeke Draker, the failure of the Draker family, descendant of the slayer Tarek Draker. All who bear Draker blood are gifted with the talent to wield aura. They can easily awaken high-grade aura and become knights. Yet, one unfortunate soul couldn't awaken aura, becoming a useless failure, Zeke Draker. But the heavens don't take everything from anyone. In his darkest moment, Zeke's fierce will awakened an ancient power, sending him back 10 years to start anew. This time, Zeke Draker vows to become the continent's strongest. Without further ado, let's dive into this gripping tale. High in the snowy mountains, howling winds carried falling snow, chilling the air to a biting frost. A man's voice echoed from a small cave. Fool, think you can escape this trap? Where's the artifact? A disheveled, panting man groaned in pain. Raising defiant eyes, he sneered. Idiot, would you confess if you were me? Despite heavy injuries, he refused to yield. His left arm, severed in two, dangled. Facing his arrogance, the hooded leader gnashed his teeth. Tisich, tough guy, huh? Arrogant bastard. A subordinate intervened. Enough. Contact the main team first. He pulled out a communication spirit stone. We've captured the Northern Phantom. Please confirm our coordinates. The other end replied. Coordinates locked. We're coming. After reporting, he turned to the Northern Phantom. Not bad. Holding out with a severed arm? But why do both you and the Emperor target the same artifact? Another chimed. Why else? To mess with us. We've been restless chasing him. Before the main team arrives, let's make him feel our pain. Eh? The Northern Phantom's eyes sharpened, as if plotting. The captors grinned. Get ready, Phantom. We won't stop until you beg for death. Who goes first? We're short on time. They decided with a coin toss. The hooded leader smirked. Heads, I start. But they never imagined that, as they focused on the coin, the Phantom gritted his teeth, biting his severed hand and reattaching it to his stump. He thought, no way I'll lie down and die. The first failed awakener of the Draker family, Tarek Draker, born to a great dragon-slaying clan, couldn't use aura. Unable to awaken, I lost my chance to be a knight. Treated like trash, I was exiled. So, I did everything to grow stronger and survive. Someone said obsessing over strength leads nowhere, but that damn philosophy. The coin landed. The hooded leader shouted, "Sweet heads." But before he could celebrate, his head flew. Death came swiftly. Only the strong have a voice. The Northern Phantom struck, beheading one with a chilling gaze. The weak are crushed by the strong, stripped of everything. That's this world's truth. Panting, blood oozing from his arm, he stood, danger still lurking. After dispatching the two lackeys, their reinforcements arrived. A crowd faced the Northern Phantom. Escape seemed impossible. Murmurs arose. He reattached his severed arm? Freak. Gross. Just chop his head, he'll die. Unfazed, he glared, sneering, let's see who dies. The mob attacked relentlessly, cornering the wounded Phantom. Time blurred as he felled countless foes. Exhausted and gravely injured, swords pierced his back, the air thick with blood stench. He cursed weakly. Damn it, last stand, and I'm spitting blood. Looking at his bloodied hand, he mused, guess I'm done. No revenge, but I stole the artifact the Emperor wanted. That's something. He pulled out a glowing statue. Sorry, Alicia. By chance, his desperate blood awakened the artifact, its light intensifying. A system voice rang. Your fierce will has awakened an ancient power. The ancient dragon's soul will bind to the resolute. Emergency protocol activated, Zeke Draker. Do you accept? All Drakers must undergo the cradle, a rigorous training system starting at age 7. For the first 5 years, they endure strict basic training. Each year, instructors evaluate students through swordsmanship and no-rules combat tournaments. In these contests, opponents are usually assigned, but students can choose if both agree. With no rules, matches often end in severe injuries or death. Yet, this tournament determines the classes students will join at the academy, leaving the children no choice but to fight with all they have. The scene shifts to a vast arena, encircled by towering walls, with packed stands. At the center, a man stands. He booms. As you all know, today is the Pancration tournament. I trust you understand this is the final evaluation, correct? Yes, the students below shout in unison. The tall, lean man, with a handsome face and neatly combed brown hair, crosses his arms behind his back. Good, your spirits are high. Let's begin. Be ready. He's Pan Mark, the head instructor. Below, students with determined eyes chant, yes. Among them, a boy notices Zeke, whispering to a distracted friend, that loser's back. After last year's humiliation, how's he here? If it were me, I'd have vanished. How's he direct bloodline? Pathetic. Zeke overhears, but remains unfazed. They'd never guessed the pathetic boy from last year has changed. Just wait, he thinks. Pan Mark's voice rings. Gotta, step up. 2 students enter the arena, taking stances. Pan Mark, at the center, raises a hand. Ready, begin. They clash swiftly. A punch, then a kick. The match ends instantly. One didn't guard properly. Over in under a minute, dull. Zeke, watching, yawns, bored. The instructor announces, gotta can't continue. Aaron wins. In the stands, Zeke yawns again, propping his chin, indifferent. As a kid, I was terrified of them, but these guys are nothing now. Yawning, he misses a student across the stands glaring at him maliciously. After a wait, Zeke's match arrives. His opponent, Leon, has been eyeing him intensely. While Zeke looks tired and uninterested, Leon is eager, itching to crush him. The instructor shouts, Zeke, Leon, are you ready? Both reply, yes. Zeke rubs his eyes, Leon. Huh? Leon smirks provocatively. Look at you back again? Didn't I teach you enough last year? Zeke recalls the pain. Whatever. Last year, he lost miserably, begging Leon for mercy like a parasite. Leon always belittled and bullied him. Asterisk, he's my opponent every year. Probably spread nonsense behind my back, like only surviving dirty trials makes a true dragon slayer. Why's this trash my cousin? Asterisk, Zeke smirks disdainfully. Asterisk, why's this monkey my kin? In my past life, I never met my 4 direct blood siblings. but I had dozens of cousins eager to torment me. Asterisk Leon taunts. Gotta hand it to you. Zeke Draker, brave to return after being pummeled. Or too dumb to learn. Zeke, calm, thinks, it's been ages since I heard this idiot's stupid insults. He retorts, keep barking, and I won't be nice. Leon, enraged, grabs Zeke's hair. What'll you do? You lowly mutt. Wham! A powerful strike sends Leon reeling. The system activates Critical Strike D, dealing critical damage, though mistiming risks a counter. Leon clutches his face. Ugh, my face. Zeke, surprised, thinks, asterisk I just meant to knock him out, but the skill triggered. I can't control this power. Asterisk feeling the strength surging, he hears, Zeke attacked before I said start. Leon scrambles up, blood dripping, eyes furious. The judges murmur, stunned, while Zeke coolly says, who says ready? Start on a battlefield? First strike wins. His bloodthirsty gaze shocks Panmark. Leon, trembling, insists, I'm fine, sir. Panmark, seeing Leon's fear but bravado, says, begin the match. Leon, eyes blazing, roars, I'll kill this lowly dog. Zeke, unfazed, mocks. I think you're the idiot who can't learn. The match starts. Leon charges like a gale, while Zeke calmly defends. Zeke's earlier punch spooked Leon, but he regains composure, staying cautious. Asterisk I felt fear from that punch, but it didn't hurt much. If I guard, he's no threat. Watch his left counter. It's predictable. Asterisk as Zeke swings as expected, Leon ducks, grabbing Zeke's leg and wrenching to topple him. Die beast, Leon yells. But shockingly, Leon's the one floored. Panmark, stunned, thinks, asterisk what just happened? A 12-year-old's combat sense? When Leon dodged and tried to down Zeke, I thought he'd win. But Zeke struck Leon's chin, breaking free. Leon's mistake was letting his guard down, thinking he had control. Yet Zeke stayed calm despite his failed counter. That focus and precision. Is this really Zeke Draker? Asterisk Leon, sprawled, feels the vast gap, not just in strength, but in Zeke's cold strategy. I need distance. But Zeke kicks Leon's leg hard. Leon collapses, cursing. Damn it. How's this scrawny kid so strong? Furious. You inferior brat. How dare you? Zeke, now controlling his power, feels confident. The system activates keen senses, heightening perception. Leon's punch seems slow motion. Zeke dodges easily, thrilled. I'm used to controlling ether now. Grabbing Leon's arm, he yanks it back. Time to end this. Boom! A loud explosion, dust swirling. No one knows what's happening. As the dust clears, spectators gape in horror. Zeke's precise stab skill activates, targeting weaknesses for critical damage. He charges, grabs Leon's neck, slams him down with terrifying force, finishing with a critical blow. Fighting fiercely, Zeke shouts, even an idiot like you should learn from this, right? Students stare, terrified. Match over. Zeke stands, warning, try anything stupid, you'll see. Brushing back his hair, he says, my head's clearer after sweating. Now I recognize these people. Scanning the crowd, he waves challengingly. What are you staring at? Got a problem? Come down here. I'll take you all. Responding to Zeke's taunt, a boy with reddish-brown hair arrogantly declared, Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent. You said I've got a problem? I do. Zeke glanced at him, recognizing Jakin Vardek, another cousin. Smirking, Zeke casually accepted. Fine. But just you? Boring. Liam Stone, join in. He stared at the burly boy behind Jakin, his attendant. That'll make it fair, Zeke said, flashing a scornful grin that made Jakin grind his teeth. You dare insult me? Jakin snapped. Zeke's face turned mockingly cute. Duh, dummy. He chirped playfully. This only enraged Jakin further, who fumed. I'll kill you. Zeke Draker both stepped into the arena. Before the match, head instructor Panmark warned, Zeke, no moves until I signal. Got it? Yes, yes, Zeke nodded, eyeing the hulking figure opposite. Asterisk interesting to meet him here. Liam, future mercenary king. Even in my past life, as Jakin's attendant, he joined the Cradle Academy. Distant kin, neglected in training, he begged to study at Valhalla Academy but ended up a knight in Tiny Baron. After Baron's fall, he became a mercenary in the Chaos era. People flocked to his strength, and he rose as a top knight, founding the Stone Mercenaries. Uniting 3 major mercenary guilds, he earned the title Mercenary King. His Stone Mercenaries fought for the Empire in the Continental War. I faced him as an enemy alongside the Northerners, but this time, things might differ. Asterisk Zeke mused, unaware the organizers had signaled both sides to prepare. As the signal dropped, Jakin Vardek launched a lightning-fast attack. His punch boomed through the air, but it wasn't enough to faze Zeke, who caught it effortlessly. I said come at me together, Zeke said coldly, exuding a dangerous aura. Jakin, sweating, snarled, "Think I'm waiting for your tricks?" He swung a high kick at Zeke's head, but pain shot through him. His kick had slammed into Zeke's elbow. "Pay attention before you kick," Zeke taunted, raising his elbow. Jakin, momentarily stunned, couldn't attack. Seizing the chance, Zeke lunged. "Were you looking?" He balled his fist, feinting a punch. Jakin raised his arms to block, but it was a ruse. "You're too scared to spot a fake," Zeke sneered, kicking Jakin's knee, making him stumble. Spinning, Zeke landed a punch to Jakin's ribs, causing him to vomit blood. Mocking, "Haha, you alone? No chance." Jakin, realizing his weakness, yelled, "Liam, kill this bastard." Facing the future mercenary king, Zeke dropped his cockiness. "He's just 12 like us. His range is the problem. If he strikes first, I'm done. I need the initiative." As Liam raised his arm, Zeke darted forward, landing a punch to halt Liam's attack. Activating /D, a skill unleashing rapid strikes to obscure vision, Zeke's body split into countless purple afterimages, attacking Liam from all angles. Liam could only hunker down and endure. Spectators' faces shifted. "What the hell's that?" they gasped. Only Pan Mark recognized it, Northern Fist techniques from the Midlands. In a sword-dominated place like this, how does Zeke know it? Zeke, straining from the onslaught, cursed his weak body. Damn, this trash body. Already aching. But Liam's monstrous physique is the real issue. He's not countering or dodging, just tanking everything tougher than his mercenary king days. My body's nearing its limit. His strength is unreal. Still, I'll break his guard and take him down. Inhaling deeply, Zeke focused power into his right fist. Liam's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift, and heightened his focus. Without warning, Zeke flashed forward, throwing a punch. With terrifying reflexes, Liam tilted his head, slapping Zeke's arm to redirect the blow. The miss stung Zeke. Ether's invisible. Everyone here has insane senses. As Zeke pondered, Liam grabbed his wrist with his left hand, hurling Zeke like a chair with monstrous strength. But Zeke wasn't outdone. Mid-air, he coiled his legs, using the throw's momentum to knee Liam's head. Activating keen senses to boost perception, Zeke clamped both legs around Liam's neck. No matter how strong, without oxygen, you're done, he thought, tightening his grip. Liam fought back, pummeling Zeke's ribs with his left arm, forcing Zeke to spit blood. "You maniac!" Zeke gritted, enduring. "Fine, let's see who lasts." They clashed in a test of endurance, blows echoing. Zeke choked Liam, whose face reddened from oxygen loss. The tension gripped the crowd, eyes sweating with fear. Finally, Liam collapsed, unconscious from asphyxiation. From the stands, another boy watched Zeke's victory, grinning. "Nice, Zeke. That's more like it. Now you're worth crushing, Zeke Draker." The next day, as Zeke recovered from his injuries, Decker visited his room to check on him. "I heard you were injured in the Pancration match. Are you all right, young master? If it's not too bold, may I check your pulse?" Zeke thought. He wants to see if I've awakened my aura? Buttoning his shirt, he replied. "One moment." After fastening the last button, he offered his wrist. Decker thanked him politely. "Thank you, young master." Placing 2 fingers on Zeke's wrist, Decker channeled a subtle power. Zeke recognized it as the technique of a blue knight, used to detect awakening. Normally, checking the Danteon sufficed, but Decker was thorough. Channeling aura into another's body was already difficult, yet he controlled it with precision. "He's definitely a blue knight," Zeke mused. "Not all knights are equal. They're ranked by martial prowess and aura control. White swordsman, basic level, most unblessed children. Yellow swordsman, awakened aura and open Danteon, all cradle students post-blessing. Mastering aura control earns the knight title. Purple knight, can reinforce swords with aura. Blue knight, can form aura blades, surpassing human limits. The mercenary king Liam and I, before regression, reached red knight. Black knights exist, but they're rare monsters on the continent." As Decker probed, Zeke wondered, how's a commander like him my caretaker? "No matter. He can't detect my ether. Only 2 people in the world can use it." Finishing, Decker said calmly, "Young master, are you hiding something?" Zeke replied cautiously. "Why? Are you hiding something from me?" They locked eyes in silence. Zeke waved it off, heading out. "Just kidding." He paused at Decker's question. "Why the sudden change, young master?" Zeke's voice turned cold. "Wrong question. Ask why it took me this long to change." Turning with a menacing look, he added, "Things will shift now. Everything will fall into place. Just follow me." Decker bowed deeply, hand on chest. "Understood, young master." He continued, "I've prepared the training room as requested." "Good. I like your efficiency. See you tomorrow." Zeke smiled. "Rest well?" He stepped out. Walking the corridor, Zeke thought, "I need Decker by my side. If he's spying for information, who sent him? My siblings?" Entering the lavish training room Decker prepared, Zeke marveled. TCH, this family lives up to its name. Checking his system, he noted his slash skill had reached proficiency, improving with use. Sitting, he pondered, my skills activate naturally based on actions, so I had them before. If I learn something new, will it join the system? What's the difference between skills and class skills? Are they triggered the same way? A new skill, Dragon Human Art, appeared, locked, requiring 10 karma points. He had none. Karma? You earn points by killing monsters, abundant in the Abyss dungeon. But I need Purple Knight level to get there. Curious about his regression and the system's link to the artifact that sent him back, Zeke wondered, why, and what is this system? Gripping a heavy sword, hands trembling, he sighed, as long as it makes me stronger, I'll use it, whatever it is. As a Draker, 2 powers rule the world, Knight's aura and Mage's mana. Knights cultivate aura in their Danteon, Mages channel mana through magic circles. These powers are polar opposites, one awakening precludes the other. But Zeke was unlucky, unable to awaken either Danteon or magic circle, leading to his rejection by the family and years of wandering. During that time, he met his master, who taught him much. The most valuable lesson was healing with ether, a natural energy his master developed. Zeke became one of the few who could wield it. Training furiously, Zeke recalled those grueling days. My master and I are the only ether users in the world. After an exhausting sword session, Zeke collapsed, leaning on his sword, 2 hours, and I'm half dead. Safe here, right? His healing skill auto-activated, rapidly restoring vitality, erasing training scratches. Healing was rare. Zeke didn't know it existed until meeting his master. Using it publicly would brand him a freak, why he avoided it against Liam. After recovering in private, he grabbed his sword, training until dusk. Sweating, he looked skyward, panting, dinner time. What a tell-decker. He glanced at the training floor, scarred with deep sword marks. A week later, at the Cradle's dining hall, lavish dishes filled the air with aroma. Diners buzzed. Heard about Zeke? He's a different person now. That failure? Maybe he's into dark magic. Nonsense. I hope he's stronger so I can fight him. At a grand table laden with gourmet food, Reina Turuin, the only girl among 3 boys and herself, savored a steak. Each had a personal attendant. One spoke, you may not be hungry, but eat. You need energy for swordplay. Cutting his meat slowly, it was Owen Simon. Opposite, a brash boy with bandaged face, Jakin, snapped. You mocking me? Owen, chewing calmly, just being friendly. Didn't expect your inferiority complex to be that bad. Jakin slammed the table, standing. What? The jolt knocked Reina's meat off her plate, her brow furrowing in annoyance as she glared. Before she spoke, someone asked, so, what's the plan? All thought of Zeke Draker. One said, the Pancratian was brutal but impressive. He'll flop in swordsmanship. What can he do if he can't lift a sword? Another added, right? He's so weak he needs custom swords. Regular ones are too heavy. Laughter erupted. A strong, resolute voice cut through. We can't lose to that lowlife. How could he win? You saw it. His Pancratian victory was luck. Reina stood. I see. Luck? If you believe that, you don't deserve to be Draker Knights. Reina grabbed her sword and left. Sword duels, unlike Pancratian, used real blades, causing most cradle accidents and highlighting skill gaps. A month after this exam, the blessing ceremony would awaken the Draker's aura. At the arena, the head instructor called, Zeke, step up. Zeke advanced, wielding an absurdly long sword, drawing curious glances. What's with that oversized sword? Thinks a bigger blade makes him stronger. Murmurs rose from the stands. Opposite, Reina approached, declaring, Zeke Draker, I choose you. Her fighting spirit blazed. Fearless, Zeke agreed. Sounds good. I accept. He pointed his sword at her face. Reina calmly drew her blade. Assessing, he wields that 2-handed sword effortlessly. Facing him now, this isn't the Zeke I knew, barely able to lift a sword. Has he grown? His aura. Her thoughts stirred unease. Clenching her jaw, she scolded herself. What am I saying? I can't let him intimidate me. She confidently reaffirmed her challenge, though inwardly less certain. I must fight with all my pride. Zeke mused, as always, but facing the Lightning Knight will be intense. Known as the Lightning Knight, she earned fame in the Continental War, one of the strongest of Draker's next generation. Having awakened aura years before the blessing, she likely did so by now, but avoids using it in the cradle to hone her basics. As both steadied, the instructor shouted, Begin. Reina flashed like lightning, thrusting her sword at Zeke. He deflected it with his blade. She retreated to maintain distance, then used her speed to circle behind, launching a powerful stab. Zeke raised his sword to block, but the force nearly flung him off the arena. She's better than I expected, he thought. Reina gave no pause, attacking relentlessly. From the stands, Leon shouted, Stop toying with him, Reina. Finish him. Reina pushed harder. Jakin, beside Leon, snapped, Idiot. Does it look like she's toying? From Reina's perspective, as she pinned Zeke with strikes, she sought a breach. There's a narrow gap, but she was stunned. No matter how fast she exploited it, Zeke's sword met hers, as if mocking her efforts. Another gap appeared. It's like a training duel meant to teach me. Doubting herself, after another clash, Reina was pushed back, and both paused. Sweat drenched her face from constant attacks, while Zeke, not even sweating, seemed bored. So this is how the Lightning Knight fights in the cradle. Her sword plays honest, as expected from someone obsessed with basics. But that's her limitation. Let's help her break through. Lowering his stance like a stalking panther, Zeke alarmed Reina. An ultra-low attack stance. He's closing the gap in one move. My speed's not ordinary. As Zeke charged, flashing before her, she thought, he's fast. But with distance, I can counter. She dodged his swing, but Zeke's next move surprised her. He slashed diagonally, scraping the floor, sending stone shards flying into her face, bloodying it. With no time to react, Reina regained her stance, but Zeke seized her imbalance, swinging at her throat. I'm done, she thought. Miraculously, her speed and strength surged, deflecting Zeke's sword, which lodged in the floor. The crowd roared. Zeke lost. Reina's unstoppable. As usual, she didn't use aura, but the instructor saw differently wrong. The students didn't notice, but as Zeke's strike neared, Reina used the tiniest aura, nearly undetectable. Reina, who swore never to use aura until the academy, was forced to buy that boy. Reina, dazed, blamed herself, unable to believe she'd used aura. A voice snapped. What are you doing? Seizing her distraction, Zeke charged without hesitation. The fight's not over. He aimed a fist at her throat, drawing blood, forcing her to kneel. The stands erupted. This is a sword duel. We won't tolerate such dirty attacks. Right. A knight abandoning his sword? Reina won. You've no honor to be a knight. Shameful. Insults reigned, but Zeke ignored them. Winning mattered. Reina, after a brief pause, struggled up. Zeke asked, want to continue? She fumed. I haven't lost. He hit me because I dropped my guard. Realizing, if that was a dagger, I'd be dead, she reluctantly admitted. I lose. The stands fell silent. Zeke Draker, recently called human scum, had defeated one of Draker's finest. Pan Mark, as referee, could hardly believe it, announcing, the winner is Zeke Draker. Both turned and left in silence. The scene shifts to a dilapidated castle, strewn with countless soldier corpses, evidence of a recent monster attack. As others clean up, two men sit drinking tea in a room. The dark-haired man, face etched with distress, glares at his companion. Aben, how can you sip tea in this mess? They say that bastard Zeke beat Reina. He glances at a letter on the table. Aben shakes his head lightly. TCH, always so serious. How long until the blessing ceremony? We've got until the next full moon. Seems like a good time to visit home. Standing, he heads for the door, startling his companion. What? You're going yourself? Yeah, he's piqued my curiosity. I want to know what awakening my little brother's gone through. Aben's cold gaze drifts to the window. Back to Zeke. Though his victory shocked the cradle, he simply returned to base and resumed training. Time flew. A month later, on the blessing ceremony day, Zeke was deep in practice. The more he trained, the more puzzled he grew. How did I, with this body, become a red knight in my past life? Opening his status window, he muttered. The screen appeared, showing significant progress after a month of relentless training. Precise stab reached proficiency, critical strike hit veteran level, and agile footwork reached veteran. Scanning the descriptions, Zeke nodded, as expected. One skill's proficiency surpassed mastery. It ranked up, resetting proficiency. I even boosted agile footwork, gained during combat. A knock interrupted. Without turning, he knew. Decker, what is it? Decker reminded him, we leave in 2 hours. All right, I'll join soon. Prepare everything, Zeke nodded. After readying himself, he boarded a carriage to the main estate for the ceremony. Staring ahead, he mused, it's been ages since I was at the main estate. It's the Draker families, in Duke Troy's territory. Though the main house is at the Four Seasons Fortress in the Midlands, the blessing must happen at the estate, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. Arriving, Zeke stepped down. Before him loomed the Draker estate, the Dragon's Lair. In the grand hall, children of age gathered for the ritual. Amid their solemn stance, Zeke scanned the room. Asterisk I never noticed before, but these guests are big names I've only read about in continental papers. The family must have sent spies to watch me. Whatever their motives, once they see my awakening fail, asterisk he thought, they'll ignore me. A piercing gaze caught his attention. Turning, his face twisted with rage. Why's that bastard here? Across the hall, two men shook hands. Been a while, huh, one said. Haha, indeed, Aben replied. Curious, the other asked, so, why were you at the blessing? Someone in this batch catch your eye? Aben waved it off. Nah, other reasons. Just happens my adorable little brother's here. He glanced at Zeke. This was Aben Draker, second son, known as the Sword Lion. Furious but restrained, Zeke reminded himself. Asterisk calmed down. I can't do anything now. In my past life, Aben never attended my blessing. Have my actions changed the future? If so, this could be my chance. Asterisk his hand clenched, trembling. Unaware of Zeke's thoughts, the ceremony host announced, let's begin the blessing. Aaron, step forward. Yes, sir, Aaron replied, approaching a massive knight statue wielding a great sword, before which sat a large chalice of water. Knowing the drill, Aaron rolled up his sleeve, dipping his arm into the chalice. Blood dripped from his palm, and the water glowed, light tracing up his arm, unlocking his dantian. Through the blessing, all Drakers awakened their sealed aura upon cradle graduation at 12, far faster than typical knights at 20. Rare cases awaken a Dragon Slayer trait, aura suppression, guaranteeing at least yellow swordsman rank, with some rivaling red or black knights via true blood awakening. Next was Reyna. Her statue emitted red light, delighting Panmark. He ordered a soldier, fetch special gloves for Reyna. Aura suppression required custom family gloves to live normally. True blood heirs receive the Draker name, immense family support, and vast privileges. One by one, children awakened their aura until Zeke's turn. As a direct heir, expectations were high. Finally, the main event, someone murmured. While he awakened, another added, true blood, obviously. He beat Reyna. Zeke heard the chatter, smirking inwardly. Asterisk never thought I'd face this damn statue again. Last time was awful. The blessing was my only drive through the cradle, but it branded me with shame. This time's different. I can heal, use ether, and I never gave up. I stood by my will. So, help me, you damn statue. Asterisk he plunged his hand into the cold water. The statue trembled violently. Zeke grinned triumphantly. But seconds later, it stopped abruptly. Spectators gaped. It stopped? That's never happened. Aben stared at Zeke, bewildered. Though expecting this, Zeke's face burned with anger. Asterisk knew it. Shouldn't have hoped for change. That bastard made me so confident. Asterisk he withdrew his hand. Doubting glances followed. What? He failed? Is that possible? Why? A sneer rang. Guess the patriarch's blood can't overcome the cursed line. Another snapped. Quiet. How'd he beat Reyna then? Must have used tricks. A disgrace. Zeke, used to such scorn, thought, asterisk these people never change. No matter. There are other ways to grow strong. Asterisk. Suddenly, the system flooded with notifications, apologies, Zeke Draker. An error hit a message. Zeke stared, confused, as it continued, critical data missing from identifier. Class data inputted via system admin rights. Class input complete. User talent identified as healing sorcerer. Class unlocked. Rare class. Stunned? Zeke thought, asterisk missing data? Impossible. Asterisk he glanced at the statue, now glowing red, like Reyna's awakening. Spectators gasped. Red. True blood awakening. He started with red. Ignoring them, the system added, connection established. Ancient Dragon's blessing, sealed in user's soul, activated. Aben's eyes widened at the anomaly. Warrior bloodline talent awakened. Your awakened talents combined, creating a unique class, immortal. The statue's red glow shifted to golden light, bewildering the onlookers. Golden light. What the hell? Is it true blood or not? It was red before, right? Someone stammered. Zeke, hearing the murmurs, wasn't shocked. Their doubts natural, but speaking up now would ruin me. The crowd buzzed. No mana signs. Is the sword statue faulty? Without aura suppression, it can't be true blood. Abruptly, Aben, feigning kindness, clapped to draw attention. Why so serious? 2 true blood awakenings in one batch. Isn't that worth celebrating? The hall exchanged glances, catching his drift. A Draker failing to awaken aura would shame the family. In this ambiguous moment, to save face, they'd treat Zeke's awakening as a true blood success. The guests clapped, right? 2 true bloods. A blessing, they cheered. Aben nodded, satisfied, turning to the head instructor. What are you waiting for? Get gloves for our newest member. Yes, sir. Panmark bowed, signaling for a pair of gloves to be tossed to Zeke. Examining them, Zeke muttered, bit heavy. He stepped aside for others to awaken, but Aben's help only fueled his irritation. Asterisk his intentions are obvious. Accepting his aid feels like stepping in filth. I can't stand him. Time passed swiftly. After all the children completed the ritual, Panmark announced, the blessing ceremony concludes. A celebratory feast awaits. It's for everyone, so enjoy. The kids, thrilled at the prospect of a break from the cradle's hardships, cheered. Only Zeke, indifferent, left the hall. Asterisk a stupid feast? There's got to be a training room somewhere. Asterisk before he could take a few steps, Aben's voice rang. Hey. Zeke hadn't expected him to approach. The feast's just starting. Where are you off to? Aben asked with a disarmingly gentle smile, but Zeke felt like a venomous snake was eyeing him. He's initiating contact? Aben, playing the ideal brother, extended a hand. Congrats on awakening true blood. Zeke forced a smile, shaking hands to avoid showing hostility. But as their hands neared, Zeke froze, a painful past memory surfacing, chilling the air. Aben noticed Zeke retract his hand, leaving his own hanging. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, this is awkward, Zeke. Zeke gritted his teeth. Even for appearances, I can't shake this scum's hand. Aben, seemingly oblivious to Zeke's anger, waved. Oh well, I'm just glad to see you. Catch you later, Zeke. He patted Zeke's shoulder and left. Zeke waited, then furiously wiped his shoulder, as if Aben's touch dirted it. Fine, see you, he thought, seething. At the feast, chatter about Zeke persisted. 2 true bloods. Yeah, Zeke's golden light was a shock. First time, right? I thought he failed at first. Where is he? Meanwhile, Zeke, in his room, shed his formal attire. Phew, I thought I'd suffocate in there. Dismissing it, he wondered, why am I fine? True bloods have aura suppression, proving they're dragon foes, the source of mana. Since most machines run on mana, true bloods need family gloves. If I were true blood, removing these should have caused issues. Checking his status window, he saw stark changes. His class shifted from healing sorcerer to immortal. New skills appeared: mana reversal, rookie A, master's domain, rookie A, and 100 karma points. Curious, Zeke mused. This is different. Not aura suppression, but mana reversal. Need to read more. Focusing on mana reversal, the system explained, mana reversal creates a distortion field to neutralize nearby mana. Zeke's eyes lit up. So it's a special skill, not passive, so mana's unaffected. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healing sorcerer, now a unique immortal. Wait, all graduates awaken standard blue aura. Only Reina got red true blood. Mine started red, then turned golden. The system said the identifier lost critical data. The identifier's that statue? When the system input data, the statue stalled and glowed red. Damn, that's it. The statue doesn't just confirm awakening. It identifies user traits and classes. Red means rare class. Golden means unique. It's an ancient artifact, predating Turkan, Draker's founder. Back then, classes weren't defined, so it only verified awakening. They mistook red, rare class, as true blood. No patriarch noticed. I got karma points then. Let's try. Curious, Zeke confirmed using points for dragon art. His karma dropped from 100 to 90, and notifications flooded. Dragon art unlocked. Accessing dragon art. Level 1. Dragon Eye, detailed info on observed targets. Locked, 20 points. Dragon Aura, subdues enemies with aura. Locked, 30 points. Dragon Devour, consume and digest vast amounts. Locked, 50 points. Zeke muttered. Let's see. I can unlock Dragon Eye and Aura, but consume and digest vast amounts needs 50? Better pick the safer ones. He unlocked Dragon Eye and Dragon Aura, leaving Dragon Devour for later. Let's test Dragon Eye. Activating it. One eye turned golden, like a dragon's. Ugh, expected more. It says detailed info, but nothing's changed, Zeke grumbled, stepping onto the balcony. The view stunned him. Haha, this is insane. The garden statue looks like it's right here. This could be useful. The system prompted. View detailed info on detected object? Curious, Zeke agreed. Data flooded. Oliver Wood tables, an MC Empire-crafted drawer. Before he could explore, the glow in his eye faded, and dizziness hit. What? My body. Are all dragon arts like this? Can't use them much. Exhausted, he slumped into a chair, but his healing and vitality restoration auto-activated, easing his fatigue. Zeke's eyes widened. What? I didn't trigger healing. Wait. All class skills turned passive, and their ranks rose. The system read, class skill, auto-healing, body self-repairs, passive. Grinning, Zeke exclaimed, this is nuts. Healing's strong but limited and can't be spammed. Auto-healing's infinite. Gotta test it. Grabbing a nearby dagger, Zeke slashed his arm decisively. Blood poured. Auto-healing kicked in, wounds vanishing without a scar. Stunned, Zeke laughed. No way. 5 years to graduate the academy? Nah, I'll do it in 2. Heh. Draker Academy, the continent's greatest knight academy, draws aspiring knights willing to pay a steep price for admission. The Duchy of Troy, its home, buzzes with life each spring as new semesters begin. Zeke's group, having awakened their aura, enrolled here. Strolling, Zeke observed his peers. Senior students, honed to perfection, resembled adults, though slightly inferior to cradle graduates. Still, they hailed from prominent families. Glancing at cliques forming, Zeke shook his head. they've already staked their territories. This family's rotten to the core. Among the many branch families supporting the supreme Draker clan, 3 held the most sway, dubbed the 3 Great Families. Turuin for strength, Jim for wisdom, Vardek for wealth. Even their kids mirrored this division. Zeke shrugged, whatever, none of my business, and headed to his dormitory. His dorm, the elite Platinum Tower, boasted training halls, a library, and top-tier facilities, reserved for senior students. Even Cradle graduates struggled to gain entry. True Blood Awakeners, however, received the Floor Master privilege, ownership of an entire floor, the Platinum Floor. Upon entering, a maid greeted him. Welcome, Zeke Draker. We've been expecting you. We'll escort you to your designated floor. 2 rows of servants bowed. Welcome, young master. Zeke, flustered by the reception, thought, this is a bit much, even for a true blood. In his past life, he'd never dreamed of such treatment. Isn't this overkill? He chuckled awkwardly. An elderly servant noted, Lord Decker awaits in your room. Zeke hurried to his quarters, asking, Old man Decker, what's up? Decker replied, I have something for you. He presented a luxurious box containing high-grade gloves tailored for true bloods, unlike the temporary pair from the ceremony. Trying them on, Zeke nodded. These are on another level. Glad you like them, Decker smiled. Zeke added, since I've got new gloves, I want a new sword. What do you think? Decker agreed. An excellent choice. Troy's near the Great Mountains, rich in high-quality iron and mastersmiths. Many say a graduate's first weapon is a lifelong masterpiece. He offered to find a skilled smith, but Zeke declined. No need. I've chosen someone. I'll go myself. Arrange a meeting. He scribbled a name on paper and handed it to Decker. Reading Garan Handback, Decker's eyes gleamed curiously. Never heard of them. I'll contact them. Also, classes start tomorrow, so review the materials. Always nagging. Got it, Zeke grumbled. While Decker arranged the meeting, Zeke skimmed the documents, thinking, the Platinum Floor's isolation gives me freedom to develop dragon arts. A knock interrupted. Come in, Zeke called. A maid entered. Young master, Florena sent a dinner invitation. Curious but unsure why, Zeke nodded. All right, lead the way. At the rooftop, a garden-like tea party setup awaited. Zeke smirked, interesting, like a southern gang meetup. Reyna, spotting him, nodded. Welcome, Zeke Draker. My family's a bit unconventional, sorry. She snapped, dismissing her entourage. Zeke, unfazed, said, thanks for the invite. Let's eat, then talk. As Reyna ordered, Zeke studied her, Lightning Knight. She's optimizing her Danteon for aura control, aiming for Purple Knight. So why's her swordplay stalled? Such wasted potential. They dined calmly. Noticing Reyna's stack of plates triple his, Zeke marveled, I eat a lot, but her appetite's unreal. Reyna, unbothered by his stare, wiped her mouth and cut to the chase. Zeke, accept the Turin family's support. Zeke's expression hardened. Seems you forgot, we're both true bloods. Reyna nearly laughed at his naivety. You misunderstand true blood status. Sure, we get perks. This Platinum Floor proves it, but we get no developmental aid. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge. Personal instructors for efficient growth. Without these, no matter your wealth, you'll lag. That's why family support matters. Pausing, she cited. Even Aben Draker, a true blood like us, youngest White Knight and now Black Knight, relied on his mother's gym family. Though my Turin patriarch didn't say why, he said you won't get support from your mother's side. She pressed, I'll say it again, accept Turin's support, Draker. Despite her compelling case, Zeke waved it off. No, Reyna's face froze. Curious, she asked, why? Turin's support isn't a drawback. Standing, Zeke replied softly, it's not that. I don't need more than what I've got as a true blood. It's not much, but it's enough. For this meal, I'll offer advice. Your sword carries too much force. You're fixated on someone. Listen, Reyna, your greatest strength is flexibility from a nimble body. Don't meet attacks head-on to crush foes. Deflect their strikes and deliver precise, elegant blows. Do that, and you'll grow far beyond now. As he spoke, Zeke flicked his hand, swirling nearby leaves around him like a whirlwind. Reyna's eyes widened in shock. With that, Zeke waved. Thanks for the meal. Reyna, reflecting on his words, clenched her fist. Turin stands for strength. I'm just following tradition, not obsessing over others. But he's right. My fixation on proving my Turin worth seeped into my swordplay. He saw through it. As a child, everyone called me a genius, but no one gave real advice. Zeke Draker's different. Who is he? Back at Zeke's position, he wandered the campus, musing, all my class skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How am I fine after training all night? This was thanks to this class skill, infinite vitality, which rapidly offset fatigue with boundless energy, a step above robust vitality. In my past life, this place was hell, but as a true awakener now, it's paradise. Money and power aren't everything, but nothing beats this. A voice called from behind. Zeke Draker. So you're in the special class too? Turning, Zeke recognized Owen Simon, third son of the Jim family, one of the three great families. Known for their cunning, Owen often manipulated others to bully Zeke while maintaining a perfect image. Why's he acting friendly now? Owen, playing the good guy, said, I invited you to dinner, but you didn't reply. Didn't get my letter? Zeke smirked, recalling the letter in his room. Oh, that thing on my desk? Seeing Zeke's recognition, Owen pressed. Why didn't you respond? Zeke chuckled, his face cold. You're hilarious. Why should I? Owen's attitude shifted, but before he could signal, a lackey stepped forward. How rude. Despite the young master's kindness, Zeke Draker. The speaker was a hulking figure with an arrogant face, but Zeke didn't recognize him. Who's this? The brute laughed maniacally. Haha, you don't know me? Seems cradle kids are worthless. Zeke grasped the lackey's intent, but had no time for games. Turning to leave, he said, I get you're showing off for your master, but know who you're talking to. The brute, done talking, ambushed Zeke with a thunder fist. Zeke's reflexes saved him, merely pushed back unharmed. Assessing the strike, senior students can manipulate basic aura. The attacker, seeing Zeke unscathed, boasted, I'm Durbin Roswell. They call me Durbin the Mighty. For young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson. Unaware of the danger, he bragged. Durbin the Mighty? A non-knight with a nickname? Laughable, Zeke mocked, charging. He vanished, reappearing before Durbin, landing a mountain crusher punch to his gut. Blood sprayed from Durbin's nose and mouth as he flew back like a cannonball. To deter further pests, Zeke scanned Owen's lackeys. Durbin the Mighty's down. Who's next? Pick fast. Owen, as cunning as Zeke predicted, showed no anger at his lackey's defeat. Instead, he led his entourage past Zeke. You love basking in glory, huh? Pathetic. As they left, Zeke muttered, Draker Academy splits into two classes. The regular class teaches that without talent, effort prevails with strict dawn-to-dusk regiments. The special class lets you pick electives beyond basics, gathering the greatest elites. Eager for the special class, Zeke entered, scanning the room, but most here are just Cradle alumni. Special class? More like Cradle class. He scoffed, recognizing familiar faces he was sick of. As the class chattered, the professor's voice boomed. To inspire our special class freshmen, we have a distinguished guest. Not only the commander in the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but a hero who halted the Empire's invasion with sheer cunning. Please welcome General Howard Draker. A portly old man waddled in, waving. Great to meet you all. Howard Draker, the Academy's headmaster and war hero, was revered as a strategic genius. In truth, he leaked intel to enemies for self-preservation, accidentally causing their chaos. Howard's a lucky traitor, not a hero. That rat framed me, got me expelled, and left me homeless, wandering Troy until slavers sold me to Cato's south. Zeke vowed revenge. After brief chatter, Howard left. The teacher resumed, I trust you've noted the headmaster's words. Now, we begin basic lessons. Grab your swords and head to the arena. The students roared, yes, sir. At the special class's indoor arena, vast despite being enclosed, Zeke frowned at the lesson. Even the special class drills dragon-slaying basics. In my past life, unable to use aura, I wasted 2 years on what should have taken 3 months. Sighing, please be easy. A young knight spoke, welcome, students. I'm Andre Draker, teaching you dragon-slaying basics. This was the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. Too young for fame, students didn't recognize him. Who's he? So young, some whispered, that's the Draker uniform. Only Zeke knew him. Not a pure awakener, Andre graduated Valhalla as valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius, earning the Draker name. Even special class teacher, back at Zeke's position, he wandered the campus, musing, all my class skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How am I fine after training all night? This was thanks to this class skill, infinite vitality, which rapidly offset fatigue with boundless energy, a step above robust vitality. In my past life, this place was hell, but as a true awakener now, it's paradise. Money and power aren't everything, but nothing beats this. A voice called from behind. Zeke Draker. So you're in the special class too? Turning, Zeke recognized Owen Simon, third son of the Jim family, one of the 3 great families. Known for their cunning, Owen often manipulated others to bully Zeke while maintaining a perfect image. Why's he acting friendly now? Owen, playing the good guy, said, I invited you to dinner, but you didn't reply. Didn't get my letter? Zeke smirked, recalling the letter in his room. Oh, that thing. Andre's eyes blazed with challenge. Don't worry, I won't use aura on a student. His words thrilled Zeke. Exempt from class? Sweet. I can beat Andre. I know his weakness. But with Aben watching, drawing too much attention's risky. I'll just graze his clothes and lose. Gripping his sword, Zeke agreed. All right. He shot forward like lightning, swinging with full force at Andre's throat, the slash whistling through the air. Andre effortlessly parried, knocking Zeke's sword aside. Unfazed, Zeke thought, as expected of a blue knight. This won't be easy. He circled, attacking from all angles, but couldn't breach the Rose Knight's defense. 30 minutes passed, and the students below marveled. 30 minutes, and he hasn't even grazed Andre's clothes. Too strong. Unbeknownst to them, Andre was trembling with fatigue. He eyed Zeke, puzzled. What stamina? Even suppressing my aura, I'm losing to a student. The thought stung. Zeke, noticing Andre's labored breathing, smirked inwardly. Haha, his stamina's still weak. Suppressing aura's a bad move. Draker's aura training is unique. Activate it during practice, daily tasks, even eating and sleeping, like breathing. Andre's fighting without his sword plays ease, burning stamina faster. Despite failing to land a hit, Zeke analyzed. Losing like this feels off. No choice. I'll force him to use aura. A safe scenario won't cut it. I need an extreme situation to make him use it instinctively. Activating agile footwork, Zeke moved like lightning, flickering around Andre, who struggled to track him. Impossible. How's a student using agile footwork? As Andre faltered, Zeke appeared behind, triggering critical strike. Sensing danger, Andre spun, left with no choice but to use aura. Retreating, he raised his sword overhead. Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 1, Verse 1, Skyrend. His earth-shaking slash aimed at Zeke, who swiftly raised his sword to block. A deafening clash echoed, stunning onlookers. Zeke's sword cracked, and he sustained heavy injuries. His eyes bloodshot. Damn, that hurts. Activating auto-healing, he thought, now I can pass out. Dropping his sword, he collapsed dramatically, a master actor. Andre sheathed his blade, reluctantly admitting, the student's exempt from remedial classes. Scanning the crowd, he shouted, anyone else want exemption? Silence. No one dared. Feigning anger, Andre barked, then you're all stuck. Raise your swords. You'll drill now. Time flew. At the infirmary, Zeke lounged while others trained, exhausted. Though he didn't graze Andre, forcing him to use aura against his word proved Zeke's prowess. We both won, Zeke mused. Andre's final strike, the basic Sky Rend, lacked impact from a blue knight, but Zeke's stamina and infinite healing could have clinched victory. Still not enough for true freedom to live unbound. I need unstoppable power to never yield to anyone. A pungent whiskey stench hit him. A voice slurred. So, you're Ather's youngest? Startled, Zeke's eyes widened. Who the hell? He eyed the drunken man warily. Amused, the man chuckled. You've got the same eyes as that drunk bastard Ather. Zeke thought. I didn't sense him despite that reek. And calling the Draker patriarch a drunk bastard? Aloud, he asked, who are you? Ignoring the question, the red-haired man countered. What did you do earlier, kid? Gulping whiskey, he baffled Zeke. He's reckless. Zeke pressed. What do you mean? The man set his bottle aside, his gaze sharp, playing dumb. You were injured, but how'd you heal so fast? Panic surged. He noticed my healing. I can't be exposed. No one here knows. Clenching his fist, Zeke feigned ignorance. No idea what you're talking about. Unsurprised, the man mused. So that's how it'll go? Without warning, he slashed at Zeke's neck. Zeke, vigilant, dodged, or he'd be cleaved like the pillow behind him. Grabbing a blanket, he threw it at the man's face to obscure his view. Instinct screamed, kill him, or he'll kill me. Unleashing skills, agile footwork activated. Precise stab activated. Critical strike activated. Zeke's sword gleamed with lethal intent. He lunged, but the man, sensing the killing aura, effortlessly caught the blade. Zeke froze. The man sneered, your adaptability's impressive. Like a mercenary. The protagonist, Zeke, seethed with confusion and frustration, thinking, who the hell is this guy? Seeing his sword caught, Zeke released it and stepped back to maintain a safe distance. His wary eyes locked onto the opponent, questioning inwardly, who is he? A mercenary? Does he know about my past life? Meanwhile, the red-haired man, Dexter, toyed with Zeke's sword, chuckling. A Draker abandoning his sword and retreating? You'd make a better mercenary than a knight. He flicked the sword back to Zeke, who caught it deftly but kept his guard up. What's he getting at? I haven't felt this powerless since meeting Master. After that clash, it's clear the gap between us is massive. He could kill me effortlessly if he wanted. He's at least a Crimson Knight. No, maybe even stronger. Realizing this, Zeke slightly lowered his defenses, knowing he had no chance against such power. Ahead, unaware of Zeke's thoughts, Dexter asked, that two-handed sword. It's a basic cradle weapon, right? You've got talent, so why use something so mediocre? Before Zeke could respond, the door swung open, and a figure entered, saying, so you're here. It was Rose Knight Andre. Recognizing the red-haired man, Andre declared, "Gardner Dexter." Zeke, stunned, thought, "Did I hear that right? Gardner? With that strength, he's just a gardener?" Dexter, annoyed, scratched his ear. "You persistent leech, how'd you know I was here, Andre?" Andre replied coolly, "You were at the training hall earlier. You're annoyingly sharp." Dexter sighed boredly. As Andre passed Zeke, he shot him a cold glance. "You can scram. If you're healed, go back, student." Though Andre's tone grated, Zeke had no desire to linger with the monstrous redhead. "Yes, sir," he replied, ready to bolt. But before he could leave, Dexter called out, "Hey kid, if you've got time, visit the West Greenhouse. I'll teach you some useful stuff." Zeke paused, mulling it over, then shook his head. "Nah, I'll pass." He strode out without hesitation, leaving Dexter shouting, "Look at that attitude. Just like that damn Ather." Closing the door, Zeke thought, "Gardner Dexter? Fooling who? If he's strong enough to casually name house head Ather Draker, his power's terrifying. And he likely only took one disciple, Andre, in his lifetime. Dexter Draker, the Whirlwind Knight, a legendary black knight with strength to face a kingdom alone. He was a hot topic when he vanished. Who'd guess he's hiding in this academy? Is that why Andre's here? Dexter was known for his resolute, fearsome demeanor. Rumors even claimed he earned Black Knight for liking black. Zeke dismissed it, probably just nonsense. Dexter's keen interest in him was clear, but training based on mere whim wasn't appealing. If I'm to learn, I'll master his supreme techniques. I'll turn his interest into resolve, Zeke schemed, a calculating smile forming. He began plotting to seize this opportunity. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to a magic theory class. Professor Fan Nong struggled to engage. In this case, what happens? Below, students slumped, dozing, uninterested. Fan Nong answered himself, "Haha, no one knows. When forming an aura formula, resistance can cause real injury." Before he finished, a student raised a hand. "Teacher, I don't get the aura energy flow law you mentioned." Fan Nong's eyes widened. Thrilled someone listened. His face lit up, and Zeke had to prompt, "Teacher?" Snapping back, Fan Nong regained composure, barely hiding his joy. "Sorry, first time I've gotten a question." Smiling, he explained the aura flow thoroughly for Zeke. Class ended, and students griped. "Why learn magic theory at a night academy? It's just nap time," one said. "Yeah, this subject's so dull," another laughed. Unlike the slackers, Zeke found Fan Nong's lecture clear, thinking, he's no ordinary professor. As Zeke packed up, Fan Nong called, "Wait, Zeke." Turning, Zeke asked, "Yes, Professor?" Fan Nong, sheepish, said, "Nothing big, just, it's been ages since I felt I taught a proper class, thanks to you. If you have questions, visit my research lab anytime." Smiling, he added, "I'm a scholarship alum of Diorpha Magic University, so I know a lot." Zeke's estimation of him rose. I knew he wasn't average, but a Diorpha alum, the cradle of magic? Impressive. With such an offer, Zeke wouldn't refuse. "Got it, Professor." Smiling, he thought befriending a mage was never bad. Mages excel at math and quick thinking, better allies than knights. How useful will Fan Nong be? Zeke pondered. As he mused, Dexter appeared on a chair, as if waiting. Less patient than I thought. "Just a week," Zeke shrugged mentally. Spotting Zeke in the courtyard, Dexter asked, "Done, kid? Why haven't you come to the West Greenhouse?" "You know what I meant by useful stuff." Zeke sighed, bluffing. "I told you, I'm not interested." Facing Dexter, a Black Knight repeatedly rejected, he snapped, "What? Why not?" Zeke made excuses. "I know you're great, but I'm busy with personal training." Dexter smirked. "Oh, personal training can't be neglected. Think I'd buy that." Instantly, Dexter loomed behind Zeke. Startled, Zeke's eyes widened. Before he could react, Dexter's hand struck his neck, knocking him out cold. Time passed, and Zeke awoke in the West Greenhouse, where Dexter tended flowers. Rubbing his sore neck, he muttered, "Didn't expect him to hit me." A week was too long for him. Surveying the place, he asked, "So this is the West Greenhouse?" Dexter, pausing his watering, took a swig of liquor. "Up, kid?" Zeke asked coldly, "You kidnapped me?" Dexter admitted casually, "Yup, kidnapped you. I'm interested in you, kid." Zeke thought, not even hiding it. He's impatient. Activating agile footwork, he aimed to dash forward like a breeze, thinking, "Not yet, old man. But how can my speed match Dexter's?" In a blink, Dexter blocked him, forcing Zeke back. Yet Dexter was already beside him. No matter how Zeke tried to escape, he couldn't outrun Dexter's freakish speed. "He's still toying with me," Zeke thought helplessly. "Time to spark something." Testing, he asked. "What's so interesting about me?" Dexter countered. How do you heal internal injuries so fast? Zeke froze for seconds, but regained composure, smirking. So that's what bugs him. Sensing a way to hook Dexter, he said coolly, "If you're that curious, make me answer." Dexter's face grew pensive, as if weighing something. Then he vanished. Zeke, startled, thought, "He's gone? Where?" Scanning around, he missed a spinning sword hurtling from afar. At the last moment, Zeke sensed it, dodging and grabbing it, shouting, "Dexter, what are you doing?" Dexter grinned. "You said make you answer, but that's too easy. Let's bet." He continued, "If you can touch my clothes even once, I'll grant you a wish. But if you give up in this fight, you'll spill everything you're hiding." Dexter's face twisted into a maniacal grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Like it or not, you're in this now." Zeke, reluctantly dragged into the challenge, had no choice but to agree. The duel began, and time flew until late afternoon. The greenhouse was a dust-choked mess from their clash. Dexter thought, "What's this kid made of?" 3 hours, and not only does he have insane stamina and endurance, but his wounds heal without limit. Meanwhile, Zeke climbed from the rubble, struggling to stand. Dexter's gaze fixed on him, astonished, as Zeke's self-healing and endless stamina skills activated. Zeke mused, "I could go all day, but I can't win this bet. Dragon Might, it's risky, I've never used it. But against a Black Knight, it's no issue." Zeke's aura surged, his eyes turning cold, reminiscent of his past life. "Let's keep going." Dexter, delighted, nodded. "That look, perfect." Zeke readied himself, exuding a powerful presence. Agile footwork activated. He attacked, slashing relentlessly. Dexter dodged, thinking, he's repeating attacks. He's fast, but compared to that leech or the Turuan girl, he's nothing. Yet his malice outshines his persistence. "I love it. Time for some light aura." Dexter slipped a hand into his pocket. Then, Zeke activated Dragon Might. His eyes blazed. Dexter blocked a strike barehanded, shattering Zeke's sword into fragments. Dexter analyzed. Did he just obscure my vision? Still, he'll struggle to track me. Dust clouded their sight, obscuring directions. Zeke emerged behind Dexter, eyes glowing, dragon sight activated. Zeke swung horizontally at Dexter, but something fell off. Tracks remained on the ground, but Dexter was gone. Zeke realized, that's his signature move, a simple high-speed dash creating a gust. No wonder he's the Whirlwind Knight. Suddenly, Dexter appeared behind him. Caught off guard, Zeke heard, "Call it a draw, kid." A powerful punch sent Zeke spitting blood, followed by a mirror blade strike that hurled him like an explosion. A system warning blared. "Your exhaustion exceeds safe limits. For your safety, consciousness will be forcibly shut down." Zeke thought. Like teacher, like student. Damn it. His vision faded, and he passed out. Hours later, Zeke awoke, scanning his surroundings. "My room?" Dexter brought me back. Sighing, he reflected. Almost had him. Worthy of a Black Knight. I did everything possible, and it was useless. I lulled Dexter with repetitive attacks 100 times. At the critical moment, I used Dragon Might to create an opening, paired with Dragon Sight to strike, and it still wasn't enough. That final move was surely his secret technique. Absurdly fast movement, honed to physical perfection. It's what let Andre, with weaker stamina, reach Crimson Knight. Shame I missed learning it, but it was worth it. Dragon Might's pressure even made a Black Knight hesitate. Most small fries would collapse instantly. A system prompt appeared. You have one unread message. Notifications flooded. D-rank skill agile footwork upgraded to C-rank high-speed movement. Your soul has grown due to your strong willpower. Soul growth has unlocked new system functions. Unlock further functions with causality points. Zeke read, stunned. Available functions. Minimap. Displays terrain via map interface. Locked. 20 points. Storage. Stores items within capacity. Locked. 20 points. Beginner quest book. Includes guides and tasks for low-level admin growth. Locked. 45 points. Current causality points. 40. Scanning. He muttered. So much at once. Besides storage, let's check that first. System. Select desired items to store in storage. Retrieve by using them normally. Item name, appearance, and storage space depend on size and weight. Expand storage with causality points. Zeke considered, grabbing his shattered sword. I activate skills by thinking. Storing should work the same. Focusing, store, store, store. The sword vanished. The system showed, two-handed sword stored, occupying 28 storage slots. So that's what it means by space depending on size and weight. To retrieve, think of its name or shape. Visualizing the sword, it reappeared in his hand. Grinning, he said, I thought of subspace storage. This is better than expected. Recalling his past life, Such treasures were pricey and rare, tough to find containers for. I can even upgrade storage with points. This function's overpowered. Mid-thought, the system displayed low-level admin status window. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal Singular. Title, Blessed by Ancient Dragon. Reading, he mused, low-level admin functions? What happens at higher levels? If these points are so valuable, I can't use them recklessly. Time to rethink my future plans. A voice called, "May I enter, young master?" Zeke replied, "Come in." The butler, Decker, entered. Zeke asked, "What's up?" Decker said, "A message for you. The sender said you'd know it's from the gardener Dexter." Handing over a handwritten letter, Zeke smirked. Not a total loss. The note read, "Kid, challenge me again anytime." Zeke recalled Dexter's words, "Call it a draw." So that's what he meant by a draw? The chance was still there. The butler bowed, adding, "One more thing. I found the blacksmith you mentioned." Zeke perked up. "Really? When's the meeting?" Decker hesitated. "There's the problem. The blacksmith declined." Zeke frowned. "What? What?" Decker showed an image of a drunken man sprawled among swords. He no longer forges weapons. The next morning, Zeke visited the blacksmith's home. He thought, it's been a while. Papney's Breath is a prestigious name for a forge. Stepping into the large house, he called, "Anyone home?" Inside, swords littered the floor and hung on walls, with beer cans scattered everywhere. Amid the chaos, a sword glowed brilliantly, Ganon's masterpiece. The blacksmith had said it was the price for saving his life, earning him the title Soul Forger. Known for reading souls before crafting, he forged a sword that could substitute light aura with energy, meeting any wielder's needs. The greatest blacksmith on the continent. Zeke spotted a man chugging liquor. Thinking, what's with his state? The man finally noticed Zeke, grumbling, "Hey kid, what's this? This ain't a place for brats." Scram. Before Zeke stood Ganon Ham, the Soul Forger. Though emotional, he wasn't usually this extreme. "What happened to him before we met?" Zeke grabbed a bucket of water and, without hesitation, doused Ganon, stunning him. Tossing the bucket aside, Zeke approached with a friendly smile. "Awake now? I want to know why you rejected my request." Ganon glared but froze upon seeing the emblem on Zeke's glove. Stammering, "Draker," he bowed frantically. "I apologize for my disrespect. A useless man like me can't craft what others want when I can't even make what I need." Zeke, puzzled, watched Ganon tremble, thinking, even Ganon went through this phase. Back then, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith. He never shared his past. Maybe he wanted to hide this. Zeke couldn't wait a decade for Ganon to recover. Ganon clutched his head, muttering, "Why am I so useless? Can I even craft weapons anymore? What's a blacksmith who can't forge?" Zeke shouted, "Ganon Ham." Ganon apologized. "Please forgive my rudeness, sir." Zeke shook his head. "Don't worry. I want to see your failed works." Ganon perked up. "Let me show you the back." Zeke thought, "No choice. I'll guide him back myself." In the backyard, Ganon scratched his head. "Sorry, sir, for the mess." Zeke waved it off. "It's fine." Before them, swords were stabbed into the ground. Zeke marveled. "They're captivating." Ganon, shy, said, "Thank you." As Zeke stepped forward, Ganon warned, "Sir, be careful. Even failures, they're sharp." Zeke examined them. "These and this one. They're not failures. Their quality rivals those from his peak as the continent's greatest." Activating Dragon's Sight, Zeke confirmed, "As I thought." He asked, "Your furnace has issues, right?" Ganon, shocked, "How'd you know?" Zeke continued, "You've optimized your unique smithing style, mixing metals for lighter, finer materials." He swung a sword, which shattered. But durability's poor. The issue is impurities not properly removed during heat treatment. Ganon, astonished, thought. He instantly recognized my method, pinpointed the flaw, and its cause. Clenching his fists, he said, "Sir, this is sudden, but I have a request." Zeke replied, "What?" Inside, Ganon revealed a detailed blueprint. "Can you look at this?" Zeke studied it, thinking, Ganon's secret, the magic furnace design he revealed years later. He recalled Ganon saying, "Why hide it from my savior? A furnace with magic-adjusted heat is my secret." "Back to now," Zeke said. "With this, your smithing will work perfectly." Ganon grinned mischievously. "I knew you'd see it." Zeke asked, "You have the full design. Why not build it?" Ganon's face fell. "The key part is the aura energy law. Building it via a magic tower costs 10,000 gold." Zeke, stunned, thought, "A family of 4 lives on 10 gold monthly. That's 1,000 times more. No wonder it took him a decade." He muttered, "That's absurd." Ganon pleaded, "I need your help. As a Draker and True Blood awakened, if you fund this furnace, I'll fulfill any request, free, unconditionally, until my last breath. Zeke thought, this is tough but doable. As a true blood house guardian, I could secure 10,000 gold, but I can't abandon the radiant sword. Then, realizing, his biggest issue is the aura energy law. Wait, grabbing the blueprint, he said, all right, I'll do it. Ganon, grateful. Really, sir? Zeke turned to leave. I know a mage who can help. If I get answers, I'll let you know. Oh, and stop drinking. Ganon, tears streaming. Thank you. Truly thank you. I'll serve you forever. His sobbing was a mess. Thank you, my savior. Zeke, exasperated. All right, I get it. Stop. I'll update you when it's done. Later, at Draker Academy's research building, Zeke mused, why do those magic tower bastards charge so much? The design looks simple. Fan Nong specializes in aura energy law design. His lab might have answers. Pausing, his eyes narrowed at an alley. Old memories surged. In that alley, cadets bullied Zeke. He'd sobbed, clinging to their legs. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Please spare me. The leader snarled. What? Zeke knelt, tears flowing. I apologize, Sir Conrad. I dared touch your noble body. Conrad shoved Zeke's head down. Good words, Zeke. As a reward, clean the dirt you stained. Zeke meekly bowed. Thank you, Sir Conrad. Now, Zeke seethed, those bastards. Those memories still burn. Their curses echo. Trash like you only hinders others' existence. Conrad had beaten Zeke's face bloody, with onlookers cheering. Conrad raged. That damn Zeke too. An unprecedented golden light reaction. A true blood awakened above all. Losing to that lowlife scum was inevitable due to his sneak attack before the match. But how did that lucky trash beat me to become a true blood? From afar, Zeke approached, taunting. Wow, so quick. Already found my replacement. His face cold, eyes murderous. You've got 3 seconds. Get on the ground, or you're dead. The scene was intense, but the thugs showed no fear. One pointed at Zeke, taunting. Your arrogance has gone through the roof since you awakened true blood, Zeke Draker. Are you sure you're really awakened? Furious, Zeke jabbed a finger at him. Shut it. Get down, or don't blame me. A terrifying pressure radiated from Zeke. Across from him, Lion, sweating, thought. What's this pressure? Just months ago, he was a nobody before me. Now I'm scared of him. Anger surged, fueling his resolve. Lion roared. How dare you talk to me like that, you lowlife? Get him. He ordered his lackeys. The loyal goons charged, grinning, thinking Zeke was an easy target. Zeke sighed. I warned you, don't cry later. Dodging the first punch, Zeke smashed a fist into the attacker's face, blood spraying as he collapsed. Instantly, he hooked another's chin, sending him sprawling. A third swung from above, but Zeke caught his arm, twisting and hurling him into another. A knee strike to the face knocked out the next, eyes rolling back. Lion's crew was mercilessly thrashed, each felled with a single blow. Lion watched, dumbfounded. Impossible. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? After dispatching the rabble, Zeke turned to Lion, voice icy. No need to fear me. Trust me, it'll only hurt for a moment. Panicked, Lion drew his sword, trembling. Stay back. Come closer, and I'll cut you. His bravado betrayed by shaking hands. Zeke's eyes grew colder at the drawn sword. You drew a blade outside the training grounds? You know what that means, right? His voice dripped with killing intent. To counter Lion's murderous intent, drawing a sword outside the sacred training grounds. I, a Draker, respond with my honor. The duel ahead ends when one of us dies. This is our sole duty, free of responsibility for the outcome. Liam Stone, you're the witness. Let's proceed. Zeke's tone held a thrill. The foolish Lion had handed him a chance to end this for good. But before Zeke could act, Lion, terrified, wet himself. Dropping his sword, he begged. I'm sorry, Lord Zeke Draker. Please let me live. Spare me. Seeing Lion's pathetic state, memories of Zeke's own past humiliation flooded back, beaten, begging for mercy, cursing inwardly. Damn this idiot. Zeke had no interest in killing him. With a swift slash, he sliced off Lion's left ear. Lion screamed, clutching the wound. Sheathing his sword, Zeke grabbed Lion's hair, warning, I'll take your ear as payment. Lion sobbed, my ear. Zeke pressed his hand on Lion's head. If your ears reattach by our next meeting, I'll take your head instead. He slammed Lion's face into the dirt, forcing him to taste the humiliation Zeke once endured. Done, Zeke exhaled, shrugging as if nothing happened, and walked off. Turning to Liam Stone, who struggled to stand, he asked, Why'd you help me? Zeke smiled faintly, Don't overthink it. I wasn't helping you, just myself. A whisper to his past, weak self. Leaving the alley, Zeke scratched his head. Damn, Ganon's rubbing off on me. Almost said something cringy. Time passed, and the scene shifted to Fan Nong's lab. Zeke presented the blacksmith's blueprint, asking, "Is it feasible, Professor?" Fan Nong studied it, replying, "Straight up, it's feasible." Zeke's eyes lit up. Really? Will you take it on? But things were never that simple. Fan Nong cautioned, "Hold on, hear me out. The overall structure's simple, but the core, responsible for energy output, is the heart of it." Pointing at the blueprint, he explained, "The circuits have tricky limitations. Minor issues, but they demand sufficient energy and instant output adjustment. That's unprecedented." Zeke's smile faded. Probing, "But it's doable, right?" "Yes," Fan Nong confirmed. "Two options for the core. I could tweak the design myself, but that'd take a decade, maybe 15 years. 15 years? Zeke yelped. "Yup, it's time-intensive," Fan Nong said calmly. Option 2, skip core tweaks and use equivalent materials. Saves time, but you'd need high-grade compressed aura stone. Zeke bolted upright. "What? Isn't that an ancient artifact, impossible to make now?" Fan Nong nodded. "Exactly. Ancient artifacts are rare, and finding one in ruins is harder. A suitable aura stone could cost over 3,000 gold. Summing up, want it fast? Money." Zeke's energy drained. He muttered, "I'd be expelled if anyone found out I can't use light aura. 15 years is too long, and 3,000 gold is insane. Damn, I can't give up Ganon's radiant sword." Most thought Zeke used light aura due to his blessing ceremony, but it was just his healing skill and energy mimicking it. "I still can't use light aura," he admitted. "Zeke's power is hard for humans to control. Besides Master's spirit sense skill, I can't use sword techniques with light aura. It only enhances my body, far inferior to versatile, easy-to-use light aura. That's why I need Ganon's radiant sword. How do I find a high-grade compressed aura stone?" The future looked bleak. Despite Zeke's distress, Fan Nong, engrossed in the blueprint, didn't notice, praising, "By the way, the designer's extraordinary. Even with a complex core, it's a superior design, tough to craft even in the Golden Era." Zeke's body jolted, eyes blazing. Golden Era artifacts. Why didn't I think of that? Grinning confidently, he stood. "Professor, please hold on to this until I return." Fan Nong eyed him like a fool. "What? You want me to spend 15 years perfecting it?" Zeke laughed. "Haha, no way. I'll bring one back. What I mean is a highly compressed spirit stone." The Golden Age was a historical period marked by the War of Liberation, where humanity rose up against the dominion of dragons. This era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut, vanquished by Turkin Draker, the first head of the Draker family. Thanks to this victory, humanity enjoyed a century of peace. During that time, many ancient artifacts were discovered in dragon caves. These were relics from the era of the Hero King, the pinnacle of magic. These artifacts, with techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards, included the highly compressed spirit stone, capable of supplying spiritual energy to an entire village, a treasure from the Hero King's era. The scene shifts to the central library of Draker Academy. Though rarely visited, it is maintained as a legacy. The library is said to have been established by Turkin himself during the Academy's expansion. The library's archive room holds records related to artifacts from the Golden Age. During those days of excavation, countless artifacts were unearthed, sparking a frenzy across the continent. However, their true significance remains unrecognized today. Zeke wanders through the archive room, searching for clues, but after a while, he sighs. "I could rummage around all day and still find nothing." Out of options, he activates his Dragon's Eye skill. Immediately after, Zeke notices something unusual, a wall tile emitting a strange red glow. Without hesitation, he rushes over and taps on it. The protagonist examines the tile he's just discovered. When he taps it, a hollow sound echoes, confirming his suspicion. This is it, Zeke thinks to himself. Wasting no time, he uses the spirit sense power of his origin spirit, a technique he learned from his master. This skill allows Zeke to materialize his will, applying attributes like cutting and manipulation in various situations. However, it has a major drawback. It consumes a significant amount of energy for any action. Zeke's energy blade easily slices through the tile, but the effort leaves him drenched in sweat, exhausted. "Looks like using this skill is still too much for me," he mutters. He carefully removes the tile, slips through the opening, and places it back to conceal the entrance. Inside, Zeke finds himself in a dark underground palace. He has to use a torch to light his way. As he moves forward, he mumbles, "The reports didn't mention it was this deep." Just then, he hears footsteps, startling him. He quickly extinguishes the torch and listens carefully. The sound grows closer, making Zeke suspicious. It should be at least a decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found them before me? Thinking this, he cautiously peeks out. Before him are two skeletons, one wielding a spear, the other a shovel. Zeke frowns. Skeletons, huh? Alright, this shouldn't be too tough. He swiftly draws his sword from his inventory and activates his critical strike skill. In an instant, he beheads the spear-wielding skeleton. Then, with a powerful swing, he cleaves the shovel-wielding one in half. As both are defeated, a notification appears before Zeke. You have defeated 2 skeletons. Gain 2 karma points. Current karma points, 22. Seeing this, Zeke feels like he's stumbled upon a new treasure. Oh, right. I can earn points by defeating monsters. Isn't this the best way to farm points? I completely forgot about this while focusing on the artifacts. Excited, Zeke grips his sword and sets off to find more lovable skeletons to send to their next life. I'm coming for you, my precious points. He realizes these monsters are weak, harmless, and provide karma points. As he casually collects points, Zeke begins to strategize. This is too easy. The beginner quest book requires 45 karma points. The minimap only needs 20, and skills like Dragon's Eye, Devour, and second-tier skills require 50. With my current points, I can only unlock the minimap. With that, Zeke activates the minimap function. A holographic interface appears, displaying the surrounding area. Looking at the red dot marking his position, Zeke quickly grasps the situation. The protagonist gazes at the 3D map in amazement. He notices a distinct area in the corner of the map and wonders, what's this? He touches the area, and the system instantly switches the map from 2D to 3D for better visualization. Impressed by this flexibility, Zeke can't help but exclaim, amazing! This is exactly what I need. The protagonist's excitement grows as his eyes fixate on a room glowing red. He wonders, why is only that room a different color? He taps it, and the system displays a prompt. Would you like to navigate to the selected location? Storage room? Options, yes or no. Seeing this, Zeke is astonished. Storage room? In the past, the exploration team took days to find this place, and I found it this easily. Without hesitation, he confirms. The system responds immediately. We will provide the fastest route to your designated location. The 3D map automatically traces a path to the room. Seeing this, Zeke can't help but laugh. Haha, unbelievable. With this, how could I ever get lost? Following the map's guidance, Zeke arrives at a massive door. He pauses and mutters, this must be it. But how do I get in? He touches the door. Instantly, a protective spell activates, repelling his hand. Zeke frowns at the door. A safeguard charm. Good thing I'm wearing gloves, or I might have lost my hand. I can't break through this spell. Frustrated, Zeke asks the system, System, can't you open it for me? Surprisingly, the system responds, we have received the administrator's request. Connecting to the security device. Safeguard charm has been disabled. Zeke is stunned, huh? You're responding to what I said. The system replies, correct, Administrator Zeke Draker. Do you have any further requests? The protagonist is momentarily shocked. He didn't expect to be able to interact with the system. Regaining his composure, he asks, if that's the case, why was I forced to reincarnate? The system responds, I cannot answer that question. Zeke presses, then what is this administrator system? I cannot answer that question. Who created you? I cannot answer that question. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Zeke Draker? Zeke sighs in frustration. Damn it, I didn't get any answers. He commands, open the door. The system confirms, Administrator's request confirmed. Tomb of the Dragon Slayer, storage room has been unlocked. The massive door rumbles and slowly opens. Behind the door lies a vast room filled with neatly arranged wooden chests. Zeke's eyes light up. Treasure chests? As the name suggests, they're filled with valuable artifacts and treasures. Finding even one would be a miracle. He approaches and opens the nearest chest. Inside are dazzling jewels and gems radiating brilliant light. Zeke is nearly blinded by the glow. There are hundreds of chests like this? Thrilled, Zeke begins opening all the chests to reveal their precious contents. Finally, he finds 4 supreme spirit stones. Zeke is overjoyed. Even better, for highly compressed spirit stones. I'll use points to expand my inventory, but it still won't be enough space. Looks like I'll have to keep coming back until I graduate. After stowing the artifacts, Zeke prepares to leave. But suddenly, he senses an unusual aura. He turns back, a chilling sensation washing over him. What's this aura? Why does it feel so eerie? Zeke touches the wall to investigate. Suddenly, A complex magic circle appears beneath his feet and activates instantly. Stunned by the strange formation enveloping him, Zeke is teleported away in an instant. Next, waiting until he reappeared once more, Zeke found himself inside some sort of warehouse. Realizing he had been abruptly teleported, Zeke became highly alert, scanning his surroundings and asking the system, "System, where is this?" In response, the system promptly answered, "The administrator is currently inside the sanctuary of the Dragon Slayers." Returning to Zeke, as the room seemed to pose no immediate danger, he lowered his guard slightly. Zeke began to recall knowledge from his previous life. The sanctuary of the Dragon Slayers? Huh? In my past life, the news never mentioned a room filled with chests. With that, he opened his mini-map to check his location and silently calculated. As expected, it's not too far from my previous position, but there's no path leading to the sanctuary of the Dragon Slayers. If that's the case, this must be an undiscovered location from my past life. I can't let this opportunity slip. Zeke thought excitedly. Next, he pushed aside the lid of a stone coffin in the room, revealing a full suit of armor inside. At the same time, the system issued a notification. Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment has been discovered. Looking at the notification, Zeke curiously lifted the armor and inspected it from all angles to see what made it special. Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment? It definitely doesn't look like the armors from the Golden Age that I know, he muttered, before noticing a slot at the back of the armor's neck, seemingly designed to hold something. Then, a spark of realization flashed in Zeke's mind. He took out a high-grade compressed spirit stone from his inventory. Wait a minute, could it be? But I can't just leave it like this, can I? Zeke speculated aloud and tried inserting the stone into the slot. As expected, his intuition was spot on. The stone began to emit intense energy, activating the armor. Spirit energy has been installed into the exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. Activating equipment. Following the notification, the armor's eyes suddenly lit up. The protagonist grinned with excitement. Just a second later, the armor's body sprang to life, much to Zeke's astonishment. To stay safe, he stepped back a few paces. Then, out of nowhere, the armor suddenly exploded. Equipment malfunction due to overload. Activation failed. A small explosion is expected shortly. Please evacuate immediately, the system frantically warned. However, before the notification could even finish, the armor had already blown up. Zeke, bruised and battered, grumbled, "Damn it, it already exploded." The system sheepishly responded, "Apologies." Putting the incident aside, Zeke couldn't help but marvel at the armor, exclaiming, "So, a high-grade compressed spirit stone was just the power source for this armor? What kind of functions does it have that requires such a tremendous amount of energy? I'll have to ask Fan Known later." Zeke wondered, but decided to explore the place first. With that, Zeke began moving around, inspecting the warehouse. However, he found nothing. The other rooms were completely empty. "This is the last room," Zeke muttered. His gaze fell upon a spacious room with a glass case placed at its center. He thought to himself, the entire room has just this one glass case. Compared to that treasure vault earlier, this room is practically fit for a beggar. That was what Zeke thought until the system issued another notification. "You have discovered the legacy of Tarek Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Looking at the notification, with no other signs of danger, sweat began to pour down Zeke's face from tension. Tarek Draker, that man was truly insane. Leaving behind the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy. Zeke sighed, then thought, so that eerie feeling I sensed in the storage earlier was this. But now, it feels entirely different. Zeke let out a groan, unaware that the strange aura he was sensing was growing increasingly potent. It began to affect him. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut has reacted to the administrator. Returning to Zeke, the aura of the black dragon started to warp his thoughts. "All right, I hear you. Looks like there's no other choice. Fine, I'll slaughter them all." A strange thought began to creep into Zeke's mind. But at that moment, the system activated the unyielding mental defense skill for him. Zeke's eyes snapped back to clarity, and he immediately noticed a malevolent black aura enveloping him. "What the hell is this? What's going on?" he shouted, still unsure of what was happening before him. For the first time, the system assigned him a task, sudden quest, Tarek Draker's trial. Overcome the powerful curse inscribed on the heart of Bahamut. Quest reward, ownership of Tarakin's legacy. The protagonist, still stunned, read the notification. But at that moment, one of his eyes had already been tainted black by the influence of the evil dragon. Even though the system tried to activate the unyielding mental defense skill again, it failed. Now, Zeke had to battle the influence of the aura alone. His mind was filled with countless bizarre voices, urging him to destroy and ravage everything around him. The voices caused his head to throb as if it were splitting in two. To stop this, Zeke slammed his head hard against the glass case in front of him. The action caused the case to shatter into pieces. Endless nonsense, so annoying. Talking about freedom? Freedom is something you seize, you fool. The protagonist sneered, his face covered in blood. This action stopped the strange aura from bothering him further. The system announced, "You have overcome the curse of the cursed heart of the evil dragon behemoth. Sudden quest completed. Quest reward. Ownership of Terrakin's legacy has been obtained." The glass case crumbled into pieces. Before Zeke stood a heart engulfed in flames. With no time to focus on it, Zeke collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it. I was this close to being done for. I can't believe my skill failed to activate. What was that just now? Zeke wondered to himself. While he was lost in thought, the system automatically performed several actions. Self-healing class skill activated. Endless stamina class skill activated. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon behemoth. The protagonist, exhausted with wounds on his body and a blood-streaked face, stood before the heart of the evil dragon, which suddenly pulsed and emitted a beam of light. The light shot straight into Zeke's chest, causing him to endure pain as if his body were being torn apart. What is this? Zeke screamed in agony. Condensed divine spirit energy is rushing into my body, but I don't have a spirit vortex to contain it? This vast amount of spirit energy with nowhere to go is destroying my body. What do I do? Around him, the spirit energy grew increasingly intense, illuminating a large area in red. Something, Zeke reminded himself. Then, gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he tackled the issue. Full body absolute seal technique. Encase the spirit energy in ether and seal it within the ether chamber. Zeke thought through clenched teeth, channeling all the ether in his body to seal the immense spirit energy. Then, a massive explosion occurred where he stood, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Zeke's body remained unscathed within the haze. However, the violent energy continued to ravage his body. A few seconds later, the ferocious energy finally subsided. Only then could the protagonist let out a sigh of relief. So, I survived, huh? With that, he surveyed the devastated surroundings and mused, the heart is gone. So that spirit energy belonged to Behemoth. The protagonist concluded. At that moment, his eyes lit up with curiosity. From the faint reflection of a broken glass shard, Zeke saw a tattoo of the evil dragon on his chest. Unable to resist, he touched the tattoo and muttered, "Is this because I sealed Behemoth's spirit energy?" As soon as he spoke, a flood of system notifications appeared before him. Absorbed spirit energy has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has transformed into the heavenly bone body. Detected administrator's power cannot be processed, compressing and sealing 95% of the power. As the heir, you gain access to Terrakin Draker's secure archive. Activating beginner-level quest, providing guidance for low-level administrators. Returning to Zeke, the influx of new information overwhelmed him. Heavenly Bone Body, Terrakin Draker's secure archive, quest guidance. Another pile of bizarre stuff. As usual, Zeke waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'll deal with it later. Clear it for now." But at that moment, another screen suddenly appeared. His expression shifted. "Hold on. Wait a second. Go back to that. My ancestor was truly generous." He stroked his chin with a sly grin. The screen displayed a notification. "Would you like to unlock another legacy of Terrakin Draker?" After Zeke confirmed his agreement, the system immediately announced, "The administrator's request has been confirmed. Unlocking the second legacy of Terrakin Draker." Instantly, the second legacy appeared before Zeke's eyes. Though its nature was not yet revealed, Zeke's eyes lit up with surprise. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Zeke's private room in the Platinum Tower. After carefully storing some valuable jewelry in his personal cabinet, Zeke finally had some free time to review his own status. "Looks like the cleanup is almost done. Let's take a closer look," he said cheerfully, swiftly opening his status window. He noticed that his personal information had undergone some changes. Under his title, a new description had been added: Heir of Terrakin Draker, Sovereign Authority over Dragonkind. Physique, Heavenly Bone Body. Techniques, Dragonkin Technique. Word Spirit, infusing power into words. Locked, will unlock upon meeting conditions. Looking at these status lines, Zeke nodded and remarked, "Quite a few expansions here. Let's see what else there is." With that, he began clicking on each new description to check them. The system promptly provided an explanation: sovereign authority over dragonkind, allows summoning and commanding subdued dragonkind. Heavenly bone body, optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial arts learning, and enhances energy conduction. Reading these descriptions, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Just descriptions don't tell me much. And earlier, I caught a glimpse that it's not just the second legacy of Terracan, but also a system window related to Terracan. System, show me all notifications related to Terracan, he said softly. In response, the system immediately issued a notification. To access Terracan's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Please move to a synchronization point. Would you like the synchronization coordinates displayed on the minimap? Terracan's secure archive? What's that? So I have to go to a designated location to access it. Zeke grumbled. Show me the location. Instantly, the minimap appeared before him. The designated location left Zeke unable to hide his astonishment. This is Valhalla, the premier knight training academy. No one except authorized individuals can even approach, let alone enter. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Entering Valhalla wasn't part of my plan, but if something like Terracan's legacy is there, it's worth revising my plans. Looks like I'll have to stay with this cursed family longer than expected. With that thought, he clicked on another description to check. This time, it was about the beginner-level quest. Beginner-level quest. Initiate guidance for low-level administrators. After the guidance, quests will become available to support the administrator's development. Completing quests will grant additional rewards. Reading the system's explanation, Zeke nodded. Even a complete idiot could understand this. So I'll take on quests and get rewards upon completion, like an adventurer's guild or mercenary missions. But what does this guidance mean? He wondered to himself. As if to answer him, the system automatically activated the guidance, initiating guidance for low-level administrators. As soon as the notification appeared, the space around Zeke suddenly changed, transforming into a simulated environment like those in video games. The sudden change piqued Zeke's curiosity, and he looked around. What's this? Where am I? Was I teleported again like last time? No, this feels different, like the entire space has shifted. Zeke speculated nervously. Then, from behind him, the ferocious growls of some kind of monster echoed. Hearing the sound, Zeke quickly turned to look and saw a group of large, ferocious orcs slowly being generated by the system. Accompanying this, a guidance notification appeared. Guidance quest. Defeat the monsters that appear within the time limit. Use at least 2 skills. Reward, system shop access points. Time limit, 60 minutes. Seeing the notification, Zeke's mind immediately pieced together its purpose. Orcs suddenly appearing in a prearranged quest, paired with this guidance, means it's creating situations where I can actively use the system. This should have been provided earlier. He grumbled. But while he was still lost in thought, the orcs surrounded him and swung their massive spiked clubs straight at him. The blow was so powerful it caused an explosion on the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Fortunately, despite thinking about the system quest, Zeke hadn't lowered his guard, knowing he was surrounded by monsters. As they attacked, he simultaneously activated his high-speed movement and chain slash skills to dodge and counterattack. Zeke's sword moved like a flash of lightning, cutting the orcs into countless pieces before they could even react. His ability to do this so effortlessly was partly due to the heavenly bone body, which optimized his physical capabilities, accelerated martial arts learning, and enhanced energy conduction. Zeke thought to himself in surprise, wow, the sword in my hand feels as light as a feather. So this is the effect of the heavenly bone body. At this level, I could easily take down a commander-level enemy. After finishing off the orcs, the system announced, guidance quest completed. Following that, the simulated space around him gradually dissipated as if it had never existed. Oh, I'm back. So it was all just an illusion? The realism is no joke, Zeke nodded, sheathing his sword into his inventory. Then, the system issued the rewards for completing the quest. Bonus reward. Critical hit added to rewards. Bonus reward. Time added to rewards. Quest reward, 40 points. Shop category unlocked. Reading this, Zeke eagerly checked his new functions. I can buy items through the system? What is this? So convenient. This is awesome. Following Zeke's gaze, as soon as he opened the shop, he saw several highly useful items. Giant skin, 10 points. An elixir resembling the tough hide of a giant, temporarily increasing defense when used. Breath of the fire giant, 2 points. An elixir containing the unique breath of a fire giant, releasing unextinguishable flames. Low-grade speed rune stone, 7 points. A magic stone engraved with ancient runes, slightly increasing movement speed. Wings of the Sky, 5 points. An elixir made from bird feathers, temporarily boosting agility. Looking at these items, Zeke's hands itched with excitement. These are all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold coins. Just selling the items in this shop could make me a fortune. Meanwhile, the system issued a reminder. Please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items stored in your inventory can also be sold. Training dual-handed sword. This item cannot be sold. Elf's dagger. Would you like to sell this item? Sale price, for points. Returning to Zeke, the low price for the dagger made him pause. Selling seems to apply only to ancient treasures. For points for this dagger, I could get at least 100 gold coins for it at an auction. Selling items isn't worth it unless I desperately need points. With that, he swiped away the screen in front of him. Then, Zeke stretched tiredly. Phew, what an exhausting day. I'm definitely sleeping in tonight. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the researchers' building the next morning. Zeke sought out Professor Farron to hand over the spirit stone. When he presented it, the young professor couldn't hide his astonishment. You really brought back a high-grade compressed spirit stone in just one day? How did you manage that? In response, Zeke obviously couldn't mention the dungeon incident, so he brushed it off. It's complicated. So, when will the new equipment be ready? It's already finished, Farron replied calmly. Finished already? You're incredible, Professor. Zeke praised. In return, the professor complimented him. Your bringing this here is even more incredible. While sipping tea, Zeke glanced at the professor and silently assessed him. Suspicious. Whenever a high-grade compressed spirit stone is discovered, major continental factions register various ancient symbols as serial numbers to manage ownership of valuable spirit stones. By checking the serial number, you can determine the excavation time, location, and current owner. But the ones I brought would never be registered in that book. They're entirely my own discovery. Suspicion aside, he does have good appraisal skills and talent. Returning to Professor Farron, after completing some final checks, he spoke up. I've verified the serial number. Shall we begin? Next, the two headed to their friend Ganon's forge to finish assembling the furnace. With the energy source now in place, the furnace began emitting a powerful energy. Seeing his furnace operational, Ganon couldn't contain his joy. Meanwhile, Zeke and Farron, standing behind him, were happy for him. Once everything was running smoothly, Professor Farron bid them farewell to teach his class. I have to go teach. Thank you. Goodbye, Professor, Zeke quickly replied. As for Ganon, he hadn't stopped smiling. I never imagined I'd see a fully functional magic furnace in my lifetime. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Zeke shook his head lightly. It's just a deal, no need to go that far. You haven't forgotten the terms we agreed on, right? Of course. Please state your request, Ganon replied eagerly. Zeke then pulled an item from his backpack and requested, Make me a sword with this. Ganon's eyes lit up with a mix of shock. Sir, this is... What Zeke had taken out was the hardest fang of the evil dragon behemoth. With the eyes of an experienced blacksmith, Ganon immediately recognized the material. Wow, a dragon's fang? With this size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where did you find this? To Zeke, this was the second legacy of Tarakan Draker, from the heavenly dragon to this fang. He felt like a tomb raider. It's complicated to explain, Zeke said lightly. Then he noticed Ganon trembling uncontrollably, as if struck by a fever. You not only gave me a magic furnace, but also the chance to forge a dragon's fang. I'll repay your trust. I, Ganon Ham, will pour my life into this sword. As he spoke, Ganon radiated an aura so bright it nearly blinded Zeke. His words stirred a memory in Zeke. In his past life, Ganon had said something similar. He's truly resolute, Zeke thought to himself, deciding to leave everything to Ganon. I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you'll create. I'm looking forward to it. The scene shifts to Zeke's bedroom, where he's still buzzing with excitement, eagerly anticipating the sword that the genius blacksmith will craft for him. Making a sword, so thrilling, Zeke said, both nervous and delighted. Then he recalled the message from Uncle Duck. It's been a week since I got that note telling me to come back after the bet with Duck was settled. Looks like it's time for something to happen, Zeke muttered to himself. Sure enough, at that moment, Uncle Duck's figure suddenly appeared outside on the balcony, glaring at him with eyes full of rage. Why didn't you show up this time, kid? Answer honestly. Seeing the red-haired man's furious face, Zeke's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He looks like he wants to kill me, he thought, trying to regain his composure before replying. Well, you said to come back if I wanted a challenge. Naturally, since I had no intention of going, I didn't show up. In front of him, Duck seemed unable to accept this answer. He charged forward, grabbed Zeke by the collar, and demanded, I told you to be honest. With that, Duke gripped Zeke's collar tightly, giving him no chance to react, and threw him straight out the window. Zeke's face froze in shock. It's too high. At this height, I'll die instantly without a chance to heal. Thinking quickly to save his life, he twisted midair and reached out to grab the balcony railing. But before his hand could grasp it, Duke's arm shot out, seizing Zeke by the throat and speaking coldly. You don't want to challenge me again? I don't think you're foolish enough to misunderstand my intentions. But it's the opposite. You didn't show up after losing, didn't even go to the infirmary, as if you were deliberately trying to provoke me. I'll give you 5 seconds. This time, answer honestly. His words dripped with killing intent, making Zeke realize he'd pushed things too far. What? He knew but still egged me on. Thinking this, Zeke looked at him with a teasing glint in his eyes. That's absurd. You didn't even reveal your true identity. Am I wrong, Gardner Dexter? Hearing Zeke's words, Uncle Duke suddenly broke into a smile and promptly tossed Zeke back inside like a chair, causing the room's furniture to shatter under the impact. All right, you're right, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker, he said, extending a hand toward Zeke. Now that Duke had revealed his identity, Zeke placed a hand on his chest and greeted him. Esteemed elder of the family and former member of the Black Knights Order, I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I've shown. He spoke calmly, like a true knight. His unsurprised expression made Duke slightly suspicious. Is that the face of someone who already knew? Hearing this, Zeke quickly shifted to a goofy expression. Nothing like that. He let out an awkward laugh before turning curious about Duke's earlier statement. But Duke, what did you mean when you said you were once a Black Knight? In response, Duke shrugged. Simple. I used to be a Black Knight, but now I'm a Red Knight. Behind him, Zeke's mind reeled in confusion. How does that even happen? A knight's rank can go up, but I've never heard of it dropping. Returning to Duke, as if unwilling to dwell on the topic, he quickly cut the conversation short. Kid, let's not talk about that. As he spoke, his hands trembled uncontrollably, as if he were suppressing something. Seeing this, Zeke realized this might be a taboo subject for Duke and wisely chose not to press further. All right, since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest in return. Zeke then explained his purpose in deliberately avoiding Duke. After hearing him out, Duke's eyes grew even more intrigued. So, from the start, you guessed my identity and provoked me on purpose to become my official disciple? You've got some guts, kid. Fine, I'll take you as my disciple, Duke said, slapping his thigh with a loud smack, leaving Zeke wide-eyed. Huh? That's it. I need to act before he changes his mind, Zeke thought. He immediately dropped to one knee before Duke and rattled off like a machine gun. I, Zeke Draker, offer the oath of discipleship to the great Duke Draker, Knight among Knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings with dedication, cultivating virtues, learning, and striving to uphold and elevate my master's honor. His rapid speech left Duke slightly exasperated by his quick change of face. You even know the oath of discipleship? That's rarely used these days, Duke said, astonished. Zeke calmly replied, cultural knowledge is a knight's virtue, isn't it? You sly little colt. I'll take that as a compliment, Zeke said smugly, then recalled something and turned to ask. But master, may I ask one question? Across from him, Duke sighed. Calling me master already, huh? All right, ask away. Seizing the chance, Zeke quickly posed his question. What about me caught your eye to make you decide to take me as a disciple? As he asked, Zeke recalled memories of Duke from his past life. Duke was notorious for not taking disciples. Even the century's prodigy, Andre, had to beg for years to become his only student. So why did he accept me so easily? I have a guess. He must have seen my potential during the bet, something surpassing even Andre's talent. He's clearly got a sharp eye, Zeke thought, a smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, Duke didn't answer immediately but countered. Why do you think? Guess, disciple. In response, Zeke spoke frankly. Obviously because I'm an unparalleled prodigy, right? Hearing this, Duke burst into laughter, his whole body shaking. Your confidence is truly admirable. Haha, if that were the reason, I'd have taken Jenna as a disciple already. It's because you have determination. Not every so-called prodigy can reach the level of a red or black knight. Those who grow up without obstacles often crumble at the smallest challenge. Hearing this, Zeke fully agreed with his master's words. He's right. Many prodigies expected to reach at least Red Knight level end up stuck at purple or blue. Returning to Duke, after explaining to his disciple, he grew eager to start training him. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Your first lesson begins now. Yes, master. Zeke's eyes lit up, enthusiastically replying. He seemed eager for Duke to pass down his secret techniques. The two quickly headed to the training grounds in the western greenhouse. Looking at the spacious training area, Zeke was slightly surprised. Who'd have thought there'd be a place like this under the greenhouse? What's he going to make me do? He told me to run, so I ran. But it's been 3 hours, Zeke thought, frowning. At that moment, Duke's face turned pensive, and he suddenly told Zeke to stop. Hearing this, Zeke jogged in place and asked, "So I can stop running now?" "Yes, but I want to ask something," Duke nodded. "Yes, master, what do you want to know?" Zeke replied. "Nothing much," Duke said, his body suddenly appearing behind Zeke. Then, he reached out to grab Zeke's hand. As if by instinct, Zeke immediately swung his arm, knocking Duke's hand aside and stepping back to maintain distance. Looking at his slightly reddened palm, Duke sighed. "Checking your energy flow, not so easy, huh?" Zeke remained silent, saying nothing. "All right, something's been off from the start. At the infirmary, during the test, at the greenhouse during the bet, and just now, after 500 meters of laps around the training grounds, I couldn't sense any aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you dodged. Kid, don't tell me you can't use aura." Being called out, Zeke's heart seemed to skip a beat. Without waiting for Zeke to react or explain, Duke continued. "The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? An unprecedented golden light caused a stir and brought you here. So why are you stopping me from checking your pulse?" As he spoke, he looked at Zeke's face with keen interest. Meanwhile, Zeke hesitated, avoiding direct eye contact. After a few seconds, he calmed down slightly and glanced at his master's expression. It's curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker unable to use aura is a serious matter, but it seems his interest outweighs everything else. Luckily, I'm dealing with Duke. Once I have the sword, I won't be suspected of lacking aura anymore. Until then, I need to be cautious and careful. No need for a long, convoluted lie like in my past life, when I was the family's first failed awakener. With this thought, Zeke made his decision. He slowly removed his gloves, simultaneously activating his reverse spirit energy skill, causing red lightning to crackle in the surrounding space. This truth will tightly conceal my deception. A fitting reason for this situation, Zeke thought, beginning his explanation. As you said, Master, I even have the ability to influence spirit energy, a hallmark of true blood. But for some reason, I can't use aura. This truth will shield my deception. I'm sorry for panicking earlier. If it got out that a Draker couldn't use aura, I'd be exiled. As he spoke, his eyes welled up with tears. His pitiful expression could be considered a fitting rationale for the situation. However, Duke wasn't so easily convinced. He began channeling his own aura into Zeke's body to check his condition. Finding nothing, he withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Zeke quickly asked, "So, what do you think, Master?" Instead of answering, Duke's brows furrowed tightly. "Humph, a kid with such determination at this age, but why can't I sense any aura, even after his awakening?" Duke stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Zeke's heart raced with anxiety. Even if he checks my pulse, he won't be certain. The blessing ceremony is paramount to the Draker family. Even if I truly couldn't awaken aura, he'd likely find a reason to explain it himself. Zeke speculated silently, and as expected, Duke concluded that Zeke was an anomaly. Hearing this, Zeke wasn't too surprised, thinking, "An anomaly, huh? Of course, that's where this is headed." If he doesn't understand the concept of karma, that conclusion makes perfect sense. To complete his act, Zeke asked, "What's an anomaly, Master?" In response, Duke began to enlighten him. An anomaly refers to those with unusual abilities, like someone who can use both aura and spirit energy, or someone who can see the future, things that defy the norm. Because of this, anomalies are often treated poorly. So don't go blabbing that you might be one. "Then why do you think I'm an anomaly, Master?" Zeke pressed. Duke explained, "Because of your abnormal stamina and recovery. No matter how minor, internal injuries take time to heal, but you recover instantly." Duke is certain a massive amount of energy was consumed. He then asked Zeke, "What do you think that energy is?" "Aura." Zeke probed cautiously. "Is it aura?" Duke nodded in agreement. "Exactly. My theory is that any aura you generate is immediately consumed by your stamina and recovery, leaving no trace for you to sense." Behind him, if Zeke didn't already know a bit about his own karma, he might have believed it. "Oh, I see. That's pretty convincing." He continued, "So does that mean I'll never be able to use aura, Master?" Duke burst into laughter. "Haha, no need to worry. The whirlwind technique doesn't require aura. It's a special technique. Special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights, often related to using or enhancing dragon-slaying techniques that require aura. But my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical training. I'll demonstrate once, so watch closely. As he spoke, he tapped the tip of his foot on the ground. A deafening explosion followed, and Duke's figure instantly vanished from Zeke's sight. Then came a series of rapid, successive sounds. Zeke couldn't even track where Duke was. After a few seconds, Duke returned to his starting position and asked, "Did you see it?" Zeke countered, "I just need to follow your footsteps, right? TCH, if that's all you think, I don't need to explain further." "You've seen enough," Duke said. Zeke nodded confidently, prompting a look of anticipation from Duke. "Your confidence rivals a Black Knight's." "Excellent. Show me what you can do." Returning to Zeke, he crouched slightly, assuming a ready stance, his eyes sharp and determined. He channeled force into his feet and began mimicking Duke's earlier movements, stepping along the marks left on the tiles. The previously invisible paths now became clear. Each step was deliberate, whether for attacking, dodging, closing distance, or creating space. Not a single step was wasted. Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duke, watching from the side, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Unbelievable. Just 1 week, and he has that talent? But this level, what happened in a single week? This is a true, perfect prodigy. Duke's face broke into a sweat as he thought. Seeing Duke's expression, Zeke flashed a smug grin. "I'm worthy of a Black Knight's confidence, aren't I?" He didn't forget to thank his heavenly bone body. Thanks to it, his martial arts learning ability had reached new heights, which was why Duke was so astonished. Returning to Duke, seeing Zeke's self-satisfied expression, veins popped on his forehead as he muttered to himself. If only this kid could ditch that insufferable attitude, he'd be perfect. With that thought, he lunged forward, putting Zeke in a headlock. "You little brat, crying 1 minute and acting cocky the next? I'm not raising you to show off." Zeke nervously replied. "That depends on my attitude, sharp disciple." Duke shot back, giving Zeke a headache. "What kind of former Black Knight is this indiscreet?" he grumbled inwardly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the Academy's dining hall. While eating, Zeke reflected on the past. "It's been a month since I started training under Duke. My food portions keep increasing." Before he could finish, Andre's voice suddenly interrupted. "Can you spare a moment?" Hearing this, though curious why the genius was seeking him, Zeke shrugged. "If it's here, sure, because I'm busy." Andre nodded and got straight to the point. "Fine. How did you convince Dexter?" "Straight to the point, huh? He must be rattled that I became a disciple. Though I'm not officially one yet," Zeke thought, then said, "No convincing needed. Dexter chose me himself." His response sparked anger in Andre's eyes. He snapped, "So it's because you're true blood." Across from him, Zeke paused his eating, glaring at the Rose Knight. "What? You're that insecure?" Andre's face darkened. "Is that all you have to say?" Unfazed, Zeke continued. "No, that's only half. Even if he was initially drawn to my lineage, do you think someone like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I became his disciple is that I sparked his interest. That's thanks to my talent. So instead of wasting time on petty jealousy to boost your confidence, why not work to become someone worthy of being chosen?" Zeke's lecture left Andre's face twisted, unable to retort. The scene shifts to the greenhouse training grounds, where Zeke, watching the knight running frantically, turned to the red-haired Duke. "What's going on, master?" Hearing the question, even Duke was puzzled. "I'm wondering the same. What's wrong with that kid?" He begged to stay close, even offered to handle logistics if needed. "I told him to run 300 laps without aura if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it." "That guy's a certified lunatic," Duke sighed. Meanwhile, Zeke reassessed Andre with a new perspective. 300 laps without aura? I thought he was just arrogant, but he's got some determination. The scene shifts to the outside of the Academy's gates, where a large crowd is gathered in solemn formation. Whispers and murmurs ripple through the onlookers. What's going on? Why are all the students suddenly called out here? In response, another person marvels at the questioner's ignorance. "You idiot. Have you forgotten what day it is? The family head is visiting today." As the crowd waits in anticipation, a carriage bearing the Draker family crest soon arrives. Upon seeing it, a young knight loudly announces, "The head of the Draker family is arriving." Hearing this, the portly Howard Draker strokes his beard and says, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." "Yes, Principal," the group responds in unison. The carriage comes to a stop, and a man with silver hair steps out, nodding in greeting. "It's been a while, Howard." At these words, the stout old man hurriedly bows. "I respectfully greet the master of the Draker family." As his voice rings out, the surrounding crowd shouts in unison, "We respectfully greet the master of the Draker family." Time passes, and it's now 12 o'clock noon. A hand reaches out, and the platinum-haired man steps forward, patting Howard Draker on the shoulder and saying, You've been through a lot. I can imagine. In response, the portly man shakes his head. My efforts are nothing compared to yours, family head. Then I'll continue to rely on you. This handsome man is Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker family, one of the 3 great dragon-slaying clans. Turning to Howard, after the greetings conclude, he suggests, Arthur, let's head inside. It's scorching today. However, before he can finish, Arthur raises a hand to stop him. He then steps onto a raised platform where all the students can see him, spreads his arms wide, and declares, Young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train diligently. Your growth is the growth of Draker. Hearing the family head's words, the students erupt with fervor, shouting back, We will engrave your words in our hearts, family head. Satisfied, Arthur turns to leave. All right, let's go. Yes, family head. Yes, master. Time passes quickly, and the scene shifts to Arthur's private room. For some reason, Zeke has been summoned to meet him. Upon entering, Zeke bows deeply and says, To the master of all knights and the guardian of the Dragon Slayer's honor, Arthur Draker, I, Zeke Draker, a member of this family, offer my respect and greetings. Across from him, Uncle Arthur chuckles at his son's formality. Huh, even those at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore. Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea, so I brought something exquisite. I hope it suits your taste. He hands Zeke a cup of freshly poured tea. This gesture makes Zeke pause and think. Even my taste in tea was reported to the family? There's a saying, the Emperor may not know, but the Drakers know everything. Now I feel it. Opposite him, Arthur continues. The reason I summoned you is that I heard surprising news. Duke has taken a disciple. Hearing this, Zeke smirks, thinking, straight to the point, no beating around the bush? Aloud, he says, Sir Duke simply showed me generosity. Arthur, knowing full well it's not that simple, doesn't press further. Is that so? If you say so, then it must be true. I don't know what your goals are, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings. Before he can finish, Zeke interrupts, proclaiming, I will become the strongest on the continent. At these words, a subtle shift occurs in the family head's eyes. Ignoring this, Zeke continues sharing his dream. Stronger than anyone, so I can live freer than anyone. That's my goal. As his words end, Arthur sets his teacup on the table and says coldly, Then that includes surpassing me, doesn't it? With his words, a terrifying pressure emanates from him, causing Zeke's biological alarm to blare incessantly. Sweat pours from Zeke's body, and a sense of impending doom engulfs his mind. Within this range, the life and death of all beings are controlled. The heavenly sword body, the pinnacle of aura manipulation, can only be achieved by Black Knights. Though terrified to the point of trembling, Zeke grits his teeth and says, Of course. Seeing his stubborn expression, for some reason, Arthur flashes a faint smile and gradually releases his pressure. He then says, Of all the things I've heard recently, that's the most intriguing. I came to the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, encouragement alone isn't enough. With that, he reaches into his coat pocket, as if to retrieve something. Zeke, sweating profusely, thinks, I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is on a whole different plane. At that moment, Arthur places a black card on the table and says, As a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. Zeke stares at the card, shocked, and blurts out, A black card? Holy, you're really giving this to me. Arthur replies casually, Judging by your reaction, you know what it is. Holding it, Zeke can hardly believe it, thinking, a card issued to only a select few. It's said to grant incredible benefits and unlimited spending. I never thought I'd see the legendary card in person. Arthur adds cheerfully, I'll add you as a co-user. Use it freely. Zeke bows respectfully. Thank you, father. I'll use it wisely. But inwardly, he's filled with questions. His words are kind, but his intentions are clear. Since the card tracks transactions, it makes my actions easier to trace. Still, using such a subtle method instead of forceful control means he's not too concerned about me yet. While Zeke's mind swirls with thoughts, Arthur's voice cuts through. I won't waste more of your precious time. Zeke, you will become the strongest. You may leave now. Zeke responds, Understood, master, and quickly exits. Within minutes of Zeke leaving, his master, Uncle Duke, appears. He steps in, looks around, and sighs, What a detestable guy. Hearing Duke's familiar voice, Arthur responds calmly, Why so agitated, Duke? Duke raises an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You have to ask? The kid you left in the cradle back then, and now you're playing the caring father? Arthur, unfazed and accustomed to his old friend's demeanor, replies coolly. As family head, I have no other choice. You know that. But what you just said slanders the family head. Hearing this, Duke slumps into a chair, waving dismissively. Fine, arrest me then. His carefree attitude makes Arthur laugh. Haha, this is why you're the only one I can talk to comfortably. He pulls out a bottle of fine liquor. The label makes Duke's eyes gleam. Let's drink and talk. Oh, Red Dragon's breath. You sure know how to pick him. As they raise their glasses, the conversation turns serious. Arthur lowers his voice. Have you heard about the strange state of the continent lately? Duke smirks. I'm stuck in the academy all day. How would I know? Arthur doesn't buy it. Your infamous ears across the continent are still active, aren't they? Duke sighs, as if expecting the question. You already know everything. Why ask, you old fox? Arthur nods, his expression tinged with concern. The Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is scouring the continent. Do you think it's possible? Duke replies firmly, of course not. Eternal youth might be feasible, but absolute immortality? No way. Arthur agrees, unless it's true. What if it involves an ancient dragon artifact? Duke, sobered by the words, shouted. What? Unbeknownst to both, Zeke was hiding in the adjacent room, eavesdropping on their entire conversation. As I said, magic can make you look younger, but immortality is impossible. Unless what? Zeke used his skill to clearly hear a segment of their dialogue. The artifact he's searching for is related to an ancient dragon? It's possible, Duke said. Could he have already found its location? Arthur continued. That's also possible. The Black Knights reported a high likelihood it's in the northern continent. Hearing this, Duke fell into thought. The northern continent? Is this information the Empire still hasn't obtained? Exactly. However, it's only a matter of time before they discover it. It reminds me of the past. That mad emperor, right after ascending the throne, started a war to unify the continent. Only after seizing half the central continent did the war stop. I thought he'd abandoned that insane dream, but I guess not, Duke said. If an artifact that grants immortality truly exists, Arthur added, then the continent will once again be engulfed in flames. Given the gravity of this issue, I've agreed to personally head to the north. Duke, shocked, exclaimed, What? You're going to face him yourself? Even knowing that bastard emperor will go berserk. Arthur smirked slyly, replying, That's why I asked you to meet me. You're as cunning as a fox. They clinked glasses, sharing a silent understanding. You're the best. You always pick the most annoying tasks for me, Duke said. Hearing this, Zeke collapsed from exhaustion, drenched in sweat, his face pale. He thought wearily, I've used the mysterious soul too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I can't counteract its side effects. Zeke organized his thoughts. Ancient dragon. That's right. The statue I took before regressing must be an ancient dragon artifact. The voice I heard just before I died, and the system message I saw before regressing. It's all clear now. I stole the artifact the Emperor used to fulfill his dream. He even sent his hunting dogs after me. Back then, I didn't even care what it was. But I found a clue. The administrator system that sent me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon artifact. But who created it and why? Now I have more questions. Inside, Duke and Arthur's conversation had ended. Duke left quickly, waving goodbye. I'll get moving. Arthur, I'm counting on you. With that, they parted ways. But Arthur suddenly sensed something off. He paused before a nearby room, his gaze drawn to it, suspicion stirring in his mind. Inside, Zeke was still deep in thought. If this is the artifact the Emperor is after, how does rebirth relate to eternal life? Suddenly, Zeke felt danger approaching. At that moment, Arthur flung open the door, scanning the room with a probing gaze. But he found nothing unusual, just an empty room with no one inside. He muttered, Was I mistaken? Thanks to his quick instincts, Zeke had escaped through the window, avoiding detection. Back in his room, Zeke vented his emotions through training. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Annoyed, Zeke snapped. Didn't I say not to disturb me in the training room? The elderly attendant replied, My apologies, young master. A classmate is here to see you. Shall I send them away? Hearing this, Zeke frowned, wondering, a classmate? I don't have any friends at the academy. Is it Dina? Curiosity got the better of him, and he agreed. Fine, let them in. But the visitor's appearance surprised him even more. Rubbing his head, Zeke said, puzzled, Of all people, Liam Stone? Yeah, why would I be your friend? Seeing Zeke's silence, Liam bowed sincerely and pleaded, Please, accept me. Zeke sighed helplessly. I should have left back then to avoid this hassle. He asked, Accept you? What do you mean? Like a subordinate. Liam replied, Yes, master. I swear my loyalty to you. What about Jakin? Liam clenched his fists, cracking the ground, and answered firmly, I've abandoned him. I need to get into Valhalla. Zeke looked at him, at a loss for words. It was the same in his past life. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Liam continued, Please, accept me. Exasperated, Zeke said, Are you an idiot? You should have chosen Simon or Turuin. I have no family backing, so I'm useless in helping you get into Valhalla. And why should I trust you? Frankly, you could be a spy sent by Jakin. At this, sweat poured down Liam's face. He reached behind, drew the sword from his back, raised it high, and without hesitation sliced off one of his ears. Blood splattered around as he said weakly, in pain, Of course you'd doubt me. I'll prove it by any means. If you ask me to silence myself, I'll cut my tongue. If you ask me to cripple myself, I'll cut my heel. I'll give my life to you, master. Zeke glanced back, memories of his frail past life self flashing through his mind. He, too, had lost an ear. Your worthless life has no value, but I'll take your ear instead. Liam's voice echoed. Please, accept me. In his past life, that weak Zeke had met the master of his life. I want to be stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master. Now, seeing Liam's pathetic state as he begged relentlessly, Zeke raised his sword high and stepped behind him. One strike. If you can withstand one strike from me, I'll accept you. Liam gave a strained smile. Thank you. You've been treated right. Yes, Liam stood, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Zeke. He thought, I thought taking one strike wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm a Draker aura user. But is this really someone my age? Liam began to tremble, his face paling with anxiety. Standing before Zeke, even breathing felt laborious. A second later, both swung their swords and charged. Zeke unleashed a powerful strike, the air trembling with its shocking force. Their blades clashed, sparking brightly. A series of cracking sounds rang out. Instantly, Liam's sword was knocked skyward, flying far away. Seeing this, Liam felt as if the sky had collapsed, overwhelmed with fear. Zeke looked at him with slight disappointment and said, Is that all you've got? Pathetic. You may have great determination, but if it's Valhalla, you'd better give up, Zeke said flatly, turning to leave. Liam, left stunned, hurriedly called out, Lord Zeke. Meanwhile, Zeke thought to himself, It seems Jakin really did abandon him. If he wasn't Jakin's subordinate, he wouldn't have been able to enter a place meant for those of low-born lineage, an academy where even someone of legitimate lineage like me was once expelled. It wouldn't be surprising if Liam got kicked out now. His anxiety is understandable. Suddenly, as he walked, Zeke froze when Liam rushed forward, grabbing his leg in earnest. Zeke thought inwardly, Is it worth him clinging to this extent? In his past life, Liam was expelled from the academy, and his Knight Legion collapsed. Yet, he still reached Red Knight status and was dubbed the Mercenary King. Now, with tears streaming down his face, Liam pleaded, Please give me one more chance, Lord Duke. Zeke was taken aback. So he has no intention of giving up. Moved by his sincerity, Zeke finally relented. All right, I'll give you one more chance. But on one condition. If I want you to become mute, you'll cut out your tongue. If I want you crippled, you'll chop off your leg, got it? Pausing for a beat, Zeke placed a hand on Liam's shoulder and said icily, Then, cut off your right arm. Hearing this, Liam's face turned pale with fear. He hadn't expected Zeke to be so ruthless. Sweat poured down like rain. Seeing Liam hesitate, Zeke continued, What? Having second thoughts. Zeke knew this demand would force Liam to abandon his life as a swordsman. For an ordinary person, it would be unthinkable. When Liam showed no movement, Zeke turned away, saying coldly, I have tons of training to do. If you can't do it, get lost and clear the air. With that, Zeke resumed his practice. Time waited for no one, and he had no intention of wasting another second. Though his words were harsh, deep down Zeke thought, I don't know why you're so desperate, but don't lose heart, Liam. Even if you don't make it to Valhalla, you can still reach the Red Realm. But what Zeke didn't expect was that Liam didn't leave. Instead, he stepped forward, gripped his sword tightly, and without hesitation raised it to sever his right arm. Zeke barely had time to curse inwardly, This lunatic, before darting forward to stop him. With a single slash, Zeke knocked the sword from Liam's hand before he could carry out his insane act. The blade flew far away, leaving Liam bewildered, unable to process what had just happened. He stared at his intact hand, scarcely believing his eyes. At that moment, Zeke stormed over, grabbed Liam by the collar, and growled through gritted teeth. Hey, you maniac. What if I changed my mind? You just swing your sword like that. Liam, dazed and teary-eyed, stammered, That, because there's something more precious than my arm that I can't lose. Exasperated, Zeke said. If you pull stupid stunts like that again, no matter how loyal you are, I'll kick you out. Remember that. Hearing this, Liam's eyes lit up. Lord Zeke, does that mean? Cutting him off, Zeke snapped. Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear, what will people think of me? Overjoyed, Liam replied. Yes, I understand, my lord. Later, in the main hall of the Platinum Tower, Zeke and Liam sat at a table, talking. Liam still couldn't believe the reality. He touched his newly healed ear, stunned. Can I really use such high-quality medicine? Zeke replied casually. This is an investment in your value, so don't worry. Sipping his steaming tea, Zeke set the cup down and leaned forward. Curious, he asked, so what is it? The thing more important than your right arm? No, more important than your life. Choking up, Liam answered, my mother. A few days after Jacob abandoned me, I got word that she collapsed from a high fever. Fortunately, the fever subsided quickly, but her body was covered in red spots like roses, and her health is deteriorating. The village healers don't even know the name of the disease. Hearing this, Zeke asked, so that's why you want to go to Valhalla? Yes, because the medical benefits for students and their families at Valhalla are the best on the continent. At this, Zeke picked up a quill, scribbled something on paper, and muttered, red spots like roses, periodic high fevers, and rose-shaped red marks on the body. These are symptoms of a disease that will sweep Middle-earth in 5 years, rose disease, with a high infection rate and massive mortality. It claimed countless lives, but a timely cure was developed and stopped it. Finishing, Zeke folded the paper and handed it to Liam, saying, this is the recipe for the medicine to cure your mother's illness. It's not too complex, so the village healers can make it easily. Though skeptical, Liam took it and said, thank you, my lord. How do you know the cure for a disease even the healers can't name? Zeke replied nonchalantly, the genius alchemist brothers, and Jeff, invented the cure to save a decaying Middle-earth. But the greedy alchemist guild exploited desperate lives for profit. When the brothers learned the truth, they publicized the recipe to the world, so even mercenaries like me knew it, and it spread across the continent. Just say you know an alchemist. Now that you have the cure, you don't need to go to Valhalla or stay under my command. Hearing this, Liam hurriedly replied, no way. I swore to dedicate my life to you, Lord Zeke. He knelt, clenching his fists. I swear lifelong loyalty to my master. Zeke smiled. The oath of loyalty, huh? Knowing the mercenary from my past life is my subordinate feels reassuring. If you fall behind, I'll abandon you. So follow me well. Liam beamed. Yes, I understand, master. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to the academy. A voice echoed in a room. What's the matter, student Owen? Owen placed a hand on his chest, respectfully replying. Yes, principal, I have a proposal. Could we increase the difficulty of this semester's exam? The principal, surprised, asked, oh, why's that? You may think me arrogant, but this year's first-year students are exceptionally skilled. Noble's heirs are present, along with 2 true blood awakeners. If the exam follows last year's difficulty, it won't distinguish their abilities. The principal found Owen's reasoning sound, as expected of a seaman descendant. I'll consider it positively. Owen replied. Thank you, principal. After presenting his request, Owen left, leaving the principal alone. Pleased, he thought. Bloodlines truly don't lie. I hadn't expected to share his thinking. Considering future troubles, it's best to nip the buds early. The scene shifts to another location on the day of the semester evaluation test, the dungeon exploration, a unique assessment method at Draker Academy. In this test, students must escape a dungeon within a time limit in pairs. The distinctive feature is that each dungeon's difficulty is tailored specifically for each pair, with every dungeon presenting a completely different challenge. This is the core aspect of the test. On this side, Zeke and Liam stand ready, awaiting their turn. Noticing his companion's nervous demeanor, Zeke quietly asks, Are you scared, Liam? Caught off guard, Liam stammers. Yes, I'm a bit tense. Zeke chuckles. Fair enough. Too much worry leads to mistakes. Too little leads to arrogance. But the right amount keeps you clear of both. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Zeke Draker, Liam Stone. Brimming with confidence, Zeke strides toward the dungeon with Liam in tow. Let's go. Yes, master. With that, the two begin their descent into the dungeon. But Zeke abruptly raises a hand to halt. Hold on. Liam looks at him, puzzled. A figure ahead speaks up. You're going that way. A dark doorway materializes before them. This sparks suspicion in Zeke, though he remains silent. The figure continues. What are you standing there for? Go, student Zeke. Zeke lets out a long sigh before stepping toward the dungeon with Liam. Yes, we'll follow orders. Thus begins the dungeon exploration. Each dungeon varies in difficulty, but since these are Draker-controlled test dungeons, there's no significant danger. The goal is to escape within the time limit. Each pair's timer starts upon entry, with exactly 96 hours allotted. As basic combat skills are part of the evaluation, bringing back the head of a slain monster earns bonus points. However, the most critical objective is escaping the dungeon. Failing to exit within the time limit results in a failing grade, meaning an automatic test failure. After a long day of searching and slaying monsters, Zeke says casually, "We're tired. Let's eat something." Liam, still anxious, replies, "You've handled everything from setting up camp to preparing food. You should rest first, my lord." Zeke smiles lightly. "I can work 4 days without sleep, don't worry." Liam nods. "Then I'll rest first, if you don't mind." "All right, I'll wake you if anything happens." That night, Zeke sits alone by the campfire, its faint glow flickering in the dark dungeon. He glances at the watch in his hand, thinking, "It's been 16 hours since the test began. I stayed up 3 nights preparing for this. Including now, I've been awake for about 90 hours. Endless stamina only recovers physical fatigue, not mental exhaustion. In a dungeon, anything can happen. Minimizing risks is always the best approach. Once Liam wakes, I'll switch shifts with him." With that thought, Zeke drifts into an exhausted sleep. In his dream, Zeke sees a bell ringing amidst a blizzard. He shuts his eyes tightly. The wind chimes sound echoes endlessly in the blinding snow. Atop a city wall, a red flag embroidered with a golden lion flutters in the icy snow. A figure appears, bloodstains pooling across the ground. Perhaps she's ascended to heaven to meet her ancestors. Zeke jolts awake, haunted by the images. Looking around, he's alone with the fire. Rubbing his eyes wearily, he mutters, "Damn it, that dream again. Wait, what's that sound?" A faint ringing reaches his ears. He instantly recognizes it as the bells he set as traps at the entrance. Zeke douses the fire and urgently shouts, "Wake up, Liam. We've got company. I'll scout ahead. Do not light the fire." Liam scrambles out of the tent, swiftly obeying his master's command. Zeke cautiously moves to investigate, pressing himself against a wall. Observing, he thinks, using dragon eyes in a 4-day exam is too risky. Instead, I'll let my eyes adjust to the dark. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of something. That's sulfur. Could it be? No way. Creatures with a sulfur smell that hunt in packs. Are these hellhounds, 3rd-tier dangerous monsters? In my past life, Jenna hunted an orc during the test, but I didn't expect hellhounds to show up here. Outside, a loud thud echoes. Zeke senses something off. Even the alpha of a hellhound pack wouldn't weigh hundreds of kilos. He tightens his grip on his sword, slowly drawing it. The blade reflects faint light from outside. Peering at the reflection, he thinks, on the other side of the wall, with that kind of noise, it must weigh dozens of tons. A mutant. Before he can react, a deafening boom erupts as a massive strike comes from behind. Zeke instinctively leaps aside, and the ground cracks in a long fissure. Liam rushes over, panicked. "Are you all right, master?" Zeke looks ahead, finally seeing what they're up against. He curses inwardly. What are those Simon bastards plotting behind my back now? A wolf's head drops to the ground, its eyes still blazing, but a colossal hand appears, gripping it. Blood drips from the severed head. A gigantic monster with sharp, bared teeth roars. Liam quickly identifies it, exclaiming, "It's not an orc. It's a chow chow, a 1st-tier dangerous monster. It can easily devour hellhounds, even orcs. Plus, chow blood is the main ingredient for recovery elixirs, so their regeneration is absurdly unbelievable." Suddenly, a figure darts forward, Liam. He positions himself in front of Zeke, raising his sword, and declares, "Master, I'll act as bait. Please escape while you can." Zeke merely smiles, placing a hand lightly on Liam's shoulder. "Don't say such defeatist things. What kind of master abandons their subordinate? Don't worry about me. I believe in your efforts, Liam. You're not weak." Liam freezes. Zeke continues confidently, "I'll provide support. Do what you want." Encouraged, Liam grins, regaining his composure, and replies, "Thank you, master." Without hesitation, the two charge at the chow like twin arrows. The battle truly begins. Slashes appear across the monster's body. Zeke marvels inwardly. Not bad. Inflicting wounds on the chow's thick hide is already commendable, but targeting the joints is even more impressive. Did he study monsters in his spare time? But then, boom, boom. A massive arm swings down, aiming straight for Liam. Instantly, Zeke springs into action. In a flash, he appears behind Liam. With a swift slash, he severs the chow's arm, disarming it. Liam, still trembling, says, I'm sorry, Master. Zeke shakes his head, reassuring him. It's fine. For your first battle, that was decent. Targeting the joints was a good choice, but you underestimated the Chow's recovery. Minor scratches heal instantly. Direct attacks can't keep up with its regeneration. Suddenly, the Chow raises both arms skyward, seemingly preparing its ultimate move. Seeing this, Zeke resolves, I have to end this now. Zeke didn't hesitate any longer, thrusting a powerful sword strike into the monster's body. Red blood sprayed out, instantly finishing off the dangerous mutant troll in a single moment. The battle was over. The system's voice chimed. You have slain a mutant troll. You have received 30 karma points. Ignoring the notification, Zeke patted the monster's corpse and said, this should earn us quite a few bonus points. Liam, hurry and collect the loot. Yes, Master. Liam began gathering the spoils. Meanwhile, Zeke opened the notification panel to check. Sudden quest. 2 birds, 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters, including at least 10 different species. Time limit, 7 days. Reward, double karma points and a random reward. Zeke smirked with excitement. Hot damn, double karma points? Time remaining, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 52 seconds. The test ends in 79 hours. Hunting 100 monsters isn't an issue, but getting 10 different species is tough. No matter how big the dungeon is, a normal test would only have 3 or 4 types at most. But if this is a trap set by Jaken's crew, searching thoroughly might yield 10 types. Completing the quest and escaping the dungeon will be tight. Just then, Liam reported, Master, I'm done. Zeke inspected the loot Liam collected, fully satisfied. This is the head collection pouch, issued with the countdown timer. It's far less efficient than a spatial bag, but it's enough to carry the loot back. Good job. Let's move, Liam. No time to waste. Liam responded clearly, with resolve. Understood. Let's go. In the following time, the 2 relentlessly hunted monsters. Big or small, none escaped. Time waited for no one. Facing colossal beasts like the troll, those prolonged battles left even an immortal like Zeke feeling fatigued. Liam stood guard as Zeke rested. Suddenly, Zeke asked, How are you holding up? We've hunted quite a few monsters. Are you getting used to real combat yet? Liam replied uncertainly, I'm not sure. Zeke said in a low voice, No worries. It takes time to adjust. Taking longer is normal. He then fell into deep thought. Moments later, when the system panel appeared, he realized only 50 minutes remained. Yet, he was still 1 monster short. I've even hunted vampire spiders the size of a finger, but it's still only 9 species. There's nowhere else to look. Those Tsimen bastards could have prepared 1 more type. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, his eyes widening. The sound was so massive it caused a tremor, making the stones beneath his feet jump. The ground abruptly split open. Zeke lunged toward his subordinate, shouting, Liam, drop the bag. On Liam's side, he stood dazed, unsure of what was happening. Then a slash came down. It was Zeke, acting to save his subordinate. Monster blood splattered across his face, but Zeke couldn't avoid injury. This terrified Liam. Master's left arm was injured because of me. It can't even move. Liam wanted to ask, but Zeke cut him off. Don't worry, it's just monster blood. Perhaps it was a lie to reassure his subordinate, but it left a big question mark in Liam's mind. Zeke continued, This time, stand back and watch, Liam. Keep your eyes on the monster, it won't notice you. That's a dungeon ruin, a highly dangerous monster designed to eliminate purple rank targets. Those bastards. Before Zeke could finish cursing, the ruin charged straight at him. Those bastards are really going all out against me. Fine, I'll go all in with them today. Let's see who comes out on top. The ruin's attack sent dust flying everywhere. Liam, watching from the sidelines, was gripped by fear, sweating profusely, his face drained of color. Suddenly, a crazy idea struck Liam. He turned, looked at something, then crouched to rummage through the bag. Back to the immortal Zeke, he was parrying the ruin's sharp teeth with his sword. After dodging, he swiftly left a tattoo on the monster's body. He thought, even a blue knight would hesitate facing a dungeon ruin in a place like this. Its ability to burrow underground during movement drags out the fight. Suddenly, a section of the wall behind him cracked. The ruin's attention shifted, and it lunged at Zeke. The ruin opened its massive XXXL mouth to intimidate, but, You're not on my level, kid. Zeke dodged the attack, assuming a combat stance despite the bleeding wound on his arm. His eyes blazed with determination. Bracing himself, he unleashed a critical slash. Zeke ran a long path along the creature's body, making it roar in agony. If that's how it is, I'll split you in half. He stomped the ground, cracking it open, then used the momentum to leap high and strike the massive ruin. His sword pierced the monster's body, but the attack backfired as Zeke realized he was surrounded. The ruin coiled tightly around him, causing him to spit blood in pain. A barrage of attacks followed. At the critical moment, a sword pierced the monster's body. It was none other than Liam's strike. Mustering all his courage, he carved a long gash near Zeke, instantly relieving the pressure on his master. Zeke sprang free from the ruin's grasp. Liam shouted in panic, "Master, are you okay?" Zeke, surprised, replied, "What did you do, Liam?" "I coated the sword with anesthetic," Liam said, holding up the vial. This stunned Zeke. "I see. The main ingredient in that anesthetic is belladonna. For most creatures, it's just a mild numbing agent, but for ruins, it's a deadly poison. To think, in this dire situation, you remembered belladonna as toxic to ruins and used the anesthetic as a substitute. That's incredibly quick thinking. Your adaptability and fast judgment are truly worthy." Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke ordered his subordinate, "Liam, when I signal, strike again with your sword." He knew accepting Liam was the right choice. Zeke then darted onto the ruin's body. His swift, graceful movements, tinged with purple, allowed him to quickly reach an attack position. Arriving at the ruin's head, Zeke shouted, signaling Liam. Liam immediately thrust his sword into the ruin's body, causing it to roar in pain once more. But the creature sensed the real danger. A surge of purple aura erupted, and the protagonist's dazzling glow enveloped Zeke and his sword. The ultimate move, Soul Body Severing Slash, was activated. With a single, sweeping slash across the ruin, it was cleaved in two. Zeke struck a heroic pose for all to admire. The system notifications rang out continuously. "You have completed the sudden quest. Karma points earned through the quest have been doubled. 2 random gift boxes have been awarded as quest rewards. Current karma points, 780. The scene shifts to outside the dungeon, where a large crowd of students who have completed the test have gathered to receive their scores. A voice rings out. "Students who have escaped, come here to receive your scores. Those who have finished may leave. We'll now begin grading." 2 members of Riena's team respond clearly, "Yes." Examining the pile of monster heads they brought back, the examiner analyzes. Base completion score, 30 points. Goblins, 20. High goblins, 2. Orc, 1. Total score, 180. At this, whispers and chatter erupt around them. "Wow, that's insane. So close to the record high of 200 points set by Sir Aben. True Bloods really are on another level." As expected of Turuin, exceeding the standard by 130 points. Riina replies politely, "You're too kind. All right, I'll start grading the next group. Total score, 120, exceeding the standard by 70 points. Excellent." Owen, seething, thinks to himself, "Riina Turuin, you can't always be so smug. Whatever, if something happens, I'll just deal with it like I did with Zeke." At that moment, a very familiar voice calls out, "Man, how long has it been since I've seen sunlight?" Owen startles, turning to look behind him. The voice is unmistakably familiar. Following his gaze, he sees Zeke and Liam striding confidently out of the dungeon, carrying the massive head of a monster. Owen fumes inwardly. Damn it, how did that guy survive and come back? Screw this. The surrounding students buzz with chatter. No way. Is that a dungeon ruin? Wasn't an orc the highest scoring monster? What's that thing? Did those two really hunt a dungeon ruin? Meanwhile, Liam tosses the trophy head onto the ground with a loud thud. Zeke smirks at Owen, taunting. "You look pretty shocked, Owen. Happy to see me like this." Owen, though burning with rage, can do nothing but curse inwardly. Damn it, that sharp-tongued bastard. The protagonist, ever the master, leans in to provoke further. "Where's that cold, stoic face you always have? Heh, this look suits you better." Frustrated and disappointed, Owen storms off. Zeke eggs him on. "Leaving so soon, piggy?" Owen's anger blazes like a fire, scorching every nerve. His breathing grows heavy, as if it could tear his chest apart. His teeth grind so hard they might crack. Veins bulge across his forehead, and his temples throb as if his blood is boiling beneath his skin. He curses silently. Damn those true bloods. You'll all pay for looking down on me. As Owen and his crew leave without a word, Zeke watches, shouting, "Bit tense, huh?" Suddenly, a gust of wind pulls Zeke back to the evaluation. "The competition's over, right, student Zeke?" Zeke replies casually, "Oh yeah, long time no see, Professor Andre." But Andre barely pays attention, eyes on his notebook, scribbling as he says, "I'll start grading now." Zeke adds, "This is all we've got. Need to grade it separately." Andre quips, slipping on gloves. I'm the examiner, so don't expect me to let you off easy. Noticing fragments of the head collection pouch stuck in the monster's teeth, Andre asks, didn't the head collection pouch get swallowed? Zeke answers nonchalantly, yep. Andre then focuses, analyzing and inspecting. Zeke smiles inwardly, lucky me. The damn dungeon ruins attack destroyed all the heads I collected over 3 days. I couldn't afford to fail, so I grabbed the ruin's head instead. But who else besides Andre would be meticulous enough to check the flesh stuck between its teeth? After a thorough inspection, the professor removes his blood-stained gloves and announces, confirmed monsters include gremlin, goblin, high goblin, hill goblin, orc, and finally, troll. At this, the surrounding students gasp, faces turning ashen. Whispers erupt. Troll? They got a troll too. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the professor continues. Based on the blood volume, it seems there were dozens of monsters, but crediting them all would be unfair to others. So, I'll count one of each type. Additionally, while trolls and dungeon ruins aren't on the scoring list, their strength is equivalent to a group of 3 orcs and 6 orcs, respectively, so they'll be scored at 90 points and 180 points. Total score, 368. Holy, even the other professors are stunned, murmuring to each other. Back when we were students, what were our scores? Another replies, our era didn't even include heavyweights. 368 points? Impossible. An unconvinced student shouts angrily, cheating. There's only the ruin's corpse here. Another frowns, retorting, hey, the dungeon ruin alone is worth 180 points. But what does that matter? Think about it. Whether it's a ruin or a troll, could any of you face them and come back alive? Is Zeke Draker really that strong? Zeke, basking in the thrill, thinks, so noisy. This feels totally different from the days they mocked me, doesn't it? Not bad, but I've gone and done something flashy again. Seaman deliberately rigged the test dungeon to eliminate me. Was this really just Owen's unilateral move? No, even he wouldn't dare meddle with the Academy's exam. The issue likely lies with Seaman itself. I'm being watched more closely than I thought. Hiding my strength too blatantly would backfire. For now, I'll keep it moderate and observe the situation. With that, he saunters off. Suddenly, someone calls out, Zeke Draker. Turning, Zeke sees it's Jenna. She glares, annoyed, and says, you won this time. Without waiting for a reply, Jenna and her entourage leave immediately. Zeke chuckles awkwardly. I won? What the heck? A moment later, Zeke returns home and dives into his training room, exclaiming joyfully, all right, time to get started. The system displays a notification. Dragon skill level 1, gluttony. Eat a lot and digest quickly. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 780. Reading it, he muses, a useless skill I ignored before, but now I can casually invest 50 points. Would you like to activate dragon skill gluttony? Without hesitation, Zeke replies, yes. Instantly, the surrounding space seems to shift, leaving him stunned. He mutters, the skill description changed? Dragon skill level 1, gluttony. In gluttony state, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Moreover, if you digest a monster with bloodline skills, you can absorb their abilities. Absorb monster abilities? I should have activated this before the exam. Energy conversion? Gotta test it. With that, he grabs a small piece of dried meat and activates gluttony. A second later, a strange aura emanates from the meat, swirling outward, leaving Zeke frozen for a moment. It doesn't stop there. A faint wisp of aura invades the space behind him. Confused, he thinks, what the hell? It's like being sucked into a swamp. The dried meat gradually vanishes into the darkness, its energy absorbed, restoring a portion of Zeke's depleted stamina, as if he'd taken a short nap. His headache eases. Though slight, the mental fatigue in his brain diminishes. Not only that, his entire body feels revitalized. Mental exhaustion and even endurance recover. Though only a little, recovery is certain. Spending 50 points on gluttony was worth it. I can mitigate the risks of my current skills. Mental fatigue can be handled with gluttony, while endless stamina covers physical exhaustion. I can go 24 hours without eating or sleeping and still focus on training. Let's start now. But as he buzzes with excitement, a knock interrupts. Annoyed, Zeke snaps, for crying out loud. I told you not to disturb me in the training room unless it's absolutely necessary. The flustered butler replies, my apologies, young master. But there's urgent news that must be reported immediately. Zeke, surprised, exclaims, urgent news? Without keeping him waiting, the butler continues, your sword has been completed. Zeke flashes a triumphant grin. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He immediately heads to the blacksmith's, asking, Ganon, the sword's done, right? Yes, please wait a moment. In his past life, Ganon forged him a sword made of mithril and pure steel, the sun-piercing sword Graham. Anyone could tell it was a magnificent weapon. This time, even with dragon fangs as material, Zeke expects it to be like Graham. But what's brought before him isn't the gleaming masterpiece he imagined. What the hell is this? Zeke quickly picked up the sword to inspect it, thinking, it looks like an ordinary sword on the outside. After a moment of observation, he asked, puzzled, did you intentionally leave the blade unsharpened? The blacksmith, slightly taken aback, stammered, well, that's just how this sword is. Zeke glanced at the blacksmith's reaction, then placed the sword back in its box, adding, so, this is the form you thought was most suitable for me? Ganon smiled, thinking, exactly. Most people would find it confusing, but he's seen through my intentions. If it's him, with that thought, Ganon spoke up. Actually, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I tried naming it, but couldn't come up with anything. Could you name it, my lord? Zeke, surprised, pointed at himself. Me? Memories of his past life surfaced. The sun-piercing sword Graham was named by Ganon himself. Yet now Ganon can't name a sword? I thought this was still Graham, just altered in appearance since it's made from dragon fangs. But it seems this is an entirely different sword from Graham. Thinking aloud, Zeke said, its name, while pulling out a dagger to sharpen it. This action left the blacksmith wide-eyed with shock. He shouted anxiously, what are you doing, my lord? Uncertain of Zeke's intentions, Ganon watched as Zeke deliberately cut his hand, blood flowing freely. Panicked, Ganon yelled, quick, blood, we need to stop the bleeding. But Zeke, the one injured, remained eerily calm, staring at his hand and musing. Even with my healing factor always active, I'm sure I can control the skill I'm using. The system's voice chimed. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily disable continuous activation of the occupational skill healing factor. With the skill deactivated, the wound on his hand didn't heal instantly. Satisfied, Zeke said, just as I predicted. All right, let's get started. Closing his eyes tightly, he let the wound bleed freely, droplets falling onto the sword. Ganon watched with suspicion, seemingly able to guess Zeke's intent just by observing. He thought, is this the sword-naming ritual? The sword-naming ritual, a traditional dwarven ceremony where the owner drips their blood, infused with energies like aura or mana, onto the sword to activate the ritual. During the process, the participant enters a deep subconscious state, wandering endlessly until they find the sword's name. Due to its danger, the ritual has been nearly forgotten. He knows about the ancient dwarven ritual? How did he learn of it? Meanwhile, Zeke was lost in his own whirlwind of thoughts. Among countless names flooding his mind, he had to choose one to carry forward with him. A new name for a new sword. As countless names blended and faded in his mind, only one remained, Black Sword Bahamut. The system automatically updated. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Zeke's eyes slowly opened. Before him, a radiant light merged with the sword. He smiled. The name I chose is that of the evil dragon? Is my subconscious okay? Hearing the name Zeke chose, the blacksmith gasped in awe. You're truly extraordinary. Even among dwarves, few know of the sword-naming ritual. Zeke gave an awkward laugh, replying, I just happened to learn about it while studying dwarven history. Looking at his carefully bandaged arm, he smiled, thinking, it's been a while since I had to bandage like this. Ganon, excited, added, would you like to rest a bit? I have something I must give you. Zeke responded, all right, take your time finding it. Thank you, my lord. After Ganon left to search for the item, Zeke sat alone in the room. He glanced at his bandaged arm, reflecting on recent events. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily disable continuous activation of the occupational skill healing factor. He thought, being able to control it even when it's always active is huge. Like with Duke, I could hide my abilities without revealing everything. Sorry, Ganon, but I'll remove the bandage once I'm back. For now, more importantly, his gaze shifted to the sword. It's time to check this out. The system displayed the information panel. Black Sword Bahamut. Forged by a master blacksmith with heavenly eyes using blue flame mana. Crafted from the hardest fang of the cursed light dragon Bahamut. Unique skills. Indestructible. Aura conversion. Note. Currently sealed. Will be unsealed based on the user's growth. Unsealed based on the user's growth? Never heard of a sword like this. Plus, the indestructible trait. Even made from dragon fangs. This is absurd. But most crucially, aura conversion. I worked to understand power to create a mana battery for Ganon and had him forge this sword partly due to his exceptional talent and the core function of Graham. Aura conversion. This special ability allows the conversion of mana, stamina, or any energy into aura. It's what enabled me, someone innately unable to use aura, to reach the Red Knight realm. After searching, Ganon returned, scratching his head sheepishly. Finally found it. Sorry, my lord. I kept you waiting, didn't I? But he froze, eyes widening in shock. The sword he forged was enveloped in a powerful surge of aura radiating outward. Stunned for a moment, Ganon thought joyfully. A sharp aura surrounding the sword. Has he already surpassed the Purple Knight boundary? Zeke, thrilled, exclaimed, truly an extraordinary sword. You worked hard, Ganon. The blacksmith replied. Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But, my lord, could you take a look at this? Seeing the gift Ganon presented, Zeke recognized it as a scabbard. Ganon continued. This scabbard was crafted by my master. Zeke, skeptical, thought. I never heard about Ganon's master in my past life. But upon seeing the name engraved on the scabbard, he jolted. What the? Golden Robert? The Golden Robert, hailed as the greatest blacksmith? Golden Robert, an exceptional dwarven blacksmith, known as the greatest on the continent. His works are flawless, with unique properties. To collectors, they're worth tens of thousands of gold. Unable to hide his shock, Zeke blurted, I can't believe you're Golden's disciple. Ganon, even more surprised, said, as expected, you can even read dwarven script. If it's golden, this can't be an ordinary scabbard. Of course not. If you turn the dial near the scabbard's mouth, it transforms into a shield like this. Made from mithril and wyvern frost, it's impervious to any attack. Turn the dial on the shield's handle downward, and it reverts to a scabbard. Compared to the favor you've shown me, this gift is still lacking. But please accept it. Zeke, still reeling, took the gift. If you sold this, you could build a forge. Ganon laughed. I can't just sell my master's work to anyone. Zeke gave an awkward smile. It's worth tens of thousands of gold, Ganon. Ganon jumped, incredulous. What? Are you serious? Well, I'll take it then. Thanks. Holding it, Zeke analyzed. The scabbard seems a bit small compared to the sword. But if it's Golden Robert's work, it's bound to be extraordinary. As expected, though the scabbard appeared smaller, it perfectly melded with the sword when inserted. Admiring the craftsmanship, Zeke grinned triumphantly. It's beyond my wildest imagination. He then said, I've received an incredibly valuable gift. Thank you, Ganon. I'm glad you like it. Elated, Zeke returned home with the sword. Upon checking the system's equipment details, he was even more stunned. Cloud iron equipment? That's an extremely rare material. Scabbard details, forged from cloud iron, both sturdy and lightweight. Special ability, none. Feature, when equipped with a full cloud iron set, a special ability will activate. Zeke thought. The random gift box from the sudden quest reward. I thought it was like a treasure chest, but it contains items far more valuable. Looking at the remaining box, he said, All right, let's check the second box. A faint glow emerged. Seeing the gift, Zeke froze, dumbfounded. Holy, what is this? Zeke held the object in his hands, stunned. A map. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed. You have found a map containing traces of the great sword Saint Kaiser. Zeke, bewildered, thought. If it's Kaiser, it can't be that hero King Kaiser, right? The Hero King and the Knights of the Clock Tower? That's the most famous book on the continent, chronicling Kaiser and his knight's journey since founding the Kronos Kingdom, a once glorious civilization. But because its content is so fantastical and lacks any verifiable evidence, it's considered mere fiction. His hands trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Did the hero King Kaiser actually exist? As if answering his question, the system continued, restoring and decoding the damaged portion of the item. Decoding complete. The identified location has been marked on the minimap. A holographic screen instantly appeared before Zeke. He gasped, Whoa, this is the giant mountain range, territory of the barbarian tribes. This might be easier than I thought. The guidance will end based on the user's level. Suddenly, another notification popped up. You have found an item linkable to a quest. Achievement quest, Kaiser's Vision. Seek Kaiser's vision at the ruins bearing his traces. Time limit, none. Quest reward, system administrator privilege upgrade from junior administrator to intermediate administrator. Reading this, Zeke pieced it together. I see. The guidance is just a system to elevate me to a certain level. It starts with guidance for low-level administrators, and once completed, administrator-specific quests begin. He grinned, satisfied. This is just the beginning, meaning the real game starts now. The rewards are on a completely different level from the guidance phase. Nice, so that's how it is. Confidently, he declared, I'll sweep through everything. leaving nothing behind. First, let's use the accumulated points. The system updated continuously. You have used 50 points to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. You can check information about Dragon Skill Level 2. He opened it. Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form a sturdy armor, greatly enhancing magic resistance. Unlock 78 points. Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Claw. Summon powerful dragon claws to annihilate enemies with a single swipe. Unlock 80 points. After reading, Zeke pondered. I still have plenty of points, but I don't know when I'll get another chance to earn this many. It's a pity, but for now, I'll just invest in a few potions and these two skills. I'll save 400 points for emergencies. With that, he raised his hand. Activate. You have activated the first dragon skill. Using Dragon Claw, his hand blazed with power. Without hesitation, Zeke hurled the fiery energy forward. The surrounding earth and stone cracked under its overwhelming pressure. Looking at the aftermath, a long gouge in the ground, he laughed heartily. Haha, this skill is badass. Alright, next step. Let's try Dragon Scale Armor. Suddenly, his sword was knocked far away. He thought, even without aura, my slash could tear through anything. Yet the blade was repelled? Though it's just my bare body, it feels like I'm wearing full heavy armor. Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple, but insanely effective. My body's warmed up enough. Let's keep going. The scene shifts to the central arena of Draker Academy, where an instructor's voice booms. Semester evaluation exam. Before we begin, I'll briefly review the rules. See those dummies behind me? They're specially crafted. Ordinary strength can barely scratch them. But infusing aura into your strike can easily destroy them. However, if you can't even leave a scratch, you'll be eliminated immediately. All prior evaluations will be voided, and you'll have to start over. At this, murmurs ripple through the crowd below. Start over? So we won't advance. Just then, the instructor shouts, silence. Those called, step forward. The next name, Aaron, called out. He didn't dare delay, stepping up immediately. Owen, observing from behind, thought, it's normal for first-timers to be nervous, but for me, this training is no different from my family's aura forging system. The Academy's aura training system was established by the Seaman family. Whether it's low-tier awakeners or true bloods, no one can match me in aura control. Huh. Owen brimmed with confidence in his talent. Finally called, he smirked and strode toward the dummies. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, unleashing a stunning slash. A powerful, abundant aura enveloped him. The students below gaped, awestruck by his sheer coolness. Someone shouted, sword resonance. It's sword resonance. That's insane. Even the grading professor was surprised by Owen's performance, exclaiming, only 13 years old and already performing sword resonance? Truly extraordinary. Another agreed. Indeed, a family lineage makes all the difference. But for Owen, this wasn't enough. He immediately gained momentum and charged forward, unleashing razor-sharp slashes. Wherever he went, the dummies buckled. Each one was carved up by his blade, sliced in every conceivable way, not a single strike missing. The students below watched, utterly shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Owen had swept through, sparing no dummy. He stood smugly, basking in the admiring gazes of the weaker students. An instructor approached to inspect, exclaiming, remarkable, worthy of Seaman. At this rate, surpassing Sir Aben is only a matter of time. But being compared to Aben suddenly made Owen feel overshadowed. Angrily, he brushed off the instructor's hand, his face darkening with frustration. He stormed off, fuming. An instructor sighed. That insolent brat. The exam continued smoothly. One after another, students stepped up to test their skills. Many struggled to even scratch the dummies. Two instructors exchanged comments. Looks like everyone's working like oxen and struggling hard. Another added, Owen's dominance has shaken their morale. He thought, still, no one's failed yet. Even if it's just a tiny amount, every student has managed to infuse aura into their sword. This is indeed a special class. But even in a place full of geniuses, the inferior will still be weeded out. Suddenly, Jenna spoke politely. Excuse me, instructor, I have a request. Speak. I'd like to be evaluated using dragon slaying technique. This was a standard for advanced students, yet Rena said calmly, yes, I understand. Owen, observing from below, thought, became a true blood awakener, and now you're arrogant to the skies? Infusing aura into a sword and performing dragon-slaying technique are entirely different levels. Just maintaining aura on a weapon requires intense focus, but dragon-slaying technique is another beast. Besides controlling aura, You need to regulate its consumption with each movement. At best, you'll swing a few times before your aura dissipates. Your pride has dug your own grave, Genituruan. The instructor asked, if you choose dragon-slaying technique, the failure criteria will be much stricter. Are you sure? Jenna replied firmly. I'm certain. Haha. All right, do as you wish. Rina bowed respectfully, placing a hand on her chest. Thank you, sir. She then raised her sword high, slowly channeling energy into it. Below, countless tense eyes followed her performance, eagerly anticipating a stellar display from a true blood awakener. Unfazed by her surroundings, Rina focused solely on controlling her sword. The blade sliced through the air, carrying a chilling aura. In a flash, it swung with lightning speed, leaving a brilliant silver streak. The steel met the dummies without resistance. Everything shattered as the blade passed through. Fragments spun in the air, as if torn apart by a storm. Her slashes were precise. The sword stopped in a perfect stance, while the dummies were history, reduced to debris from her relentless strikes. The arena fell into a terrifying silence, the ground littered with dummy fragments, a silent battlefield, echoing the power that had just erupted. The students below watched, utterly floored. Whispers erupted. Whoa, there's no competing with that. I thought Owen's control was unmatched. Turns out, it's not even close. So freaking cool. The protagonist, being compared, seethed with rage, his heart nearly bursting. Fury blazed in his chest, incinerating every thought. The helplessness amid his anger formed a choking sensation in his throat, maddening enough to make him want to scream. Each praise from the crowd stabbed his pride like a dagger. The more Rina shone, the more he felt swallowed by darkness. He gritted his teeth, cursing, damn it. Though panting from her performance, Rina still raised her sword forward. Owen flinched, thinking it was aimed at him, muttering, what the hell? Is she mocking me? But a second later, he realized her gaze wasn't for him. Sensing this, he turned. No, she didn't even care about me from the start. It was none other than a challenge directed at Zeke. The protagonist could only flash a bright smile, accepting it. The protagonist stepped forward, scratching his head awkwardly, thinking, this is tough. With everyone staring like this, I can't just brush it off. Guess I'll meet their expectations a bit. With that, Zeke raised his hand and said, Instructor, I'd also like to be evaluated using the dragon-slaying technique. Someone gasped, their face contorting in shock. The instructor, incredulous, approached Zeke and said, You're Zeke, right? Seeing student Jenna perform the dragon-slaying technique so easily, you think it's trivial? Student Jenna is a true blood awakener. But before he could finish, another instructor waved him off, interjecting, Same conditions as student Jenna, no problem with that, right? Zeke flashed a confident, angelic smile. Of course. He then strode to the center to prepare his dazzling performance, despite the relentless whispers around him. Why did you agree, instructor? Even though his name's on the roster, I've never seen him attend a single class. The instructor replied calmly. That's the result of a bet between him and instructor Andre. TSK, you're new, so it's understandable you wouldn't know. A golden true blood awakener with no precedent. A freshman who broke Sir Aben's record in the dungeon exploration exam. That's Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, Zeke closed his eyes, focusing on the powerful aura emanating from his body. The system's voice rang out. Black Sword Bahamut has sensed it. Activating unique ability. Aura conversion of Black Sword Bahamut. Conversion detected, transformed into aura. Instantly, the aura enveloped the sword. Even Zeke was stunned by the sword in his hand. TCH, holding back power is harder than unleashing it all. Alright, this should be enough, right? He raised the sword high, gripping it tightly. Rina, watching the scene, couldn't believe her eyes, her jaw dropping. That's the first move of the dragon-slaying technique. Heavenly Slash's opening stance. Compared to me, no, even compared to Instructor Andre, it's not inferior. At the same time, Zeke's blade cleaved the dummy before him in a single stroke. Not stopping there, he danced with his sword as if in a world of his own. He thought, I practiced the dragon-slaying technique relentlessly for 2 years before regressing. The sword's trajectory, foot placement, even the flow of aura, my body reacts instinctively, even without conscious intent. A sword art that once bored me to death, but revisiting the basics isn't so bad. After his performance, Zeke paused to observe, thinking, this should be enough to rile up Rina, right? But the crowd began buzzing. Did he really envelop the sword in aura just now? Yeah, I saw it. The entire greatsword. Does that mean Zeke's reached the Purple Night realm? Overhearing this, Zeke flinched. He'd been deliberately hiding his true strength, but it seemed he'd let a flaw slip. Panicked, he thought. I must have been too focused, letting aura leak unconsciously. I only meant to adjust my power to match Rena's level. Damn it. I've gone and made myself stand out again. Even the instructors were shaken by Zeke's display. They couldn't fathom a first-year male student reaching the Purple Knight realm. How could something so absurd actually happen? This also inadvertently dealt a heavy blow to someone's psyche. Owen was seething but powerless. Shame surged within him, his confidence crumbling into dust. In stark contrast, Rena was utterly intrigued by Zeke. As expected, I didn't misjudge him. The scene shifts to later, in the principal's office. He reached for his teacup and said, I heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. Truly astonishing results. Zeke, present, replied casually. Just luck, sir. The principal continued, reaching the Purple Knight realm at 13 and calling it luck? So, Zeke, what do you think about participating in the grade-skipping exam? Zeke, surprised, asked, grade-skipping exam? You mean jumping a year ahead? The principal explained, correct, or possibly more. This is a system for exceptional students like you. Zeke stayed silent, thinking, faster than I expected, huh? Well, makes sense. I've done too much to stand out. Smiling confidently, he declared, I'll participate. He then promptly left, gently closing the door behind him. Zeke mused, seems like he's plotting something. With a sly grin, he thought, fine, I'm game. Inside, the principal sat, still dazed. He reached into his pocket, searching for something, muttering, Rena Draker and Zeke Draker. Both true blood awakeners will join the exam. A voice responded, understood, sir. I'll proceed as instructed. This is getting more interesting. The scene shifts to the Aura training room for advanced students at Draker Academy. Rena and Zeke were both present, the atmosphere inexplicably tense and stifling. Rena, blushing furiously, thought, at least pretend to glance at me. Suddenly, the door slowly opened, and a voice rang out. So, you've been waiting here, huh? The figure entered, continuing, this is today's overseer for the grade-skipping exam. High Knight of the family, Cyril Reeser. He was a strikingly handsome young man with an irresistible cold charm. Seeing him, Zeke couldn't believe his eyes, his heart trembling. Is that the nameless sword? Memories of the past flooded back. It was a gloomy day, heavy as the hearts of men. He cradled someone who seemed long dead, his steps heavy with sorrow. Zeke was there too. Seeing the scene, he exclaimed in shock, Draker, that damned imperial dog is here. But as Zeke looked closer at the face of the deceased, he was taken aback. The man said nothing, silently digging the earth. Sensing something, Zeke stood quietly without a word. Numerous gravestones surrounded them. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed a shovel, startling the man. He said, need a hand? Without waiting for a reply, Zeke began digging, adding, even if you refuse, I'll help anyway. Zeke Merida of the Northern Alliance. You're a Draker, right? The man replied numbly. No, I've abandoned the Draker name. Zeke felt a kinship. Oh, so we're alike, huh? What should I call you then? Hesitating, the man said, just call me Nameless Sword. Back in the present, hearing the somewhat unfamiliar name, Zeke was stunned. Mock? A name that perfectly suits the cold vibe of Nameless Sword? Hold on, a High Knight overseeing a first-year grade-skipping exam. Both quickly bowed respectfully, saying in unison, Greetings, Cyril Reeser Draker, High Knight. The true pillar upholding the Draker family, a title reserved for those with exceptional strength, prestige, and experience. It was a noble rank. The instructor spoke up. The sword combat format is familiar to anyone from the cradle. As long as you're not unconscious or surrender, you can continue challenging. Give it everything you've got. Rena stepped forward confidently. Then I'll start first. But he replied arrogantly, no need to split up. Come at me together. Pretty cool, but playing like this is just asking for an early grave, huh? Faced with the challenge, Rena was ready to charge forward, but Zeke quickly raised his hand to stop her. Don't be so hasty. You know the gap in skill, don't you? Besides, the test started long ago. If you'd let your emotions take over and rushed in earlier, we'd probably have lost points already. Hearing this, Rena glanced at the overseer behind them. He was scribbling something, then let out a long sigh. Though reluctant to admit it, Rena finally lowered herself and asked, so what should I do? Zeke Draker. The protagonist turned with a smile, thinking, as expected of Rena, hailed as a genius. Her judgment is sharp. He replied, I have the perfect plan for this situation. Come on, let's give him a real critical hit. After agreeing on the strategy, the match officially began. Observing the High Knight's sword, Zeke analyzed silently. A strange sword with a blade on only one side, an Eastern Empire's crescent blade. He's always used it, Reina seems to see this as a matter of honor. But what's honor or pride to the weak? Forget personal grudges. Focus on the plan. A second later, both swung their swords in unison, charging forward. The clash of metal rang out sharply. Their blades formed two crisscrossing arcs from opposite directions, but the High Knight merely tilted his body slightly. His blade slipped through their gap, counterattacking like lightning. In an instant, he swung downward. Reina stepped back just in time, narrowly dodging a slash that grazed her by inches. Zeke, still exhilarated, pressed forward. They continued their assault, but it didn't faze High Knight Ulreaser. The clanging of swords echoed, filling the space. Moments later, the High Knight forced both Reina and Zeke back. Reina glanced at Zeke, thinking, is this the power of a High Knight? Even following Zeke's instructions and targeting his blind spots, forget landing a hit. We can't even leave a scratch. Next, Reina unleashed dragon-slaying technique. Chapter 3, First Form. She told herself, I must fight with the intent to kill. With that, she swung her sword fiercely at him. Thinking it would deal damage, she was stunned when, at the critical moment, the High Knight casually dodged with a slight lean. Caught in her momentum, Reina surged forward. But it didn't end there. The High Knight struck her with a powerful blow. She was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spinning through the air before crashing into a stone wall. Horrifyingly, the wall shattered into a large crater from the impact. A nearby assistant rushed over, asking, Are you okay, Reina Draker? Coughing violently, Reina groaned in pain, blood trickling from her lips. Her legs trembled as she tried to stand, her arms numb and unresponsive, stammering, I'm fine. It's dangerous, get back. Inwardly, she thought. In a split second, my focus was shattered, leaving an opening. With my strength, I don't stand a chance. Can you really pull this off, Zeke Draker? She recalled the moment before the match. Zeke had laid out his strategy. Reina objected vehemently. I can't agree to such a biliar tactic. Are you trying to tarnish an honorable duel, Draker? But Zeke countered. Does honor fill your stomach? He explained. This isn't a knight's duel, it's a test. It evaluates your ability to kill the opponent. After some thought, Reina reluctantly agreed. Fine. I asked for your advice first. But do you really think this tactic will work? We're up against a High Knight. While Reina remained skeptical, Zeke was brimming with confidence. We just need to create a situation where it can work. He added, when we fought at the cradle, why couldn't you dodge that rock? Flustered, Reina replied. Because I didn't expect you to use such tricks. Zeke said calmly. It's no different with a High Knight. Wait for my signal, it'll definitely work. Just a tiny opening is enough. Back in the present, the match raged on. Zeke stood, employing a variation of the dragon-slaying technique. His body split into multiple afterimages, surrounding the High Knight from all angles. The sight alone was dizzying, making it impossible to distinguish real from illusion. Then, a never-before-used technique debuted. Gale Step, shadowless footwork. The High Knight, deeply knowledgeable, quickly recognized it, exclaiming, That's Duke's technique. He scanned side to side. Suddenly, Zeke lunged with a slash, but the High Knight blocked it swiftly. Zeke grinned confidently, saying, From now on, you'd better brace yourself. At that moment, the lights went out, plunging the arena into darkness. The High Knight, surprised, thought, Turning off the lights? Using the mana-disrupting trait of a true blood awakener, huh? He swung his sword, knocking Zeke back, then performed flawlessly in the dark. No matter where Zeke struck, he parried effortlessly, as easy as eating candy. Truly, a High Knight's prowess was not to be underestimated. He thought, such a childish idea. Thinking obscuring vision can create an opening against a High Knight? But what's this uneasy feeling? In darkness so thick I can barely make out shapes. He moves as if he sees everything clearly. Perfect timing. I want to test a new dragon skill. This is the best opportunity. Owen's not the type to blab anyway. Zeke activated dragon skill, Dragon Claw. Swift as the wind, he toyed with the High Knight, making him struggle to keep up. The High Knight was stunned. Is this the swordsmanship of a first year? It's not even swordsmanship, it's too unique. Regardless, Zeke Draker has surpassed a student's level. Reina, too, seemed to navigate the darkness like Zeke. Did he eliminate unnecessary energy sources and place a limiter on me? That tactic only works against opponents of similar strength. As he thought, the High Knight chased Zeke, attacking relentlessly in the dark. Only the glint of clashing blades illuminated the scene. The swords collided at speeds too fast for the naked eye, sparks flashing before the sound could register, sharp and cold. Sparks burst like fireworks in the night, then faded, leaving the acrid smell of burning metal. Observing the High Knight's reactions, Zeke smiled, thinking, his movements are almost identical to before the lights went out. He adapted to the darkness that quickly. Suddenly, the High Knight sensed something off. Instinctively, he swung a powerful slash forward, but it missed. Frowning, he thought irritably, gone? I can only vaguely see shapes. It's like fighting a shadow. He swung blindly into the void, but every strike missed. Zeke seemed to have vanished from his senses. Just then, a light bulb fell from above, landing right in front of the High Knight. But that wasn't all. Zeke cut down more bulbs, which rained down like a storm, all part of his plan. The noise completely masked Zeke's aura, and the High Knight lost track of him entirely. He looked bewildered. Suddenly, Zeke appeared before him, flashing a bright but cunning smile, shouting, "Now's the time. Here we go." As the High Knight struggled to comprehend, a light bulb plummeted toward him. Zeke recalled Professor Fannin's words. The structure and materials are simple, but as is, it's single-use. What kind of magic are you putting in it? Explosive magic. Zeke had smiled casually, replying, "No, just flash and bang magic will do." As planned, a massive explosion erupted. This was the perfect moment. Reina. Zeke stood calmly, covering his ears, awaiting the miracle. The High Knight flinched at the blast. The deafening explosion tore through the air, shaking everything around. Reflexively, his body recoiled, crouching, his mind gripped by pressure. Only now did he realize he'd been tricked. He reconsidered. I was wrong to think that was excess energy. Seizing the chance, Reina and Zeke charged together. Dragon Slaying Technique. Chapter 4, First Form. Full Moon Slash. Two powerful slashes overwhelmed their opponent. Boom, boom, boom. A shockwave exploded, kicking up dust and sending a fierce gust into the faces of those present. The dust cloud gradually cleared. Yet, the High Knight stood there, his face twisted in irritation. He clearly hadn't anticipated Zeke's move. TCH, there's no fool like a bold fool. Afterward, the medical team swiftly arrived at the scene to carry Zeke and Reina away for treatment. The High Knight stood there, utterly unfazed. An instructor approached Ulriser and said, "Thank you for your efforts, sir." Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. "You bastard Ulriser, you've left my disciple in such a mess." Following the voice, Ulriser turned and recognized Duke. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Knight of Merit." Duke stepped closer, waving dismissively. "Still as stiff as ever, huh? All right, how's my disciple doing?" He slung an arm around Ulriser's shoulder, grinning excitedly. Asked, Ulriser reflected on what had just happened. The moment Zeke Draker's sword connected, he had deliberately dropped his blade and held a defensive stance. Why didn't he counter when he had the chance? Was his goal not victory but advancement? Only revealing the minimum strength needed. With that, Ulriser said, "Zeke Draker has far exceeded my evaluation scope." Later, in the meeting room, a review session for student advancements took place. After hearing everyone's opinions, the academy head concluded, "So, we're all in agreement with this resolution?" Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir." With no objections, Zeke and Jenna were promoted to Year 5 and 5A, respectively. Afterward, Zeke tried to live as quietly as possible after inheriting all of Duke's secret techniques and seals. Andre took over Zeke's position, while Zeke maintained a good relationship with Professor Fannin. But their connection gradually faded when Zeke was selected for the Royal Magic Research Institute, passing through and leaving the academy. From then on, Zeke no longer entangled himself with the scions of powerful families. Interestingly, Ulriser visited Zeke every quarter to request sparring sessions. Eventually, as if enlightened, he took a leave of absence and joined a martial dojo for training. Time passed. 2 years later, Zeke graduated from the academy. From within the dormitory, a joyful voice echoed. "Congratulations, young master." The youngest student admitted to Valhalla. Surely the family head will be very proud. By now, Zeke was no longer the 13-year-old boy, but a taller, more handsome 15-year-old Zeke Draker. The academy head had personally written a recommendation letter for his admission, an uncommon and prestigious honor. Zeke thought glumly. But this youngest student title, my 2 years of laying low have gone to waste. He spoke up. There's about 3 months until the enrollment ceremony, right? Decker, head to Atlas first. Though surprised, Decker reluctantly agreed to Zeke's request. Yes, sir. But what about you, young master? Cutting him off, Zeke said. I'll take a quiet retreat alone. I don't want anyone disturbing me, got it? Decker didn't dare disobey. Yes, young master. Zeke then gazed at the map before him, lost in thought. The ruins of Kaiser are in the giant mountain range. Using the excuse of a retreat, I'll go through the Argos Kingdom Adventurers Guild for the expedition. No need to reveal my destination to suspicious folks. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Zeke quickly said, "Come in." Liam entered, bowing respectfully. "Your servant pays respects to Master Zeke Draker." Zeke turned, saying, "Liam, didn't I tell you that greeting's too much? A simple one's enough." Decker, understanding, said, "Then I'll take my leave, young master." "Yeah, handle the Valhalla enrollment with the black card." After Decker left, Liam asked, "Why did you summon me to the Platinum Estate, sir?" Zeke replied casually, "I heard you've been transferred to the special class, right? As your master, how could I stand by? I've compiled everything you'll need at the academy. Predicted exam questions for the semester evaluation, training manuals, and essentials for the tests." He handed them to Liam. As Liam stood frozen in shock, Zeke continued, "Go to Breath of Papia, show them this list, and they'll provide everything. Also, when you reach year 4, you'll need a sword suited to you. Get one custom-made at Breath of Fafnir. I've paid in full, so no worries. I trust you won't let me down, Liam." Hearing this, Liam was so moved that tears welled up, threatening to spill. He bowed again, voice trembling with gratitude. "I will never betray your expectations, master." Zeke sighed. "I literally just told you a minute ago not to overdo it." Liam gave an awkward smile. "I'll correct myself, sir." The Argos Kingdom, located in the far north of the central continent, was one of the 4 central kingdoms alongside Delptb and Alenia. The giant mountain range marked the boundary between beast territories and the continent, hosting countless dungeons of varying sizes, attracting adventurers eager for a life-changing haul. The founding king of Argos, a name now faded in history, linked adventurers with dungeons, making it the kingdom's core industry. With royal support, they divided the giant mountain range into hundreds of zones and established transport routes and transfer points. This was the precursor to the Argos Adventurers Guild, an organization now spanning the continent. At the registration counter, an announcement rang out. "Next, number 546. Number 546. No show for 546. Next, number 547. Congratulations, you're now an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Submit these documents to the licensing office to receive your registration card." Zeke, disguised, had transformed into a completely different person. He smiled, "Thanks," and left. A version of Zeke with a wig and magic glasses. No one could recognize him now, eh? Looking at the documents, he thought, satisfied. To move freely, it's best to have an adventurer's identity. I can't just strut around openly as a Draker. Now let's start the treasure hunt. Soon, carriages carrying adventurers set off one by one. Zeke boarded one, thinking, finding a shared seat during peak season is lucky enough. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, buddy, you an adventurer too?" Zeke slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the guy sitting opposite, and smirked. "Looking that nervous, but it's your first time in a dungeon, huh?" Another person sidled up to Zeke, eagerly saying, "What do you say, buddy? Want to join our team? Don't let looks fool you. We're seasoned pros. Dungeons are dangerous these days. Going solo makes you easy prey for monsters." Zeke stayed silent, thinking, no matter where I go, trash like this always pops up, huh? They didn't give up, continuing to coax. "They say the first team you join in a dungeon decides half your fate in the adventuring world. Ever heard that one, buddy?" Zeke sighed, exasperated. Classic script of dungeon scammers, luring newbies to use as monster bait or sell to slave traders. What the hell? Though he thought this, he stayed quiet, neither accepting nor refusing. Meanwhile, their eyes were all fixed on him. Fed up, Zeke stood, snapping, "Shut your traps." His words stunned them. "What? What's that, buddy? Did I say something wrong?" But Zeke said nothing more, walking straight ahead. He leaned toward a small window and told the driver, 500 meters to the left rear, there are monsters. Looks like orcs. So this is a monster zone." The driver, shocked, replied, "What? What are you talking about? This is a safe route." Laughter erupted around them. "Haha, must be newbie nerves, buddy. Don't you know this route's managed by the Kingdom's Adventurers Guild headquarters? Not even wild beasts can get in, let alone monsters." But Zeke's next words sent chills down their spines. "Then what's that behind you?" The driver's eyes widened, disbelieving. What? In truth, an orc with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs was roaring behind him, drooling as if craving fresh meat. Boom, boom, boom. The carriage was immediately attacked. Life's full of surprises. Anything can happen. It wasn't just one ferocious monster, but a whole horde. Each swung axes relentlessly. The scene descended into chaos. Towering and muscular, with rough, stone-like skin and blood-red eyes gleaming with savage hunger. They raised heavy axes and rusted hammers, smashing the carriage to pieces. The horses neighed in panic, retreating, but it was too late. They managed a few cries before collapsing. Now, only the sounds of splintering wood and clashing weapons filled the forest. The guy who'd been sweet-talking Zeke into joining his team was clueless. He poked his head out of the carriage, unaware an orc had noticed and was approaching. By the time he realized, the massive shadow loomed before him. His face drained of color, bloodless. In his final moments, he hoped it would spare him, begging for mercy. But life ain't a fairy tale. Thwack! One hit, and he was splattered everywhere. Tough luck for the poor sod. Meanwhile, Zeke leaped out, hiding behind a large tree nearby, watching the orcs feast on their freshly harvested spoils. They chomped and gnawed ravenously. Seeing this, Zeke thought, orcs rampaging in a safe zone means the outpost isn't functioning properly. How long has this been going on? After gorging, the monsters quickly left. Zeke stepped out, surveying the scene. Corpses piled like a slaughterhouse. He was likely the only survivor. Standing there, he muttered, as expected, what a chaotic mess beyond imagination. Even Argo's soldiers were taken down. With this force, regular monsters shouldn't have been their match, right? But upon closer inspection, Zeke's eyes narrowed, irritated. A long slash mark marred their bodies, something not caused by monsters alone. His mind conjured a bloody scene that had unfolded earlier. He thought, not monsters. This was done by humans. Lingering here would only complicate things further. Right now, the top priority is finding Kaiser's ruins. With that thought, he continued his journey. After traveling some distance, he reached a place piled high with skulls and crossed bones, like a mountain of death. Observing his surroundings, he thought, markings of barbarian territory. According to the mini-map, I'm almost at Kaiser's ruins. But he noticed he was being followed from behind. Puzzled, he wondered, how the hell are the Empire's hounds here? The hounds, a unit directly under the Emperor, recruiting only the most elite talents from the Empire's knight trainees, specializing in tracking and assassination. At this point, the hounds were still a mystery, their existence known to few even within the Empire. But soon, when the Empire ignited the Continental War, they would swiftly rise as a key force. I closely monitored their movements via the minimap on my way here. I can't forget their signature pursuit technique, because before I regressed, these bastards killed me. Plus, Duke said the Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is scouring the continent for something. That's right. Even before my regression, the Emperor was fixated on ancient relics. His ambition to unify the continent was mad enough, yet he greedily chased the pipe dream of immortality. Could it be that the Empire has already found Kaiser's ruins here? I'll have to confirm it myself. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the hounds trailing him bewildered, exchanging confused glances. One of them, with a long scar across his face, sensed something off and reached into his chest pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a gun, but before he could fire, Zeke ambushed him, moving so fast the hound couldn't react. The gun fired into the air, and one of his hands parted ways with its owner. A clean, precise slash from Zeke. Tracking me, huh? He spoke up. A yellow flare signals an unexpected situation. As expected, you're the team leader. Just 3 of you. So this is an outer patrol unit? Normally, a squad has 12, right? Hearing this, another hound approached from a distance, shouting, what the hell? Who are you? Who sent you? Zeke didn't bother answering, instead sending the team leader to the afterlife, his head severed in a split second. Then he said, still don't get it? I'm the one asking questions here. Think carefully, you've got 2 mouths left. If one shuts up for good, the other won't speak for long either. Make a smart choice. In the end, Zeke dealt with them all cleanly. They never saw the sun again. After the satisfying slaughter, Zeke opened his map to study it. This is their temporary base? It's bustling. Did they turn the outpost into that pile of mangled corpses? They dared to touch the kingdom's soldiers? Have they really found the ruins? Guess I'll go in and see. Anyone who dares raise a sword against me won't walk away unscathed. At their once peaceful base, a guard yawned widely. Looking down, he sighed, muttering, no way. What lunatic would storm barbarian territory and station guards like this? Another guard nodded. Yeah, it's weird. But before they could process it, one was suddenly attacked. The other met the same fate. In less than a minute, both guards were gone without a trace. Someone passed by like a gust of wind. Inside, a black-clad man barely noticed something amiss. Another, seeing him frozen, snapped. Why are you standing there? Get in. He replied, wait, didn't you hear something from the gate just now? The other glanced at the gate, saying, didn't hear a thing, unaware their comrades had been attacked. Suddenly, blood sprayed, the noise drawing attention. But he only caught a glimpse, witnessing his allies head cleaved off by a stranger. He was floored. Intruder. Before he could say more, Zeke, fast as lightning, punched him in the face, silencing him. Without hesitation, Zeke sent him to meet his ancestors. In moments, his sword was drenched in blood. He mused, "This reminds me of back then, when I got orders from the boss, worn out from a 5-year faction war, to attack Pavila cattle. It felt exactly like this." Now, Zeke was surrounded by them. From above, a leader spoke, "Southern assassin dagger techniques? Mecane or Pavila, whichever side you're from. Stepping foot here means you won't leave alive. Surrender now, and I'll kill you gently." Following the voice, Zeke looked up, thinking, "He's the commander here? Barely touching Blue Knight level. This cheap trash, compared to the hounds I faced in my past life, you're still green." Unfazed, he retorted sharply, "Laughable. Kill me gently? Is that what someone who just slaughtered their comrades says? Shouldn't you tear me apart and wipe out 3 generations to avenge your fallen allies? Is the central continent full of nothing but cowardly weaklings?" His taunts enraged them. The commander roared, "Damn it. Grant his wish. Tear him apart while he's still breathing." At his command, they launched their attack. Each swung their sword, aiming straight for Zeke. As they slashed predictably, Zeke thought, "Something's off. Are the hounds really only at this level? Are they too weak, or have I just gotten too strong?" No need to observe further. He activated his mana reflex skill. The surrounding light extinguished, plunging the cave into darkness. The commander, perched above, looked baffled, thinking, "Power outage right now? Could it be mana interference from the dragon-slaying technique? Wait, he's been fighting barehanded from the start, not even using aura. His swordsmanship is Southern style. Definitely an assassin. Just a technical glitch then." After a moment, he shouted to calm his men, "Don't panic. It'll be back on soon. Just hold a defensive stance until then." But oh boy, shockingly, when the lights returned, a horrific scene unfolded. In mere seconds, Zeke had wiped out all the hounds below. Corpses littered the cold ground. The commander couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring like rain, muttering in shock, What the hell is this?" Zeke had crept behind him unnoticed, saying, "The Emperor's got some guts, targeting the hero King Kaiser's ruins, huh?" Trembling, the commander stammered, "Kaiser's ruins? What the hell are you talking about?" But as he turned, Zeke was gone. Only his eerie voice lingered. "Don't worry, even if you don't talk, I'll find out myself." In the darkness, a hand brimming with killing intent pressed a sharp blade to his throat. Realizing death was near, he panicked. "Wait, we really don't know anything." "Don't know anything, huh? Don't know you still die." Blood sprayed, and the ill-fated commander couldn't escape death. After finishing, Zeke quietly walked toward the cave's exit, where blinding light poured in. He tossed a sword there, thinking, "Everything here will be framed as Mecane's doing." Mecane, the criminal organization from the southern continent I was part of in my past life. A gang that'll do anything for money. After the southern continent's Cusco kingdom fell to civil war, the lawless wasteland split between Mecane and Pavila. I could have used only dragon skills to hide my identity, but I deliberately used southern swordsmanship and left Mecane's signature warning. Giving a clear target is safer. The Empire will think this was a southern gang's work. Even if the Empire acts on this, it'll just help me eliminate Mecane. That's a win for me. Based on the letter I found, the Emperor is far crazier than I thought. His orders were simply to search for ancient ruins. But the shocking part is the campaign map attached, not just the central continent, but the eastern continent, still under a truce, and even the mysterious Black Sea. He sent hounds to every suspected ruin site. That means their forces are already at the scale of my past life. But it seems they haven't found Kaiser's ruins yet. I'd better act fast. Suddenly, from the hound's den, a red flare shot up. Having already left, Zeke smiled, saying, "A red flare? Is that the signal for the heavenly net trap?" Zeke bolted like a gust of wind, his feet crushing dry leaves with sharp, rustling sounds. His breaths were ragged, chest heaving as if it might burst, but his legs didn't pause for a second. Hearing noises behind him, he glanced back, thinking, "Caught up already?" The red flare's meaning, 5 branches of the heavenly net trap, he told himself. I have to eliminate this threat at all costs. Centered on the flare, they'd scour the area to locate their target, then tighten the encirclement. The kill order meant all hunters in the region would maintain the trap indefinitely until the issuer recalled it. It was practically a death sentence. In his past life, even when stealing a relic the Emperor coveted in the northern continent, he'd perished under the heavenly net. But now he had the system. As he thought, he monitored the system's display. tracking the hound's positions and numbers. Suddenly, a hound appeared, slashing forward. The steel glinted in the dark as he lunged. The strike was fierce, tearing through the air, aimed at Zeke with enough force to end him in one blow. But with agility, Zeke dodged, the blade grazing him by inches. Before he could counter, heavy footsteps thundered from behind. More hounds emerged, weapons gleaming, their eyes brimming with killing intent. A storm of blades surged like a steel tempest, slicing the air with chilling whistles. They flashed by in an instant, reflecting cold light before descending like the Reaper's scythe. The hounds were trying to overwhelm Zeke, leaving no room to breathe. A single misstep would mean death. He thought, this might be worth a fight. Taking momentum, he leaped backward. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying amid relentless strikes. The jump saved him, breaking free from the hound's encirclement. Looking ahead, he continued. As expected, these are way tougher than the ones in the cave. Just then, another group of hounds caught up, charging with murderous intent. Now, he was completely surrounded. No escape now. Scratching his head, he sighed. This is getting messy. Checking the map, he thought. If I use my full strength, I could break out. But that'd mean throwing away the mechane disguise I worked so hard to craft. No other way. I didn't plan to use this for this situation. He pulled out a horn from around his neck, hesitating. But with no choice, he used it, the only option left. Standing there, Zeke blew a resounding blast. Small but mighty, the horn's sound tore through the forest's silence, echoing off trees and spreading through the misty haze like a commanding summons. The prolonged echoes mingled with the wind whistling through the leaves, creating a chilling symphony. The hounds, confused, scanned their surroundings. What's that? Reinforcements. But before finishing, one noticed something and frowned. A scream rang out. Smoke grenade. The sound was a decoy. Catch him. Instantly, smoke bombs ripped through the air, exploding into a thick cloud that swallowed the forest in dense fog. Dust swirled, obscuring vision, turning everything hazy and chaotic. In the thick gray smoke, a faint figure emerged, Zeke, standing calmly amid the haze. His lips curled into a playful smirk, eyes glinting with amusement as he watched the hounds flounder in the mist. This wasn't just a fight, it was his game, and he held the reins. But as the smoke cleared, Zeke was gone. The hound's leader, furious, roared, "Don't panic. Once the heavenly net is set, no one escapes. Hold your positions and watch for unusual smoke or shadow movements." But they couldn't have guessed Zeke had vanished without a trace. The leader thought, just obscure our vision and retreat? Or does it tie to that horn? As he suspected, panicked cries erupted behind him. Blood sprayed, and the leader, losing composure, stammered, "What the hell is going on?" His eyes widened, pupils shrinking, reflecting the scene with utter shock. His breath hitched, chest tightening with overwhelming fear. Unable to believe what was happening, terror seeped into every fiber, freezing him. His eyes weren't just wide from shock, but from the dread gnawing at his sanity as the scene surpassed his imagination. Are these lunatics barbarians? What's happening? We haven't done anything to provoke them. A couple of aggressive ones would make sense, but a whole swarm attacking like this. A hound shouted, charging with his sword, "Lowly savages, how dare you!" Mid-sentence, he slashed fiercely at a barbarian. But it didn't flinch. The strike was like scratching an itch. The hound froze, terrified. This is bad. I've never seen them this riled up. While still stunned, a fist swung like a sledgehammer. Bam! The barbarian's punch smashed his face, hard enough to rattle his skull. Blood sprayed, mouth flooding. His body reeled, vision spinning, pain jolting like lightning. One punch sent him to reincarnation. Damn it. Watching from afar, the leader thought, this is bad. I've never seen them this frenzied. With our current forces, this is too dangerous. Without hesitation, he drew a gun, fired a white flare skyward, and shouted, "Recall the heavenly net. Retreat. Retreat now." But the barbarians were still fiercely aggressive. They roared deafeningly, their oppressive aura overwhelming. At the retreat signal, the hounds scattered like panicked beasts, fleeing in all directions. Footsteps thundered through the forest, leaves swept aside, dry branches snapping under the weight of their escape. Faces pale with panic, none dared look back. In moments, the chaotic forest fell empty, leaving only scattered footprints and fading smoke in the wind. From the ground, Zeke crawled up. With no other choice earlier, he'd buried himself under the dirt to hide. Brushing off the soil, he flashed a radiant smile. More effective than I thought. The barbarian horn was crafted to relay commands swiftly on chaotic battlefields, a tactical tool of the tribes. In his past life, He'd forged a friendly bond with the Mohican tribe, learning to craft war horns and their signal system. The signal he'd just sent meant outsiders have violated the ancestral holy ground. Often seen as crude savages, they actually had a distinct culture and civilization. Tearing off the horn strap, he remarked, "With this shoddy craftsmanship, it's probably one use only, huh?" Back to peace. He resumed his expedition. Time to find the real ruins. Soon, Zeke reached the ruins area, but challenges never ceased. Hiding behind a wall, he observed, thinking, one hurdle after another. His gaze fixed on a massive multi-headed serpent. The system chimed, detected, fallen dragonkin, corrupted by vile miasma. Reading this, he puzzled, fallen dragonkin? What's that now? Per the minimap, the door was up there. He asked, system, can you open that door? The system replied, administrator request confirmed. Connecting to control system. Connected to the management system of Hero King Kaiser's resting place. Opening the gate to Hero King Kaiser's resting place. But as the door cracked open, the serpent sensed something amiss. The multi-headed serpent slithered in the dark, its colossal body coiling into deadly spirals. Each head rose high, gaping maws revealing sharp fangs still reeking of blood. Its eyes blazed like eerie flames, exuding malevolent menace. Each head hissed hot breath, tongues flicking, emitting chilling hisses. The massive body growled, ready to strike, a living nightmare poised to devour any challenger. Seeing this, Zeke smirked. Sneak by quietly? Doesn't seem feasible. He then used a dragon-slaying technique variation, darting like the wind. Approaching, he employed shadowless footwork to blur its vision and rushed toward the entrance. The door grew closer. Zeke marveled. Just a bit more. Suddenly, the serpent roared, lunging like black lightning, its massive maws gaping wide. The air seemed to tear, winds howling as its colossal body twisted, channeling deadly force at its prey. Razor-sharp fangs gleamed in the dim light, ready to sink into anything. Luckily, Zeke escaped in time, the serpent only snagging bits of his clothing. He drew his sword, purple light flashing, dense aura radiating. Without hesitation, Chapter 7, First Form, Dragon-Slaying Technique. Dragon-Slaying Strike countered. But his body was badly wounded, blood seeping across it. Standing there, he realized, acidic blood? It's even corroding the wall behind me. As an immortal-type player, he activated his recovery skill. As his body healed, he thought, a nine-headed monster with acidic blood. Even my master in my past life barely defeated it, the nine-headed Hydra. But I'm different. All right, let's give it a shot. Welcome to the sword team, buddy. Here's to a peaceful stay, heh? As the nine-headed serpent opened its grotesque maw, aiming straight for Zeke, he could only grit his teeth and raise his sword to block. Steel clashed against fangs, screeching like a deadly symphony. Not stopping there, another head roared menacingly, its glowing green eyes like twin jade orbs, hissing with murderous intent that thickened the air. But Zeke didn't retreat or flee. Exhausted as he was, he stepped back a few paces, regaining his balance, muttering as if complaining to the heavens, "Damn it. What's so great about this dragon-slaying skill anyway? In an era where dragons are extinct, the closest thing is this dragonkin monster. No matter how I slash, it just regenerates. So annoying." Once again, Zeke had to admit his current strength wasn't enough to finish this beast. And right before him, the gate to the sanctuary was just 30 meters away. Acting on impulse, he commanded, "System, close the gate." The system responded instantly, its robotic voice flat like an office clerk. Administrator request confirmed. Closing the gate to Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. Boom. The gate began to shut. Behind him, Zeke drove his sword into the ground. The earth cracked, a terrifying force erupting like an earthquake, making the serpent tremble. Zeke roared, "Secret shock technique, wind slash." Instantly, a blazing slash tore across the ground, charging straight into the cluster of snake heads. Thwack! One head shot into the air like a popped balloon, purple blood spraying like fireworks, its agonized screeches echoing through the space. Seizing the moment, Zeke bolted toward the gate, calculating. All right, while it's reeling from losing a head, I can slip through. Forget killing it. Get to the gate first. But the serpent wasn't a pushover. It quickly caught onto Zeke's plan, its eyes flashing like laser beams from a sci-fi flick. With a lunge, it stretched its necks, each head snapping at Zeke from different angles, trying to crush him into living sushi. Just steps from the gate, thinking he'd make it, boom. A lightning-fast bite from the serpent cleanly took off one of Zeke's arms. Blood gushed like a burst pipe, splattering the closing gate. He staggered, tumbling inside, face contorted in pain, but still hissing through clenched teeth. Damn it. You lousy snake, chasing me this far. As if erupting with emotion, Zeke roared, eyes blazing red, pointing his sword at the serpent. You want my arm that bad? Take it. With that, he leaped high, charging at the nearest head, slashing relentlessly despite the bleeding wounds soaking his clothes. This was Zeke, the immortal with infinite recovery. As he hacked, a new arm began regenerating, fingers forming like a sped-up rebirth. The serpent screeched in fury, not just angry but resorting to dirty tricks. A cloud of toxic green gas spewed forth like a nightmare assault. Zeke frowned. Poison gas. Out of moves, buddy. The system chimed. You've been poisoned by the Hydra Dragon's toxin. Without a second's hesitation, Zeke poured all his strength into a critical strike. His sword blazed, slicing through the air with a radiant arc, cutting across the serpent's body. Another head soared skyward, blood splattering. The serpent's eyes now glared helplessly, gasping, regretting tangling with the wrong foe. Zeke, drenched in sweat, face pale and lips white from the poison, still gripped his sword, eyes burning with unyielding fight. Then, the final head roared in rage, lunging at Zeke. One last snake, one last life, one last chance. It was all or nothing. Zeke couldn't fall, not now, not here. At that critical moment, Zeke activated Dragon Might. A crushing aura, heavy as a meteor, exploded from him, pressing down on the serpent like the sky collapsing. The air quaked, as if an earthquake demanded submission. Zeke's eyes gleamed like concentrated lasers. I'm not joking. His low voice rumbled. Scram, unless you want to be chopped into sausage. The multi-headed, brainless serpent initially growled for show, but a second later, it froze, sweat beads the size of quail eggs pouring from its face, body trembling as if standing in a blizzard in nothing but shorts. It cautiously retreated, eyes panicked, then whoosh, it fled without looking back, running like never before. Zeke exhaled, collapsing to the ground, panting like a retired grandpa. Didn't expect Dragon Might to work on Dragonkin. Should have used it sooner to save the hassle. But before he could celebrate, he frowned. Wait, why am I still exhausted? Infinite stamina, my ass. Is it the poison? The system promptly confirmed his suspicion. You've instilled fear in the fallen Dragonkin, tainted by corrupt energy. Would you like to activate Dragonkin domination to subdue the target? Zeke raised an eyebrow. Instilled fear because of Dragon Might? So I can tame that ridiculous monster? Nice. Excited, he opened the system interface, but upon seeing the notification, he froze. Insufficient administrator privileges to subdue fallen Dragonkin. Failed to subdue target. Zeke choked, exclaiming, Insufficient privileges? Seriously? I thought I'd get a free epic pet. Damn, such a badass skill has limits. Before he could curse more, a sudden headache hit, sharp as a dragon stomping his skull. His face turned purple, clutching his head, body shaking. The system coldly announced, Warning, Hydra Dragon toxin has exceeded critical levels. Zeke hissed, Damn this cursed poison. Recovery's useless? Am I screwed? In his spinning mind, he recalled, Right, Devour. Dragon skill level 1, Devour. In Devour state, anything can be digested and converted into energy. If I consume a creature with special abilities, I can absorb its skills. He thought, a monster with such potent poison must have some anti-toxin bloodline ability. Without hesitation, he activated the skill, activating Dragon skill, Devour. Instantly, the serpent's corpse began melting, steaming like a hellfire barbecue. The system updated rapidly, consumed severed head of fallen Dragonkin, tainted by corrupt energy. Target consumed. Devour skill upgraded from novice to proficient. Energy restored. Absorbed bloodline ability. Incomplete trait. Total poison immunity. Detoxification in progress. In a flash, Zeke felt light as a feather, like bathing in a divine spring. The toxins vanished like a breeze, muscles supple, eyes brighter, skin glowing better than a collagen drink ad. Hydra Dragon toxin detected and fully neutralized. Acquired trait. Total poison immunity. Resists and neutralizes most poisons. Zeke's status window lit up like a valedictorian's report card. Low-level administrator window 1. Name, Zakir. Class, Immortal, unique rank. Titles, Blessed by Ancient Dragon, Heir of Terracan. Condition, Heavenly Bone Body, Total Poison Immunity. Privileges, Dragonkin Domination. System functions, Storage, 100 slots. Minimap, Beginner's Quest Book. Class skills, Self-healing, Strong mental defense. Infinite stamina, Combat sense. Regular skills, Shock Strike, A rank, Proficient. Aura Rebound, A rank, Novice. Wide Sweep, A rank, Novice. Dragon Skills Level 1. Dragon Eye, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Devour, Proficient. Dragon Speech, Locked. Dragon Skills Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor, Proficient. Dragon Claw, Proficient. Dragon Skills Level 3. Locked. Requires 300 points. Karma Points, 465. Traits. Total Poison Immunity. Resists and neutralizes most poisons. Seeing the updated status, Zeke smirked. From now on, anyone playing poison will just poison themselves. Scanning the info, he frowned. That most part is concerning. But with this, I'm safe from poison. Devour went from novice to proficient. Can't believe my eyes. Leveling up Devour? That's near impossible unless, right. It's because I killed a designated target. Designated targets were monsters marked by the system for elimination, offering extra rewards. Zeke nodded. Oh, this is useful. So killing system-hated enemies yields sweet loot. Without lingering, he stood, flicked his cloak, and strode off cheerfully, as if the Hydra hadn't just pummeled him. That Hydra slowed me down. Gotta move fast. Hero King Kaiser, half human, half elf, a living legend, well, dead now. Son of the wise sage and the elven king. Like any proper angsty protagonist, his birth wasn't peaceful. A dark witch schemed to separate him from his parents, tossing him into a forest. No joke, chucked like garbage. Luckily, a sacred wolf, probably SS level at least, found the wailing Kaiser and raised him like its own. Thus, Kaiser grew strong, righteous, six-pack abs, and windswept hair. Later, he saved humanity from oppression, founding a human kingdom, Kronos, at the continent's heart. This was a tale anyone on the continent could recite, a fairy tale legend. But today, no records remain, all traces gone, as if Kaiser existed only in moldy old books. Until now, standing before Zeke, Kronos' ruins unfolded, silent yet majestic, whispering its story. He muttered, "Why is it so small? I thought a kingdom would be massive." Unbelievable. Kaiser's ruins were the entire Kronos kingdom. But then, the Dragon Slayer sanctuary he'd passed through had a similar vibe, divine, mysterious, and very main quest-esque. Approaching the ancient gate, the system pinged, analyzing. Kaiser's mark confirmed. Opening Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. Without hesitation, Zeke stepped inside. A faint glow reflected off a shimmering green crystal. He approached, touching it lightly, whispering, "Is this the Hero King's vision?" Instantly, the system blared like a burglary alarm. Initiating quest chain. Inheriting the Hero King Kaiser's vision. Zeke jumped. Huh, what? A quest out of nowhere. Did anyone ask if I agreed? Warning. Cannot leave this area until the quest chain is complete. What? Zeke yelped like he'd just failed an exam. Behind him, bam. The gate slammed shut, like a mom catching her kid gaming at 2 a.m. quest chain. Hero King Kaiser's advancement. Objective. In the ruins bearing Kaiser's traces, collect his advancements. Time limit. None. Reward. Tears of the Elven King. Zeke frowned, rereading the last line. Tears of the Elven King? He mumbled. This is getting confusing. Kaiser's mother. A being who blessed humanity. And I'll get her tears. Looking at the glowing crystal, like an NPC's eyes before a heavy task, he said, I'm starting to get nervous. Kaiser's mother. An entity said to grant any human wish. And the reward she left is the Elven royalty's tears. Still reeling, Zeke, our protagonist, gaped, muttering, no clue what this does, but it's gotta be an epic treasure. He asked, System, how do I make progress like that? The system pinged, updating coldly like a grumpy AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from magical recording device. Detected 546 magical videos of Hero King Kaiser. 12 videos match requirements. Playing first video. The screen flickered with magical light, a hazy image appearing, accompanied by an ancient voice in a lost language. The system auto-translated to the central continent's common tongue. Then pop. A figure emerged, exuding godlike handsomeness and stormy power, saying, What's a sword? It's just a sword, duh? Those old-brain geezers babble about swordsmanship philosophy, but can't even swing a decent slash. Utter nonsense. From behind, a shout. Hey, Satan, focus on recording. The screen shook, and Zeke held his breath. No way. That's the legendary Hero King Kaiser. And Satan, his loyal aide from the tales. This isn't fake, it's real footage. Want to master the sword? Nothing fancy. Swing hard, swing often. How much? I'll show you the goal. At that, Kaiser raised his sword in the dark, its blade flashing a chilling light, as if slicing through souls. Just watching, Zeke felt his heart cleaved by an invisible blade. He stumbled back, limbs weak, sweating buckets. One thought remained. That presence, that pressure, just through a screen, and I'm nearly fainting. Is this really the Hero King's advancement? Eyes gleaming like a kid with a new toy, Zeke grinned. I'm hooked. System, replay that video from the start. Administrator request confirmed. Time slipped by. 4 days passed since Zeke was trapped here. A place that looked like a bunker but was actually a training chamber for Kaiser's heir. Before him were 3 doors. The first, a food storage stocked for a month. The second, a 5-star hotel-like rest area. The third, a military archive full of books, weapons, and gear. Zeke spent all his time training, swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Though he mimicked the moves, he couldn't replicate Kaiser's earth-shattering pressure. Until the system chimed. Learned Hero King Kaiser's progress. Basic elemental sword. Zeke jolted. Elemental sword? A flood of notifications hit like lightning. Basic phase complete. Initiating application phase. Summoning Hero King Kaiser's soul. A magical stone glowed brilliantly, and from ancient memories, a majestic, hazy figure appeared. The man stepped forward. Hero King Kaiser, the immortal king of Kronos, now returned. Zeke's face paled, as if he'd swallowed a ghost pepper. What's that? Don't tell me Hero King Kaiser is standing right in front of me. Before he could recover, Kaiser gripped his sword hilt, eyes icy, as if ready to slice Zeke in half. Not knowing what he'd done wrong, whoosh. Kaiser charged like lightning, swinging. With lightning reflexes, Zeke blocked just in time. Clang. The metal clash shook the space. Zeke gritted his teeth, yelling in panic. What's this? Attacking out of nowhere. What the hell? A second later, boom. Kaiser's overwhelming force sent Zeke flying like a leaf in a storm, tumbling like a fried pancake, sprawled on the ground, scratched up. Panting like a stranded fish, a regal voice came from Kaiser. Get up. You think sword training is a game of tag? Zeke scrambled up, thinking, waking me up by beating me up? Feels like meeting my past life master. Kaiser paced, lecturing like a sage. Back then, I was told to train my sword with my own strength. If the knights of old saw you like this, they'd have heart attacks and rise from their graves. His pressure was crushing, but Zeke was confused. What's he trying to do? Test my strength, or just bully me for fun? No time to think. Kaiser swung again. A fierce slash carved a deep gash in the ground, hurtling towards Zeke. He screamed like a mad bull was chasing him, rolling to dodge. What the hell? He's definitely trying to kill me. Sweating buckets, Zeke panicked. Damn, can I even block this? This guy's a monster in human skin. Kaiser's face now bore a slight smile, eyes perverse. Vibe like watching a comedy while flexing Mr. Muscle. Zeke wanted to punch him, but only gulped. Forget it. Just go all in like always. Gripping his legendary sword, aura surged like instant noodles in boiling water. He inhaled. Let's go. Kaiser blinked. Satan's disciple? Finally succeeded. What's that power? Aurora. Zeke ignored him, charging, his blade tearing the air like thunder. But Kaiser casually blocked, like trimming weeds. Tilting his head, he muttered, still not quite right. Zeke pushed harder, face red as a tomato, thinking, this move's exhausting, like lifting boulders. Heavy in both senses. Kaiser smirked, countering lightning fast. Doesn't matter, fighting's fun. Show me how long you can keep up. Boom, bang. They clashed earth-shatteringly. Swords met, light flashing brilliantly in the dark, like New Year's fireworks. But gradually, Zeke tired, sweat dripping, limbs trembling. He knew he'd lose, but not this brutally, flattened like a crepe. This is the Hero King's true power. Raising his head, he grinned. Close, but I'm no pushover. Snap. Zeke activated skills in a flash, the system blaring like an emergency alarm. Activating Dragon Skill, one shot. Activating Dragon Skill, Speed Surge. Activating Dragon Skill, Chain Slash. Activating Dragon Skill, Dragon Claw. Instantly, Zeke transformed into a raging dragon, body cloaked in aura, swordplay ferocious, charging Kaiser. The fight's heat shook the space, like it'd explode. But Kaiser wasn't outdone. He conjured a giant clawed hand, launching a critical strike. Dust flew. Standing amid the haze, Kaiser eyed his move, sighing. Tisich, not a dragonkin yet wielding dragon skills? Intriguing. Unbeknownst to him, Zeke had slipped behind. A glint flashed in Kaiser's eyes as he glanced back, muttering, Humph, elemental force too? Zeke unleashed soul god technique, his body splitting into countless afterimages, moving like a whirlwind toward Kaiser. Boom. Their massive powers collided, unleashing an energy wave that rocked the dark space. sword aura, killing aura, dragon aura, majesty, gray aura, golden aura, all merged into a cosmic clash symphony. After an epic brawl, Zeke still lost. No comeback, no miracle, just a protagonist flattened like a crepe. Later, Zeke awoke, eyes wide as if they'd pop out, face screaming, "Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying here in this cracked wasteland?" Nearby, Hero King Kaiser sat cross-legged, relaxed like sipping tea in a park. Seeing Zeke stir, he smirked. "The weakling's finally awake?" He continued leisurely, like reading a star student's report. "Still, you've got talent. Satan's skill, Dragon Clan power, elemental force. Quite the combo." Zeke lay like a log, mind reeling, unable to process. But Kaiser frowned, as if spotting something juicier. Wait." He leaned closer, staring at Zeke, voice lowering to a whisper. "Ew, your soul's resonating with the spirit realm?" Zeke paled. "Spirit realm? What's that?" Kaiser launched into a lecture. "You've crossed the line between life and death, not just once. For a mortal body to do that, wielding elemental force makes sense." Another cryptic logic bomb hit Zeke like a storm. Silent for a moment, he sighed, grimacing. "All I've heard is Satan, spirit realm, elemental force, and I don't get any of it. Can you explain clearly?" Kaiser smirked, eyes sharp as knives. Playing dumb?" He turned, pacing a few steps, hand on his sword hilt, voice low but commanding. "Don't you have a purpose beyond petty things? I know better than you what you're truly learning." He paused, turning, eyes blazing. "Elemental sword. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the foundation of all things in the universe. Water, fire, earth, wind, the four supreme elemental forces. And the elemental sword is the pinnacle crafted from those legendary elements." Without wasting words, Hero King Kaiser lectured while unleashing a ferocious surge of power, like a divine whirlwind, exploding through the space and cracking the ground. "This is the storm sword, gale force, the wind element of the four great elements." Kaiser's voice boomed like thunder. "To wield the elemental sword, the core is none other than aura, the cosmic energy you've heard of." Zeke, standing behind, paled, thinking, "Wait, what the hell?" The description sounds like magic, but the execution feels like swordsmanship. Giving Zeke no time to ponder, Kaiser spun around. "Your turn." The protagonist froze, his mind a chaotic beehive. Aura is the source of elemental force? But I didn't sense any aura from Kaiser. Could the secret lie in the conversion process? Hesitating briefly, he took a deep breath. "If so, can you teach me how to convert aura into elemental force?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow, scratching his chin. Before he could speak, whoosh. His sword suddenly blazed with radiant flames, red hot as if it could incinerate the space. "Just do it like this. Why over-explain?" Zeke stood stunned, eyes blank like a cow wearing a hat. "Why are all my potential masters like this? It's not that I can't sense it. It's that I sense too little aura. Now it's so subtle I need to focus entirely to catch a faint ripple." Knowing this, he didn't back down. "All right, I'll try." Kaiser smirked. Bold words. In a corner, Zeke racked his brain. Don't fully trust what you see. If Kaiser calls that skill elemental force, doesn't that mean soul god technique is related? Acting on the thought, he summoned the wind-based soul god technique. But within 3 seconds, bam, a sky-shattering blow landed on his head, nearly exploding his brain. The culprit? None other than Kaiser. Sitting with legs crossed, he glared disapprovingly. "I said use elemental force. Who told you to mess with that clumsy dark magic?" Zeke clutched his head, eyes teary from pain and confusion. "Dark magic? You mean word spirit technique?" Kaiser snorted. "Exactly. Word spirit technique is a secret art only dragons can use. Humans like you using it just harm yourselves. Each use cracks your soul. You're losing before you're dead. Ridiculous. Who'd dare fake word spirit technique as some parlor trick? All right, you know now, do it again." Zeke recalled seeing word spirit technique when absorbing Bahamut's heart at the Dragon Slayer's resting place. The system had noted, Dragon skill, word spirit technique, words hold power, locked. Administrator's maturity level insufficient. If Soul God technique was built on word spirit technique, once he matured and fully unlocked it, wouldn't he master Soul God technique too? Another reason to grow stronger fast. While Zeke philosophized, Kaiser lost patience, raising his sword skyward, shouting, "Need another hit to wake up? Get up." Zeke sprang up like a conditioned reflex. Yes, I'm up." Indeed, applied training was tougher than basics. But with the sacred tower, Kaiser's godly demonstrations, and countless memorable beatings, Zeke gradually grasped the elemental sword's principles. Like magic using a rays to channel mana, the elemental sword used aura as a bridge to summon elemental force, spirit power. Once he understood the mechanics and mastered guiding aura, wielding the elemental sword was no longer an impossible feat after grueling days of sweat, tears, and nosebleeds. Mostly Zeke's. Kaiser finally declared, like a saving bell, "You're passable now. But don't get cocky. The advanced phase will make you wish you were licking rocks instead. Rest for today." "Yes, master." Zeke saluted like a rookie. Then, as if remembering something, scratched his head and asked, "While resting, can I ask a few things?" Kaiser nodded slightly. "Go ahead." But seeing him float midair like a stress-free deity, Zeke paused. His eyes caught the faint lights dancing around Kaiser, misty specks moving with sentience. "So those are elemental force too?" he thought, eyes glinting. Without delay, he cut to the chase. "When we first met, you saw me use Arama and called me Satan's disciple. What did that mean?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question, then answered slowly, voice heavy with dramatic lore. "Arama, that's the name. I called you that because your technique was created by that guy, Satan. He kept saying humans couldn't master the elemental sword, yet he devised a method based on aura. Worse, he ignored my techniques and spread only his own." Kaiser's eyes darkened, voice bitter. "That guy, Satan Draker, damn bastard." Zeke jolted, as if electrocuted, his heart taking a Kaiser-sized punch. Wasn't Satan the noble knight, Kaiser's most trusted aide, famed across the continent for founding Orama cultivation? He bore the Draker name? So the Draker family's true ancestor isn't Tarakan, as believed, but an ancient figure named Satan? Why has no one mentioned this? Still reeling, Zeke asked another. "What's the spirit realm, where spirits reside? I've sensed spirit power, but I can't grasp its true nature." Before finishing, Kaiser snapped his fingers. Snap. Like a magic trick. Instantly, a roaring whirlwind surged, swirling the air and forming an invisible barrier. Zeke touched it, feeling compressed wind like a wall. "Gale force can be used like this?" he thought, eyes brightening. Kaiser's voice echoed through the vortex. "Precisely, it's complex, but simply put, the spirit realm is the yin, and our world is the yang. When a body leaves this world for the spirit realm, it's like crossing a one-way boundary, no return. Those trapped there can't come back." Zeke was shocked. "But didn't you say part of your soul lingers in the spirit realm? How are you standing before me now, in a spirit state?" Kaiser relaxed, an invisible force radiating like glowing mist. Stretching casually, he said lazily, "Well, you're a rare case. But there are ways to bend the spirit realm's rules." He glanced over, lips curling. "Take me, for example. Got a dragon's help." "Dragon?" Zeke's eyes nearly popped. "For real?" Swallowing hard, he stammered. "That, dragons helping humans? You joking? I've never heard of that." Kaiser frowned, glaring as if ready to punch. "What are you babbling? Among races, dragons value humans the most." Zeke froze, like a fish out of water, mind in chaos. What the hell? Dragons value humans? Weren't beastly dragons like Bahamut nearly world destroyers? So human-dragon relations in ancient times were totally different? What's going on? Kaiser shrugged, eyes amused but voice cryptic. "No need for long explanations. You're living proof." Stepping close, he touched Zeke's chest. "This heart, and the tooth used to forge your sword. Weren't they gifted by Bahamut himself?" He chuckled, half teasing, half praising. Grumpy as a dog in the sun, but he never refuses a sincere plea. Honestly, kinda endearing. Zeke stayed silent, scratching his head, thinking, seems Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut were on good terms. Better keep quiet about that past subjugation. Smiling awkwardly, he replied vaguely, "Yes, exactly. My family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, rewarded for loyalty." "Guess I misunderstood." Kaiser laughed heartily. "Haha, still the same, huh? Always looking out for his people. But you must have had a hard time cleaning up the mess from his quirky temper. That fiery attitude even sparked plenty of arguments with Kronos." Zeke raised an eyebrow. "Wait, Kronos is a dragon too?" He pondered, then asked, "I've heard much about Kronos, but as the kingdom, wasn't that a nation? So it was named after Kronos?" Kaiser nodded, eyes nostalgic. "Yes, I was his contractor. Back then, we were racking our brains for a kingdom name, each suggesting something dumb. He just sat there sipping tea. Annoyed, I named it after him to shut them up." Zeke's face twitched, forcing a smile, but inwardly chuckling. "A dragon sipping tea? Don't tell me they shape-shifted like in Legends." Kaiser crossed his arms, eyes closed, as if laughing at himself. Kronos wasn't surprised. He probably saw it coming. I just wanted his name to live on. Thousands of years ago, in Kaiser's era, humans and dragons lived in harmony, like sworn brothers. A golden age now only in legends and ancient stones. But if a dragon with overwhelming power aided humans unconditionally, the world's balance would tip, risking destruction. Thus, the dragons made a fateful choice: restrain their power, shapeshift into humans, and form contracts with worthy humans. No longer intervening directly, they aided as great shadows behind history. Those chosen to bond with dragons were called contractors. I see, Zeke muttered, eyes thoughtful. No wonder ancient relics are so powerful. Dragons had a hand in them. If true, why did dragon-human relations fracture, from allies to enemies, light fading into vague legends? I need to reread the chronicles, he vowed. Suddenly, a familiar grumble rang out. Hey, I'm getting moldy waiting. Zeke grinned. Chill, master. You waited 2,000 years for an heir. What's a few minutes? Kaiser narrowed his eyes, voice icy. Cheeky disciple, let's see how long you keep that attitude. He inhaled deeply, declaring, the final phase of advanced training is a direct duel with me. The air shifted, an invisible pressure weighing on Zeke's shoulders, like something condensing in the sky. But this alone is no different from before. Kaiser smirked, eyes gleaming. So, I'll add a rule to the training. He raised a finger, like a decree. From now on, no eating, no sleeping. The duel continues non-stop until I say it's over. Zeke gulped, forcing calm. And the next condition? Kaiser tilted his head, eyes sharp as blades. You can only use the same elemental sword system as me. Whoosh. The air erupted, like a spark in oil. In an instant, Kaiser unleashed the fire-based elemental sword, setting the space ablaze. The temperature soared, heat making the ground tremble, like a volcano about to erupt. Before Zeke could react, Kaiser was in his face, eyes piercing his heart. You asked what happens if you break the rules. His voice was low, menacing. If you've got more than one life, go ahead and try. The elemental sword is divided into 4 forces, each corresponding to an element. First is the fire force, based on the fire element, incinerating everything with terrifying heat and flames, wielding overwhelming destructive power. Next is the metal force, rooted in the earth element, specializing in control and obstruction, with the ability to manipulate hardness and mass at will. Based on the wind element, we have the gale force. Though not as powerful as the fire force, it excels in speed-based combat and swift movement, unleashing sharp sword aura. Finally, the water force, derived from the water element, offers comprehensive capabilities in attack, defense, control, and even support. It's a flexible, adaptive power, harmonious and versatile, flowing like water. After enduring a heaven-shaking beating, Zeke gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, what's going on? His power and scale completely outclass mine. Why is the gap this huge? Recalling when he raised his sword, striking a mighty blow forward like a cascading waterfall, Zeke had cheered in excitement. But instantly, Kaiser smacked his head with his sword, making him yelp. Ow. Zeke turned, asking, what now, master? Kaiser replied, you fool, that was the power of a waterfall, not water. Zeke scratched his head, saying, isn't it enough to just unleash the element's properties? Kaiser calmly responded, for other forces, amplifying the element and swinging hard is enough to generate power. But how many times have I told you? The water force is about softness, overcoming the rigid with the gentle. Don't you get it? Do it again. Zeke clenched his teeth, thinking, damn it, what's this nonsense about overcoming the rigid with the gentle? He recalled his past life, submitting because he lacked power to resist, losing what he cherished because he couldn't protect it. To survive, to uphold trust, to safeguard what mattered, he pursued strength his entire life. Yet, overcoming the rigid with the gentle? How could that convince him? Zeke raised his sword, parrying Kaiser's attack. His expression darkened, thinking, is the old man sleepwalking mid-duel? Instantly, Kaiser flung him back, sending him skidding across the ground. Zeke thought, right, after the 15th day, I stopped counting. It's been at least a month since this insane training began. No food, no rest, just endless sword fighting. It's taught me that infinite stamina isn't all-powerful. Against a monster with superior ability. As he thought, Kaiser's eyes suddenly gleamed. He unleashed a powerful slash towards Zeke. Zeke barely blocked the attack, thinking, damn, my arms have no strength left. The ground's slippery. Then, he stepped back slightly, narrowly dodging Kaiser's next strike. He used the softness of water's surface to evade Kaiser's attacks. Facing Kaiser's cold gaze, Zeke smirked, thinking, trying to hit hard? I've slipped past. Now I get it. Overcoming the rigid with the gentle is like this. He realized that from the strength to wield a sword to the strength to stand firm. Only by letting go of everything did he understand Kaiser's words. The way he'd learned, controlling the sword's path and coordinating moves, was what bound the sword's freedom. By cutting unnecessary shackles, letting the sword flow downward like water from above, it could find its own path. That's it, Zeke thought. In my past life, I felt this too. The moment the boundary between me and the sword vanished, a sense of unity with all things, sometimes fierce, sometimes soft and fluid. What followed was an intense exchange of blows between Zeke and Kaiser. Both were satisfied smiles. Kaiser swung his sword, slashing at Zeke. Not one to be outdone, Zeke dropped to one knee, channeling energy into his sword. Then, both unleashed the same move, elemental sword, water force, horizon stream. A tremendous shockwave erupted outside the training area. Inside, sunlight poured in. Seeing this, Kaiser nodded slightly. Well done, my heir has carried forward my progress. Zeke Draker. Right after, Zeke snapped out of his daze. Rubbing his forehead, he thought, did I pass out? How many times has this happened? The first was during his duel with Duke, when the system notified. Skill usage exceeded limits, causing fatigue. For user safety, consciousness temporarily disabled. Back then, he'd overused dragon skills, and the system forced him into unconsciousness. But this time, it was his first blackout since regressing, purely due to physical limits. Zeke sat up, still rubbing his head, scanning for Kaiser. After a glance around the eerily calm surroundings, he spoke. Guess he's back to the spirit realm. What about the quest? I think I handled the water's power pretty well, especially at the end. He called the system. Instantly, a flood of notification panels appeared, leaving Zeke stunned. The system announced, linked quest completed. Bonus time added to rewards. Zeke shouted in joy. After that hell, of course I succeeded. The system continued. Quest rewards. Tears of the Elven King. 500 karma points. 3 random skill cards. Achievement quest completed. Bonus time added to rewards. Rewards. System administrator rank upgrade. 500 karma points. 3 random chests. System authority upgraded to mid-level administrator. Unlocking new features. Beginner's quest book upgraded to mid-level quest book. Equipment slot toggle enabled. Minimap teleportation feature activated. Administrator's soul matured, partially unlocking Bahamut's heart. Current seals, 90%. The administrator status window appeared. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal, Unique. Titles, Blessed by Ancient Dragon, Heir of Terrakin Draker. Privileges, Dragonkin Domination. Condition, Heavenly Bone Body, Total Poison Immunity. System functions, Inventory, 100 slots. Minimap, Teleportation, Mid-level quest book. Class skills, Self-healing, Unyielding mental defense. Infinite stamina, Combat sense. Skills, Shock Strike, A rank, Proficient. Elemental Sword, S rank, Novice. Aura Rebound, A rank, Novice. Dragon skills level 1. Dragon Eye, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Dragon Speech, Locked, unlocks when conditions met. Devour, Proficient. Dragon skills level 2. Dragon Scale Armor, Proficient. Dragon Claw, Proficient. Dragon skills level 3. Unavailable, unlocks with 300 points. Current karma points, 1465. Staring at the myriad system panels, Zeke beamed. That's a haul. Just checking them all could be a job. The system added. Soul growth partially unlocked Bahamut's heart. Zeke stroked his chin. First, check the seals. The system reported. Seal level, 90%. Zeke thought. It was 95% after absorbing Bahamut's heart. I tried breaking the seal then, but the system locked it. Of course, I know from experience what power beyond control feels like. Now, I can handle 10%. Even if Dragon Speech can't be unlocked with karma points, and Dragonkin Domination too, they're likely tied to the seal level. Glancing at the panel, Zeke said, I'll keep an eye on it for now. Next, the random chests. The system announced, Administrator rank upgrade quest rewards, 500 karma points, 3 random chests. As the 3 chests opened, it continued. First item, boots crafted from meteoric iron, sturdy yet light. Unique ability, none. Special note, set enhancement, activates when full meteoric iron set is equipped. Second item, greaves crafted from meteoric iron, sturdy yet light. Unique ability, none. Special note, set enhancement, activates when full meteoric iron set is equipped. Third item, delicately carved crystal earrings. Unique ability, Increases wearer's aura recovery speed by 15%. Special note, pairs well with a red dress. Holding the earrings, Zeke grinned. These could fetch a fortune from a mage. Plus, I've got boots and greaves to match my gauntlets. Now I've got a full set. Turning back to the system, he muttered. Next, random skill cards. As the name suggests, these should contain skills. The system announced, opening random skill cards. From 3 golden cards, 3 beams of light burst forth. It continued. Static shock, C rank generates electricity to shock touch targets. Flash bomb, C rank launches compressed energy skyward, exploding into blinding light, impairing enemy vision. Sonic break, C rank emits disruptive sound, interrupting opponents' hearing. Looking at the 3 skills, Zeke sighed. All C rank? Well, if they gave high rank skills for free, all my suffering would be pointless. He activated static shock. A current flowed from his hand into a small dagger. Then, a massive electric orb appeared in the air. Seeing this power, Zeke murmured, C rank, huh? Pretty strong for its rank. I can use it in many ways. Combining flash bomb and sonic break, I could get better effects than the artifact I used in the rank up exam. Plus, the authority upgrade unlocked new system features. Scanning the options, Zeke exclaimed, there it is. The system announced, equipment slot toggle, use items and slots as skills. Zeke stroked his chin. Use equipment as skills? This'll be handy in a pinch. With infinite stamina and self-healing, I'll use these slots for things besides elixirs. While browsing the system, Zeke suddenly noticed something, his gaze pausing as he thought, wait a sec. Even perfect skills have weaknesses? There's no guarantee I won't face someone like Kaiser again. Someone even infinite stamina can't handle. I don't know self-healing's true limits either. There's always a what-if scenario. He tapped to purchase an A-rank healing elixir. The system announced, purchased 1 A-rank healing elixir. Current karma points, 1465. Registered high-grade healing elixir to equipment slot. Salvation item, a masterpiece by Jabir ibn Hassan. Instantly heals severe wounds and restores vitality. Special note, due to its exceptional performance, it won't work twice on the same target and has undetermined side effects. Scanning his inventory, Zeke muttered, unplanned expense, but at this level, it's worth it. It can substitute for infinite stamina or self-healing. Now, the most crucial reward. Zeke retrieved an intricately carved vial from the system, Tears of the Elven King. The system announced, Tears of the Elven King, a tear shed when hero King Kaiser fell to an evil sorcerer's scheme. Can summon the Elven King from the spirit realm once by using this tear as a catalyst. Holding the vial, Zeke wondered, summon the Elven King? Legends say the Elven King grants wishes to humanity. If Kaiser's myths are true, could I summon the Elven King and get a wish? But with only one shot, I can't use it lightly. After examining it, Zeke stored it in his inventory, muttering, I'll hold on to it for now. There'll be a time I need it. Scene transition. Outside, somewhere, a magical circle appeared on the ground. Zeke teleported here. Scanning his surroundings, he murmured, this is the adventurer's outpost. I actually teleported? The new system feature, teleportation, is insanely convenient. The system announced, would you like to use the system teleportation feature? Please select a destination. Current location, Argo's Kingdom, 8th Adventurer's Outpost. Zeke muttered, just pick a spot on the minimap, and I'm there. The system continued, Kaiser's Sanctuary, requires 150 points. Argo's Kingdom, 8th Adventurer's Outpost, requires 0 points. Beyond longer distances requiring more points, there are no restrictions. Looking at the minimap, Zeke stroked his chin. With enough points, I could teleport between continents. It's not just convenient, it'll help shake off pursuers. This'll aid my future plans. Suddenly, Zeke's eyes caught golden flowers blooming on a tree. He murmured, flowers in winter? Then shouted, no way it can't be. Scene transition, Valhalla, the continent's premier knight training academy. On campus, countless students milled about. In a room, a voice exclaimed, good heavens. In 10 years as headmaster, I've never seen such a case. It was Headmaster Flaubert, trimming plants as he spoke. A new student showing up a month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke inwardly wailed. I didn't expect to be stuck there for 4 months. The guide who delivered his recommendation letter had warned that missing the entrance ceremony could lead to rejection at the headmaster's discretion. It's already the next year, too late. I need access to Tarek and Draker's secure archives. I must convince the headmaster at all costs. Zeke bowed to the headmaster, saying, Headmaster, I entered a state of transcendence while training to overcome my shortcomings. losing consciousness for an extended period. Hearing this, Flaubert set down his shears, turning to ask, "State of transcendence?" His voice deepened. "Is that the excuse you came up with for missing the entrance ceremony?" About Headmaster Flaubert. He was the longest-serving captain of the Tabia Kingdom's royal guer. A knight revered across the continent. The story of Arthur Draker, the Academy's current head, personally inviting him 3 times to become headmaster was legendary. A man of honor and principles, emotional displays would be off-putting. Zeke bowed lower, continuing, "I have no excuse for missing the ceremony, even with 100 mouths. But it's the truth, headmaster." Flaubert's expression tightened, pondering. He spoke, "Achieving transcendence isn't easy. For another student, I'd accuse them of nonsense. But you're recommended by the Academy head. I'll arrange a spot for you." Zeke started slightly. Flaubert continued, "If I judge your training's value surpasses a month at Valhalla, I'll allow enrollment." Zeke said, "Thank you, headmaster." But thought, "It irks me that jerk Howard paved the way, but now's not the time to be picky." Flaubert rang a bell, and someone entered. He ordered, "Secure an empty training room immediately. Notify department professors to assemble for an additional enrollment evaluation now." The person replied, "Yes, headmaster." Scene transition, Valhalla's private training room. Zeke stood in the arena, sweat beads rolling down his cheek. He frowned slightly, thinking, Valhalla's on another level. Every professor is a renowned knight I've seen at least once in continental papers. Once everyone was present, Flaubert spoke, "We're all here. Show us the results of the training you claim to have undertaken." All eyes locked onto Zeke. Feeling the weight, he drew his sword, thinking, "What should I show them now? I can't just flaunt the elemental sword here." Instantly, he sensed a terrifying pressure. After all, these were professors who trained the continent's mightiest knights. Half-baked techniques won't impress them. In that case, a smirk curled his lips. "Guess I should get serious." Seeing the energy radiating from Zeke, a professor exclaimed, "Impossible. Isn't that sword aura?" Another chimed in. "At just 15, he's reached the Blue Knight realm? Wasn't Sir Abel the youngest record holder at 19? Someone else replied, "Truly a golden age." Suddenly, Zeke frowned, recalling Kaiser's words. "You asked what I think of aura? It's just a trick for the weak." He thought, "After months sparring with Kaiser, I forgot to restrain my aura. Good thing they think I'm only at Blue Knight level. Before meeting Kaiser, my aura was indeed Blue Knight tier. But after mastering the water force and elemental sword, I broke my limits and reached the next realm, Red Knight." The key difference between Blue Knight and Red Knight lies in wielding sword mora, a technique that hones the sword to its sharpest peak with aura, amplifying the power of imagination. While Blue Knights can only maintain a blade's original form, Red Knights excel, freely sustaining and morphing shapes through will and visualization. Zeke thought, "Lucky I stopped at sword aura. Otherwise, this would have been way more troublesome." Then, praise rang out. "Outstanding." Zeke shivered slightly. Flaubert approached, saying, "Compared to a month at Valhalla, this achievement is beyond comparison. Such a valuable epiphany, even if delayed by months, no, years, is worth it." Zeke sheathed his sword, thinking, "It's like I've become a completely different person." He clasped his hands, replying, "Not at all, headmaster. I apologize again for missing the entrance ceremony due to unforeseen family matters." Flaubert laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I said it's fine." He turned to the other professors. "What about you? Any objections to Zeke's enrollment?" The professors thought, "With such exceptional talent, we're always generous." One spoke, "No objections. Such sharp, clear sword aura, rare even among current knights." The bald elder nodded. "Exactly, no further tests needed." Flaubert turned to Zeke. Then it settled. "Congratulations on your enrollment, Zeke Draker." Scene transition, Midland Atlat, a sprawling metropolis rivaling kingdoms, located at the heart of the Midland continent. It hosts Valhalla, the continent's premier knight training academy, and the four-season citadel of the Draker family. The citadel, home to the family head and key pillars, is the true stronghold of the clan. Zeke arrived at his private estate in Atlat. Standing before the grand palace, he marveled. Truly magnificent. Opening the door, he thought, with the black card and now this estate, it's getting a bit extravagant. Inside, past the door, a few people awaited. As Zeke entered, confetti cannons fired, accompanied by cheers. "Congratulations on enrolling at Valhalla." Recognizing familiar faces, Zeke said, "Master, and High Priest Ebdre are here too?" Duke approached, patting his shoulder. "Disciple, you're truly extraordinary." In all my years, you're the first to dare miss Valhalla's entrance ceremony. He pointed behind. The stars here. Shall we start? Zeke blinked. Huh? Start what? It was a party Duke and Abdre had prepared for him. He muttered. I was wondering why people who should be at the academy are here. Turns out, Duke had been summoned by the family head and returned to the Four Seasons Citadel, casually moving into Zeke's estate over a month ago. Abdre, sheepishly, said, I've decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. Sorry, but I'll be bothering you for a while. Zeke thought. These two must have planned this. Watching them laugh, he frowned, inwardly fuming. This is my house. Who gave you the right to decide? After the party, the table was littered with empty wine bottles and spotless plates. Duke and Abdre slumped over, drunk. Night had fallen. At a tavern, a mysterious man offered a gold coin, saying, 1 black ale. Spotting something familiar, the waiter flinched. The stranger continued, I'd like to see Kay for a bit. At those words, every patron in the tavern shot murderous glares at him. A smile spread across his lips. It was Zeke. He grinned. Come at me if you dare. Recognizing him, whispers erupted. The waiter forced a nervous smile. Sorry, I should have relayed the message. He grabbed a bottle from the shelf, gesturing inward. I'll take you to the branch leader. Following the waiter, Zeke entered a secret hallway. As he walked, he scanned, thinking. A hidden door sealed with layers of magical security. Classic K. Before regressing, when naming the continent's top intelligence organizations, people thought of the Draker's Black Mist Agency and the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. But there was another, lesser-known group, Syndicate. Originally a ragtag smuggling ring, a criminal named K used its smuggling network to build an intelligence empire. Before regressing, after Zeke's expulsion from the academy and descent into the McCain cartel, he clawed his way to assassin status. K, Syndicate's branch leader, approached him, tasking him with clearing vital transport routes. Using those cleared paths, K expanded the network, making Syndicate a rival to Black Mist and the Intelligence Bureau. Through sheer will and talent, he turned Syndicate into his personal powerhouse. When Zeke lost everything to the Empire, during his time travel journey, a stranger approached while he was injured, handing him a letter. This is info on the relic the Emperor's targeting. Be careful, it's not easy. The one who actively aided Zeke's revenge was K, though he claimed it was payment for boosting Syndicate's growth. Without K, Zeke would have never touched the relic or stood here. Information is a weapon, Zeke thought, like Abel attending the blessing ceremony. No one knows how the future will shift. After the waiter led him to a room and knocked, Zeke stepped inside, thoughts swirling. K's clearly exceptional. If this deal goes smoothly and we maintain a good relationship, he'll be a valuable ally. The spacious room resembled a warehouse. At its center stood a table with 2 chairs, where someone waited. Lighting a match, the figure looked at Zeke. Unfazed, Zeke remarked, That habit never changes, huh? The man lit a cigarette with the match. As the lights flicked on, their faces became clear. Seeing Zeke, K, Syndicate's branch leader, spoke. So, the rising genius of the Draker family. What brings you to me? Around the room, countless armed figures stood encircling, watching Zeke's conversation. Unfazed, he spoke. No need to beat around the bush. Let's get to the point. I want to do business with Syndicate. Hearing this, K paused, then replied. A promising knight pure-blood awakener from the noble Draker family, reaching Blue Knight at just 15. Why deal with criminals like Syndicate? Zeke thought. She's already got wind of what happened at Valhalla today. Her intel gathering is sharp. Calmly, he said. Judging by your pointless banter, you don't seem interested. But at least take a look at the goods. Zeke pulled an item from his coat, placing it on the table. Seeing the earrings, K remarked, Earrings? Zeke explained. Not ordinary ones. These are treasures. Try them on, you'll be surprised. K picked them up and put them on. Instantly, red aura streams brimming with power swirled around her. After sensing it, she said, boosts mana recovery efficiency? But then, lowering her voice in shock, this cheap-looking thing, something startled her, making her drop her cigarette. She thought, what? What's this? It's not 10%, it's a 15% boost. Current artifacts only manage 1%, 3% at best. This is 5 times that. If such an item existed, why didn't I know? He must have private channels or dug it up himself. Frowning at Zeke, she thought, what the hell is this kid? Seeing K's stunned expression, Zeke spoke. Now are you interested in a deal? Just use my personal info to open a new account. I'm already registered as a representative. Pick up the goods at Atlas's Northern Bank. K thought. I knew it from those earrings. It's a commission to sell relics of unclear origin. 10% commission per item. If profits exceed 10,000 gold, there's a bonus. Exactly the ceiling I set for deals. And he knows I'm a mage. His intel network is no joke. After reading the contract, Kay said, "The deal's set. I'm counting on you, young master." She turned to leave. Zeke raised a finger, saying, "You too. Oh, one thing I'm curious about. Your ghost ship's still safe, right?" Kay's face darkened. Instantly, countless figures appeared around the room. She hissed, "Where'd you hear that?" Zeke waved dismissively, smiling. "Just asking. Why so tense?" Then, lowering his voice, "Intimidation's nice, but you think it's enough to bring me down?" A towering, murderous aura erupted from Zeke, making Kay tremble. The aura engulfed the room, unsettling everyone present. Kay broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Damn, I miscalculated. Zeke Draker, youngest Blue Knight? No way. Even if Atlas's entire branch, or all of Syndicate, went at him, we couldn't win." Zeke stood, placing a hand on the table, calmly. "Can we switch seats, partner?" Scene transition, branch leader's office, Syndicate's Atlas branch. Kay handed Zeke a document, saying, "A blood oath?" Very mage-like. The blood oath was a contract mages used for security. A drop of blood as ink and a signature sealed it. Simple but immensely powerful. Once activated, the other's signature etched onto your arm. If one harmed the other, both would die. Indirect betrayal, like hiring an assassin, erased the betrayer's signature, triggering a non-lethal curse that left them vulnerable. Kay said, "If you understand, good. Sign it. I need assurance too. What if you decide to kill me someday?" Without hesitation, Zeke took the pin's other end, a small dagger, and cut his hand, drawing blood. He said, "You're right." He signed the blood oath with his blood. A magical circle appeared, confirming the contract's success. Their signatures appeared on each other's arms. Zeke said, "To earn your trust, I'd sign as many as you want." Turning away, he continued, "I'm officially your partner now. Back to earlier, your ghost ship's transporting McCain's Soma, right?" Kay rubbed her head, replying, "I don't know how you got info on my ship, but yes. I'm distributing McCain's Soma." Soma, a banned narcotic in most kingdoms, was a massive revenue source in the lawless South Continent, fractured by civil war. Zeke said, "Because of the recent harsh ban by the Transcendent Ishtar family, right?" Kay calmly lit a cigarette, saying, "Exactly. Even McCain wouldn't dare cross a Transcendent family. The only land route between Central and South continents is the desert under Ishtar's control. But years ago, Ishtar sealed all borders, banning entry and exit, cutting off southern contact." Zeke added, "Land routes blocked, and the seas are Pavila's domain. So you borrowed Syndicate's transport routes." Kay replied, "You're paying a high price anyway. To us, you're a valued client." McCain and Pavila, two major crime syndicates, ruled the lawless South. Divided by Central Continent's jungle, McCain held the north, Pavila the south. McCain used land routes for Soma, but Pavila, monopolizing them, switched to sea. When Ishtar closed borders, McCain lost land access and scrambled for sea routes, only to find Pavila had claimed them. Kay turned, asking, "How do you know about our ghost ship?" Syndicate's ghost ship, Kay's brainchild, was cloaked in invisibility magic, evading pirates and navies, their key financial asset, so secret it never leaked. Zeke thought, "I can't say you told me in my past life." Smiling, he said, "An intel broker asking about sources? Now's not the time for that. Shouldn't you focus on Pavila's offer first?" Kay started, "Right. Recently, Pavila approached me, offering double to cut ties with McCain. Higher-ups are still considering." Zeke interrupted, "Reject it. Syndicate thinks it's just Pavila's ploy to sabotage McCain. If you yield, McCain loses its Soma smuggling route. But what if Pavila is the same pirates the Silver Knights wiped out?" Kay shouted, "Nonsense. Pavila upholds rules. Nothing like those bloodthirsty pirates." Zeke calmly said, "That's the facade they show outsiders. Pavila's real goal is to seize the only secret sea route they haven't traced, Syndicate's. McCain keeps the ship for long-term profit, but if Pavila learns the ghost ship's true identity, they'll pounce immediately." Kay questioned, "But Pavila and the Southern Pirates are seen as distinct factions. How do you know?" Zeke slammed the table. "Listen, Kay. First, pay for the intel I'm giving. My request is simple. Connect me to McCain's boss, Don Juan. Do that, and I'll make you Syndicate's new overlord." Hearing this, Kay's expression grew pensive. Night had fallen. Zeke strolled down a street, thinking, Kay's intel is strong, but not enough. Before regressing, the fastest way to seize Syndicate's network was to conquer the South Continent and absorb its forces. Wait for it, Don Juan. The spark I've lit will soon become an inferno, burning your empire to ashes. At Valhalla's night training facility, the campus buzzed with students gathered in small groups, chatting lively. Zeke, our protagonist, wandered the grounds, scanning his surroundings and muttering. The vibe here's way freer than training camps or academies. Glancing at the classrooms, he thought, the principal said a guide would meet me, but still no one's shown up. A sudden yell, in a hip-hop tone, came from behind. A man approached. You must be Zeke, the one the principal mentioned, right? Hearing his name, Zeke turned. Guess I found the guy. The man extended a hand in a flashy hip-hop greeting, his style striking. Zeke frowned, feigning confusion, making the man awkward. Undeterred, he slung an arm over Zeke's shoulder. Our buddy Zeke's gonna need time to vibe with Valhalla, huh? Annoyed by the instant familiarity, Zeke brushed off the arm. You're the guide the principal sent, right? Mimicking Zeke's tone, you're the guide, right? Then, switching back, yo, why so tense, man? He struck hip-hop poses. Chill out. Don't be a porcupine. Peace. Let's roll together. I'm your guy, handpicked by the principal to show you every corner of Valhalla. Yub. Zeke thought, this guy talks nonstop. Where'd he even come from? After the spiel, the man smacked his head. Oh, almost forgot. I'm Diego. Zeke's eyes widened. Diego continued. I'm a preacher of new age music, blending medieval melodies with southern rhythms. Sticking out his tongue, posing coolly. That's me, Diego Villa. Looking forward to your help, bro. Zeke turned to leave. Yeah, same. Diego, caught off guard, chased after him. Whoa, vibes getting heavy, Zeke. Zeke kept walking. You're imagining things. Glancing at Diego, Rhythm Knight, Diego New Age. Never thought I'd meet one of the future 5-star knights. The 5-star knights, heroes of the Continental War before Zeke's regression, were Silent Knight Bishop Castique, Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma, Phantom Knight Aster Eladopo, Lightning Knight Reina Draker, and Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Following Diego, Zeke mused, rumor has it all 5-star knights came from Valhalla. I need to verify that. If things go well, I could build influence fast. Diego slung an arm around Zeke. Walking's making me hungry. Want to try some southern grub, buddy? Zeke shook his head, not fond of it. Diego persisted, you just haven't hit the right spot. Here. They entered the academy's dining hall. Zeke bit into a pastry, flavors exploding. This is actually good. Diego laughed. Haha, told ya, buddy. Shark dragon dish, Valhalla's specialty. Even a southern native like me says it's top tier. Zeke nodded. Yeah, better than native southern food. Diego raised an eyebrow. You've been to the southern continent? Zeke dodged, just saying. They chatted about the academy. Zeke asked, why's a southern guy like you at Valhalla? Diego stared at his tea. Long story. My parents ruled a small southern kingdom. Zeke thought, a rhythm knight from southern royalty? The southern continent's a coalition of kingdoms around Gusco, most migrating to the center after its civil war collapse. Diego smiled. Basically, I'm a noble prince. Zeke frowned. Royalty with no decorum. Diego sighed. But my old man insisted I uphold royal swordsmanship, so a sword prodigy like me got shipped to Valhalla. Thumbs up, grinning, but I'd rather make music. Zeke thought, what about those banking on him? Diego chirped, join my new age southern music club. Zeke turned away, not into that nonsense. At a large lecture hall, Zeke questioned, can we just crash a seniors class? Diego, arm around him, you're green, buddy. Valhalla's free. If it helps learning, anything goes. Pick any class. Plus, today's not ordinary. Something epic's coming. Zeke smirked, nonstop mouth. Whispers caught his ear. Students murmured, that's him, right? Yeah, definitely. A student added, Zeke Draker, youngest Valhalla recruit. Another, he's pure blood, right? Beat a coach, too. Diego turned, what? You're a Draker? Zeke, surprised, what? Showing his gloves clan logo, what did you think this was? Diego blinked, what's that? Zeke snapped, idiot. This is the pure blood glove, symbol of the Draker clan's awakened pure blood. Diego stammered, huh? I thought it was some cool concept. Pure blood glove? Clueless. Zeke thought, at Valhalla, and can't recognize a pure blood glove? Typical reaction to an awakened pure blood. Diego mused, no wonder you were all high and mighty. Zeke waved, speechless, this idiot's clueless. Diego laughed, haha, a Draker should treat me to food, right? Kidding. Zeke gritted his teeth. He's even more hyped now. A professor entered, clapping for order, attention. All eyes turned. Zeke propped his chin, no wonder it's packed. The principal's leading this lecture. The principal said, your turnout shows how anticipated this is. Diego, holding song lyrics, asked, yo buddy, how's this rhyme? Zeke pushed his hand. If you drag me here, at least act focused. The principal continued, skipping fluff. Our special guest was hard to book. The Draker clan's Black Knight is back. Zeke perked up, back in Four Seasons City. Is he re-emerging? Duke Draker. Zeke's drunkard mentor stepped in, causing a stir. Storm Knight Duke Draker? The Black Knight who vanished? Rumors of him in Four Seasons City were true. Duke tapped the mic. I've been off the front lines, yet you remember me. An honor. I'll share my journey from an ordinary Valhalla student to a knight. Zeke muttered, normally a mess, but he's polished today. Quite a presence. Duke's tale started strong, but soon bored many. Only Zeke and Diego stayed alert. Zeke grumbled, 2 hours of self-praise. When's he stopping? Duke rambled. I said, rethink it. The principal interrupted. Sorry to cut off eager listeners, but time's up. Students thought, thank you, principal. He added, our next speaker needs no introduction. Despite a busy Guardian Knight schedule, they're here. Zeke jolted. Draker Knights rank from novice to intermediate, advanced, and Guardian. Guardian's highest rank matched the Elder Council's authority. Fewer than 10 exist. This is big. Excited, he watched as Diego tinkered with lyrics. At 4 o'clock, a woman with platinum hair and white armor strode in. Zeke wondered, platinum hair, white armor. Striking, but who? Students buzzed, lucky to be at Valhalla. Seeing the Silver Knight in person, Zeke muttered, what? It's her. Carly Draker, the Draker clan's eldest daughter, the Silver Knight. Isen Port City, the continent's maritime trade hub, boasts a prime geographic position, controlling commerce not only with the door-to-trade republic, but also the southern and eastern continents. Yet, over a decade ago, the situation was starkly different. Isen was overrun by southern pirates, a lawless land rife with crime. Upon becoming an official Draker clan knight, Carly launched a campaign to eradicate the pirates. By the 5th year, no pirate dared linger in Isen. Under her protection, the city revived, becoming the continent's greatest port. Surviving pirates fled to Dorda's Dead Sea region. For reclaiming Isen, Carly was named the youngest Guardian Knight in clan history. A feat even Abel, who once held everything before his regression, never achieved. Gazing at her on the podium, Zeke thought, I knew she was a big deal, but my eldest sister? And a direct line member clashing with Abel for the inheritance. No wonder I didn't recognize her. Before my regression, Carly Draker was. Carly closed her eyes, tapped the table, and commanded, silence. Her words unleashed a crushing pressure, rattling weaker students. Zeke smirked. They were all excited earlier. A Guardian Knight causing such a ruckus? Where's the decorum? As the hall quieted, Carly spoke. Even with a lecturer present, your attitude remains chaotic. Valhalla, where I graduated, was never this disorderly. If our predecessors saw this, they'd shake their heads. Think peace comes free? No. It's earned through our ancestors' blood and sweat. Understanding alone means nothing. Action gives it value. Hearing his sister preach, Zeke smiled. So that's it. Carly slammed the table. Only through grueling training and discipline do you become a true knight. Zeke thought, she's so dramatic. After the lecture, students spilled onto the campus, buzzing. One said, that was intense. Another replied, makes me miss Duke's talks. Zeke mused, her advice wasn't bad, but these young students won't hear it. Frowning, where'd Diego run off to? Diego strode ahead, waving, sorry buddy. I've been lost in composing, fueling my artistic soul. I've shown you enough of Valhalla, so I'm off. Zeke walked on, not bad. I'll be busy recruiting talent and adapting here. While I have time, I should check Terrakin's secure archives. Stepping forward, time to find it. A voice called Zeke Draker. Carly approached. Got a moment? They moved to Valhalla's training arena. Carly drew her sword, ready to fight. Zeke thought, that's the mithril sword from the Holy Nation? The Holy Nation, near Isen, suffered from pirates until Carly's campaign freed them. In gratitude, they gifted her a pure mithril sword and armor, earning her the Silver Knight title. Carly eyed Zeke, don't hold back. Zeke stretched, silent. She's heard I reached blue rank via sword aura. Planting his sword in the ground. Show my true strength? Infusing aura, sorry, can't oblige. Many are curious about my power. Why reveal it to her? Draker's rule is the strong devour the weak. Blue rank at 15 is unprecedented. Showing my true red rank would make Siemens, my rival for the inheritance, try to oust me. The clan head would bind me under his control. I'll only reveal my hand after surpassing him. I just need the clan's transcendent heir title, not to be their pawn. They clashed like lightning, sword sparking. Carly shifted her blade, catching Zeke off guard, knocking his sword down. Before he could react, she slashed, grazing his face. A system alert flashed, administrator request confirmed. Healing factor skill temporarily disabled. Zeke thought, she's a Guardian Knight. She might detect my healing factor. Recalling Duke's fight, how do you heal so fast? I won't let that happen again. Zeke attacked, trading countless blows. He leaped, slashing down. Carly parried unfazed, their clash kicking up dust. Feeling his sword tremble, red rank indeed. Countering at blue rank's limit is tough. Carly charged, slashing fiercely. Zeke blocked with quick reflexes, their energies colliding in a massive explosion. Amid the dust, their swords clashed. Carly noted, a normal sword would have snapped. Yours is impressive. Zeke ignored her, defending her onslaught. Blood streaked his face. He knocked her sword back, retreating to gain distance, wiping sweat. Risky facing a red rank head-on while capping at blue. Carly taunted, keeping this distance and already relaxing? Zeke realized, I forgot. Beyond Silver Knight, she's known for giant force sword, wielding aura like a titan's blade. Her sword extended over 10 meters, slashing near Zeke's face. The shockwave paled him. Gritting his teeth, spitting blood, he flew back, crashing into a corner. As dust settled, only Zeke's sword remained planted. Carly muttered, overdid it. Her eyes widened as Zeke emerged from the rubble, leaning on a stone. Satisfied yet? Seeing Zeke still standing after her attack, Carly praised, remarkable, Zeke. You blocked that strike? You've exceeded my expectations. Though upright, Zeke trembled from the devastating blow. Carly sighed. Zeke, I need to discuss something. But before she could continue, Zeke collapsed. Alarmed, Carly rushed over, shouting, Zeke, are you okay? Supporting him, severe internal injuries. Overused aura? She pulled a vial from her pouch, pouring it into his mouth. This is the clan's supreme recovery elixir. Drink slowly. The elixir's power spread, healing him. A system alert flashed. Administrator request confirmed. Healing factor skill reactivated permanently. Regaining consciousness, Zeke muttered, this shouldn't be noticed. My pausing and reactivating healing factor was a performance. Capping my strength at blue rank. When her greatsword struck, I used minimal defense to take the hit. Oddly, a strange gap appeared before impact, making it smooth. I absorbed Carly's aura, unable to use my own, causing natural internal injuries. She'll believe I used aura and assume the injuries are from overexertion. After minutes unconscious, Zeke stirred, rubbing his aching head. Ugh. Carly asked, feeling better? Smiling, yeah, much better. Thanks, Carly. Relieved, she stood, offering a hand. Call me sister, relax. It's fine. Zeke was surprised by her warmth. The scene shifted to a secluded alley in a slat's outskirts. On a horse-drawn carriage, Carly set a tea table to help Zeke recover. Holding 2 cups, I heard you like tea, so I prepared some from the eastern continent. Hope it suits you. Zeke replied, thanks, sister. The clan head said the same. How far has this tea rumor spread? Inside the lavish carriage, Zeke remarked, this is inside a carriage? Hard to imagine from the outside. Carly explained, disguise magic. A guardian knight's carriage draws attention. She dragged me to the arena. Now takes me out of the city? He asked, something so sensitive it can't be overheard. Carly paused. Slaughter Knight, Abel Draker. Zeke froze. She continued, I need your help to stop him. Surprised, what? Abel, the clan's second prince? Softening, sorry for the abruptness. I'll explain. She went on. Abel's violating the oath of neutrality, a core clan rule against meddling in national conflicts. He's siding with the Rome Empire, interfering in their conflict with Valencia. Sipping exquisite tea, Abel's acting this early? Zeke asked, for seasoned city doesn't know? Carly replied calmly, they know but ignore it. The city's in chaos. Some elder council members back the empire and Abel. Manipulated elders? Yes, though some remain neutral. A conservative council just staying neutral? It's only a matter of time before they're subdued. Carly nodded, exactly. We're investigating, but we can't wait for proof. If Abel acts unchecked, war's inevitable. Zeke's expression hardened. The prophecy was true. 3 years post-regression, in 7 years, Abel's control over Draker and alliance with Rome will spark a continent-swallowing war. Countless dead, skies scorched, lands stained with blood and ash. Carly declared, I'm resolved to build a force to stop Abel. He's seizing clan leadership, believing control over the top ensures obedience below. But true knights bow only to ideals and justice. Firmly, I'll act on my beliefs, rallying commoner knights, the true core of Four Seasons City, for justice. Looking at Zeke, I won't force you. You're young, a pure blood awakened, with endless paths ahead. Sipping tea, I see Carly's true self. Iron will, yet soft enough to bow for justice. That gap in her greatsword strike was her concern for me. Outwardly tough, inwardly fragile. Carly mused, if this fails, I could be branded a traitor. Think carefully. Zeke set his cup down. Thanks for your concern. Kneeling, though young and flawed, let me stand with your knightly spirit. Surprised, Carly smiled. Thank you, Zeke. Back at Valhalla's research wing, Zeke studied the system panel. In my past life, Carly was my source for clan updates. I didn't know corruption started pre-war. I planned to leave Draker to avoid Abel's control, building my own force. But with an ally like her, there's no need to leave. Staying lets me monitor Abel. Using Carly as a shield deflects suspicion. First, I must become an official knight to sway opinion toward her. Despite being the eldest and a guardian knight, Carly, not a pure-blood or direct-line elite, failed to reform Draker last life. If I, a pure-blood, become a knight and back her, we could shift opinion from Abel. I need to pass that damn knight test. Rubbing his ear in frustration, he checked the system map, almost there. At Valhalla's central Great Library, his goal lay in Terrakin's secure archives. Entering the vast repository, you've reached the secure archives. Scanning shelves, this dump? Just useless old books. I expected something epic like Bahamut's Heart or Dragon Fawn. Finding nothing, what a waste. A system alert, data update point detected. An invisible bookshelf appeared. What's this? Linked and synchronized with another administrator's secure archive, Terrakin Draker. Terrakin used a system like mine? No wonder it's undiscovered. Only system users can access it. Terrakin Draker's secure archive data linked to Zeke Draker's system. Access available anytime. Suggested categories. 1. Organization Operations Manual. 2. Dragon Slaying Guide version 5.21. 3. Reference Materials. 4. Growth Support Maxims. Frowning, these sound mundane. He commanded, System, find the best growth-enhancing text. Request confirmed. Optimal document located. A glowing book caught his eye there. Holding the aged text, Secret Dragon Slaying Technique. Scanning it, never heard of this. The author's name stunned him. Shatan Draker, closest aide to Hero King Kaiser. Zeke froze, shocked by the familiar name. Before passing down the dragon-slaying sword art, I, Shatan Draker, wish to explain why I created this technique. The bond between dragons and humanity originated with the great Hero King. Despite our weaknesses, some humans could form contracts with supreme beings, dragons. Yet, dragons aided us not out of nobility but pity, viewing humanity as frail compared to other races. This led to a surge in contractors, fostering an independent civilization across the continent. However, this rapid progress sparked an indescribable unease in me. I feared dragons. If such superior beings helped us out of pity, they could turn and destroy us effortlessly. This dread haunted me, envisioning humanity's extinction overnight, defenseless. Thus, I resolved to find a way to counter dragons. I first considered magic, but it was the dragon's initial gift to humanity. Human hearts cannot naturally produce mana. Dragons etched magic circles into them, enabling our use. Using magic against dragons, fighting them with their own power, was absurd. Next, I thought of the Hero King's elemental sword, a force even dragons feared. But this power was exclusive to those with royal elf blood, an insurmountable barrier. So, I devoted myself to discovering a new, purely human power. I explored everything, pushing human limits, from the primal swordsmanship of the North to the mystical arts of the East. Ironically, my greatest ally was Kronos, the Hero King's contracted dragon. When asked why, he said, for fun. Yet, his cold eyes held profound resolve. Years of research followed. With Kronos, we uncovered a new power, aura. Not elemental or mana, but a force only humans could harness. After this breakthrough, I continued studying aura even after the Hero King's passing. Over time, I systematized aura knowledge, concepts, applications, and sword techniques, compiling it into the secret dragon-slaying art, sent to kingdoms across the continent. Yet, in a world where dragon-given artifacts made power easy, the dragon-slaying sword art, requiring grueling self-training, was ignored. Fortunately, my fear of dragon betrayal has not yet materialized, but I believe this technique will one day be vital. To whoever finds this text, I hope you understand my intent and train diligently to master it. These were Shatan Draker's words in the book Zeke held. Suddenly, he turned, seeing a glowing magical system interface. A mission notification appeared. Achievement, Shatan's successor. Mission, master the dragon-slaying sword art of Sword Saint Shatan Draker. Deadline, 3 months. Reward, coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasure. Zeke's heart raced. It appeared right after I finished reading. Perfect timing. Carefully returning the book, the Kronos Kingdom's treasure. It must hold artifacts beyond anything I've seen. But he paused, frowning. Only 3 months? Is it harder than learning the elemental sword? Stroking his chin, eyes gleaming with resolve. I'll have to pour everything into mastering this. He muttered, self-mocking. the number 3 strikes again. Though unclear how long had passed since the Hero King's era, events seemed to align with Shatten's fears. The Liberation War had swept away the continent's peace. Scanning the dimly lit secret library, magical lamps casting shadows on ancient shelves, Zeke asked, "System, any other useful info here? Like Terrakin's diary?" The system responded, "Administrator request confirmed. Detecting relevant data. Playing magical visual record, Terrakin's diary." The surroundings shifted. Shelves faded, replaced by a vast desert under scorching sunlight. Zeke frowned, heart pounding. Where am I? A system-created space? Like the compliance guide when everything warped. Within seconds, the scene transformed. Alone in the desert, tension gripped him. A golden light flashed behind, reflecting his image on the sand. Sensing danger, Zeke crouched, hand on his sword, ready to fight. The ground shook violently. A colossal dragon erupted from the earth, sand flying, its roar shattering the air. Zeke's eyes widened, heart thumping. A dragon. The system announced, class skill activated, unyielding will. Trembling not from fear, but awe. No wonder dragons are the pinnacle of all species. This feels so real. The dragon's fiery red eyes locked onto him. Voice trembling with excitement. Is this Bahamut? The evil dragon Bahamut. A powerful presence emerged behind. Zeke turned, stunned. A figure approached, exuding terrifying pressure he couldn't sense until they spoke. This guy, a monster in a different league from Bahamut. The figure passed through him. He walked through me? Am I in a recorded memory? He realized this was Terrakin's diary, replaying the legendary battle between Dragonslayer Terrakin Draker and Bahamut. As Terrakin appeared, Bahamut swung its claws, preparing to strike. Zeke's heart raced. It's starting. The fabled battle, unfolding before me. Bahamut stomped, shaking the ground, debris passing through Terrakin. Its eyes gleamed, voice booming. Why hesitate, Terrakin? Silent, Terrakin stood firm. Bahamut continued, disappointed. A pity, the one I chose as my contractor. Zeke's eyes widened, pupils shrinking. What? Terrakin was Bahamut's contractor? Like Kaiser and Kronos? Then the legend of the Dragon Slayer killing Bahamut. Could it be? The space wavered, distorting. Zeke shouted, frustrated, what's happening? Glancing at Terrakin, fading, speaking to Bahamut too far to hear. Desperate, system, no way to fix this? The system replied, unable to confirm administrator request. Zeke gritted his teeth, anger surging. A thought struck him, recalling Shatten's words, dragons cannot betray humans. If betrayal occurs, it's from the contractor. Staring at Terrakin, suspicion flickered. Could the truth behind this battle differ from the legend? As the scene unfolded, Bahamut's body turned to dust, dissolving under the desert's scorching sun. Zeke's eyes widened, heart pounding, as Terrakin's form also began to fade, swallowed by the distorting space. A glimmering object appeared before Terrakin, sparking Zeke's curiosity. What's that? Squinting, his pulse quickened. It was Bahamut's heart and claws, relics he'd once claimed from the Dragon Slayer's holy land. But when dragons die, they leave only ash. Why are these intact? His mind raced. If pureblood armor is made from dragon hide, Bahamut must be unique. Before he could ponder further, the space above shuddered violently. The desert scene shattered like a torn painting. In seconds, Zeke was yanked back to the secret library, surrounded by the dim glow of magical lamps. Stunned, he muttered, the video ends here? Sinking to the floor, exhausted and disappointed, I don't get what's going on anymore. He sighed, that's enough for today. Reflecting, Zeke recalled visiting Valhalla's research wing, linking his system to Terrakin's secure study, allowing access to its records anywhere. He'd replayed Terrakin's diary, but like before, the ending distorted, obscuring Terrakin and Bahamut's final words. Not much gained, he murmured, eyes tinged with melancholy. Yet, amid the secure study's chaotic data, Zeke uncovered a revelation. The dragon-slaying sword art was the origin of the Dragon Slayer technique. Terrakin simplified it for accessibility, but this reduced its power, rendering it ineffective against dragons. Hardly worthy of the name, Zeke thought, a bitter smile curling his lips. Still, combining it with personal traits for synergy could make it practical. Less potent, but a success in utility. He nodded, a spark of hope in his eyes. What troubled him most was the diary's divergence from the Dragon Slayer legend. The tale claimed Terrakin defeated Bahamut, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity, a classic hero story. Yet, the diary revealed Terrakin as Bahamut's contractor, a detail absent from any record. This isn't an oversight, Zeke muttered, eyes cold. Something's being hidden. Leaving the library, Zeke walked a quiet path, holding a letter from Kay, a former colleague. Long time, old friend. I don't know why you're suddenly into ancient history, but as requested, I investigated Dragon Slayer legends across the continent, including untranslated manuscripts. As expected, no text mentions human dragon contracts or figures like Kaiser or Tarakan as dragon contractors. Oddly, all sources share a uniform tone, as if curated. When I dug deeper, the Draker clan sent a warning letter. So, our group pulled out. Clashing with the Drakers isn't on our agenda. Zeke burned the letter, flames consuming the words. Striding forward, it's clear now. The Draker clan is censoring Tarakan's info. But why? The clan's prestige was built on exalting Tarakan, elevating him as one of the 8 great transcendents. Yet they suppressed details about him and Bahamut? Unease surged. This runs deeper than I thought. With swirling thoughts, Zeke returned to the secret library for clues. Opening the door, he called System, but his eyes narrowed, sensing something off. Scanning the room, he closed the door calmly. It's a rest day. Decker and the staff are absent. Duke and Andre are delayed by missions. Advancing cautiously, fine, whoever's here, he muttered, eyes sharp. From a corner, a black-clad figure watched his every move. System, open the mini-map. Administrator request confirmed. The library's map appeared, revealing 2 lurkers, one inside, one at the window. Frowning, 2 targets? Did the great mountain predators track me here? He dismissed it. No, I didn't use my longsword or dragon slayer technique there. Even skilled hunters couldn't trace me. Pondering, it's not about them, it's who sent them. Abruptly, Zeke entered a room, slamming the door. The masked figure flinched. Suddenly, Zeke appeared at the window, cold eyes locking onto him. Abel sent you? The question startled the figure, who spun to face him. Zeke stepped into the hall, mind racing. Did Abel uncover my alliance with Kay? Or a former assassin? It fits. Drawing his sword, no answer? Fine. He lunged, sword flashing like lightning. The assassin parried, eyes panicking. Metal clashed, echoing from the 2nd floor to the stairs and across the 1st. The assassin wasn't weak, deflecting most strikes. Noticing this, Zeke shifted tactics, leaping back, eyes cold. You can hide your appearance, but not your swordplay. Short, precise strikes, Gorka Kingdom style, using curved kukri daggers. Gorka assassins, the North's elite guards, are hired for high-stakes Central Continent missions. Stroking his chin, if it's a Gorka assassin, Abel didn't hire them. They avoid vendettas. He's too defensive for an assassin. I left openings, but he didn't strike. They're not here to kill. They want me alive. A projectile flew from the window. Zeke recognized it. Sedative. Mandragora's earthy scent, used for sleep. Covering his mouth, he dropped his sword, feigning collapse. The assassin hoisted him over his shoulder, heading to his accomplice at the window. On the assassin's shoulder, Zeke's heart raced. If not Abel, who? Why capture me? The system alerted, Mandragora detected. Activating total poison immunity skill. Smirking inwardly, let's see who wins. Zeke was taken to a room outside the academy, where a man awaited. The scene shifts to the next morning at the Atlas Outskirts farm. Zeke was confined in a cold, dark room, his hands bound by glowing magical chains. He sighed, voice tinged with exhaustion and exasperation. Well, didn't expect you to be the mastermind. Before him stood a blond man with a mysterious black eye patch, Cleef Reinhardt, chairman of the Reinhardt Trade Guild. His sharp eyes pierced Zeke, as if probing his soul. Leaning on the table, Cleef's calm voice carried authority. If you know who I am, this'll go faster. Zeke met his gaze, brows furrowing. We had a connection in my past life. The Reinhardt Trade Guild, one of 110 major guilds, operated mainly in the Orentia Kingdom. If events followed their current path, the Continental War sparked by Abel and the Empire would engulf both the kingdom and the guild. Zeke recalled Cleef's fierce resistance against the Empire in his past life, like himself. Yet, after providing critical intelligence to defeat the Empire, Cleef returned to the collapsing Orentia, dying in agony despite escaping. Zeke shook his head. Patriotism or something else, it was a foolish choice. Cleef's voice softened with regret. Sorry for the rough methods. He signaled his subordinate to unchain Zeke. The magical chains fell, leaving his wrists numb. Cleef continued. The guild will formally apologize for this discourtesy. So, let's talk comfortably. Zeke cut him off. Eyes sharp as a blade, save it. Get to the point. What do you want? Cleef raised an eyebrow. Young, yet a true Draker. Even seasoned knights would falter in captivity. But Zeke showed no unease, his presence unshakable. After a pause, Cleef's tone grew serious. Before my request, can you review this? He slid a stack of documents toward Zeke. Zeke flipped through, eyes focused. Cleef explained, This lists those infected by a new disease spreading in the southern continent. Zeke's brows furrowed. Them? Why show me this? At the final page, a name halted his breath. Elena Stone, mother of his first guard, Liam Stone. She'd survived the Crimson Plague with his recipe. Anger surged. Zeke slammed the documents down, voice icy. What's your game? Cleef, unfazed, pointed to Elena's name. There, it's called the Crimson Plague, a brutal disease with a 100% mortality rate. Only Elena survived, fully recovered. But the doctors stayed silent. His gaze locked on Zeke. Know anything about this? Zeke smirked coldly. He sensed something off, and is probing. Typical merchant. Was Cleef after the Crimson Plague cure for profit? Its value was immense, but Cleef wasn't blinded by greed. Kidnapping a Draker pureblood for money was too reckless. Taking a gamble, Zeke said confidently, "Of course I know. I provided that formula." Cleef shot up, eyes gleaming. "I'll buy it. Name your price." Zeke raised a hand, smirking smugly, stunning Cleef. "So worked up? Not very merchant-like." Cleef's face reddened. His goal isn't money. It's about saving lives. Zeke grinned. "Let's deal like merchants." Cleef calmed. 3 conditions for the formula, right?" Zeke nodded. "Simpler than you think." Cleef pressed. "What are they?" Zeke's tone carried weight. "I'll use them when the time's right. Nothing beyond your guild's reach." Cleef considered, then nodded. "If it's reasonable and mutually agreed, fine." Satisfied, Zeke scribbled the formula and handed it over. "Follow this exactly." Cleef reached for it. Eyes alight. "This is it?" But Zeke pulled back, skeptical. "One question. Who really needs this cure?" Cleef froze, eyes flickering with panic. Stammering, "What?" "The guild's just after a high-value item." Zeke shook his head. "You mobilized northern mercenaries to kidnap a Draker pureblood and lost your cool. That's not the Reinhardt guild I know." Exposed, Cleef leaned on the table, head bowed, then sat, voice low. "The Arinsha royal family." Zeke raised a brow. "Who specifically?" Cleef shook his head. "I can't say." Disappointed, Zeke recalled their last meeting in his past life. He warned, "You're planning to return to Arinsha, right? Don't. It's fallen, like your guild. Going back means death." Back then, Cleef's tired eyes replied, "Thanks, but I'm done. I'll end my days in Arinsha." In the present, Cleef's resolute yet pained gaze met Zeke's. "I can't say more." That look, not the hollow shell from before. Someone vital to him. Despite Arinsha's conflict with the Empire and internal strife with the Join tribe, a royal connection could be useful later. Zeke handed over the formula. "Fine, keep your secrets." Cleef clutched it, hands trembling with relief. Zeke interrupted. "Sorry to cut in, but my first condition now." Cleef regained composure. "Of course. Name it, if it's within our power." Zeke grinned confidently. "Let me join your guild." Before this unexpected proposal, Cleef spoke up with curiosity. "A job offer, or are you planning some kind of trade?" Zeke replied. "To be precise, I need a fake identity. Just for temporary use." Cleef continued. "If it's just that, why go through us at all?" Zeke explained. "I plan to use it in the southern continent. That place is full of seasoned criminals. A half-baked disguise won't cut it. But the Reinhardt Trading Company is trusted by the cartel, isn't it?" Hearing this, Cleef nodded in agreement, though not particularly pleased. After a moment of thought, he sighed and said, "Fine, I understand what you're getting at. If that's all, you can use the identity of my cousin. Those guys probably won't suspect a thing." Zeke, seizing the opportunity, pressed further. "Great. Also, I need a regular means of transportation to and from the south, along with a house. The house needs to be spacious enough to store goods. That's my first request. Oh, and since you guys dragged me here, I assume you've already prepared a way to get me back, right?" Zeke's bold demands made Cleef's expression stiffen. He was furious inside but forced a bright smile, thinking to himself, "This brat's got some nerve." Then, with a smile, he said, "All right, I'll contact you when everything's ready. The ranger team will handle getting you back." Zeke agreed immediately but thought to himself, the renowned Reinhardt Trading Company agreeing to a deal this easily? That person must be really important to them. Afterward, the ranger team turned to head toward the door. Seeing Zeke still sitting there, one of them called out, "Hey!" He pointed to the door in front of them, continuing, "This way." Outside, a sturdy-looking horse was waiting. Zeke pointed at the horse, exclaiming, "Whoa, this ant looks pretty solid." Then he stepped past the 2 men, smiling as he said, "I'll make good use of it." As Zeke mounted the horse, the 2 turned to leave. The brown-haired one reminded him, "We're done here. We'll head out first." Zeke spoke up, making them pause. "So, can we consider the deal with Reinhardt finalized?" At this, both turned sharply, staring at him. The brown-haired one asked, "You speak Gorkin? Do Drakers learn that too?" Zeke just smiled and replied, "Let's call it a hobby." Brushing it aside, he continued, Anyway, back to business. This time, I have a job I'd like to hire you for. After hearing Zeke's words, the brown-haired one asked curiously, rescuing someone held by McCain? He glanced at his companion. Both fell silent for a moment. Seeing their lack of response, Zeke pressed. What? Is the price I offered not attractive enough? His words startled the brown-haired man. He looked at Zeke and replied, No, the price isn't an issue. In fact, with terms similar to reinherarts, it's more than profitable. But he continued, The problem is your identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with transcendent families. Zeke furrowed his brow, sighed, and questioned, What? You're hesitating over something so trivial? I already have a fake identity prepared by reinherart. Just use that to draft a commission letter to Gorka, and it's done. Seeing the logic in Zeke's words, the brown-haired man agreed. All right, as long as it doesn't get found out. Zeke added a reminder. Oh, and by the way, we still have some unfinished business to settle, don't we? The comment puzzled the brown-haired man, unsure of what Zeke meant. Suddenly, with uncanny skill, Zeke pulled out their 2 kukri blades and drove them into the ground. The action darkened both men's expressions. For the rangers of the Gorka kingdom, a kukri wasn't just a weapon. It was a symbol of a true warrior, a cherished companion as vital as their mission. The fact that Zeke took their kukris without them noticing proved he could easily take their lives at any moment. Zeke spoke coldly. Consider this a gift in return for daring to kidnap me. The 2 men's expressions grew highly cautious, realizing the absolute gap in strength. The brown-haired one gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face, muttering, What kind of monster is this guy? Zeke glanced over, flashing an enigmatic smile, and said, You speak the common continental tongue pretty fluently, huh? Then he continued, Farewell, brothers. See you next time. After meeting with Reinhardt, Zeke officially entered the phase of recruiting allies. His targets were the heroes once known as the 5-Star Knights, famed for their brilliant achievements in the Continental War before their reclamation. If he could build rapport and recruit them to his side now, they'd form an incredibly powerful force. Fortunately, with the help of Principal Flaubert, who was always fond of him, Zeke learned that all of them hailed from Valhalla Academy. The issue was timing. Silent Knight Bishop Castique had graduated and was now a member of the Thebia Kingdom's Knight Order. Black Tortoise Knight Jeffrick Salma was in his final year, busy with field training. Aster Eladov was still enrolled but had dropped out due to severe insomnia. As for Reyna, she wouldn't enroll until next year, but since they shared pure blood lineage, Zeke would have plenty of chances to approach her later. He clenched his fists, deep in thought. That leaves only Diego. The scene shifts to Diego's club. At this moment, Diego was performing as the lead singer, belting out his song. The other band members played their instruments, and surprisingly, Zeke was there too. His face was filled with boredom, thinking to himself, Wait, what the hell am I doing here? He recalled coming to Diego's clubroom to recruit him to his side. But Diego approached, threw an arm around his shoulder, grinned, and said, Bro, you came at the perfect time. There's an open spot, just for you. Zeke asked, puzzled. What? I'm just... Diego cut him off. Yeah, you just want to play music, right? I get that vibe. Congrats. You're now an official member of the Southern Continent's Fusion New Age Music Research Club. After a moment of exasperation, Zeke decided, screw it. He dove into the lively atmosphere of the music. His whole body let loose with the group, thinking, let's just enjoy this for now. Later, he stumbled out of the club, exhausted, limbs heavy, muttering, Damn it, I got caught up in Diego's rhythm. Upon returning to the training room, the butler greeted him. Zeke rolled his shoulder and said, I'm starting training now. Tell the servants not to disturb me. Looking at the black sword in front of him, Zeke muttered, First, channel aura around the body to open the meridians, then progress from small circulation to great circulation. He diligently studied the book left by Tarakan, reading and muttering, What the hell is this? It's all terms I've never heard of. Reflecting, he began to understand why Shatan adapted this technique into the dragon-slaying method. Every move in the dragon-slaying sword art relied on compressing a massive amount of aura and releasing it, something ordinary techniques couldn't achieve. This swordsmanship wasn't designed to fight humans, but was literally meant to slay dragons. Its power could rival elemental swords. Holding the black sword, Zeke mused. Every move in the dragon-slaying method is exaggerated to the extreme. A single strike is enough to cleave a giant dragon. Compress an enormous amount of aura to its limit, then swing the sword down. He followed his insights. Suddenly, footsteps approached the training room. The butler closely observed Zeke, who was unleashing powerful slashes of the dragon-slaying method. Each strike seemed to tear through space, kicking up clouds of dust. After swinging tirelessly, Zeke chuckled to himself. Haha, this heaven-blessed body is no joke. The system notified. Heaven-blessed physique. Optimizes physical potential, accelerates skill mastery, and enhances ether conduction in the body. Thanks to this ability, Zeke could visualize his movements in advance, like a map unfolding before his eyes, guiding him to perfect his skills. Repeating the motions, he concluded, I can feel it. I'm getting more proficient and faster. Then, he raised his sword high and unleashed a slash that tore through the space in front of him. Zeke's eyes widened in shock. He questioned, What? I just broke through the red wall and stepped into a new realm, and now I'm already touching the black wall. In his mind, he faced a towering, dense black wall. He muttered, They say training too hastily makes the wall to the next realm even higher. Yet, the heart of Bahamut within his ether core resonated fiercely with the dragon-slaying sword art, continuously surging with power. Zeke told himself, Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing my sword one more time. After numerous repetitions, a glowing red magical seal appeared on Zeke's chest. His eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Immediately after, a blazing red aura erupted. His eyes turned pitch black, and blood vessels bulged around them. The system announced, Bahamut's heart is reacting to Shotun Draker's dragon-slaying sword art. Memories etched in Bahamut's heart are being reenacted. Zeke questioned, Bahamut's memories? He was transported to a dark space. Looking around, he muttered, It's too dark. I can't see clearly. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching. A masked figure spoke. Bahamut, sovereign of twilight, I have a favor to ask. Bahamut stared at the man, sighing softly, remaining silent. The man reached into his cloak, pulled out a book, and said, I wish to entrust the dragon-slaying sword art, my ultimate technique, to you for safekeeping. Bahamut stared directly at Shotun and spoke. I knew you were a despicable man, but I didn't expect you to be this insane, Shotun Draker. Witnessing the conversation before him, Zeke, observing from above, muttered softly. As expected, that's Shotun. Bahamut continued to glare at him, saying, Are you seriously entrusting a dragon-slaying technique to a dragon? Shotun replied, Exactly. Even Kronos has agreed. You, of all beings, should know why, Bahamut. As soon as Shotun finished speaking, Bahamut stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble violently. A towering wave of killing intent radiated from its body. Staring straight at Shotun, it roared. Kronos has been seduced by humans and lost the qualifications to be a mediator. Around Bahamut, countless magical spears materialized, poised to attack. In response, Shotun gripped his sword tightly, preparing for battle. Bahamut bellowed, I don't believe in the nonsense prophecies of someone like that. With a deafening roar, the air around them seemed to solidify. The magical spears all aimed at Shotun, hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Faced with this scene, Shotun drew his sword and swung it to deflect the massive spears. After parrying one, countless others surged forward at blinding speed. Shotun poured all his strength into powerful slashes, shattering the incoming spears. But in a moment of distraction, one spear shot forward, stopping mere feet from his face. It triggered a massive explosion, shaking the ground violently. Immediately after, more spears plunged into the explosion's epicenter, making the scene even more terrifying. Zeke, watching from above, shuddered in fear, muttering, Is this the ultimate magic of dragons? Truly the pinnacle of all species. Such unbelievable power. If it were me, I'd probably only block one or two strikes. Yet Shotun deflected them all. Shotun stood tall on the ground, successfully fending off every attack from Bahamut. Zeke thought to himself, that human is a monster, surpassing all normal limits. Seeing its attacks so easily blocked by Shotun, Bahamut roared in fury. Get out of my territory, Shotun Draker. If not, the next spear will target Kronos' kingdom. In response to the threat, Shotun calmly asked, Are you sure that's wise? Doing so would bring the punishment of karma upon you. Bahamut smirked and replied, The punishment of karma? How laughable. What do you humans know to speak so recklessly? Even if I slaughter your swarming vermin, there's no reason for me to be punished. With that, it summoned a massive magical orb, preparing to strike Shotun. Shotun, in turn, drove his sword into the ground and said, In the end, everything is unfolding as Kronos' prophecy foretold. He pulled out an item, causing Bahamut's eyes to widen. Instantly, it summoned a giant magical sword and aimed it at Shotun, shouting, Do you think you can control me with Kronos' power? With that, Bahamut swung the giant sword, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Shodan opened the watch in his hand. As the clock struck 12, a golden magical circle appeared beneath his feet. Zeke, witnessing this, widened his eyes. The giant sword, just before reaching Shodan, suddenly halted. Zeke thought to himself, Bahamut attacked, and then what? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, this is... Bahamut was restrained by Shodan's magical circle, its entire body immobilized, unable to attack. Observing this, Zeke narrowed his eyes, thinking, this extraordinary magic must come from that watch. Earlier, Bahamut said, do you think Chronos' power can do anything to me? That watch must be an artifact containing Chronos' power. The magical space around Bahamut trembled violently, its residual energy creating immense pressure. Zeke grimaced, clenching his teeth and covering his ears, cursing silently. The magic is breaking, and now what? He peeked at Bahamut. It stomped heavily on the ground, forcing Shodan to strengthen the restraining circle. Bahamut's body slammed into the ground, as if crushed by an invisible, colossal force. It clawed fiercely, creating deep cracks in the earth, then glared at Shodan with rage and said, Shodan Draker, that illusion just now, could it be? Shodan replied, exactly. That was Chronos' prophecy. Now you understand why I entrusted the dragon-slaying sword art to you, don't you? Bahamut cursed furiously. Damn it. Dragons making contracts with humans was a mistake from the start. Fine, I agree. Humans should stand on their own strength. Then, softening its tone, it continued. All right, hand it over. Let me see this so-called dragon-slaying sword art, your way of killing dragons. After reviewing the dragon-slaying sword art, Bahamut growled and said, you dare create something like this? Shodan calmly responded, it's to protect this world. Bahamut frowned and said, nonsense. Not the world, but you humans. Regardless, I'll keep it, but unless the prophecy comes true, this technique will never see the light of day. Shodan replied instantly, that's fine. Then he turned to leave, adding, even without the dragon-slaying sword art, humans will awaken aura eventually. The dragon watched Shodan's departing figure, growling. When that time comes, I'll personally wipe out all you humans. That power belongs to lowly creatures who don't deserve to wield it. Hearing this, Shodan smiled, thinking to himself, I don't know why a man who created the dragon-slaying sword art out of fear, trust you and Chronos more than anyone else. Turning back, he said to Bahamut, Chronos once said, as a casual remark, that one day you two will find a contractor who can share your heart. After Shodan left, Bahamut returned to its solitary state in the cold cave. Its thoughts lingered. Find a contractor to share my heart? That's absurd. It'll never happen. At this point, Zeke was ejected from Bahamut's memories. Looking up at the ceiling, he muttered, from start to finish, it's all so confusing, but one thing's certain. Because of Bahamut's deep distrust of humans, when I absorbed its heart, I felt some of those emotions. But that makes it even harder to understand why it formed a contract with Tarakan. After witnessing Bahamut's memories, Zeke began investigating to resolve his questions. But all records about Tarakan had been falsified by the Drakers. In this era, Bahamut, who had contracted with Shodan, was known as the Evil Dragon, and no valuable records remained. While continuing to train in the dragon-slaying sword art and search for new clues, Zeke received a message from Reinhardt that his first request had been prepared. Holding a golden card in his hand, after examining it for a moment, he muttered, Deputy Branch Leader of the Reinhardt Trading Company's Southern Continent Branch? Isn't that a bit over the top? Suddenly, he sensed something outside. Looking over, a messenger pigeon was perched at the window. Staring at it, Zeke muttered, looks like Kay has finally made a decision. The scene shifts to the secret garden, under the management of the Atlas branch of the Syndicate organization. After passing through a golden door, Zeke stepped into a VIP room at the bar within the secret garden of the hotel. Kay was already waiting, and upon seeing him, she greeted warmly. Welcome, partner. Zeke raised an eyebrow, puzzled. You're really calling me a partner now? That's a new feeling. He glanced at the scenery outside, lost in thought for a moment. Seeing him silent, Kay felt an indescribable sensation. Before Zeke, the city sparkled with grandeur. He remarked, even though I've been in Atlas for a while, seeing it like this still feels surreal. Makes sense, though. I'm more used to scenes of devastation from the Continental War, so this feels strange. After a moment of reflection, he turned back, exclaiming, I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this. Kay, pouring a drink, asked, captivated by the view? She continued, it's majestic, isn't it? This hotel is one of the Syndicate side businesses. Those of us in the underworld always need discreet places to talk. Zeke looked directly at her, awkwardly saying, well, hold on, I'll pass on the alcohol. Tea would be better next time. Kay chuckled, teasing. What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're underage? Didn't expect you to be this cute. Zeke, embarrassed, gritted his teeth and replied. It's just that drinking doesn't feel special, so I'd rather not. He recalled the last time, during a celebration for becoming a new student, when he got caught up in the atmosphere and drank a bit. As expected, his 100 poisons immunity skill treated alcohol as poison and neutralized it. He thought to himself, before my regression, I used to drink to get drunk. Now I can't even get tipsy, so I'd rather have tea I enjoy. As he drank, the system promptly notified. Alcohol detected. Activating 100 poisons immunity. Detected toxins will be expelled. Kay responded cheerfully. All right, so you don't like alcohol, got it? Anyway, enough small talk. I've got something to show you. With that, she turned to the side, searching for something. Zeke watched her, muttering to himself. She really doesn't listen, does she? Moments later, Kay produced several drafts and photos, explaining. That guy you're backing, Pavila, turns out he was a pirate. I looked into it, and the evidence is overwhelming. Strangely, no one's noticed until now. More importantly, the timing of the Silver Knight's crackdown on pirates, when they vanished, perfectly aligns with Pavila's rapid rise. And that's not all. I uncovered something even more unexpected. Zeke's eyes narrowed, focusing intently. Kay pointed to a photo and said, Joaquin Fernandez, alias El Mencho. He's a Draker operative in the McCain organization, yet he's secretly dealing with Pavila, his rival. This is pretty shocking, so I haven't reported it to my superiors yet. It'd cause chaos within the syndicate. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. She continued. Oh, and about that artifact you asked me to sell. But as she spoke, Kay's face suddenly filled with fear. Zeke interjected. You've done a great job, Kay. From now on, I'll explain the plan to make you the new leader of the syndicate. The scene shifts to a train station, where heavy rain pours down. Zeke walked through the rain, eyeing a notification board that read, Activating teleportation gate at the designated location. Looking at the system panel before him, Zeke remarked, Good, preparations are complete. Using the teleportation gate on the mini-map will cost a fair bit of karma points, but it ensures I avoid even the slightest suspicion. Among the 3 transcendent magical families, those capable of teleportation magic were exceedingly rare. Teleporting between cities typically required large-scale teleportation devices in magic towers. In other words, this plan was perfectly disguised as an ordinary accident. Zeke thought to himself, imagining that old bastard's face makes me laugh. Tonight's going to be a fiery one, Don Juan. The scene shifts to nighttime, the atmosphere heating up as a massive fire breaks out. People shouted, Fire! Call the fire mages. If this spreads, it'll take the neighboring building too. Have we contacted the building's owner yet? When are the fire mages arriving? Zeke blended into the crowd, silently observing the situation. The scene shifts to Kay, lighting a cigarette, thinking to herself, that guy, he's every bit a Draker. A bold kid, not to be underestimated. Not just bold, he's completely insane. Recalling Zeke's words, Kay slammed the table in anger, shouting, What? You're planning to burn down all of McCain's Soma warehouses in the central continent? Zeke nodded calmly, replying, Exactly. So tell me the locations of those warehouses. Kay protested. That's top secret information. Only McCain, the syndicate's top executives, and I know it. Doing this would get us caught immediately. Zeke, unfazed, smiled and said, Even better. I wasn't planning to hide it. I'll pin it all on El Mencho. The fewer people suspected, the easier it is to handle. Besides, the syndicate still doesn't know Pavila's a pirate, right? Kay nodded, agreeing. Right, because I haven't reported it. Then she startled, exclaiming, Wait, you don't mean... As if reading her mind, Zeke smiled. Knew you'd catch on quick. He knocked over all the glasses of alcohol on the table, grinning. Exactly. We don't need to do much ourselves. Zeke's expression turned wild as he continued. Just drag all the syndicate executives, those wavering between McCain and Pavila, into this game. Then report everything to Don Juan. Done. Hearing this, Kay froze. She trembled slightly at Zeke's audacious plan, biting her lip, stammering. Do you realize what you're saying? Zeke replied. Of course I do. Kay, still trembling, continued. This is an insane plan. You know what happens to traitors in the organization. Zeke clenched his fist, slamming it on the table, and shouted. When all the executives get swept away, who'll be left to distinguish traitor from loyalist? Are you content being the organization's lackey forever? Didn't you already agree to my proposal to make you the leader? From now on, there's no folding, only call or raise. Your choice. Faced with these words, Kay fell into deep thought, muttering to herself. He's right. She clenched her fist, thinking, I didn't join the organization to stay a pawn forever. Zeke Draker, with his extraordinary intelligence, had uncovered Pavila's true identity as a pirate without anyone noticing. Not only that, he discovered unpublicized ancient relics and perfectly secured a large number of high-quality artifacts. Witnessing these absurd abilities, Kay decided to join forces with Zeke. She reached out, grabbing the bottle of alcohol from Zeke's hand. Her entire body shook violently. Yanking the bottle, she thought to herself, after hearing this plan, how can I back down now? Resolute, Kay raised the bottle, took a big gulp, and, under Zeke's astonished gaze, slammed it down on the table, shouting, Is that all? If we fail, we're dead anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my life. Wiping the alcohol from the corner of her mouth, she locked eyes with Zeke, declaring, All in. Seeing her all-in attitude, Zeke grinned excitedly, saying, Now you're getting fired up. I'll make sure you don't regret this bet. Back to the present, Kay gripped her cigarette tightly, her hand trembling violently. She clutched it with her other hand to stop the shaking, muttering, Zeke Draker, I'm betting everything on you. On the table, a local newspaper read, Series of fires erupt in Central Continent. Mere coincidence or deliberate crime? Last night, multiple fires broke out simultaneously across various locations in the Central Continent. Local investigators agreed that, due to the geographical distance, it's unlikely to be a planned crime. The buildings were completely incinerated, leaving no traces. The incidents were ultimately concluded as accidents caused by human negligence. The scene shifts to Don Juan's mansion. He sat in his study, staring at the night sky, muttering, I don't know who that bastard is, but I swear, I won't let you die peacefully. The scene shifts to the academy, at Zeke's dormitory. He sat in his room, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, betraying a hint of anxiety. Propping his chin on one hand, he spoke. Another semester is almost over, and it's been half a year since everyone learned about my blue realm. I've been thinking it's time to leave, but now that I've actually received an invitation to the promotion celebration, I'm feeling oddly nervous. The promotion celebration was a ceremony honoring young members of the Draker family who had surpassed the Golden Swordsman realm and entered the Night realm. Even for Drakers, reaching the Blue Knight or Purple realm typically happened around age 20, so this event was known as the Draker family's pride ceremony. Zeke closed his eyes, sinking into thought. It's been nearly 3 years since I last saw the family head. I hope nothing goes wrong. The scene shifts to the banquet hall in the central spring garden of the Four Seasons city. Arthur was cheerfully conversing with other nobles, holding a glass of wine. From a distance, someone approached and respectfully said, Greetings to the head of the Draker family. Arthur looked at the person and responded, Oh, you're here, Abel? Abel smiled and replied, How has your grace been faring lately? He continued, By the way, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet with so many important figures in attendance. Arthur nodded, saying, Indeed, indeed. His eyes reddened as he gazed at the lively scene before him, a faint smile forming as he spoke. Well, he is the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, so it's only natural that all eyes are on him. Hearing this, Abel forced a smile, but a surge of indescribable anger welled up inside him. He thought to himself, even though they know I was the youngest Blue Knight before Zeke, they still bring it up like this. Arthur turned to him, interrupting his thoughts. Well, it seems Zeke is about to arrive. I need to prepare for the ceremony. It's been a while, and we haven't had much time to talk. Abel immediately bowed respectfully. Please don't trouble yourself, Your Grace. Arthur walked away, smiling, and added, Make sure to enjoy this precious banquet, young man. Abel responded promptly. I understand, sir. Watching Arthur's retreating figure, a terrifying glint of killing intent flashed across Abel's face. The scene shifts to Zeke, adjusting his collar and muttering, This is so stuffy. He turned to Duke, asking, It's been hard to catch up with Master lately, hasn't it? Duke replied, exasperated, Don't get me started. I'm retired, and they drag me back to work like a beast of burden. I can't even go home. And now I'm stuck running around for that damn Arthur. To top it off, today he's got me playing guide for you. He even said it's only natural for a master to guide his disciple. That shameless blockhead. Hearing the complaints, Zeke raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, No wonder his face looks so worn out. He's been overworked. He asked, So, we're heading to the spring garden, right? Duke nodded and replied, Yes, in the Four Seasons city. That's the only place outsiders are allowed to enter. Zeke followed behind, thinking, The main facilities of the Four Seasons city are divided into 4 areas. According to Duke, the spring garden is the only place open to outsiders, so most events are held there. Some are rock handles, all matters related to the Draker family, and houses the family head's office. Autumn Fell is for internal ceremonies, like the induction into the family's night order. Finally, Winterhold stores the rare artifacts the family has collected over thousands of years. I've only heard about it before. This is my first time actually setting foot here. Before my regression, I'd already been expelled from the academy by this point. After some time, they arrived at a massive door. Duke sighed and said, "We're here." He turned to Zeke, continuing, "From here, you'll have to go in alone. This door is reserved solely for the star of this banquet." Duke placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder and added, "I have other duties, so I can't attend the banquet. Don't lose heart. Just go in with confidence." At these encouraging words, Zeke gave a small smile, thinking, having someone worry about me doesn't feel bad at all. He responded, "Master really does think of everything, doesn't he?" Duke burst into laughter. "Haha, just don't cause any trouble, and that's enough for me." As Zeke stepped inside, the sound of trumpets and drums blared in welcome. The announcer declared, "The star of the banquet, Sir Zeke Draker, has arrived." Under Abel's gaze, Zeke strode in confidently, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. The onlookers began to murmur, "Oh, that's Sir Zeke? Reaching Blue Knight at just 15. Truly worthy of the Golden Pureblood Awakening. But I didn't expect him to break Sir Abel's record as the youngest Blue Knight." Another person chimed in, "Haven't you heard? Sir Zeke has surpassed all of Sir Abel's academy achievements." The person beside them gasped in amazement. At this moment, Zeke stood before Arthur. He knelt on one knee, paying his respects. The announcer continued, "Arthur Draker, leader of all Dragon Slayers, hereby declares that Zeke Draker will take his first steps on the path to becoming a knight." Arthur placed his sword on Zeke's back, proclaiming loudly, "In the name of Draker, I bless the radiant future of Zeke Draker, who will walk the glorious path of a knight." He continued, "And Zeke Draker shall be officially knighted as a knight of the Draker family." The announcement stunned the guests. One stammered, "What? A full knight of Draker at just 15? Even as the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this decision too hasty?" Zeke, too, was taken aback by the proclamation. He thought to himself, becoming an official knight of the Draker family isn't just about achievements. The Drakers are blessed with aura, so awakening early or reaching the self-awakening or blue realm is almost expected. That's why, instead of judging based on aura realms, they value accomplishments above all. Even Abel, the previous record holder for youngest Blue Knight, needed at least 3 months of accumulated achievements to be knighted. That alone shows how crucial accomplishments are to the Draker family. Yet Arthur's announcement defied prior conventions. Though the family head's knighting authority was unquestionable, Zeke found it perplexing. "I wonder what he's planning." Arthur extended his hand, addressing the crowd. "Today, I am honored to introduce my son to you all. Not only is he the first to achieve the unprecedented Golden Awakening, but he's also the youngest to reach the Blue Knight realm. I believe he will one day become a knight surpassing even me." Holding his wine glass, he continued, "I don't wish to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop bragging here. Let us conclude this ceremony with a toast. Here's to the bright future of this talented young man, and to peace and prosperity for the continent." He raised his glass high, proclaiming, "For Draker." The crowd echoed enthusiastically, "For Draker! For Draker!" With that, Arthur and the guests sipped their wine, toasting Zeke's success. Zeke glanced at him, thinking, back when Howard expelled me from the family, he stayed silent and didn't react. Yet now he's playing the proud father of a talented son. Arthur called out, startling Zeke. He quickly bowed and responded, "Yes, Your Grace." Arthur said, "Let's move elsewhere. I'd like a private talk, just between father and son." As the guests began enjoying the banquet, a young man with glasses turned and said, "Hey, Abel, don't you think you should control your expression a bit?" Abel's face radiated intense killing intent, unnerving those around him. The young man continued, "That's not the face an older brother should have when celebrating his younger sibling." At this, Abel quickly regained his composure. The crowd started murmuring, "Where's the prince? He said he'd arrive right after this boring ceremony ends. He must be almost here." Abel turned and said, "Then let's make the most of it." The blond young man nodded, replying, "I was thinking the same." The scene shifts back to Zeke. After their conversation, he left the family head's room, stepping outside with a badge bearing the family crest in his hand. He thought to himself, a token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures? Why would the family head give this to me? Countless thoughts left him puzzled. Scratching his head, he muttered, "It's not a bad thing, so it should be fine, right? Damn, I just don't get it." But a bigger issue loomed. This banquet isn't just one day, it goes on for days. How am I supposed to endure this? How do they keep the same expression, attending day after day? Living in high society isn't for everyone. A voice called from behind. Sir Zeke Draker. The voice caught his attention. Zeke turned to see a girl approaching, who bowed and said, "This is my first time meeting you in person. I am Melissa Alencia, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom." Looking at Melissa, Zeke slightly furrowed his brow, a sharp glint in his eyes as he silently assessed. Isn't she the leading candidate to succeed the throne of the Alencia Kingdom? Currently, she's standing in for the ailing, incompetent king, implementing bold policies aimed at the common people. Because of this, she's earned overwhelming support from the masses, their hearts drawn to her like a warm flame in the cold night. But for the same reason, she's constantly at odds with Alencia's nobles, who are desperate to protect their privileges. Zeke fell into deep thought, memories from before his regression flooding back. If Melissa officially ascends the throne, sooner or later those nobles will try to curry favor with her, despite their current fierce opposition. But in his previous life, this promising princess, during escalating tensions with the Rome Empire, abruptly ceased all foreign activities and vanished mysteriously. Rumors spread across the continent that she was assassinated by the Empire, but after Alencia's fall in the war, the truth was buried forever in the dust of history. Zeke pursed his lips, cautiously glancing at her, as if scrutinizing every delicate feature of her refined face. In this life, though Melissa has been relatively quiet, her presence at a formal event like his promotion banquet suggests things are still on track. For now, he thought. Zeke's eyes flickered, narrowing slightly as if he'd realized something. Wait a minute. He recalled a private conversation with Cleef. The royal family of Alencia, huh? Zeke looked at Melissa, the green-haired girl smiling warmly before him. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed courteously. "It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa." Smiling, he stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. "I've long heard of your reputation. It's a privilege to have you attend my promotion banquet." Melissa, surprised, let out a soft, "Oh," her eyes sparkling. "You know of me?" Zeke responded warmly, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Of course, I've been following your pro-commoner policies for some time." His calm voice cut through the lively atmosphere of the banquet, where distinguished guests continued their animated chatter. Many might think those policies are just for show, merely handing out what's available. Zeke tilted his head, offering a professional yet empathetic smile. But in reality, everything from the budget to the smallest details requires meticulous planning, doesn't it? His sharp words left Melissa stunned, her eyes widening as she struggled to respond. Covering her mouth, she smiled, thinking to herself, as the rumors say, he truly is different from other knights. Seeing her silence, Zeke grew slightly anxious and quickly clarified, "Have I been rude to the princess?" Melissa laughed, her eyes radiant. "Not at all. I'm just surprised someone understands my struggles. Honestly, I'm a bit touched." She then bowed politely. "I'll take my leave now. It was a pleasure to meet you." Zeke, caught off guard, blurted, "What? You're leaving so soon?" The green-haired girl smiled gracefully. "I'd love to talk more with you, Zeke, but I can't monopolize the star of the banquet." Zeke frowned slightly, glancing around. Though no one spoke up, curious and even strange gazes followed them. Melissa clearly sensed the awkwardness of those looks. Her voice was gentle but laced with meaning. Still, no need to feel too regretful. Covering her mouth, she gave a playful smile. There'll surely be better chances to meet again. As Zeke politely saw off the final guest, he sighed in relief, watching the crowd disperse. That's the greetings mostly done with. Finally, a moment to breathe. Though he maintained a serious, proper demeanor outwardly, inside he was exhausted. These kinds of banquets really aren't for me. I'd rather be training with Kaija. Heavy footsteps clinked, accompanied by the clatter of armor, snapping Zeke to alertness. He glanced toward the crowd, thinking, who wears armor to a banquet like this? A boisterous voice rang out, joined by a fluttering red cloak. "Ah, there you are, finally found you." A man appeared, his gleaming armor and long sword at his hip exuding an imposing aura. "You're the star of this banquet, right?" Karos, the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, who, alongside Aben, had sparked a continent-wide war in Zeke's previous life, approached with commanding presence. He grinned and said loudly, "Zeke, the youngest Blue Knight, correct?" Karos extended his hand, his tone friendly but tinged with arrogance. "I am Karos Nova Constantinus, fourth prince of the Rome Empire." Instead of shaking hands, Zeke bowed, placing one hand on his chest and the other behind his back, responding with respect. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness Karos. Thank you for attending my promotion banquet." Karos froze, clearly not expecting the subtle rejection. His face darkened briefly, But then his lips curled into a smile. Nonchalantly, he slung an arm around Zeke's neck, pulling him close like an old friend. Come on, no need for formalities. Let's share a drink. Zeke stared at the arm around his neck with a deadpan expression, momentarily speechless. Karos, brimming with excitement, ordered, "Hey, someone bring the wine. The finest kind, worthy of this historic meeting between Karos, the most dashing man on the continent, and Zeke, the future strongest knight." Red wine was poured into glasses, some spilling over the rim. Karos raised his glass, his voice bold. "Here, a gift from the Empire. Don't waste a drop. Drink it all." The onlookers watched Zeke take the glass decisively, whispering with concern. Accepting the fourth prince's invitation so easily? Even as a brilliant blue knight, he's still too young. Karos, thrilled, shouted, "Oh, that's the spirit." The crowd murmured, "This prince is so reckless. Given the Draker family's influence, he should be more cautious with such brash behavior." Karos laughed heartily, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Well done. Excellent. I like you. Tonight, let's drink until we can't stand." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the mood. "Your Highness." Aben, who had appeared unnoticed, placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "Congratulations, the rising sun of the Empire." Karos slapped Aben's shoulder, laughing. "Oh, Aben, you joining us for a drink?" Aben replied respectfully. "I'm honored by the invitation, but I have urgent matters to discuss privately with your Highness." Karos' smile faded, replaced by a frown. "Matters to discuss? Speak." Aben responded softly, his tone cryptic. "There are too many eyes here. I believe it'd be better to move elsewhere." Zeke, silently observing, sensed the tension in the air. Karos nodded. "All right, if you say so, I'll follow." He strode off confidently, his red cloak billowing majestically, then glanced back at Zeke. "Sorry, I invited you, and now I'm leaving first. Next time, we'll drink all night under the moonlight, sharing tales of the Dragon Slayer's heroic saga." With that, Karos, Aben, and their entourage departed, leaving the crowd trembling. They whispered, "A man like that is a prince of the Empire?" The Rome Empire always lacked legitimacy. Another murmured, "Aben's handling of the situation was impressive. No wonder he has such a reputation." Zeke glanced around, listening to the chatter. "All praise for Aben, huh? If you didn't know better, you'd think he was just bailing out an embarrassed prince." His brow furrowed, his expression hardening. But the meeting between the fourth prince and Aben happened earlier than I expected from before my regression. From how they interacted, it seems they've been close for a while. He pictured them talking privately, unusually intimate. The Continental War might be closer than I thought. At the grand building, sunlight highlighted its authoritative and solemn presence. Zeke, deep in thought, looked at the badge in his hand, a token exchangeable for a Draker treasure. He recalled his private conversation with the family head. "How's your plan to become the continent's strongest progressing?" Arthur had asked. Zeke replied cautiously. "Well, thanks to the head of the family." The words seemed harmless, but carried an invisible pressure on his shoulders. Head of the family? In private like this, call me father for comfort. Zeke lifted his teacup, took a sip, and glanced sideways. Those words reminded him of what Kaija once said. "Call me sister for comfort." Setting the cup down, he mused. "Now I understand that strange feeling. Aben is acting boldly, even rallying the elders to his side." Kaija noticed and is preparing to counter, but Arthur, the family head, seems oblivious, or is he deliberately turning a blind eye? If he knows Aben's schemes and still echoed Kaija's words, is he pressuring me? Or is it just a coincidence? Either way, Zeke decided, I'll act assuming Arth. UR is on Aben's side to avoid any losses. Glancing at the family head, he took another sip of tea and replied softly, "Yes, father." Arthur smirked. "Father, huh? Sounds nice. All right, I'll give you a gift to encourage your pursuit of your goal." He placed an item on the table, sliding it towards Zeke. Looking at the solitary badge, he continued, "This is a token exchangeable for a treasure in Winterhold." Zeke picked it up, unable to suppress a smile, thinking, Winterhold, famous across the continent for its rarest artifacts. Arthur raised a hand in reminder. "But remember, in there, alongside priceless treasures, there's also plenty of glamorous junk that's only shiny on the outside." Zeke nodded. "I'll keep that in mind, father." Zeke's steps halted in a dimly lit room. Clutching the token, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "I don't know what he's scheming by giving me this, but a treasure from the Winterhold of Four Seasons City." He grinned triumphantly. "Whatever I can exploit, I'll exploit to the fullest." As Zeke stepped into the area, an elegant receptionist approached, her gentle yet authoritative voice ringing out. "I've been expecting you, Zeke." Before you enter, Allow me to briefly explain this archive. Please follow me this way. She led the way with confidence, her sharp gaze suggesting she knew every corner of the place intimately. According to the Draker report, this archive housed approximately 17,000 rare artifacts, unique treasures that could be exchanged based on quantity. There's no time limit for your selection, the receptionist said, her tone lowering in warning. But once you leave, you cannot return. Please keep that in mind. Zeke scanned his surroundings, the vast space eerily silent. Not a soul in sight. He frowned, his voice laced with suspicion. A place holding such precious artifacts, and there's no one guarding it? The receptionist gave a faint smile, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Because it's unnecessary. She explained calmly but persuasively. The security magic here is as robust as the family head's office. Moreover, all artifacts are meticulously inventoried and managed by magic. Stealing an artifact is virtually impossible. Zeke nodded slightly, thinking to himself, never judge a book by its cover. The receptionist led him to an ancient box, its metallic surface glimmering under the dim light. Please insert the token you were given here, she said, her tone gentle yet urging. Zeke complied, placing the token into the lock. Instantly, the surrounding space trembled violently, as if the room itself were coming alive. The massive door before him slowly creaked open, dust and ancient air spilling out, carrying the aura of a place long untouched. Zeke stood frozen, eyes wide, heart pounding as he took in the sight. A breathtakingly vast space unfolded, with towering shelves brimming with countless priceless Draker family treasures. Stepping inside, his eyes darted from item to item, and he muttered in awe, "It's even grander than I imagined. Truly worthy of the Draker name." The receptionist stood behind him, her voice soft. "I'll take my leave now." Zeke nodded, turning back with a light smile. Just checking the functions of all these artifacts would probably take a lifetime. He looked up, his voice brimming with determination. "System, can I categorize the artifacts here based on my desired criteria?" Immediately, a notification appeared. Confirmed administrator request. Activating Dragon's Eye linkage. Please use Dragon's Eye to record items for categorization. Zeke frowned, muttering, "Record with Dragon's Eye?" Realizing its meaning, a smirk curled his lips. "Got it." He stretched, his joints cracking, and said with excitement, "Let's get to work." The system continued. Dragon's Eye enables detailed observation and analysis of targets. It can display information on detected objects based on the administrator's requirements. Zeke stomped the ground, activating wind/technique, shadowless step to boost his speed. He zipped through the shelves like a gust of wind, his sharp eyes scanning each item, categorizing them at an astonishing pace. After circling the room, he stopped, exhaling heavily, muttering, "That should be enough." The system promptly responded, displaying all recorded items on the mini-map. Number of recorded items, 17,138. Seeing the number, Zeke frowned. Way more than I expected. He commanded, "Eliminate common items and single-use items that aren't artifacts." The system quickly complied, categorizing detected items per administrator's request. Remaining items, 9,832. Zeke sighed, shaking his head, "Still too many." He continued, "Filter out all swords with performance lower than the black sword." A new notification appeared, with countless items removed. Zeke looked at the result, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. All swords eliminated. So, among tens of thousands of artifacts here, the black sword is the strongest? But then, an unexpected item caught his eye. He let out a cold hum, pointing at the screen. "What's this? Why isn't there any information on it?" Following the coordinates on the mini-map, Zeke quickly located the item. Before him was a simple jade green bracelet, so plain it bordered on ordinary. He frowned, muttering, "A bracelet? It looks like this and has no information." As he touched it, the system suddenly displayed a new notification, making Zeke's eyes widen in shock. This item reacts to the title heir of Terrican Draker. Staring at the bracelet, a slow smile spread across his face. Reacts to the heir title? So this is Terrican's artifact. He examined the bracelet closely, but no further information appeared. Suddenly, another notification popped up. Guardian Holy Stone. A bracelet embedded with a guardian stone, capable of summoning a spirit beast. Inherent ability. Summons a spirit beast compatible with the user's soul. Special note. The Guardian Stone contains the blessing of the Fairy King. The system continued. The Guardian Holy Stone has been bound to the administrator. You may use it to summon a guardian beast compatible with your soul. As the notification faded, the bracelet on Zeke's hand began dissolving into thin air. He jolted, shouting, "Hey, wait! What's this binding nonsense? Who authorized this? Can it be unbound? The system replied coldly, confirmed administrator request. This item is bound to the title Heir of Terrakin Draker and cannot be unbound. Zeke trembled, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I haven't even checked all the artifacts yet, and now my plan's gone down the drain. But he took a deep breath, reassuring himself. Think positive. If it's Terrakin's artifact, it's probably stronger than most others. He twirled the bracelet, turning to the system. Activate its inherent ability. The system responded, confirmed administrator request. Activating Guardian Holy Stone to search for a guardian beast compatible with the user's soul. The bracelet on Zeke's wrist suddenly glowed brilliantly, pulling him into another space. A massive magical circle appeared before him, radiating powerful energy. The system announced, thanks to the Fairy King's blessing, the search range has been expanded to a higher level. The guardian beast is a spirit beast. Zeke's eyes widened, his heart pounding with astonishment. The system continued, found a spirit beast compatible with the user's soul. Summoning spirit beast. At that moment, a colossal surge of energy crashed down from above, enveloping the space in thick dust. Zeke stepped back, trying to stay calm. The energy persisted, and from the light, 2 legs emerged, followed by a majestic horse's head. When the summoning completed, a magnificent creature stood before Zeke, a dazzling unicorn. The system announced, Spirit Beast Longma summoned. Zeke stared at the horse, muttering, his heart trembling with awe. This is a spirit beast? The power it exudes is terrifying. He glanced at the bracelet, his voice brimming with excitement. Bahamut's heart and Fong, and now an artifact that summons a spirit beast. Just how many insane things have I gotten my hands on? The Longma lowered its head, nuzzling close, startling Zeke. He reached out, stroking its face, a strange sense of familiarity welling up. It's like meeting an old friend, he thought. Leaning closer to the horse's head, he smiled. All right, I like you too. After a few moments of playful interaction, Zeke glanced at the system panel. Naming the spirit beast allows you to summon it anytime via the Guardian Holy Stone. Looking at the horse, he muttered, a name? How about Bucephalus? The horse neighed joyfully, as if approving. Zeke grinned, satisfied. Good, it likes the name. The system announced, Bucephalus, Longma imbued with auspicious spiritual energy. Inherent ability, unleashes lightning power from its twin manes. Note, Supreme Spirit Beast, King of Longma. Zeke mused, King of Longma sounds impressive, but this is my first time seeing one in person. How do I gauge its strength? Suddenly, Bucephalus playfully nibbled at Zeke's cloak, pulling him closer. Zeke startled. Hey, Bucephalus, what's that about? The horse abruptly tossed him onto its back. Settling in, Zeke muttered, You want me to ride you? He stroked its mane, thinking, a supreme spirit beast, indeed. It reads my thoughts, knowing I want to test its abilities. Gripping the mane tightly, he shouted, All right, Bucephalus, run at full speed. Like a gust of wind, Bucephalus shot forward, its speed breathtaking yet silent. Zeke laughed with delight. This fast, and not a sound. Just how absurd is this creature I've tamed? Suddenly, he noticed magical circles appearing beneath the horse's steps, radiating vibrant energy. Void steps. Zeke laughed loudly, thrilled to the core. Huh? Absolutely insane. The scene shifts outside, where a carriage moved steadily along the road. Zeke sat inside, his eyes gleaming as he recalled the receptionist's skeptical look. Are you sure you want to choose this? He smirked, thinking of her lackluster reaction when he picked the bracelet. Arthur said this archive holds countless priceless treasures, but also plenty of glamorous junk that's only shiny on the surface. This bracelet must have been seen as worthless. Before reacting to the heir title, even the system couldn't display its information. It's no wonder no one recognized its true value. Zeke's lips curled. I thought Terrakin's artifacts could only be found at system-designated ruins. Who knew I'd stumble on such a steal so easily? The ancestors must be watching over me. He leaned back in the seat, relaxing, and muttered, Either way, this is a massive haul. After the tense battle at today's banquet, I'm going to rest properly. But contrary to his hopes, as soon as he stepped into his room, a voice rang out. Congratulations on officially becoming a Draker Knight, Sir Zeke. He turned, eyeing the mysterious man before him, frowning. Why the sudden formality? It doesn't sound genuine at all, Cleef. Cleef smiled, his eyes glinting. You've become an official Draker Knight, so it's only natural I adjust my address. Zeke rubbed his head, sitting down, his voice slightly annoyed. Fine, but don't just pop up like that anymore. If someone discovers our connection, all our future plans could collapse. Cleef nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. My apologies for that. But someone insisted on meeting you no matter what, so I had no choice. He gestured toward a cloaked figure seated across the room. The figure slowly removed their hood, revealing shimmering blue-green hair. She placed a hand on her chest, smiling with regal grace. Allow me to greet you once more. I am the head of the Re-Enrollment Trading Company, Melissa. The system added, Melissa Alencia, first princess of the Alencia Kingdom. Looking at Melissa, Zeke's expression grew more serious. He repeated, his voice lowering with caution, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia. So, the true master of the Re-Enrollment Trading Company is indeed the princess. Melissa covered her mouth, chuckling softly, her eyes twinkling as if she'd caught a secret. You already knew that, didn't you? She tilted her head, her tone playful yet sharp. Recently, Princess Melissa had rarely appeared in public, yet she chose to re-emerge at Zeke's promotion banquet. Coincidentally, this was also when patients injected with the cure for the crimson flower disease, provided by Zeke, recovered instantly. Anyone with half a brain would figure it out, she said, her eyes flashing with a hint of challenge. Zeke fell into thought, his gaze sweeping the room as if piecing together a puzzle in his mind. Finally, he nodded, his voice calm. Yeah, you're right. Melissa smiled, gesturing confidently. Then I'll skip the introductions and get straight to the point. The reason I urgently sought you out, Zeke, is because I need your help. Zeke looked at the map she placed before him, frowning. Help? With what exactly? Melissa responded immediately, her voice resolute. First, could you take a look at these documents? She pushed a stack of papers toward him, explaining. This is information on recent Crimson Aldo cases, mainly at the Alencia border, along with the Nirvana family's analysis of the crimson flower disease. Zeke picked up the documents, scanning each line. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if struck by a shock. He turned to Melissa, his voice full of doubt. Is everything written here true? His tone grew heavier. The crimson flower is a disease created by magic? Melissa nodded, handing him another stack of papers. This is the analysis from the top supernatural family, the Nirvana Triad. It can't be wrong. Zeke gripped the papers tightly, his jaw clenching as he cursed inwardly. The crimson flower is a man-made disease? Its spread is faster than any rare plague before. Could my regression have caused this change? Melissa continued, her voice weightier. There's more. As you can see in the documents, the crimson flower first broke out in villages along the border between the Rome Empire and Alencia. But it didn't spread toward the empire. It only spread into Alencia. Zeke cut in. Hold on, are you saying? Melissa nodded, her expression grave. Exactly. Zeke, I share your suspicion. It's highly likely the Rome Empire created the crimson flower and deliberately spread it into Alencia. Zeke's lips twitched, and he cursed silently. This is really serious now. He recalled that, before his regression, Alencia's collapse against the Rome Empire was largely due to the crimson flower. So this is why the princess needs me. Zeke set the documents down, his voice calm but icy. What the princess wants is likely the rights to mass-produce and distribute the crimson flower cure, correct? Melissa didn't deny it, nodding immediately. That's right. In our previous contract, my trading company only had the formula. To distribute the cure nationwide, we need a new, expanded contract. Zeke smirked, adding, and you've included a very intriguing clause. Melissa smiled, her eyes sharp. Still, I have no intention of breaching the contract. As a merchant, revealing your intentions first puts you at a disadvantage. But working with you, Zeke, I don't see it as a loss. Zeke gave a faint smile, thinking, truly the master of the Re-Enrollment Trading Company. It's no fluke that Re-Enrollment became one of the most powerful trading houses. She continued, the cure will be distributed to the public as relief supplies, so there's no need to worry about the formula leaking. And of course, we'll compensate you handsomely. She made an offer, her voice brimming with confidence. I'll give you 20% of Re-Enrollment shares. Zeke started, frowning, thinking, Re-Enrollment is among the top 10 most reputable trading houses. If it doesn't collapse with Alencia like in my previous life, 20% of its shares could be worth millions of gold, tens of millions if the war is prevented. He looked at Melissa, his voice low. That's a tempting offer. But first, I have a few questions. What if I were working for the Rome Empire? Your willingness to share this information and offer 20% just for relief supplies is puzzling. Melissa smiled, her eyes gleaming with confidence. I'll answer one by one. First, I'm certain you're not with the Rome Empire. Beyond my title as princess, my strength lies in the keen intuition honed through countless betrayals. After the banquet, I didn't leave immediately but observed you from afar. Though subtle, You treated those connected to the Rome Empire coldly, especially when you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince, Carus. Others might think you were just being polite with a different greeting, but to me, it was instinctive resistance, a disgust, as if you wanted to avoid contact. Zeke's eyes flickered, thinking, her observational skills are godlike. She continued, her tone gentle but firm. Second, about the 20% shares. If it saves my people, it's absolutely a profitable deal. Zeke fell silent, memories from before his regression flooding back. A pained voice echoed in his mind. Alicia, please stop. We have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire now, what's the point if the king dies? In his memory, Alicia looked at him, her voice resolute. Zeke, if my life buys time for the people to escape, that's a profitable deal. Back in the present, Zeke propped his chin, his eyes tinged with sadness. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I tried to prevent this, and yet Melissa's words are exactly like Alicia's back then. After a mental struggle, he sighed. All right, we have a deal. Melissa's face lit up, and she clapped excitedly. Really? A wise decision, Zeke added, his tone stern. But be careful not to reveal my identity. She nodded, her eyes sparkling. Rest assured, I'll guarantee that. 2 weeks later, in the basement training room of the mansion, Zeke relentlessly practiced with the black sword. His slashes were swift as the wind, precise to the millimeter, shattering the ground with each strike. Gripping the sword tightly, he channeled a massive amount of mana into the blade, unleashing a powerful slash forward. A whirlwind swirled around him, creating a scene of immense power. As the dust settled, Zeke exhaled, resting the sword on the ground, his eyes scanning the system panel. A notification appeared, successfully mastered dragon-slaying sword art, rank S beginner level. He muttered, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Finally done. Took a whole month. The system continued, achievement condition met. Inheritor of Shatten's legacy. Completion time added to rewards. Mission rewards. Coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom's treasure vault. Title Sword Art Successor. 500 karma points, and 2 random gift boxes. His personal information panel appeared, detailing everything about Zeke. He let out a soft, oh, 2 random gift boxes? That nearly makes up for the karma points I spent burning McCain's warehouses. Picking up the sword, he muttered. All right, let's check this first. A small compass appeared in his hand. He looked at it, whispering, these are the coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom's treasure vault? The system confirmed, administrator request verified. But a red alert suddenly flashed, coordinates currently unreadable. Zeke startled, questioning, why is that? The system continued, a seal is required to activate the coordinates. Collect and reassemble the scattered seal fragments to unlock the coordinates. Fragment locations have been linked and displayed on the mini-map. Zeke looked at the map, muttering, 2 fragments in the central region, 1 in the south, and 1 in the north. Quite a distance. It'll take some time to gather them all. Staring at the system screen, a smug smile curled his lips. No wonder it never showed up. The system sent a final notification, linked mission, treasure vault of the legendary kingdom. Find and restore the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom. Time limit, none. Mission reward, title heir of the Chronos Kingdom. Zeke stared at the system panel before him, pondering for a moment before voicing his confusion. What's this? The reward is just a title. The system issued another mission notification. Link the treasure of the legendary kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Mission reward, title of heir to the Chronos Kingdom. Looking at it, Zeke wondered again. Does restoring the seal and finding the treasure mentioned count as part of the reward? Or is it like before, when the artifact reacted directly to the title? Does this title have some special function too? Glancing at the map in his hand, he took a deep breath and tucked it away, saying, let's leave it for now. There's no time limit. I'll deal with urgent matters first and figure this out later. Fortunately, he'd just received a message from Kay. His expression turned eager. It's been a while since I've dealt with those shady merchants in the south, hasn't it? Scene shifts to Galpa, a port village in the southern continent. Zeke had arrived, disguised as the vice leader of the merchant guild. As he walked, he sensed the salty sea air mixed with the stench of blood. The south's atmosphere is as wretched as ever, he thought. Noticing his arrival, the group ahead bowed respectfully, saying in unison, we're honored to serve you, vice leader of the Reinhardt Guild's southern branch. At their warm reception, he gave a slight smile, responding, you've worked hard. The group continued. We look forward to seeing you return as vice leader. Their overly enthusiastic praise made him frown inwardly. Tone it down. It's getting excessive. Though before his regression, not everything seemed to have changed. At least one thing remained the same. I need to stay focused, he told himself. From a distance, someone waved, calling out, Murray. Recognizing them, Zeke thought, perfect timing for the mission. Two familiar figures approached. He mused, the Northern Rangers. Noticing their attire, he remarked, they look pretty good dressed as merchants. They thanked him as he approached, asking, have you fully grasped the plan outlined in the mission letter? Scar-Eye replied, of course. On the day of action, we'll use the chaos to rescue the girl held by McCain. Zeke patted his chest lightly, saying, good, you've got it down. But the mission also includes protecting and escorting the target to safety, so don't let your guard down until the end. Scar-Eye nodded. Got it, but I have one question. Go ahead, what's on your mind? Zeke prompted. Scar-Eye answered. Maybe to prevent leaks, but the letter didn't explain the chaos planned for the day of action. Is it a special event, like a Southern festival? Zeke smiled, replying, not a festival. It'll be far more chaotic. That's the day McCain disappears. His bold declaration darkened Scar-Eye's expression. Countless questions swirled in his mind, but he didn't dare voice them. From a distance, someone approached, saying, so you're here, Vice Leader. Seeing them talking, he bowed slightly, saying awkwardly, oh, I'll come back later. Zeke called out, you're the guild's guide, right? No worries, we're done. Lead the way. The guide turned, saying, understood. I'll lead you with the prepared carriage. As Zeke walked away, the two rangers whispered, is he planning to take on McCain? Zeke paused for a moment, raised his hand, and continued walking, saying, no way, just kidding, don't mind me. Skeptical, they muttered, that didn't sound like a joke at all. The other nodded in agreement. After a few minutes, they were on the carriage. Zeke looked at the two mercenaries, asking, have you checked the place I prepared? One replied, yes. The exterior looks run down, but the furnishings and interior are managed by us. 5-star hotel quality. Zeke sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Returning to the main topic, he said, just to recap the plan briefly. Today is Don Juan's birthday. It's a celebration, but also a meeting for all leaders to discuss upcoming deals. Kay chimed in. So, Kay, the key figure in the deal, and her assistant, Zeke Murray, are attending, right? Zeke nodded. Exactly. How many times have we gone over this? 5, I think. I could recite it word for word by now. Annoyed at his grumbling, Kay snapped. What else can I do? I'm not as bold as you. Worrying is normal. Are you saying you dragged me into this and won't even let me vent? Zeke was lost in thought. Something feels off compared to usual, and it's because of this. Kay clutched her head, trembling with fear, muttering, what if they find out we burned the Soma warehouse? I heard McCain paralyzes traders and feeds them to shark dragons. Her face darkened as she cried, I can't sleep now. We used such a perfect smokescreen. No one should have noticed, right? Seeing her growing panic, Zeke couldn't resist teasing her more. He turned, saying, Kay, you're a mage, so they'd handle you differently. No need to worry too much. She asked, differently how? He grinned. In the South, they say a mage's body can ward off curses. No one wastes them as bait. They'd probably dissolve your limbs and sell them as trinkets. Her panic surged as she screamed. So the rings McCain members wear aren't models, but real fingers? She wailed, what'll they do with my fingers? Looking at him, she pleaded, partner, collect my body and bury it somewhere sunny. Then she questioned, how do you know this? Zeke's gaze turned distant, thinking, how could I not? I know the southern continent better than anyone. I'm the one who led McCain's rise and fall as a mercenary. Before regression, it started when he was expelled from the academy and captured by slave traders, then sold to McCain's Soma plantation. There, he not only cultivated Soma as ordered, but was sometimes used as cannon fodder in faction wars. He survived multiple times, initially feeling only relief without questioning why. Looking back, his survival instinct likely triggered his healing skill unconsciously. After surviving 5 or 6 such missions, Don Juan began training him as a hired assassin. And Don Juan's keen eye was spot on. Assassination suited Zeke's abilities. Luring enemies into dropping their guard made even a purple knight an easy target. Blue knights were different, though. Despite stealth, they'd miraculously sense him. Even poisoned, they could burn or expel the toxin with aura control. But blue knights were still human. Zeke learned to exploit human weaknesses with precision, eventually taking them down. When the number of blue knights he'd killed reached double digits, he solidified his position as McCain's top assassin. His reputation grew through major battles and the destruction of the Pavila organization. Eventually, Don Juan adopted him, promising him as the official heir. But on the night all high-ranking leaders gathered to announce the successor, Zeke killed everyone present, including Don Juan, and left McCain. Enough. No need to dwell on the past, he told himself. Meanwhile, Kay kept grumbling. Noticing his distraction, she pointed angrily. Hey, partner, you've been dodging my questions. Are you a McCain spy? Planning to use me to topple the Reinhardt Guild? He glanced at her briefly before looking away, leaving her stunned. She pressed, am I wrong? His silence only fueled her anger, and she shouted, say something, partner. Zeke chuckled inwardly. Kay's different from before regression, still a bit naive. Teasing her is fun, haha. After some travel, they arrived at Don Juan's mansion, where a lively party was underway. They soon entered Don Juan's room. Someone introduced, this is Kay, the operative I mentioned. Hearing her name, she bowed formally. It's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. Zeke scanned the room, thinking, truly wealthy. Not just McCain assassins, but lawless accountants, mercenaries, even rangers. Well prepared indeed. They were now in a secret meeting room behind the mansion's hall, where all the notorious trade figures had gathered. Their eyes turned to the newcomers. Don Juan, seated in the center, smiled and said, pleased to meet you, Kay. I heard you're a mage, but I didn't expect a lady. You're more precious than gems. His tone shifted. I look forward to your wise words. Let's begin. Feeling the heavy pressure of Don Juan's words, Kay sighed and spoke. A few months ago, do you remember the Soma warehouse fire? Her words sparked anger across the room, all eyes on her. Don Juan, still calm, stubbed out his cigarette, saying, of course. How could I forget? Why bring it up now? The mounting pressure made Kay's voice falter. She stammered, because there might be a traitor here who worked with Pavila to burn the Soma warehouse. As soon as Kay's words fell, the crowd erupted in anger, shouting, what did that crazy woman just say? Drag her out. Amid the chaos in the room, Don Juan remained seated, maintaining his calm demeanor. He slammed his hand on the table, the loud thud drawing everyone's attention. His eyes turned icy as he spoke. Do you stand by what you just said? His stern words made Kay hesitate for a moment. He continued, all right, then let's hear it. Tell me who dares betray McCain. Everyone in the room felt a shiver of fear, as many had their own shady dealings with the organization in the past. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed a man, pressing a sharp dagger to his throat, and said, it's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. I'm Zeke Murray. Regarding what you just mentioned, I think I can help. Looking at him, Don Juan replied, the honor's mine. Still composed, he cut a cigar and continued, it's my birthday, and you bring a dagger instead of a gift? Zeke responded, the gift is right here. Don Juan raised an eyebrow. You mean my dear brother Joaquin is the traitor? Zeke shot a meaningful glance at Joaquin, saying, hey, Joaquin, or should I say El Mencho, don't you know best? Why not confess yourself? Joaquin's eyes darted to Zeke, thinking, how does this guy know something even the boss hasn't uncovered? He then shouted at the guards nearby, you useless fools, what are you standing there for? After all I've paid you, do something useful. One guard replied, even if you say that, we can't do anything. This guy's a pro, no openings to exploit. If we attack from a distance, he'll use you as a shield. He might be a spy sent by Pavila. Zeke's cold voice cut through. Not bad for McCain's right-hand man. Trusted so much, huh? Yet you're the real Pavila spy, and you dare accuse me? Despite his fear, Joaquin tried to stay calm, retorting, caught red-handed. So now you're spouting nonsense? Zeke replied confidently, pretty bold. You think I'd do this without evidence? He glanced at Kay, signaling her. Understanding, she raised her hand, and a glowing red magic circle appeared in her palm. From it, a stack of documents materialized in front of Don Juan, surprising him. Don Juan picked up the documents and examined them. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. You've brought something interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only is Joaquin colluding with the syndicate to betray us, but it turns out those Pavila bastards are pirates too. The word pirates shifted the room's atmosphere, igniting fury in everyone. Zeke smirked inwardly. As expected, mentioning pirates changes everything. No one likes them, especially Southerners, who hate them most. Being near their base, they've suffered more than any other continent. And above all, Don Juan lost his family to pirates. His grudge is unforgivable. Even he won't let a pirate connection slide. Don Juan spoke. So what do you plan to do now? Joaquin, staring at the documents, cursed to himself. Damn it. Where did he get that photo? And that report? It details my smuggling with Pavila and links it to the Soma warehouse fire months ago. That alone is enough to make me a suspect. After reviewing the documents, Don Juan threw them onto the table with a heavy thud, saying, "I've looked it over, Zeke Murray. But do you think I'd doubt Joaquin, my own brother, based on this flimsy evidence?" Reading Don Juan's gaze, Zeke thought, "Looks like this isn't enough. I didn't want to resort to this, but I have no choice." His voice lowered as he called, "El Mencho." He muttered something, making Joaquin's eyes widen in shock. Don Juan turned to him, saying, "If that's all you've got, slandering my brother is unforgivable." But Joaquin interrupted, "Boss, Zeke Murray's words are true. I'm the one who secretly worked with Pavila." His confession plunged the room into an eerie silence. Don Juan lowered his head, sighing. "So that's how it is. I never thought you'd betray me. What a disgrace." He stepped forward, continuing, "Since you've confessed, you must face punishment fitting your crime, right?" Joaquin's eyes widened at the scene. Don Juan, holding an axe, approached and swung it into Joaquin's face, blood spraying everywhere. Joaquin's body flew back several meters, collapsing to the ground. Zeke thought, the mighty right-hand man of McCain, reduced to such a pathetic end? Southerners are strange. He recalled what he'd whispered to Joaquin, "Admit you're the traitor. If you do as I say, I swear before God I won't touch your hidden family." Wiping blood from his face with a cloth, Zeke continued thinking, "A vow before God is absolutely trustworthy. Truthfully, I never intended to harm his family." As expected of a crime syndicate boss, Don Juan doesn't fully believe El Mencho is a traitor but acted because circumstances demanded it. The Soma warehouse fire months ago, which cost McCain dearly, was caused by someone colluding with Pavila. When Kay claimed the traitor and arsonist were the same, Zeke took extreme measures, directly accusing El Mencho, prompting his confession. The bombshell that Pavila were pirates further fueled the chaos. Don Juan maintained his usual calm, analyzing coldly. But his subordinates didn't. In the midst of the chaos, Joaquin confessed. Even if he wasn't truly a traitor, ignoring it would undermine the organization's discipline. As expected, Don Juan remained ruthlessly rational. He stepped forward, yanking the axe from Joaquin's head, holding it as his cold gaze fixed on it. His killing intent filled the room. He spoke, "If Kay's report is true and Joaquin is a traitor, then those working for my dear Reinhardt must also be traitors." His words startled everyone. He lightly tapped the axe on the documents, continuing, "The report clearly states the Soma warehouse fire was a stepping stone for you to defect to Pavila with Joaquin. If you confess now like my brother Joaquin, I'll send you off painlessly." One man protested, "This is slander. We never planned such a thing. It's that damned mage's dirty trick. If you interrogate her." But before he could finish, Zeke swung his dagger at the man's head, killing him instantly. Blood splattered on Kay's face, her eyes wide with fear, her body trembling at the sight. Zeke's action puzzled Don Juan, who asked, "What are you doing?" Zeke remained calm, explaining, "Just helping you deal with a criminal. Joaquin confessed, and you handled him. The Reinhardt lot colluded with him. Isn't that enough justification to kill them?" Don Juan's cold gaze fixed on Zeke, thinking, "I wondered what this kid was up to. So his goal was to use me to eliminate Reinhardt." Lowering his head, he said, "Justification? Sounds nice. But Zeke Murray, are you a divine envoy here to help me, or a demon's lackey here to destroy me?" Zeke gave a faint smile, replying, "I'm neither a divine envoy nor a demon's lackey. I'm just a business partner, here to offer a deal." Don Juan looked at Zeke, puzzled. "A business partner?" Zeke nodded, replying, "Exactly, boss. You and I think alike. You want to clean up the organization's hierarchy and restore order, don't you? However, with Ishtar's expulsion order and Pavila controlling the sea routes, McCain's only Soma distribution channel is through the syndicate. You're sharp enough to see this clearly, boss. That's why you hesitated to punish them despite knowing their betrayal." Hearing this, Don Juan's gaze softened slightly, thinking, "He speaks as if he's known me for years." Zeke continued, "No need to worry. As of now, the syndicate's Soma distribution is fully handled by Kay." At this, Kay, still trembling from the earlier scene, froze. Zeke patted his chest confidently, saying, "From now on, Kay and I will take over from the syndicate and manage McCain's Soma distribution ourselves." Don Juan calmly sat back, looking at him, and said, "That's a fine proposal, Zeke Murray, if what you say is true. Deals are built on trust. But without trust, how can I hand over distribution to you when we've only just met?" Zeke stepped forward, nodding, "You're absolutely right. How about this?" He grabbed the axe, tossing it aside coldly. He swept the documents off the table, spun his dagger, and stabbed it into the table, uttering a name that startled Don Juan, "Paulo Santos. I'll take out the territory run by that coward." Paulo Santos, known as Paulo the Coward, earned his nickname for prioritizing safety above all. Despite being an enforcer, his reputation in the organization was low. Hearing the name, Don Juan grew pensive, thinking, he even knows details like Paolo's existence and nickname. Well, as long as it benefits me, I don't care much. Standing up, he said, all right, that could earn my trust. I'm impressed by your boldness and courage, but that place is too dangerous to ambush alone. I'll send McCain's elite assassination team to support you. Zeke cursed inwardly. Support my ass. They're just here to watch me. Don Juan continued. While you prove your bravery, I'll take precautions. He approached Kay, saying coldly, this lady will be under my protection. Glancing at him icily, Zeke thought, that's just a fancy way of saying she's a hostage. But he nodded, agreeing, understood. Please take good care of Kay, boss. Scene shifts to Pabella Cartel, Soma. They were now in a forest near the port. Zeke raised his hand, commanding, everyone stop. Despite being the team leader, Manuel halted at Zeke's order without realizing it. Manuel, head of the assassination team, looked at Zeke, thinking, after seeing his skills, only a fool would ignore his orders. He's got more stamina than us assassins, moves faster, and has uncanny precision. It's like he knows this northern forest by heart. Above all, he's a master in combat, even against powerful beasts. He could easily take down the priciest mercenaries of the wolf tribe. He's a monster. In the quiet atmosphere, Zeke suddenly spoke, cutting through. All of you wait here. Surprised, Manuel said. But we're here to supervise, not assist directly. Zeke turned, replying coldly. This is the only spot with a clear view of the factory. Don't say things you don't mean. Focus on supervising. With that, he vanished in a flash. Watching his retreating figure, Manuel's expression grew heavy, countless thoughts racing through his mind. A subordinate asked, what do we do, leader? He replied, we do as he says, keep supervising from here. Like he said, we're only here to observe, not fight. From now on, stay alert and ensure our camouflage is tight to avoid detection. Looking down at the factory, a massive fire erupted at its center. Manuel remarked, he's already stormed in. Inside, flames engulfed everything, bodies strewn across the ground. A survivor shouted, there's a mage among the attackers. We can't handle this alone. Request backup from the magic weapon unit now. Unfazed, Zeke said calmly. That's the expected reaction when they first see elemental swordsmanship. A man yelled, the intruder's been spotted. Zeke took a deep breath, continuing, but for an organization opposing McCain in the north, I anticipated this. Their response is quick. As he spoke, over a dozen bandits surrounded him from all sides. Undaunted, he swung his sword, conjuring sparks from his elemental blade. The sparks latched onto their heads, igniting instantly. After the attack, he landed lightly, sneering at them. This isn't even a warm-up. His gaze shifted to one side, saying coldly, look at that coward Paolo. He's a mad bastard. At Paolo's command, Zeke was surrounded by numerous modern tanks. He muttered, he's even tapping a mana pool? How much money's been wasted here? Hiring mages would have been cheaper. The tanks aimed their barrels at him, firing relentlessly. Unfazed, Zeke swung his sword, effortlessly deflecting the attacks. He redirected a shell, causing a massive explosion behind him. Smirking, he whispered, well, unless you're a criminal, you wouldn't accept such a trade deal. Using his elemental sword, he unleashed whirlwinds that swept the tanks away in an instant. He smiled inwardly. Before regression, I might have fled at the sight of that mana pool. But now, it's a different story. In an underground bunker, bodies littered the corridors. The last survivor fled, but Zeke appeared behind him, delivering a swift killing blow. After dealing with all this, it's about time he shows up, he thought. From behind, an arrow flew toward his head. With sharp reflexes, he caught it, crushing it, releasing toxic gas. The system announced, Black Mamba venom detected. Immunity to all poisons negates its effect. As the system finished, he tossed the arrow aside. It continued, Administrator's command confirmed. Continuous skill activation has temporarily suspended recovery modifiers. Looking toward the arrow's source, he muttered, finally showing yourself, Paulo Santos. Paulo emerged from the shadows, crossbow in hand, saying coldly, what the hell is the underground army doing, letting an intruder get this far?
He stepped forward and continued, what you just inhaled is poison gas. Even if you use aura, you can't do anything against this deadly toxin. Then he made an offer. I will give you a chance. Trade information about the allies you came with for the antidote. Holding the vial of antidote in his hand, he went on. It looks like this was a diversion. But seeing how quiet the ground is, your allies have probably all been subdued already. Right, Why not accept the deal before it is too late? Hearing these words, Zeke slightly narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. You want to trade with something that does not even exist? You think I am that easy to fool? For people of the South, it was basic knowledge that black mamba poison had no antidote. An ordinary person would die within minutes. Even a blue knight would struggle to expel the toxin and would still suffer after effects. It truly was a deadly poison. But with his immunity to all poisons, it had no effect on him at all. While thinking, Zeke casually picked up a small stone and flicked it forward. The antidote vial in the man's hand instantly shattered into 2 pieces. This only made Paolo even angrier. He shouted, "You lunatic, you dared destroy the antidote, do you really want to die?" Suddenly, Paolo's eyes widened in fear. Zeke's expression had turned terrifyingly menacing. He spoke coldly. "Don't worry. With my constitution, I am naturally immune to all poisons. And another thing, the reason the ground is so quiet is because I have already wiped out all of your allies." These words struck Paolo like lightning. He stammered. What did you say?" Then he yelled. "Don't talk nonsense, they are Pavella's elite soldiers, equipped with corrupted magic gear, how could you?" Zeke had no interest in explaining and simply said, "If you are curious, go check for yourself. That is, if you can." Faced with such provocative words, Paolo roared in fury. "Who the hell are you? Who exactly sent you to do this?" Zeke replied indifferently. "You have probably already guessed a little, have not you?" Paolo fell silent for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth. "It can't be. McCain." At this quick reaction, Zeke let out a small "oh." "You catch on fast." Paolo continued. "The only one who could stir up Pavella to this extent is McCain. But I thought both sides still respected each other's boundaries, why suddenly do something like this?" Zeke responded to that loose tongue. "You really have no shame. Isn't Pavella's so-called respect just secretly infiltrating the other side's distribution networks and waiting for a chance to smuggle goods out?" Those words made Paolo flinch for a moment. Zeke went on. "Pavella has already crossed the line. That alone is reason enough to declare war. The boss has declared he won't stop until the Pavella organization is reduced to ashes. He even swore to sweep you filthy pirates off the southern continent. He knows full well that you lot started out as pirates." The instant Zeke finished speaking, Paolo threw his crossbow to the ground, turned, and fled, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Seeing him turn and run, Zeke gave chase and casually called out, "You think you can escape from here?" After a chase, Zeke lost sight of Paolo. While searching inside an enormous room, he thought to himself, "The hunt ends here, I guess. What is this place? It is completely different from the dungeon mine earlier. Plus, on the way here there were countless traps. I had to pretend to trigger some to avoid suspicion, such a hassle. Those traps are not original to the ruins. They look like someone placed them recently." He swore. "Those damn Pavella bastards, what the hell are they doing?" While Zeke was still looking for Paolo, a figure silently watched his every move from behind. Seizing the opportunity, the figure lunged forward, gripping his sword tightly and slashing straight down at Zeke's head. But Zeke had clearly sensed his presence. With a simple pivot of his foot, he effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Then he leaned in close and asked, "Who the hell are you, anyway?" The man did not answer and swung his sword again. This time, Zeke decided not to defend. He tightened his grip on the small dagger in his hand. A whirlwind instantly formed, swirling around the blade. With a single light swing, he sent the assassin flying back, leaving hundreds of slash marks across his body. The blow was so powerful that the assassin died with his eyes still open, only managing a pained scream. Stepping over the corpse, Zeke moved forward a few more steps before encountering another group. This annoyed him, and he thought, "Why do I keep running into these bastards everywhere?" A scarred man, the leader of the group, approached Zeke and spoke. "That is why I never wanted to work with those southern scum. They should handle things within their own territory. Bringing a bunch of rats all the way here, what the hell are they planning? Anyway, since you have come this far, do not expect to leave alive." Looking at the scarred man, Zeke thought, "On the tactical map of those hound mercenaries I fought in the giant mountains, the southern continent ruins were clearly marked. So this place must be one of the relic sites the Emperor is searching for." The scarred man glanced at the dagger in Zeke's hand, then turned to a subordinate and said, "That dagger looks ordinary on the outside, but a gust of wind clearly formed around it before he swung. Treat it like an ancient artifact and stay cautious." The subordinate nodded, his eyes never left Zeke. Then he spotted a magic scroll in Zeke's hand and shouted toward the back, "That is a magic scroll, get into formation." Seeing them make everything so complicated, Zeke reassured them, "Hey, no need to be that scared. This is just a soundproofing spell and a protective barrier, 0 offensive power." Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, nothing that happens here will leak outside. No worries about being discovered. Besides, chances to test new techniques do not come every day, so let us all enjoy it to the fullest. As he spoke, Zeke drew his sword from subspace. Raising it high, a glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Isn't that right?" Watching Zeke pull out the sword, the scarred man thought, "Subspace? No, something feels off. It does not look like it is connected through an intermediary item, it is like he created it directly from thin air. That weird weapon earlier was the same. He is clearly a mage, yet he can use a sword too." Witnessing a glow flare from Zeke's arm, the scarred man's eyes widened. He recognized it instantly, sword aura. He thought, that guy. Could he be a Blue Knight? Without giving him time to react, Zeke charged forward and unleashed a clean slash. He used the dragon-slaying sword art, Volume 1, First Form, Heaven Sever. The moment the words left his mouth, a single slash tore the surrounding space as if it would shatter into pieces. All of them were blasted away by the overwhelming pressure. The scarred man took a slash across the shoulder, his eyes rolling back white. Outside, the soundproofing magic barrier could be seen shaking violently. After a while, the barrier gradually dissolved into the air. Inside, Zeke was neatly cleaning up the battlefield. He gathered all the bodies and burned them in one go. He muttered, "If the corpses are burned, it will be hard to find any traces. Plus, it will make people think McCain hired not only knights but mages for this raid. That way, the conflict between McCain and Pavella will escalate even more." Now that he thought about it, why were Pavella and the Rome Empire both here? If he had to guess, it was definitely a collaboration to search for ancient southern ruins. Before his regression, when he had come here, there had not been any signs of this. Of course, back then it was 3 years later. So they probably already found the relic and withdrew. Whatever. As long as the result is good. Even though he stumbled in by chance, he had ruined that bastard emperor's plans. After finishing, Zeke turned to leave. Now I really should head back. But suddenly, a sound came from behind, making Zeke flinch and turn around. From the distance, a person slowly walked forward, letting out a soft sigh and speaking. "What a hassle." I sensed a powerful and ferocious aura, but then it vanished like magic, so I came to check. The man appeared like a ghost, gradually approaching. He spoke coldly. "So we have an uninvited guest." Zeke turned around, eyeing the man for a moment and silently observing the armor he wore before thinking to himself. That armor looks like Hersian, the magical armor granted to the Scarlet Knights of the Rome Empire. A treasure among treasures. Hersian is infused with all sorts of auxiliary magic, from weight reduction spells to self-repair. But this guy's Hersian is slightly different from the Empire's standard version. Then he spoke aloud. "Who are you? That armor you are wearing looks a lot like Hersian. Don't tell me you are a Scarlet Knight of the Empire." The man gave no answer. Instead, he instantly drew his sword and swung it toward Zeke, catching him completely off guard. The moment Zeke realized what was happening, he summoned his own sword and raised it to parry the blow. Their eyes locked, murderous intent pouring out. They exchanged several strikes before Zeke was sent flying backward, slamming hard into a nearby wall. The force did not stop there. He crashed through multiple pillars in the room before finally coming to a halt. As the dust settled, Zeke reappeared in a combat-ready stance. Without giving him a moment to breathe, the assassin's eyes flashed, and he swung his blade toward Zeke again. This strike was monstrously powerful, like a bolt from the heavens, shattering the ground around them into fragments. Zeke did not dodge. He met it head-on, blade against blade. Looking at his opponent, Zeke thought, "Damn it, this strength is inhuman. Did they reinforce Hersian with additional power enhancement magic or something?" The overwhelming pressure forced his body to sink, one knee crashing into the ground. He tried to hold on, but against that immense force, another massive explosion erupted as the man's sword smashed into the floor. When the dust cleared again, Zeke had vanished from his previous spot, leaving his opponent stunned. The man quickly scanned the area, trying to locate him. Then, without warning, Zeke appeared behind his back. Elemental sword arts, metallic force activated. The moment the system finished, countless metal pillars shot up around the assassin, encasing him like giant boulders. The barrier was about to close completely, but the man inside unleashed a flurry of slashes, shattering the cage in mere seconds. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but right then a blinding light created by Zeke robbed him of his vision. Heavenly Light Bullet activated. While the man was disoriented, Zeke materialized behind him once more and unleashed a lightning-fast slash. To his shock, the assassin blocked it. Zeke's eyes widened. What? He blocked sword aura. Yet the wound Zeke had inflicted on the armor healed back to perfect condition in just a few seconds. This made Zeke flinch. He immediately activated Dragon Clan skill, Dragon Scale Armor. His entire body was now covered in shimmering golden scales. He leapt high into the air, dodging an unexpected counter-slash, then retreated to create distance. The man taunted. "So you have got quite a few weird tricks up your sleeve." He continued. "You asked who I was earlier, did not you?" With a mocking tone. "With strength like yours, the least you could do is tell me your name, right?" He introduced himself. "I am Kane. Kane Zeman Constantinus." Hearing that long name, Zeke's expression turned grave. His name includes not only Zeman but also Constantinus. Jeffric Solma is a surname passed down only within the Rome Empire's imperial family. Moreover, the middle names of the imperial family can only come from the elector count families, the ones with the right to vote for the emperor. Does that mean the Zeman clan, the great clan of Draker, is actually one of the Rome Empire's elector families? While Zeke was processing this, faint strands of demonic energy appeared in front of him, triggering a system alert. Demonic energy detected. Eliminating the bearer of demonic energy will grant bonus points. Looking at the strands of demonic energy swirling around, Zeke wondered. Demonic energy. I do not know exactly what it is, but it is definitely dangerous. At that moment, an enormous wave of magical power erupted from Kane's body, accompanied by countless strands of demonic energy wrapping around him. He gripped his sword tightly and spoke coldly. "I never expected to meet a knight on my level in a backwater place like this. Very well, I shall show you the courtesy of fighting with everything I have." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword skyward. The blade was instantly enveloped by the phantom image of a colossal greatsword, hundreds of times larger than the one he held. He declared coldly, "I will grant you a glorious death." Seeing this technique, Zeke judged. "I can't block this with ordinary skills. Even if I use elemental sword arts, my mastery is still far below his. If that is the case, there is only one option left." He stomped hard on the ground and executed Dragon Slaying Sword Art. Volume 8, Form 2, Dragon Scale Pierce. But he still felt it was not enough. The man's defense and power enhancement were so overwhelming they could even deflect sword aura. As long as Hersian remained active, Zeke could not inflict a fatal wound. The priority was to drag him down to the same level. Zeke activated Mana Reflection. The instant the skill activated, Kane's armor began showing signs of malfunction. This startled him, and he muttered, "What the? Why did Hersian suddenly stop working?" He turned and demanded, "What the hell did you just do?" Zeke answered casually, I have no idea what you are talking about." Kane laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. Fine, if you do not want to answer, so be it. Figuring out an enemy's tricks by myself is part of the fun of battle." Both sides prepared their strongest techniques. The moment they were ready, they shot toward each other like arrows. The two devastating attacks collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Countless bolts of lightning arced through the room, cracking the pillars. After a moment, a horrific explosion erupted from the clash, punching countless holes through the ceiling like a honeycomb. The surrounding columns were left in ruins. Zeke now sat in a pool of his own blood, cursing under his breath. Damn it. System notification. Demonic energy concentration in the administrator's body has exceeded the allowable threshold. The effectiveness of the unhealed element skill is reduced. Zeke was covered in blood. Clutching his stomach, he muttered, "This is really bad." After that last exchange, his opponent only had a few minor scratches on his armor, which quickly repaired themselves. Kane walked over and said, "As expected of the Draker bloodline." "Impressive." Zeke wheezed. "How can you still?" Kane revealed. "Even if only for a moment, the only thing capable of disabling Hersian's functions is the Draker clan's sealing magic. Moreover, the sword technique you used in that final strike closely resembles the dragon-slaying sword style." Hearing this, Zeke's eyes widened in shock. He knows about the dragon-slaying sword style. The dragon-slaying sword art was the original form of the dragon-slaying sword style, so naturally they shared many similarities. However, the dragon scale pierce he had just used only appeared in the later volumes of the dragon-slaying sword style techniques that were strictly forbidden from being taught outside the clan. For an imperial knight like Kane to know it meant the Zeman clan had already offered the entire dragon-slaying sword style to the Empire. Unable to hold it in, Zeke vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Kane stepped closer and said, "It seems a considerable amount of demonic energy has invaded your body. It must be quite painful. Leaving you suffering like this would be discourteous to an opponent who faced me honorably." He slowly brought his sword toward Zeke's chest, preparing the final blow. Softly, he said, "Rest in peace." Zeke, now nearly exhausted, gradually lost focus in his eyes as everything faded into darkness. After staring at Zeke's motionless body for a long while, Kane finally turned to leave. Even as an enemy, it has been a long time since I have faced a worthy opponent like this. Just as he took a step, a small dagger suddenly shot toward him from behind. It sliced off a few strands of his hair and left a shallow cut on his neck. Kane glanced back, only to find Zeke had vanished. He exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" In an instant, Number 1 appeared behind him, his arm tightly gripping his sword, his eyes flashing with a terrifying glint. System, Salvation activated, the highest grade recovery potion. User's stamina and wounds have been significantly restored. In the moment Kane let his guard down, Number 1 effortlessly severed his head with a single, graceful slash. Immediately after the attack, his body could no longer hold up. He collapsed to his knees, coughing hoarsely, thinking to himself, "Good thing I had the recovery potion set to the quick slot." System, Salvation is the masterpiece of Jabalu Ibn Hassan. The highest grade recovery potion capable of instantly healing critical wounds and restoring stamina. Note, due to its superior effects, it cannot be used by those who have previously consumed it, and some side effects remain unknown. His body began to tremble from waves of pain. He muttered to himself, "That was close. I almost died. But it seems internal injuries caused by aura can't be healed." System warning, caution, overuse of skills detected. Due to excessive skill usage, fatigue has exceeded dangerous levels. He thought, if I keep pushing my limits like this. Though he thought as much, his rationality could no longer hold. His body went limp, consciousness fading, and he collapsed to the ground. System, to ensure safety, the administrator's consciousness will be disconnected. With only a few fleeting traces of consciousness left, he told himself, I have to recover more. His gaze fell on the scattered recovery potions strewn across the ground. His voice, filled with determination, declared, "Right now, no matter the cost, I had to do it." Suddenly, the image of a dragon's head flashed in his mind. His body, like a kite with its string cut, crumpled to the ground. In that moment, an immense surge of energy erupted from his body, swallowing everything around it. System, Dragon Clan Gluttony skill activated. Kane's body was now being devoured by the energy radiating from Number 1. System, devoured the fallen demon, corrupted by demonic energy. Stamina, spirit, and mana are being replenished. The remaining traces of energy in Kane's body began to merge with the mana Number 1 emitted. Moments later, all that mana flowed back into Zeke's body, beginning to heal him. But a crack echoed in the silent space. System, absorbed the design capabilities of the devoured demon. The passive resistance skill Static Electricity Grade C has evolved into the skill Electric Surge Grade A. After the healing was complete, the golden mana began to dissipate into the air. Suddenly, Number 1's eyes shot open, his breaths coming in rapid gasps. He slowly sat up, lightly checking the wounds on his body, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. Thought I was done for. Good thing I remembered gluttony." His gaze shifted to a suit of armor floating before him, and he wondered, this is Kane's armor. System, acquired the armor of anonymity. Would you like to register as its user? Number 1 pondered for a moment, confused, no name displayed. Without hesitation, he selected yes on the interface. System, registered as the user of the armor. As soon as his choice was confirmed, the armor surged forward, enveloping his body. He now looked no different from Kane moments ago. System, illusionary form can be customized based on the user's will. Of the 28 grand magic arrays engraved on the armor, 3 are currently activatable. Though the armor appeared cumbersome, it was surprisingly light, delighting Number 1. A piece of armor this good. Wearing it would definitely get me noticed by the Empire. I will store it for now and use it later after changing my appearance. More importantly, I need to escape this place immediately. Suddenly, he sensed a scent lingering in the air. This smell. He looked toward the source of the odor, exclaiming, "The stench of blood and corpses." Following the scent, he discovered a laboratory conducting experiments on human bodies. Countless scientists were at work. Clenching his teeth in anger, he cursed, "Those damned Imperials." Upon spotting him, the mages shouted, "An intruder, seize him." At their command, numerous vials of poison in their hands were unleashed toward him. Furious, he roared, "You dare use human lives for experiments." He summoned through the system. System, detected synthesized poison via toxin magic, surpassing the effects of the poison immunity trait. Entering poisoned state. The poison rapidly spread through his body, but without missing a beat, he pulled out a vial of antidote. System, used high-grade antidote. He shouted in rage, "Then you would better be ready to pay with your lives." Following his words, the entire laboratory was obliterated, consumed by a sea of flames. Holding a stack of documents, he began reviewing the situation. "I need to collect the research data from this lab. Since it is an imperial facility, it might be connected to the Crimson Flower disease. While he was studying the files, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "It is you, to think you have destroyed my laboratory." An old man approached, glaring at him with seething anger. Without a moment's hesitation, Number 1 tightened his grip on his sword and charged straight at the man, ready to strike. The glow emanating from his sword made the old man let out a surprised him, aura blade. Instantly, the old man raised his hand, summoning a magic circle. But Number 1's speed was no joke. Moving with incredible swiftness, he cleaved the man's body in two with a single strike. A clean, precise counter. Yet the man's body was like sand. After being sliced apart, it reformed in mere moments. Observing this, Number 1 deduced, judging by the magical patterns, he is a desert scorpion archmage specializing in forbidden arts. A rank 6 circle executive. This guy's going to be trouble. I did not expect the Empire to be working with these types. System, mana counter skill activated. In just a few seconds, the man's body was fully restored. He roared in fury, "Damn it, could you be a pureblood Draker?" Realizing Number 1's identity, he tore apart a magical scroll in his hand. If that is the case. As the summoning scroll was ripped, a massive sandstorm began to form behind him. Within seconds, it coalesced into a colossal monster standing before Zeke. He thought to himself, a synthetic chimera. The old man laughed smugly. "Ha ha ha, this is my ultimate masterpiece. Even a Draker can't hope to stand against it." The monster charged without hesitation, swinging its claws at him. Number 1 immediately blocked the attack with his weapon. As their strikes collided, sharp metallic clashes rang out relentlessly. The two exchanged a flurry of blows. Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly, as if calculating something. Then, a surge of mana began to flow beneath his feet. At that moment, the monster's claws slammed into the ground, shattering stone and earth. Number 1 had vanished from its sight. Using his agility, he slid behind the monster, employing the Tempest technique, Shadowless Step. The monster quickly realized the situation and attacked with its scorpion tail. But Number 1, unfazed, swung his sword, severing the tail in one clean cut. He thought to himself, it has no blind spots. Regaining his composure, he lowered himself to the ground, strategizing. I do not plan to waste time in a place like this. If this drags on, their guards will show up. But with no other choice, he had to face the monster before him. Then, glancing at the system interface, he was taken aback. System, Inherent Authority, Dragon Clan Domination can be activated. Would you like to subdue the Dragon Clan target? He hesitated. Dragon Clan Domination, I can do that too. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the Dragon Clan's skill Dragon Might. Behind his back at that moment, a gigantic eye appeared, emanating an immense pressure. He shouted, "Submit." Looking into that eye made the monster extremely terrified. It was like meeting its father. Its attitude changed 180 degrees, now looking like a stuffed animal. System, Awakened fear from the inferior Dragon Clan. The effect of Dragon Domination has increased. He sighed inwardly. Both Dragon Radiance and Dragon Domination work. It seems that when it became a chimera, some characteristics of the Dragon Clan were mixed in. System, Activate Dragon Domination to subdue the Dragon Clan target. Do you agree? He reached out and touched the system screen. Yeah, subdue it. As soon as he confirmed, two golden chains suddenly appeared, advancing to wrap around the monster's body, filling it with extreme fear. System, Successfully subdued the inferior Dragon Clan. Looking at the notification panel, he exclaimed delightedly, "Nice." He walked over and stroked it, praising, "So obedient, like a puppy." Seeing his summoned beast suddenly become affectionate with Zeke, the old man hiding behind the wall was utterly stunned. Why won't the chimera obey me anymore? Zeke noticed him at that moment, his eyes cold as he commanded, "Bite him." Just a few seconds later, the old man collapsed in a pool of blood, full of frustration in his heart that he could not voice. Zeke approached to collect the spoils of war and began inspecting. Let us see what this guy was carrying is. Looking at the stack of documents, he exclaimed, "Galabeu al-Lumani." This guy seems to be the number 2 in the Scorpion clan. He was extremely puzzled and was about to turn to ask his new pet, but suddenly, 2 system panels appeared, interrupting his thoughts. System, do you want to name the subdued Dragon Clan? A named Dragon Clan can be summoned anytime at the call of its owner. Looking at the notification, he was surprised. You want me to name it? From now on, you are called Grav. System, Registered Summoned Beast, Grav. The beast's expression darkened at that moment. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is that? Don't like it, but I am done here." After finishing the task, he returned to Don Juan's mansion. Seeing him return safely, Don Juan clapped his hands in praise. Truly astonishing, too astonishing, Zeke Murray. I did not expect you to handle that coward Paolo. Zeke replied indifferently, I always keep my promises. The man nodded in agreement, that is right. You have proven it. I can't help but believe, a valiant warrior deserves respect. I always love and cherish strong warriors like my own children. I want to treat you the same way. Hearing these words made Zeke fall silent for a few seconds. He recalled images from his previous life and cursed inwardly, children, children. You mean the kind of children you can exploit like tools at will? You dare say that to me, you son of a bitch. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The man stepped forward at that moment, wanting to show him something. Zeke Murray, take a look at this. The gift I have prepared for you. Following his words, countless gift boxes were stacked up, still stained with fresh blood. This made Zeke's eyes narrow slightly in surprise. The man continued, didn't you want to become my business partner? Then you need proof of equal trust. Zeke walked over and began inspecting the gift boxes. After observing the outside for a while, he sighed inwardly, definitely. This size and weight. As he spoke, he slowly opened one box. Immediately after, images of syndicate organization members flashed in his mind. And they were precisely the syndicate's leadership. Seeing Zeke silent for a long time, the man probed, are you satisfied? Zeke maintained his calm demeanor and did not respond right away. Then the corner of his mouth curved into a delighted smile as he cheerfully replied, of course, boss. He thought inwardly, good. Everything is going according to plan. This has wiped out the syndicate's leadership. Now, all that is left is to put K at the top. The man turned around, interrupting Zeke's thoughts, but hey, there is a problem that just arose. Zeke wondered, what problem? The man explained, it seems Pavella has figured out we are the attackers. They are babbling that we mobilized both knights and mages. Zeke exhaled at that moment, thinking inwardly, well, it must look that way. The man continued, so, taking this opportunity, I want to give those filthy pirates a decisive warning. The master of this southern continent is McCain. Hearing this, Zeke thought inwardly, so you mean you want me to attack Pavella again? He thought that inwardly but showed no refusal on the surface, I will do it. Seeing Zeke agree so suddenly made the old man extremely puzzled. Zeke explained, I will go to Pavella and clearly convey the boss's will. But in exchange, I have one request, give more power to K, make her the center of the new syndicate. Before Zeke's proposal, the man pondered for a few seconds, then immediately agreed, fine. I will take responsibility as her protector. And for you, I will send you the best assassin along with a cartel army. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. Immediately, 4 figures appeared extremely quickly around them. A man with an extremely cold expression appeared behind Zeke's back. He stared intently at Zeke but said nothing. Don Juan explained, he will be very helpful. Looking at the man, Zeke thought inwardly, that guy is. Scene shift to Paulo Santos's area, part of the Pavella cartel. The intelligence bureau looked utterly devastated after a bloody battle. 2 pairs of feet slowly stepped inside. The one behind spoke, Abel, the investigation is done. We have already checked with the Imperial Intelligence. There is nothing left to dig up. We have got the results. The ones here included at least a team of knights and mages. They fought fiercely. Ignoring his words, Abel crouched down to examine the situation. He found a trace of magic power remaining on the ground. Before this strange action, the one behind called out his name in confusion. Abel immediately explained, no. There was only one person here. This made the blonde young man extremely shocked. What are you saying? Only one person? There are both sword marks and traces of magic. Abel affirmed, one person at least at the Scarlet Knight level or above. That one cleared out everyone here. There are signs that the Intelligence Bureau hastily cleaned up, meaning there is something even we are not supposed to know. I have to find out what the Empire is hiding. These words made the young man behind suddenly break out in goosebumps from fear. He stepped forward to stop him. Wait, you plan to investigate the Intelligence Bureau, what about the consequences? Before the young man's worry, Abel reminded, William, there is something here that I absolutely cannot miss. My instincts tell me it is right here. You know how much I have craved the Draker Sea and the Empire. Right. Scene shift to the port belonging to the Pavella cartel. The pirates' eyes were all fixed on the small boat about to dock. One of them stepped out from the crowd and shouted, a small boat? Hey, which side are you guys from? Without the slightest hesitation, Zeke gripped his blade tightly and instantly leapt forward with terrifying speed. He delivered a lightning-fast slash to the one who had spoken, cleanly sending him to the afterlife. Down below, Simon watched the pirate's body slowly falling into the sea. Without a moment's pause, he tightened his grip on his sword, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Once he had locked onto his target, he flung his sword forward, pinning the pirate neatly to the wall in one smooth motion. Zeke inwardly praised the decisive action, clean kill, no noise. Straight into the water. After finishing, he pointed behind him and reminded, "Come on, Simon." Simon maintained his utterly cold expression and did not reply. Simon Zapatero. In his previous life, this very guy had taught him southern swordsmanship and assassination techniques. Even in the McCain cartel, a place full of scum, he was the only one Zeke could truly trust. Moreover, even after regressing, their combat coordination was still excellent. It would be perfect if he could pull this guy over to his side. Up in the city, countless soldiers were patrolling everywhere. Zeke remarked, "Soldiers deployed all over the city." Simon asked, "Any way to infiltrate the central district?" Zeke answered, "Of course there is. This place originally belonged to the Azure Empire, so there is definitely an underground sewer system built from back then." Simon frowned. "You are planning to go through the sewers? That is ridiculous. How are we supposed to navigate a maze-like sewer system?" Zeke slipped both hands into his pockets and confidently replied, "Just shut up and watch. There is a way for everything." The system promptly sent a notification. Guiding route to Mateo's room sewer entrance. Looking at the mini-map in front of him, Zeke moved forward without any hesitation, thinking to himself, the mini-map's navigation function. With this, even a maze is no problem. There seem to be a lot of soldiers up ahead, so he will have to take a detour. Also, it looks like anyone's Scarlet Knight rank and above is not individually displayed, so I have to be careful. Last time he ran into Kane, it was exactly because of that. After moving for a while, he turned back to remind everyone, "We are almost there. From here we split up. You guys plant bombs in as many places as possible. I will go take care of number 2, Mateo." The group answered in unison, "Understood." After assigning tasks, Zeke turned and headed in another direction. The place he chose this time was the city's central garbage dump. He slowly climbed up the sewer pipes, thinking as he went, "If I kill Mateo, the boss of Pavella will go berserk. Then McCain will go to war with Pavella." With a light tug, he ripped the iron grate covering the manhole aside and easily slipped inside. While walking, he continued thinking, "Did Don Juan really send me here hoping for that outcome? A guy cautious enough to personally eliminate anyone who might shake the organization's discipline? No way. On the contrary, he wants everyone sent here to never come back. He is planning to use this very raid as a warning to Pavella while showing off that sacrifices on this level mean nothing to him. But things won't go the way you want, Don Juan. Because I am really going to kill Mateo." Reaching the end of the tunnel, Zeke kicked the manhole cover off. Outside, the soldiers jumped in shock and shouted, "Who is there?" Without hesitation, he dropped down, moving like a gust of wind, delivering a sweet, clean slash straight through each soldier's chest. After dealing with a few small fries, he sensed something odd. Weird. Pavella has allied with the Empire. So why is not there a single Imperial soldier here? The minimap is not reacting either. The moment that thought ended, a blinding flash suddenly erupted in front of him, obstructing his vision. As soon as his sight returned, countless Imperial knights and mages had appeared all around, shouting, "Capture that man alive." 3 soldiers charged at him. Zeke instantly grabbed one by the arm, used the momentum to leap into the air, spun, and kicked hard, driving his blade straight through another soldier's head, finishing him off in one go. The mage at the back ordered, "Mage squad, fire now." System notification, activating swift movement skill. His speed multiplied several times over, easily dodging the mage's attack. He shot toward them, gripping the sword he had just pulled from his inventory, and used the skill elemental sword arts, Gale Force. With a single, extremely simple move, he wiped out the entire group of mages. He thought to himself, "They are weaker than the Purple Empire's guys right now. So they sent these small fries and then bragged about deploying troops." Looking at the surviving mages, he spoke coldly, "I will give you one chance." His body was now enveloped in a brilliant aura and golden light. System notification, Dragon Authority skill activated. He coldly commanded, "Kneel right now and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, come at me prepared to die." His words, like a death threat, terrified the mages. After finishing off the soldiers, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. What exactly is the Empire doing all the way down south? He sensed a wave of dark magic approaching. From above, a cold mage declared, "A mere eel dares obstruct the great undertaking." This sudden appearance caught Zeke slightly off guard. Since when was this guy here? I did not sense a single trace of him earlier. He turned and asked, "Who are you?" Instead of answering, the mage extended his arm. From the ring on his finger, a torrent of dark magic poured out, rushing toward the soldiers Zeke had just killed. Seconds later, the corpses abruptly stood up, transformed into undead. The mage ordered, "Capture him for obstructing the great undertaking. I will personally extract your soul." Looking at the zombies before him, Zeke muttered inwardly, Zombies. Able to revive that many at once, a high-level dark mage. But are not most dark mages of that level from the Scorpion clan? Why does not this guy have any runes or magic circles? A golden glint flashed in Zeke's eyes and he quickly accelerated, cutting down the small fry, annoying pests. System notification. Eliminated zombie contaminated by demonic energy. Received 10 causality points. Looking at the system screen that popped up, he was slightly surprised. Then the corner of his mouth curved into an amused smile. Points, nice. And thus began a causality point farming session. For a while after that, the system continuously sent notifications of plus 10 causality points. He swung his sword, cutting down the last zombie, then glanced at the system screen, so that one was the last. Standing above and watching Zeke's battle, the dark mage simply stood there silently. Shortly after, his entire body melted into the air and vanished without a trace. Zeke looked up and remarked, "Was he already gone?" He turned and left, thinking to himself, "I will have to turn that guy into a permanent farming spot later. Anyway, this side is done. Just a bit further and I will reach Mateo's office. It is almost time." His steps suddenly halted by something. Zeke calmly faced it and spoke softly, "I have been waiting for you, Simon." Simon still wore the same expression as before, staring at him with eyes cold as ice. Zeke looked at him, smiling, "I did not expect you to come all the way here. Did Don Juan send you, and he wants you to eliminate me before things get more complicated?" He could not answer his question but immediately tightened his grip on the knife handle, then transferred it to his other hand. Then he pressed the blade against his neck once more, threatening, "The boss intends to wipe out the Pavella cartel. But in this matter, there is no room for an outsider like you to interfere." He continued to question, "If it were not for me, the distribution network would have been snatched by the Pavella, would not it?" He replied, "The syndicate will continue to make use of someone like K. That means you are not indispensable." He mocked, "Is that so?" A notification immediately appeared, "Administrator's request confirmed, temporarily suspending the healing factor skill plan." His voice grew even more firm, "Then why did not you just kill me now, ghost without a shadow?" As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the blade, thrusting it towards his own neck. This completely unexpected action startled Simon slightly. "You? How do you know my alias from my outlaw days?" He continued, "Simon Zapatero. I know all about your past and even the reason you are under Don Juan's wing." He still tried to deny it. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He went on, "To protect the last bloodline of the Kingdom of Cusco. Isn't that right?" Having his deepest secret exposed caused his killing intent to erupt outward. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You, how could you possibly know about that?" But then he stepped back as if realizing something. "They are here." He immediately summoned a sword, then reached out and grasped it tightly. His sword shot forward to block Simon's incoming weapon. His gaze at this moment turned extremely serious. Simon continued to interrogate, "You bastard, just how much do you know? What the hell are you?" He smiled and answered, "My identity, fine, I will tell you. I am one of the true descendants of the Draker family. Zeke Draker." This name struck like lightning, causing his actions to abruptly halt. He thought to himself, could it be the legendary youngest person promoted to Blue Knight? If the Draker family intervenes, the entire southern continent will be affected. Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted, "No, this matter is not related to the family. I am acting on my own, you do not need to worry about that point." He continued to question, "Then why did you so easily reveal your real name? You could have kept it hidden until the end." As he spoke, the two sides exchanged blows once more. And then the blade in his hand was easily knocked away by Zeke. He shouted loudly, "Stop being loyal to Don Juan, and pledge that loyalty to me. I will not only protect the Cusco bloodline but also help you rebuild the kingdom." This unexpected proposal startled him slightly. "What?" He continued, "I know it is hard for you to believe right away. But have not you realized it already, that continuing to cling to McCain holds no hope at all? Just think, what if you kill me now following orders? What will you do about the Pavella forces closing in? Has Don Juan ever sent reinforcements for you and your men?" Hearing this, he now remembered, "Number. It has all been on my own efforts." He continued to explain, "Moreover, after the kingdom of Cusco fell, who was it that snatched that land? It was a cartel. Don Juan even wishes that former royal knights like you would just disappear. Because then he could sell the remaining, isolated princess to the rebel forces at a high price. 10 years ago, when the kingdom of Cusco fell, Simon fled to the border region with the newborn princess. The reason he became an outlaw there was to accumulate strength, to one day drive out the rebels and restore the princess to her rightful place. Joining under Don Juan and becoming an assassin was for the same reason. But Don Juan knew about Simon's past. Ultimately, in his previous life, he was considered an unstable element by Don Juan and was eliminated. The princess was also sold to the rebels. Before dying, Simon entrusted the princess to me. But by the time I found her, there was nothing left. That is why I must get you out of McCain. After a few seconds of thought, Simon now spoke. There is no time, so I won't ask how you know these things. But fine. McCain seemed unshakable but is now trembling. All because of you alone. From the boss's birthday and even the favela getting involved. The situation has suddenly turned strange. What is your ultimate goal, Zeke Draker? He let out a sigh. Just a moment ago you said there is no room for an outsider like me. Whatever, forget it. For now, I want to make the two cartels slaughter each other. When it is over, I will go to McCain. This action startled him slightly. Your real target is Don Juan. He continued, I am very serious, Simon. About wanting you to follow me too. He immediately interrupted, then promise me two things. Not just me, but all my men must escape safely together, and your promise to protect the Cusco bloodline and help me rebuild the kingdom. You absolutely must keep your word. He did not hesitate at all now, striking his chest and saying, I swear on my honor as a knight. Then he immediately knelt on one knee before him. Captain of the Cusco Royal Guard, Simon Zapatero, respectfully greets his master, Zeke Draker. He replied, Good, Simon. No need for formalities, stand up. We will discuss the details later once we are out. Where are your men? He answered, When I give the signal, they will activate the explosive scrolls and regroup to escape. He immediately proposed a plan, then give the signal now. Call all your other ships to the underground gate entrance. He nodded in response, yes. The target Mateo has already been captured and tied up inside. This pleased him immensely, good. Then see you later. Inside a room, screams now rang out. Mateo was tied up on the ground, yelling loudly, You bastard, do you think McCain will remain unscathed after this? He now leaned close to his body, threatening, That is impossible. Of course, when war breaks out between the two sides, no one can remain peaceful. It is all thanks to you. Thank you, Mateo. Then he took out a piece of paper and stuffed it into his mouth. Here, bite on this. Rest in peace for daring to point a sword at McCain. After that, he was sent decisively to the other world by him. After handling it, he stepped outside, thinking to himself, I have also taken all of Pavela's secret ledgers. So it is time. Just as he stepped out, Simon ran over to report, Boss, I have already signaled the brothers. But he immediately pulled him behind his back and summoned his weapon, shouting, Simon, get behind me. Then the sword sheath instantly transformed into a shield, blocking the countless arrows flying towards their location. Seeing the ambushers, Simon's men shouted, Intruders, capture them. He now also used a flaming elemental sword technique, then charged forward alone to confront the enemy. After dealing with them, the group now gathered at the underground gate. Simon looked down at the soldiers below, reminding them, quickly, greet him. This is our new master. Hearing this, the group answered in unison, Greetings, new master. He immediately got to the main point, we will talk later. Let us move now. Pursuers will be here soon. Immediately, the whole group fled along the underground drain. He now sensed something, they have caught up. Then he turned to advise, Stop. We will split up here. I will lure them away, and you lead the brothers to retreat first. Once outside, rendezvous with Kay at the syndicate. Just say my name and he will understand. This risky action surprised Simon slightly, prompting a question, but the princess is still in the hands of the McCain cartel. He retorted, You think I did not anticipate that? Everything is part of my plan. Earlier, I gave orders to my subordinate. You read the detailed combat plan attached to the letter of commission, right? He answered, Of course. Take advantage of the chaos on the day of action to rescue the girl imprisoned at McCain. He nodded, approvingly, Good, you have grasped it. The corner of his mouth lifted, I have already rescued the princess. Scene shifts to the southern continent, at Don Juan's villa. He roared angrily, Do you think this is reasonable? It has been a month since we attacked the Pavela cartel. And in that whole month, we have been attacked by them countless times. Half of the McCain cartel's managers are dead. Half. He slumped wearily into his chair, holding his head and lamenting, Damn it. They are too dangerous. That is why this time I assigned a difficult task to deal with them. But who would have thought they would successfully provoke and incite the Pavela cartel to such an extreme? A young man turned to report, Boss. He snapped back angrily, What is it? The young man questioned, Is it about temporarily leaving the McCain cartel? He said angrily, Are you telling me to run away? The young man explained, That is not it. Those crazy pirates are currently blinded by their desire for revenge. They do not know their place and will soon attack the McCain cartel. We will use that. He continued, So, lure them here and wipe them all out afterwards. The young man nodded in confirmation, Yes, and you will command from the Tahuani villa. These words pleased him immensely, Excellent. As you all know, Crisis always makes us stronger. This time will be no different. Right. The others immediately stood up, answering in unison, yes, boss. After everyone left, only the blonde-haired man remained. He too was about to turn and leave when Zeke, who had appeared behind him at some point, suddenly spoke up. He lunged forward and pressed his sword against the man's neck, threatening, "You all speak so well." The man stammered an explanation. I did as you said. I lured the boss to Tahuani. Please spare my life." But without any hesitation, he immediately sent him to the other world. "You have worked hard. Now for the main course I can savor." Scene shifts to Don Juan's Tahuani villa. He stepped down from the carriage, let out a sigh, and thought to himself, daring to lure me to this place, I will definitely wipe out those pirates. Scene shifts to night. The villas are still lit. Don Juan calmly sat by the window sipping wine, gazing at the scenery outside. Then suddenly the room door opened and a figure entered. He immediately warned, "I did not call for a servant. Get out." His words received no response. He turned around angrily, "I told you to get out." But the person who appeared now was not a servant, but Zeke. An extremely terrifying murderous aura emanated from his entire being. He slowly removed his face covering and spoke, "You are leisurely enjoying your vacation, Don Juan. Even though the situation has gotten quite bad." Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, "Zeke Murray." He froze for a few seconds, then asked, "Do you think I got to this position without ever facing threats like this?" He calmly poured another glass of wine, mocking, "What a cheap farce." But then Zeke swung his sword, cutting the wine glass in half, and reminded him, "That is good then. I was worried you would cry and beg for your life, Don Juan. Because then revenge would become rather boring." Faced with this threat from Zeke, the old man angrily stood up and shouted, "Insolence, how dare a brat like you, guards, drag this bastard to kneel before me now." Zeke interrupted, "No one's coming." He was startled, "What?" Zeke explained, "Because I have killed them all. In my previous life, I did not have enough time to make you suffer properly. And that is something I have always regretted. Lately, I have often had dreams like that. About the years I spent rolling under your command like a dog. Dreams about the countless people I was forced to kill on your orders." His words confused him. What? Don't spout any more nonsense. I never forced you to do those things." Zeke interrogated, "Do you know what they said to me in my dreams?" As soon as his words ended, he lunged forward, pinning him against the window, and continued, "Please save me. Please save me. Please, save me." To the one enjoying fame and fortune built on their blood. That is how they pleaded. Don Juan tried to explain, That is not it. I am the chosen savior sent by the gods. It is because of me that the poor." Before he could finish his sentence, Zeke interrupted, "Shut up." Following those words, this time Zeke swung his sword, cutting off one of his ears, causing him to cry out in pain. Zeke wiped away the blood splatters on his own face and continued, "Fine. Then you can die slowly." With exactly the same kind of pain. Scene shifts to the next day at the Tahuani villa. The corridor was now covered with countless bloody footprints. He slowly descended the stairs, lightly wiping his blood-soaked cloak with his hand. Down below, Kay and Simon were already waiting. She spoke up to inquire, "Is everything over?" He nodded in confirmation, "Yes." "What about the syndicate side?" She answered, "Ah, you mean the matter I trusted you on. Indeed, everything went exactly according to your script. The managers have been dealt with as being killed by Don Juan while trying to defect to Pavella. As for the actual work, since I was the one doing it anyway, it ended without any special punishment." He praised, "Well done. Syndicate, take over this matter from now on." As he spoke, he handed over a stack of Don Juan's documents. She asked curiously, "What is this?" She began flipping through the pages. Reinhardt. Merchant Guild contract. He continued, "I heard the Merchant Guild is establishing a pharmaceutical company against us. We will produce high-quality soma and distribute it to them. Because if spring plum is processed correctly, it can also become various pharmaceuticals. And I will leave the transportation to you." This startled Kay. "What? Where will that production take place? What about operations? And we can't transport it openly under our name." He stepped towards the door and explained, "After helping the Kingdom of Cusco, I will receive a cultivation permit from them." He sighed, "And I have plans for the rest as well. But I do not have time to explain everything, so let us leave it for later." This made the girl somewhat angry. "We are allies." Scene shifts a moment later. He was alone, advancing deep into the forest. He thought to himself, "Well then, let us handle this." As he spoke, he took out a letter from his pocket. It was the invitation from Prince Karis Nerva Constantinus. According to Decker, the prince did not return after the banquet and continued to stay in Atlas. But traveling from here to the center of the continent would take at least several days. If he arrived late, the prince or someone close to him might become suspicious. And they would also guess the reason why he was late at this time. The reason he thought of was that Zeke Draker might be involved in the downfall of McCain, or perhaps the prince already suspected him, hence the summons. Although it is just speculation. Being cautious is never wrong. Create an alibi. He observed the notice board, then smiled, this is the place. Just then, a magic circle appeared. The system sent a notification, please specify the destination location. Destination specified, Atlas Ruins area. Atlas Ruins, required points, 600. Immediately after the selection was made, he was teleported away from the place. He thought to himself, with the system's teleportation gate function, I can travel anywhere. Scene shifts to the upper hall of the Atlas Hotel. Seeing him approach, someone spoke up, oh, look, Zeke is here. He waved, over here, Zeke. He looked towards the source of the voice and thought to himself, as expected, it is them. Kerrison. Of course, he is here too. The person he referred to was his own brother, Abel. He turned around, smiling amiably, you have arrived, Zeke. The moment he stepped inside, he bowed respectfully, Zeke Draker, summoned as ordered, is here for an audience. He asked, has your highness summoned me for something important? Karis cheerfully replied, I called you here because of an extremely important matter. And that is. He then stepped forward, put his arm around his shoulder, and said loudly, this, Abel and William are very capable at work, but they can't drink. But is not Zeke incredibly generous, that is why I called you here. This reminded him of the scene at the mansion. He frowned, thinking to himself, did I leave such an impression back then? Anyway, he was aware of Abel's gaze towards him. But setting that aside, Prince Karis, Abel, and William too. He could more or less guess what they had talked about. Moreover, it seemed Abel also had something private he wanted to say to him. Karis now poured a glass of wine and offered it to him, come on, no need to be formal. Have a drink. He felt a bit awkward, yes. He then spent a pleasant time with him. They finished their glasses. After some interaction, Karis was now dead drunk. As for him, thanks to the system, he remained unaffected. The system displayed a notification, alcohol detected. Effective, invulnerable to all poisons constitution activated. Detoxifying detected toxins. He continued thinking, this is a bit much. Being the only sober person makes me feel guilty. After Karis fell asleep, Abel now approached him, my apologies. I heard you were in seclusion training, and I disturbed you. He smiled in reply, it is all right. On the contrary, I was feeling frustrated due to the lack of progress. Abel replied, that is good then. Have a seat. Let us have a drink together, just the two of us. His action made him pause for a few seconds to think. I did not expect Abel to create such an atmosphere. It seems he intends to tell me something quite important here. The moment he picked up his glass, Abel asked, Zeke, what do you think about the Draker family? This question caught him slightly off guard. He then continued, and as for him, one day, I will put an end to the house of Draker. This threatening statement made Zeke startle slightly, standing up abruptly. He immediately reassured him, you give off a scent exactly like mine. Blood and battle. The dead fish and even victory. But it is what a pure-blood murderer naturally must possess. And you, emitting the scent of a predator who possesses all those things. Being fellow predators of the same kind, I think you will understand the words I say. He now thought to himself, damn it, that bloodline rhetoric again. After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, so, getting close to the empire is also for overthrowing the family. He did not answer immediately, instead downing his entire glass of wine in one gulp, placing it on the table, and continuing, many people call Atlas the #1 continent. But my thinking is different. You can't be satisfied with just one city. To claim to be #1, you must be even more powerful. Look at the Rom Empire. Are not they constantly forging that path, from the north to the south? They're even trying to connect the entire eastern continent. Roads, culture, resources. The moment everything becomes interconnected with Rom, the world will truly become much better than it is now. He clenched his fist, his voice full of determination, an ideal land where everything becomes one. But he interrupted, that is truly a story only the emperor of an empire could tell. Saying this, he thought of a name, Cain Siemens Constantinus. That guy's middle name was also Siemens. That was also the maternal family backing Abel. Moreover, after hearing this story, the conclusion was indeed, when one exists, Abel, Siemens, and the empire are connected. He continued, Zeke, our bloodline. I believe the talented should receive their deserved reward. And if it is you, I could grant you the most brilliant treasure I will possess in the future. Come under my wing, Zeke. This proposal made him fall silent for a few seconds, thinking, meaning he wants to make me the Draker figure within his faction. Having thought so, he placed his hand over his chest and spoke up. I am very grateful for your proposal, brother. However, I have already decided my own path, so this matter is difficult for me. Saying this, he turned to leave. This made Abel a bit puzzled. You won't regret it, will you? He replied bluntly, no regrets. The moment he stepped out of the room, he gritted his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, does he think I will become a murderer just like him? A moment later, William entered the office. He turned and asked, Abel, why are you alone? Where's Zeke? He remained silent without answering, then his entire body radiated burning anger. My beloved younger brother of the same blood. Said he would walk a different path than mine. So, William, the only way left is to crush that sprout in the egg, is not it? The surging killing intent emanating from Abel made William feel a bit afraid. He continued, I clearly gave him one last chance. Scene changed to outside the Valhalla headmaster's office. Zeke was now present here. He thought to himself, I am also 17 now, a second-year student at Valhalla. Of course, I have no intention of graduating after finishing the year. Early graduation application. As I have become an official knight, I wish to contribute to the family sooner. However, as I am still a student, it is painful that I cannot easily participate in prominent activities. Therefore, I would like to request this assistance, dear headmaster. After reading the letter he had just written, he clenched his fist confidently, presented like this, an early graduation interview should be scheduled right away. Then, from a distance, someone approached him and spoke, Yo bro, you also have business at the headmaster's office. Seeing him along with another person arrive, Zeke greeted, yeah, Diego. Then he looked at the person beside him and asked, puzzled, and who is that over there? He thought to himself, it is a face I am seeing for the first time. So who is he? The blonde young man now yawned tiredly. Seeing the three had arrived, the headmaster spoke, you are all just on time. Zeke, Diego, and Aster too. Aster, it has been nearly a week since we last met, has not it? Hearing this name, Zeke was slightly startled. His name is Aster, could it be? The Phantom Knight, Aster Aladov, since being a 5-star knight before returning to the fold, but no information has been revealed. I never thought I would meet such a prominent figure here. Aster now scratched his head and replied, Sorry, headmaster. Due to insomnia, I have difficulty attending classes. Looking at this, he continued thinking, the insomnia seems severe. Diego turned to him worriedly and asked, Bro, need a lullaby to help you sleep? He immediately waved his hand to refuse. Sorry, my head is pounding, so could you please keep it down? He, standing to the side, continued analyzing, in the previous life, Aster worked for the Empire's faction. If that is the case, it would be great if I could recruit him to my side, just like Diego. The headmaster returned to the main topic. Now, the reason I called you all here today is none other than because all three of you submitted early graduation applications. So I called you together. The other professors all said there are no issues with the graduation conditions, so I have decided to assess your actual abilities through this mission. Taking the document in hand, he thought to himself, a cooperative dispatch order from Delpoa. The headmaster continued, have any of you heard of the Black Yecha? The other two knew nothing. Zeke answered, from what I know, it is a public enemy of the continent, originating from a lawless individual. Public enemy refers to those deemed as enemies to be eliminated by the entire continent. Tak Zoan is one of those public enemies. And recently, he has taken up residence in Delpoa. The headmaster explained, our duty is to cooperate with the Delpoa Knight Order to subjugate him. The headmaster continued, the lawless are those who have awakened aura for the purpose of killing. Their combat style is fundamentally different from our knights, which is why they specifically requested sending only those of purple rank and above. This mission will be extremely brutal. If anyone wishes to withdraw, tell me now. After reviewing the mission, Diego asked, this test. How many stages are there in total? The headmaster replied, there are 3 stages in total, and this is stage 1. He then nodded, so there are 3 more times. The headmaster turned to the other two, no other questions. No one had any questions. The headmaster then smiled, then I will consider all of you participating. Well then, go back and prepare thoroughly. Leaving the headmaster's office, Aster walked out, holding his head and complaining, my head hurts so much. Then, from behind, he stepped forward and called his name. This made him startle and turn around, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He smiled and replied, do you need some insomnia medicine? Aster turned around, puzzled, medicine for insomnia. At that moment, he reached into his coat and pulled something out. Exactly, an explanation. And just so happens, I have an extremely effective medicine right here. He looked at him with an incredulous gaze and immediately waved his hand, thank you, but no need. I have tried every kind of medicine praised as good, but none had any effect. He persisted with the offer. Alright, just try this first. If you are satisfied, then sign a contract with me. I will continue to supply you with medicine in the future. His eyes narrowed slightly, immediately refusing. No, it is useless anyway. The moment the scent from the medicine pouch in Zeke's hand touched his nose, he immediately collapsed backward like a kite with a severed string, falling asleep instantly. After experiencing it, he was now extremely excited. I have signed everything, President. He put on an incredulous expression. You signed it right away. This is a master-servant contract. Did you even read it carefully? He smiled and replied, as long as I can sleep well, anything is fine. He frowned, is that so? Looking at the contract, he thought with satisfaction, having a system store is truly fortunate. It is incredibly convenient. Just with points, I can easily buy rare artifacts. What he had just given Aster was an extremely potent sleeping drug called Sandman's Sleeping Sand. With this, Aster would remain on his side even after graduation. It feels like none of the names among the 5-star knights are normal, so I was a bit worried. Probably only Reina is normal. Gazing at the sky upon waking up, Aster exclaimed with delight, such a bright future. So this is Valhalla. He continued thinking, it is a bit of a waste like this. Since we are here anyway, let us test his strength a bit. Having thought so, he made the request, Aster. The sudden call made him startle. Yes, President. He drew the sword from his back and said, before we go on a mission, let me see your strength. Hwan immediately complied. He took out his weapon and thrust it hard into the ground. Then, he spun the spear a few times to warm up and began taking a stance, preparing to attack. Observing this, he assessed, the moment he picks up the spear, his aura completely changes. He said, attack with all your might. You can use aura too. He charged forward, responding, then I won't hold back. After that, the two engaged in a bout of combat. He thought to himself, because it is a spear, the reactive range is very wide. He is quite good at parrying my sword. More focused on defense than offense. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile, then I will use Shadow Flower Step. With his swift speed, he easily dodged his opponent's attack. Then, he swiftly moved behind him. His plan at that moment was to launch a surprise attack from the rear. Just as his sword blade descended, he remained calm. Then, he spun his spear, splitting it into 2 sections. One half was used for defense, while the spearhead was used for offense. He easily knocked away his attack. Immediately after, he spun around, attacking with the spearhead. He also quickly plunged his sword into the ground and used it to propel himself into the air, dodging the direct thrust. He thought to himself, the spear splitting makes its transformations unpredictable. This is an attack style usually only seen among outlaws. He is interesting. Then he drew another sword and immediately threw it straight at him like a hidden weapon. His gaze at that moment was intensely focused. He immediately reassembled his weapon and knocked away the sword thrown at him. Then he instantly vanished from his position. He began moving around Aster, looking for an opening. Aster now wanted to separate his spear again, forcing him to pause briefly, again. This time, he was determined to seize the initiative. He charged forward, thinking, but this move can't be blocked that way. Dragon Slashing Sword Art, Chapter 2, Section 1. Earth Cleave. Aster now also realized the problem. He immediately spun his spear, using the Aladov family's counter skill, Reverse Flow Spear. He swept with his spear, blocking Zeke's charge. The moment the two weapons collided, the surrounding space seemed about to shatter. Scene change a moment later. Looking at his trembling arm, Aster sighed, Is the president a monster? He scratched his head sheepishly, I am a recognized genius. How could I be defeated so easily? He replied, because you have lived within praises of being a genius, your spearhead has grown dull. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes as he mocked. Still far from enough. From now until graduation, I will give you special training. Seeing that look, Aster felt a bit of fear. I have a bad premonition. He had now returned to the dormitory. The moment he returned, Decker immediately bowed in greeting. Welcome back, young Master Zeke. He nodded in acknowledgement. He continued, there is a guest waiting for you, sir. The person Decker mentioned was Gellion. He was currently walking down the corridor, looking around and exclaiming, your mansion is truly magnificent. He approached him and greeted, long time no see, Gellion. I called you here because I have something I want you to take a look at. He exclaimed in surprise, me? Could there be a problem with the dark sword? It is an item forged in a magic forge, so it is hard to scratch. Hearing this, he thought to himself, speaking of which, Gellion's name must be quite famous by now, right? Thanks to the magic forge I made for him in the previous life, he has been crafting weapons better than expected. Sooner or later, I will have to make him my exclusive blacksmith so others can't covet him. He now explained, Bahamut has no problems. But the issue is. He summoned Kane's armor, startling him slightly. He continued, I obtained this. Gellion's eyes widened in shock. He yelled, oh my god, What is this, sir? He shook his head and replied, I do not know either. I called you here to investigate it. This is an item I do not really want to investigate publicly. So, could you examine it carefully for me? He took the armor and nodded, yes, of course. A moment later, in the living room, Galleon scratched his head, I am sorry, sir. Among the modern artifacts I know, there is nothing like this. Are there any characteristics to speculate about its material? He stood thoughtfully for a few seconds, then recalled, speaking of which, during the battle with Cain. He began to recount, that armor, it repelled even an aura blade. Hearing this, Galleon jumped up in surprise. What, an aura blade? There is only one metal in this world that can do that. That metal is called the metal of the gods. It is orichalcum. Galleon still could not help but be surprised, unable to believe it. I never thought I would get to see orichalcum with my own eyes in my lifetime. He asked back, puzzled, is this metal that rare? He replied, more than rare, sir. Isn't it said that orichalcum is the most perfect substance created by the gods? It possesses mana conductivity far surpassing any other metal. That is why a much greater number of magic circles can be inscribed on it. He remarked, is that so? Then, how many large-scale magic arrays can be inscribed on ordinary metal armor at most? He replied, what do you mean, sir, how many? Ordinary metal can't even hold any large-scale magic arrays at all. Hearing this, he stroked his chin in thought. I already thought it was an extraordinary item, but I did not expect it to be to this extent. He continued asking, is it possible to change the form of this armor into another type? Galleon exclaimed in surprise, huh, you mean the orichalcum? Absolutely impossible. Even a divine sword can be worked on. But the problem is, this armor is already in a completed state. If we tamper with it carelessly and damage the magic arrays, it is highly likely this armor will become scrap. Of course. If it were my master, that would be a different story. He continued, you mean the famed General Golan? He replied, yes, if it is master, he could likely change its form without affecting any of its functions. He asked further, so, do you know where Golan is now? He answered, he is probably still in Himonas as usual, sir. Hearing that location name caused him to startle slightly. Galleon continued to explain, perhaps you do not know where Himonas is, because it is a region way up in the north. He responded, that is the territory of the Northern Grand Duke. His words made him exclaim in surprise. Huh, how do you know that, sir? People in the central continent usually are not familiar with matters concerning the Northern Grand Duke. He replied, I just happen to know. Saying this, he suddenly remembered the appearance of an old acquaintance. Then he stood up, saying, anyway, thank you very much, Galleon. If you want to research the metal further, feel free to examine it while you stay at the mansion. He was a bit startled. Huh, thank you very much, sir. Stepping outside, he pondered, Himonas. Why is he there all of a sudden? There is still plenty of time. It is not too late to handle the necessary things first before going. At that moment, as if remembering something, he resolved in his heart, right, I definitely have to do that. Scene changed to the Reinhardt Trading Company. He, along with Cleef and Melissa, began discussing the main business. Cleef spoke up, the manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, as you said, Sir Zeke, will likely proceed without issue. However, at least within the central continent, establishing a factory to process soma material is very difficult. Hearing this, he thought to himself, as I expected. If rumors spread that the princess is backing soma processing, her reputation would suffer. He continued asking, then what about it in a processed state? Cleef answered, in that case, it would be considered a pharmaceutical. As long as it is certified safe by the magic tower first, there should not be a problem. He then made a decision, then it is settled. We will build the production factory in the southern continent. Then import and distribute it through the Reinhardt Trading Company. Melissa now questioned, Sir Zeke. Forgive my bluntness, but our current opportunity is not abundant enough to build a large-scale factory on another continent. Just building the factory for the scarlet blossom disease medicine is already a stretch. So regarding building a factory, perhaps we need to consider another plan. He immediately reassured, about that, do not worry. I will be the one to build the factory. In return, I ask that you handle obtaining the permits from the magic tower for the circulation of goods. This startled Melissa. You, Sir Zeke, could it be the Draker family will directly? He explained, it has nothing to do with the family. All costs will be paid from my private funds. Then he took out a letter and began explaining, and this is the main issue for today. Please read this. The moment she opened the letter, Melissa's eyes widened in shock. My God. The Empire joining hands with the Scorpion race to conduct synthetic organism experiments. He continued, if the scarlet blossom disease is indeed a man-made illness created through magic, then this is likely also a clinical trial the Empire conducted on the people of Valencia. Melissa trembled with anger, clenching her fist. I suspected it. But I never thought they would do this to their own people. He continued, Your Majesty, the reason I am handing this document to you is that for now, we need to keep this crime of the Empire a secret. Melissa's emotions at this moment were suppressed to the extreme. She stood up angrily. What are you saying, Sir Zeke? We must expose the Empire's crime immediately so they cannot repeat this. He remained calm in reply. I understand your feelings right now, Your Majesty. But this is not strong enough as decisive evidence to use in a diplomatic context. The Empire has cleverly shifted the subject of this experiment onto the Scorpion race. They are a notorious group of dark mages, so experimenting on human bodies is not exactly shocking news. Therefore, as the Empire, they only need to deny any relationship with the group and express regret. And most importantly, holding onto this document for now is more advantageous. Melissa asked again, puzzled, what do you mean? He replied, the Empire does not know we have uncovered this truth. Moreover, they are conducting experiments on a large scale, so somewhere, there must exist evidence more directly linking them. As if understanding his meaning, she exclaimed, you mean to seize that evidence as well while we have the chance, to be able to exert absolute pressure on the Empire? He nodded in confirmation, exactly. However, the reason I showed you this document first is to prepare a response. She continued to question, prepare. He explained, if they clinically trialed the scarlet blossom disease in the disputed region of Valencia, it is highly likely other synthetic toxins will be tested there as well. Before that happens, we must pre-manufacture antidotes for these toxins. She thought to herself, if these weapons are used in the disputed region, Valencia's military forces will be fighting while unknowingly poisoned. However, if we prepare antidotes in advance, not only can we minimize damage, but we can also deal a critical blow to the Empire from behind. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. Yes, my choice was indeed not wrong. Bringing Sir Zeke to the trading company's side was an extremely correct decision. He stood up, saying, I probably won't be able to attend meetings for a while. The schedule at Valhalla is quite busy. Melissa replied, I see. If there is a chance later, I would very much like to invite Sir Zeke to visit Valencia. He said cheerfully, Valencia, that is a place with many beautiful mountains and lakes, right? Hearing this, she remarked, have you been to Valencia before, sir? He smiled, I have just often heard people say it is a very good place. If I get the chance to visit, please show me those beautiful sights. Melissa happily replied, yes, certainly, Sir Zeke. Then both of them bowed respectfully, then we wish you a safe journey. After finishing the business, he now returned to his training work. After some struggle, his two friends were lying collapsed on the ground. Diego lamented, Zeke. I am going to die before the mission even starts. He at this moment showed no sign of fatigue at all, criticizing, don't whine so weakly like that. Instead of wasting time complaining, swing your sword one more time. He angrily jumped up, yelling, Zeke, you are a demon, the Draker family blood truly runs strong. Following those words, he charged at him to attack once more. He at this moment smiled with satisfaction. Exactly, you had to hit a nerve to get them interested in training. Under his command, Diego and Aster, after a week of training, were gradually becoming more in sync. Especially Diego. Different from his previously carefree appearance, after training together a few times, he had become much more obedient and well-behaved. While they were training, someone entered from outside, praising, everyone is so diligent. Seeing someone arrive, Diego was extremely surprised. And the person arriving this time was none other than Andre. He greeted, oh, hello, Professor. He also stopped training, turning to ask, Professor Andre. What wind brings you all the way here? He replied, I came here to notify the three of you about something. He asked again, puzzled, what is it about, sir? He explained, the three of you will be dispatched to participate in a mission to subdue a public enemy of the continent. Of course, students can't go alone, so I will also be going along. After a few days of training, they finally set off on the royal train. Andre's voice rang out, I did not expect you all to participate in this Black Yecha mission as well. As I said earlier, I can't send only students. Also, I have a few more things to explain. Then he looked at the three of them and asked, do you know what kind of place Delpoa is? He sat opposite and answered, I have studied a bit of the theory, sir. I heard that, unlike other places, mages are the superiors there. Andre nodded in confirmation, that is right. That place operates under a rather special system. The knights in Delpoa mainly use shields, different from elsewhere. And when the shield-wielding knights press the enemy from the front, the mages will unleash attacks from behind to finish them off. Hearing this, Aster raised his hand and asked, then, our own troops engaged in close combat would also suffer heavy losses, right? Faced with this question, Andre praised, good question. He explained, that is why Delpoan knights often practice running while holding shields more than actual combat. That is precisely why the Delpoan Knight Order is not well regarded by graduates of Valhalla. Diego also had a question, so, is not this night order essentially just serving the mages? I mean, they do not think much of us at all, right? Looking out the window, Andre replied, you have understood correctly. So do not be too surprised when we get to Delpoa. Because the mages there are disgustingly arrogant. A while later, they arrived at Delpoa. The moment they disembarked, someone came to greet them. Andre spoke up, pleased to meet you. I am Andre Draker, a teaching assistant from Valhalla. On the other side, a man replied courteously, I did not expect the Draker family to send someone personally. This is truly an honor for us. He scratched his head and introduced himself, I am Jorge Outer, captain of the 8th Night Order of Delpoa. Andre glanced at the three of them and introduced them. The students accompanying me are all outstanding talents from Valhalla. There won't be any obstacles in the mission, so please do not worry. He smiled, haha, hearing you say that puts me at ease. He pointed inside the carriage, the head captain is inside the carriage. Hearing this, Diego was extremely puzzled. The head captain wasn't that bearded guy from earlier, the captain. He, standing beside him, immediately spoke coldly to remind him, quiet, Diego. He continued, this is Delpoa, so of course. As soon as the carriage door opened, they were greeted by a blond man with an extremely unpleasant face, casting a cold glance in their direction. Diego exclaimed, wow, that is a really unpleasant face you have got there. He continued to admonish, I told you to be quiet, Diego. He thought to himself, that person is the head captain of the Delpoa Mage Order. Even the Night Order captain has to shield him. Jorge now stammered to explain, the thing is. The head captain said he wanted to travel separately. Perhaps you all will have to find another carriage. Diego reacted again, what the fuck? Watching the departing carriage, he yelled, what the hell is going on here? He treated us like trash and just left. No matter what, this is unacceptable. We came all the way here for this cooperative mission. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and kicked Diego's leg hard, making Diego yell out in surprise, AAA. He hugged his leg and complained, Zeke, you devil, why did not even Professor Andre say anything? Andre was silent for a few seconds before speaking, after graduation and working as a knight, you will encounter situations like this. Remember well what you are about to experience from now on. Scene changed to the evening. In a room, a sarcastic laugh echoed, haha. While his two friends were already fast asleep, Zeke was still awake. He sighed, it is truly a world of difference. Our accommodations are old and dilapidated as if they were prepared hastily just to have something. Meanwhile, the facilities of the mages I saw on the way here spend money like water. Not that I expected anything luxurious, but having thought so, he sat up, well, I will just go out for some fresh air. Walking down the corridor, he pondered, I do not really mind these poor treatments. After all, in my previous life, I have experienced things much worse than this. But what I am truly worried about is that doomed to fail Black Yecha mission. In the tactical meeting, from Captain Jorge down to the knights, they all just fell silent the moment the mages spoke. Even though I anticipated it, I did not expect it to be to that extent. As he was sighing, a figure approached him and asked, what are you doing here alone? He glanced at the person who just spoke, thinking to himself, is this person the Mage Order head captain from earlier? He still looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. Well, I have something to say too. Good thing I ran into you here. He mocked, you people from Valhalla, you won't be of any use. So do not meddle with magic and cause trouble. Just quietly turn back. Hearing these words, his anger showed on his face as he thought, clenching his jaw, if that is the case, then why request cooperation in the first place? But I also can't just punch him in the face. Then he noticed his glove and assessed, that glove. You are the pureblood awakener of the Draker family, are not you? He also replied coldly, yes. Is there a problem? His words angered him, what is with that insolent attitude? It is best not to take off that glove while you are here. If you want to complete the mission and return in one piece. Saying this, he turned and left angrily, leaving him standing there deep in thought. He is quite perceptive. Well, it makes sense. Purebloods possess mana interfering power. Then another person approached, calling his name, making him turn around in surprise. This person continued, is that you, Zeke? He turned to look at the person who called him, feeling a bit dazed. After a few seconds, he exclaimed, Professor Payne. Payne smiled in reply, haha, I knew it was you. Long time no see, are you doing well? He replied, I am fine, sir. But why are you here, Professor? He scratched his head and answered, there is no better place for a mage to accumulate experience. I thought research alone was not enough, so I volunteered to enlist. And what brings you here, Zeke? He replied, I am here this time for the Black Yecha mission, sir. Hearing this, Payne exclaimed in surprise, what? Then he continued, Zeke, come here for a moment. This made him a bit startled, why so sudden, sir? So, do you have something to tell me? Professor Payne. Payne now tightly gripped his hand and said, "Listen, Zeke. Regarding tomorrow's mission, you absolutely must not participate." He was a bit puzzled. "What do you mean, sir?" Payne explained, "It is a mission that is predetermined to fail. So you absolutely must not go." These words caused him to feel a bit of fear, standing frozen for a few seconds. He had just returned to the room when he heard Diego groaning, Damn it. It is like I did not sleep at all. I am exhausted." He still remembered the encounter from a moment ago. Professor Payne had said he could not reveal anything more. What does predetermined to fail mean? In this case, there were two possible scenarios: either the superiors of the subjugation force are corrupt, or they have a covert deal with the very target meant to be punished. Even though Delpoa is a place where mages often abuse their power, its internal affairs likely are not rotten enough for military corruption. If there is wrongdoing, collusion with the subjugation target sounds more realistic. In that case, indeed. I need to focus on the second possibility. At that moment, everyone was gathered on a mountainside. The head captain began assigning tasks. Teams 1 to 3, move up along the mountainside. Teams 4 to 6 will attack head-on. He turned to ask Jorge, "Any objections, Jorge?" He immediately replied, "No, sir." Then he turned to the others, "As for the rest of you." Before he could finish his sentence, he now spoke up coldly, "I have a question. What are we supposed to do here?" Angered by this question, he yelled, "Didn't I tell you yesterday to stay put? I even took the trouble to warn you." He continued, "I am a Blue Knight, and Diego and Aster are Purple Knights. A fighting force of this caliber has been dispatched to assist, and you plan to just have us idle around." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "You are a Blue Knight." The people around also shared the same thought. So young and already a Blue Knight, and with 2 Purple Knights too. Valhalla is truly different indeed. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Jorge, assign them a reconnaissance mission." He stammered in reply, "Yes, yes." In the back, Andre asked, puzzled, "Why did you suddenly do that? Zeke, you are not the type to provoke the head captain without reason." He replied, "There are a few suspicious points about this mission, sir." Andre asked back, "What points?" He explained, "I suspect collusion between the subjugation force and the Black Yecha." These words made Andre startle slightly. He thought for a few seconds before replying, "I see. If you say so, you must already have a plan." Then he stepped forward and spoke authoritatively, "From now on, we will proceed with the reconnaissance mission to the Black Yecha encampment. All members, prepare to move." As for the vanguard position and team commander, he glanced at Zeke and said, "Zeke Draker, you will take command." After the tasks were assigned, the groups began their operations. One group was scouting in the forest. At that moment, the scar-faced man noticed something and immediately called out, "Everyone, halt. There are trolls nearby. Proceed carefully. Be careful not to make any footstep sounds. If we are discovered, it will be quite troublesome." While he was speaking, a sword flew through the air from somewhere. His expression suddenly darkened. Then he cried out in pain as the sword embedded itself in his thigh. Up in the trees, the trolls began to move. They lunged down, attacking the group frantically. The soldiers ran in panic, screaming, "Help me." From behind, Diego and Aster leapt forward, attacking the monsters. With a single strike each, they easily finished them off. The monsters were taken care of in an instant. Zeke now appeared and asked, "Are you part of the Black Yecha patrol?" The soldiers did not dare answer. Seeing this, his expression turned serious. "All right then. Tell us where the Black Yecha are." After obtaining the information, the group now found themselves near a fortress deep within the mountains. Aster remarked, "A fortress built from natural rock, very sturdy. It does not seem easy to breach." He turned back and asked, "Jorge, where is the mage corps? With just us, it will be difficult to attack this place." He now averted his gaze, his voice stammering, "That matter. After we clear the area around the fortress, they will begin providing support from the rear." Hearing this, he was utterly perplexed. What does that mean? You plan to use just this many people to clear the fortress? Are you sending everyone to their deaths?" Diego now suddenly noticed something in the sky. Upon realizing what it was, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock, What is that flying towards us?" Hearing this, he also looked back in alarm. "What? Those are cannonballs." He immediately ordered everyone, scatter, get as far away as possible. But it was too late. The cannonballs had already reached them, exploding in their midst. Agonized screams rang out continuously. Jorge could only stand there staring dazedly, muttering, "My God. What in the world is this?" While he was still in shock, he approached him and yelled, "Jorge, snap out of it. Do you intend to kill all your subordinates?" He stammered in reply, "No." He thought angrily, gritting his teeth, "How on earth did they know our position? There really is a spy among us." Then his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had realized something. At that moment, from within the forest, a group of soldiers with blood-red eyes charged towards them. He cursed through gritted teeth, "Damn it, I did not expect them to come charging so recklessly." But then he paused for a few seconds. "Wait. Those bastards. Their condition is strange." Looking at the lifeless, glowing red eyes, he realized something. This is truly hopeless. No doubt about it. Those bastards, all of them are Soma addicts. Soma was originally transported from southern gangs deep into the inland. It had eventually spread to every corner of the continent. Common witches used small amounts to temporarily boost their magical power, but the real danger came from the mercenaries. Those who regarded life as cheap as dirt and treated life and death as a joke. So it was a daily occurrence for them to abuse Soma beyond the prescribed limits. At that moment, he yelled, "Those are the Black Yetch's mercenaries, be careful not to let them ambush us." Seeing them charge like moths to a flame, Diego gritted his teeth. Have these guys all gone insane? Beside him, Aster added, "Damn it, their reinforcements are too many." He now spoke up to remind them, "Diego, Aster. Conserve your mana as much as possible. Don't exhaust yourselves so quickly." He thought to himself, with the enemy attacking so frenziedly, just the Night Order alone will have a hard time suppressing them. What should we do now? Should we just ignore that order, or should we level this entire fortress? Then, from behind, a massive explosion shook him from his thoughts. Magic. This flow of power is. So they finally showed up. It was the Delpoa Mage Corps. And the one leading them was that damned head captain. He yelled, "The Mage Corps has arrived for support, everyone, fall back." Standing to the side observing, he assessed, forget their delayed arrival, but the mana power they are radiating is truly terrifying. If we take advantage of this momentum to attack. Just as he was about to act, the head captain stepped forward and said, "Stop right there." His face was dark. He assessed, "Do you intend to miss such a good opportunity?" His voice was cold. "You there. You are Zeke Draker, or not you, because of you, this plan has completely fallen apart." He angrily shouted, "Do you have any idea what you have just done?" He still did not know what was happening, utterly confused. He thought angrily, gritting his teeth, "What the hell, what are you playing at, you bastard?" He blamed him, "I gave you the important task of scouting the situation, not to go out and provoke the enemy." Then he turned to Andre and ordered, "Quickly, get the students away from here immediately, I will deal with Valhalla directly regarding this matter." He now clenched his fist and said, "So, can we consider our cooperative relationship with the Delpoa Corps terminated here?" This left the head captain utterly bewildered. "What?" He continued, "If that is the case, we no longer have a position to intervene, nor any reason to follow your orders. Head captain. From this moment on, we will act independently to complete this mission." He angrily roared, "This is territory under the jurisdiction of the Delpoa Corps. What gives a brat like you the authority to decide for yourself?" From behind, Andre interrupted, "The Black Yetcha have been listed as a common enemy of the entire continent. That means, as legitimate knights of the Draker family, Zeke and I are fully entitled to decide our actions according to the act first, report later rule." He was furious but could not do anything. Then he immediately turned and left. "Do whatever you want with the mission or whatever. But you will bear all the consequences." Jorge was startled, thinking to himself, "I never expected the Mage Corps to withdraw so easily. So now what we need is, how do we destroy the enemy?" He now turned to him and asked, "Captain Jorge, I have something to ask." He replied, "What do you want to say?" He spoke up, "Are you sincerely determined to capture the Black Yetcha gang?" He answered, "We also carry the blood of knights. No knight wishes to turn their back and leave when evil is running rampant right before their eyes." Understanding his meaning, he replied, "I see. I understand that mentality. If that is the case, then I have a favor to ask of you all." Inside the fortress at that moment, a few sentries noticed something and were a bit startled. In front of them, Jorge's men formed two rows and began making a commotion. "You there, stop hiding in there, come out and fight a proper battle." Seeing this, the two sentries immediately raised their bows, preparing to attack. Had those guys really gone crazy? Arrows rained down continuously. Below, Jorge ordered, "Everyone, hold your positions, withstand their attacks. How can they be this strong?" Observing from above, the blonde man mocked, "Truly ridiculous. It is just your futile efforts." Then suddenly, his face darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A voice sounded from behind, "Are you sure about that?" His voice was cold, "Just be patient and watch the good show, then you will know." Hearing the sound of hooves, he was slightly startled, glanced down, and exclaimed, "What? That guy? In this situation, he is riding out alone, could he be planning to?" Exactly. It perfectly matched the descriptions of the Black Yetcha's appearance. He spoke up, "I will go after that guy. Everyone else, stay here and harass the enemy." After opening the main gate, fire the signal flare. Andre nodded in confirmation. Understood. I have got it. Immediately, he shot off in pursuit of him. His voice turned cold. Come forth, Bucephalus. As his words ended, his warhorse appeared in a majestic display. Now, can someone of his caliber actually catch up? Bucephalus charged like the wind. In just a few seconds, he had closed in on the Black Yecha, startling him into exclaiming, "What kind of terrifying movement speed is this?" The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile of praise. Not bad. Immediately, he leapt from the horse's back, shooting straight to a spot in front of him. A moment later, a large explosion erupted, but with his agility, he quickly retreated to dodge the slash that had just occurred. He was not surprised by his action. He approached, mocking, "Where are you off to in such a hurry on a late night like this, Black Yecha?" Sweat beads were now on his forehead, and he was a bit scared.